Abundance of May, the American Way of Innovation and Its Deficiencies.
Abundance is now the cool new thing among policy wonks, especially the under 40 crowd, as evidenced by the sold-out Abundance 2025 conference that wrapped up Friday in Washington, D.C., with an evident scarcity of press passes. The movement has no official home, but think tanks such as the Abundance Institute carry its banner, and if it has an intellectual Bible, it is the bestseller Abundance by journalists Derek Thompson and Ezra Klein. Word of warning: it's almost always a bad idea to take policy advice from journalists, who by nature are generalists focused on appealing communication, not experts focused on actual analysis. But whatever, the movement, if one can use that word, has gained enormous momentum. It focuses on an amalgam of policy concerns all ostensibly connected by the thread of abundance or lack thereof. At its core is the idea of solving problems by making it easier to build more things. Okay, that sounds good. Then it's on to reducing regulatory barriers to producing more supply. Not so sure about that. Depends on the specifics. Abundance champions then argue for taking more risk with government science funding. Sure, why not? And finally, they want more clean energy. Could be good, but not if it costs a lot more. Besides its overall intellectual shallowness and internal inconsistencies, I have two main beefs with Abundance. The first is that it is small beer. Its agenda will not make a dent in ensuring that the United States is more powerful than China in the existential techno-economic trade war we're fighting. It won't boost breakthrough innovations other than perhaps at the margin. And it will do little to boost the current anemic rates of U.S. labor productivity growth. Other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how did you enjoy the play? The United States is running out of time. We don't have a decade to waste dabbling in abundance only to find that we have reduced housing inflation a tad, built some more solar farms, and boosted productivity growth by 0.1 percentage point. It's time for a real growth and competitiveness agenda. Second, building new things doesn't necessarily create abundance because there are opportunity costs. If society builds a house or a solar farm, then by definition it can't build something else, or if it does, then consumption has to down. Workers building a house mean workers are not doing something else. There is no free lunch. The only real metric is cost/benefit. If the net present value benefits of construction exceed the capital investment and operational costs, including the cost of capital, then it might be worth building. But otherwise not. This is why we have not built 6-lane highways in rural areas, even though it would lead to an abundance of highways there. Likewise, building lots of expensive solar farms does not create abundance unless the levelized cost of their energy is cheaper than alternatives, which it is not now. In fact, the whole term abundance is dumb. It implies we can repeal the laws of supply and demand, and somehow if government just got out of the way on regulation and got more in the way on spending, we'd be in the abundant Garden of Eden. But we are never going to get abundance, as the term implies supply that exceeds demand. Let me know when we get north of $1 million median per capita income in the United States. Maybe then we can talk about abundance. But that will only happen with massive productivity improvements that are sustained over a century, which would require a coherent agenda in which government thinks like an enterprise. Fixing zoning and other regulatory problems that limit build things while necessary, let's start with Congress repealing NEPA on non-federal lands, is at the end of the day small potatoes. In other words, the only thing that produces things in the direction of the never-to-be-achieved abundance is productivity. And there is little sign the abundance movement actually understands or focuses on this. Perhaps if the movement was called Build rather than Abundance, I wouldn't be so curmudgeonly. Instead, it marches on defiantly. As a jumbled mix of libertarian and clean energy progressives, you know the backers have to call for more immigration. By definition, they argue that leads to abundance because GDP goes up. According to Roger Pielke's write-up of the conference, there was a lot of discussion of how America needs more low-wage immigrants. If we are to build more houses, then we need more low-wage immigrants to build them, especially if we want them affordable. Did these folks not take economics? Immigrants do not solve economy-wide labor shortage issues because they are both workers and consumers, and their consumption creates labor demand, and so you are back to square one. Nonetheless, the abundance movement also wants large cadres of low-paid, low-educated immigrants taking care of our kids, our parents, and our lawns, picking up our dry cleaning, delivering our DoorDash meals, and more. In their line of thinking, that is abundance. Yeehaw! Life won't be so great for the unabundant servant class. but at least they will be able to ride on subsidized mass transit to get out to the abundant suburbs. In fact, the reason why there might be a left-right agreement on abundance, at least as Pilka describes it, is that the right gets deregulation and the left gets redistribution and some more renewable energy. This gets to another key point. At the end of the day, much of this is in fact redistribution, not growth. Building more houses doesn't produce abundance, it simply shifts wealth from some current homeowners to others, homebuyers. On net, society is no better off. To be clear, as a homeowner with no mortgage, I would love to see home prices in the DC region fall through more construction. I would lose, but my 2 kids, who I really want to be able to afford a home in the DC region, would win. But again, that is not abundance. The abundance movement wants to lower healthcare costs by eliminating constraints on the education of doctors. This might generate more doctors, but they would probably be less qualified, since the best of the pool are already in medical school. And while having more doctors might lower prices, what really matters for abundance are lower costs. Without that, patients would have more abundant healthcare, but doctors would get squeezed. Same thing with calling for lower transportation costs by subsidizing buses. The result would be lower prices for passengers, but higher costs for taxpayers, since transit is never self-supporting through fares. Similarly, eliminating occupational licensing on nail salon workers might reduce the costs for ladies getting their nails done, but it would reduce abundance for salon workers. Building more clean energy certainly won't produce abundance given that dirty energy, especially for base load power and industrial power, is still cheaper. But it will raise prices for electricity, or it will raise taxes if we subsidize it. The abundance movement has become hodgepodge of all sorts of far-flung ideas. For example, some conservatives want family abundance, i.e., more fertility. Meanwhile, movement godfather Ezra Klein reasons that since Harvard is so good, it likely is not. It just attracts the best students. Why not double its size? And voila, twice the abundance of high-quality graduates. You can't make this stuff up. Where would Harvard get its new faculty from? Brown and Swarthmore? If so, then they would produce fewer students with overall education levels comparable to Harvard's. Klein also tells Tyler Cowen that we could have had the GLP-1s decades ago, but there are a lot of reasons within the system that it would have been costly to try that out. Really? Such as what? What scholarly evidence do you have for that? Do you really want the FDA to be a lot looser on approving drugs? Why not just go full libertarian and repeal the FDA? We didn't have GLP-1s because discovering drugs is hard and expensive, and most of that expense is because science and discovery and testing. How about calling for significant increases in FDA funding and quadrupling funding for the NIST Manufacturing USA institutes focused on biopharma process technology? Nah, that's too conventional. At the end of the day, other than the parts wanting more low-skill immigration and some overly extreme deregulation, little of what I have seen the abundance movement calling for seems objectionable. Much of it is good. But a whole movement built around this small beer? Wake me when we get to the real stuff. How to not lose the techno-economic war to China, and how to double U.S. labor productivity. In the meantime, I have to get back to work on these problems. If the United States is losing ground to the PRC, this will come as news to many in Washington. As the economist Jacques Sapir explains, GDP statistics have arguably lulled the West into a false sense of security. This is part of a broader Western insistence that neoclassical liberalism explains all, even when it clearly doesn't. In lieu of openness to the possibility that the CCP operates according to a different logic, the Acela corridor subsists on a diet of impending China collapse articles. These cite the bursting of the real estate bubble, the baby bust, the malaise of Chinese youth, and the emigration of Chinese millionaires as evidence that Beijing's bull run is ending. Contrary to this soothing narrative, a closer look at trends, informed by CCP metrics, indicates grounds for U.S. concern across the economic, military, and diplomatic domains. Economics. The conventional wisdom is that over the past 3 decades, the U.S.-PRC relationship has contributed to American prosperity. U.S. firms have benefited from inexpensive Chinese labor, and American customers have benefited from cheap Chinese products. To keep its currency and wages low, the Chinese government has bought U.S. debt, allowing the United States to deficit spend. On this account, a high point of the mutualistic relationship between Beijing and Washington occurred during the 2008 financial crisis, when macroeconomic cooperation between the two capitals saved the world economy. Notwithstanding this win-win narrative, Chinese scholars believe that the dynamics in trade and finance have favored the PRC by giving it power. They say as much when they are speaking internally in Mandarin. For instance, Justin Fu Lin, the former World Bank chief economist and a proponent of Beijing's state-led growth model, points out China's increasing leverage over America's leading companies, which would likely turn from high profits to low profits or even no profits without access to China. For this reason, and due to China's sheer size and scale, the United States will gradually lose its technological advantage over China, he predicts. A closer look at trends in the U.S.-China economic relationship lends credence to Lin's argument. Even as American GDP increased in absolute terms over the past several decades, on a relative basis, Beijing substantially closed the gap with Washington. More importantly, America's absolute gains have been dwarfed by the costs of U.S. PRC engagement. These costs, which have likely been underappreciated, can be divided into balance sheet and strategic losses. On the balance sheet side, the United States loses intellectual property IP, worth up to $600 billion annually to PRC espionage, theft, forced transfers, and so on, according to the U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigation. While the PRC would have pursued this IP regardless of trade ties, there is evidence that Beijing preferentially targets firms that partner with Chinese entities. Access encourages exploitation, and Chinese state-backed national champions in turn prosper, not only from the stolen IP but also from CCP policies that suppress labor costs and grant these companies subsidies, enabling them to take market share from foreign competitors. As the story of Huawei illustrates, with market share comes the opportunity to set standards and achieve platform dominance, entrenching new Chinese incumbents. This means that more than $500 billion in lost IP annually is just the tip of the iceberg. The CCP's promotion of national champions through theft, wage repression, and subsidies yields dramatic further contraction in revenue for U.S. firms, which in turn means less money for research and development. Meanwhile, $600 billion is roughly 5 times the value of annual U.S. exports to China, so the United States is not recouping its IP losses through sales to Chinese customers. Access to relatively cheap manufacturing in China partly incentivizes taking the risk of losing IP, but firms that make this calculation do not factor in the broader societal and strategic costs of their outsourcing. These costs manifest in the hollowing out of American industry and the pitting of the American workforce against a Chinese labor pool that includes both slave labor and workers whose wages are suppressed by currency manipulation. This situation has, over time, consigned many American communities to despair, while rendering the United States vulnerable to coercion by its primary geopolitical rival. The resultant exposure to coercion was demonstrated during the COVID-19 pandemic, when Beijing threatened to cut off supplies of personal protective equipment, PPE, and pharmaceuticals if the Trump administration persisted in questioning its handling of the original outbreak in Wuhan. This was a credible threat amid reports that Beijing was nationalizing the output of American-owned factories making PPE in China. Needless to say, the White House muzzled itself, and the CCP has faced no accountability. Beyond damaging America's social fabric and rendering its supply chains insecure, losing the ability to make things domestically implies a range of additional costs that most Western economists have neglected to measure. For instance, the exodus of manufacturing has in some ways weakened U.S. capacity for innovation. This is because improvement on existing techniques often requires familiarity with them. Product innovation comes from process innovation in dynamic and dual use, fields such as biotechnology and advanced materials. Losing the ability to innovate in these areas compounds the aforementioned balance sheet losses. Another cost involves wartime mobilization potential. Here, again, the pandemic offered warning signs. At the height of the PRC's lockdown in February 2020, a prominent scholar of Xi Jinping thought for the new era, and deputy dean at Peking University, observed how impressed foreign netizens were by the PRC's handling of the contagion. These foreigners, he noted, predicted that European and American governments would not succeed as well as Beijing had in maintaining water, electricity, communications, and living supplies under quarantine conditions, and this would have negative consequences for their social and political order. Accordingly, the academic predicted that the PRC would outperform others in the pandemic test of national emergency preparedness because of its superior industrial and logistic infrastructure. He also endorsed a Japanese commentator's argument that COVID highlighted the advantages of the CCP regime in a war, rendering it unassailable. In other words, countries that deindustrialized during the period of the PRC's rise would not dare to fight such a well-equipped foe. If accurate, this judgment raises the question of how Western economists should quantify Beijing's intimidation advantage. Defense. This train of thought indicates a connection between economics and national security that the United States has largely honored in the breach since the end of the Cold War. American discussions of the link between economics and defense tend to be limited to the notion that a higher GDP supports greater spending on the military, and the more advanced the economy, the more sophisticated will be the weaponry. These principles have justified much outsourcing in the name of efficiency and absolute GDP growth. It is only recently, since the war in Ukraine, that the depletion of U.S. ammunition stockpiles and difficulties with replenishment has compelled Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment William LaPlante to remark on the strategic importance of being able to ramp up defense production. Even more recently, Rear Admiral Michael Studman, the head of U.S. Navy intelligence, released a slide with a dramatic graphic illustrating the PRC's over 200-fold advantage in shipbuilding capacity relative to the United States. CCP strategists likely derive confidence not only from the erosion of the U.S. defense industrial base but also from developments in relative capabilities. The American military spent the first 2 decades of the 21st century largely focused on counterinsurgency and counterterrorism operations in Central Asia and the Middle East of questionable strategic value. From Beijing's perspective, America's wars since 9/11 provided a window to build up while Washington was distracted, bogged down, and spending trillions of dollars in Afghanistan and Iraq. During this period, the CCP's People's Liberation Army, PLA, transformed from a territorial defense force into a military postured for power projection. This shift required the PLA to first become confident in its ability to keep the United States from massing forces near mainland China, i.e., to counter the long-standing threat of American or American-backed power projection on its doorstep. The PLA accomplished this by developing a suite of precise, conventional missiles to target hostile forces in China's near abroad and thus prevent them from approaching its territory. Successive editions of the authoritative PLA textbook, The Science of Military Strategy, published by the Academy of Military Science in Beijing, mark this achievement. While a potential invasion of the mainland was still a concern in the 2001 edition, the next version of the textbook, published in 2013, explicitly dismissed that risk. This judgment seems to have been confirmed by the U.S. Navy. The author of this essay was in the audience when, in 2013, the then Chief of Naval Operations stated publicly that U.S. Navy surface vessels were operating differently around the mainland in light of new PLA capabilities. Confidence about its near abroad allowed the PLA to undertake major organizational and investment shifts over the last decade, aimed at improving its ability to operate at extended range. Again, Admiral Studman recently summarized the results, publicly warning colleagues, "You're going to find a very global, expeditionary Chinese military that will be there to step in anywhere they think China's interests are jeopardized." This buildup likely emboldens Beijing all the more because it occurred during a period of relative U.S. military stagnation. It is often said that the United States spends more on defense than the next 10 countries combined, but the lion's share of that spending goes to the operations and maintenance (O&M) budget category to keep existing activities and platforms going, rather than to procurement, i.e. investments in new missiles, planes, ships, etc. In fact, of the 3 budget categories that make up about 85% of U.S. defense spending, O&M, personnel, and procurement is the smallest. It is difficult to compare this with the PLA budget because Beijing typically only releases a single annual top-line figure that is not broken down by function, but an independent effort to estimate trends in Chinese defense spending since 2000 suggests that procurement has been the largest budget category, and that the dollar value of annual PLA procurement will exceed that of the U.S. military in this decade. Considering that the U.S. military's procurement is designed to address a range of theaters and missions globally, this means that PLA procurement likely already exceeds U.S. procurement for the Indo-Pacific. Diplomacy. Trends in diplomacy are difficult to measure, but conventional wisdom in Washington holds that Beijing's bellicosity over the last few years has backfired, generating resistance or resentment among foreign audiences. Some Western experts accordingly anticipate that PRC diplomats will shift from wolf warrior invective toward more conciliatory rhetoric. This focus on tone, however, risks neglecting the substance of Beijing's strategy. The CCP has been making common cause with the world's autocrats at the expense of liberal norms and values, and likely assesses that this effort is working across large swaths of the globe. While the CCP's agreements with dictatorial regimes tend to be secret, its propaganda directed at their populations is not, and deserves more attention. A similar concern applies even in the United States and other advanced democracies, where Beijing has been using its access via information technology, entertainment, and academic channels, as well as business relationships, to reduce popular support for a counter-strategy against the CCP. Beijing's progress toward achieving its diplomatic ambitions comes into focus from studying official Chinese commentary on the Silk Road Economic Belt and 21st Century Maritime Road, i.e., the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI. 10 years after she launched the BRI, a special report marking its anniversary last year noted that it had incorporated agreements with more than 150 countries and 30 international organizations on 5 continents, facilitating not just roads or infrastructure links, but also policy coordination and policy communication, trade and investment, standards harmonization, digital connectivity, educational exchanges, and people-to-people ties. It is no accident that the report emphasizes policy coordination. Other CCP assessments do the same because the BRI is fundamentally a political project, and one that is relatively far advanced. China is promoting its liberal path to development to generate what she calls a community of common destiny or shared future for mankind, i.e., a world revolving around Beijing rather than Washington. As part of this campaign, the CCP has worked to substitute development rights for human rights in international forums such as the Human Rights Council of the United Nations. A major drive to that end began with an address by Xi in Geneva in January 2017 and saw multiple resolutions that included Chinese verbiage in the ensuing months. By the end of that year, Xi would celebrate at a conference of returning diplomats in Beijing that the world was undergoing great changes unseen in a century, i.e., that the global balance of power was tilting toward China. Independent data backs up Xi's confidence in the diplomatic realm. Consider, for instance, relative acceptance of Chinese versus American perspectives on world events in third-party countries. There is widespread evidence that Russian and Chinese propaganda themes on the war in Ukraine have found purchase in the developing world, and China's propaganda apparatus is outperforming American efforts to shape third-party views according to a recent academic study. One might expect to see a major increase in U.S. State Department funds to shore up America's discourse power, to borrow Beijing's term for messaging abroad. Instead, the State Department's Global Engagement Center, established in 2016 to counter foreign propaganda and disinformation, is on the verge of being defunded by Congress due to its grantees' involvement in domestic censorship. Which brings us to the homeland. It has taken multiple efforts by the executive branch and members of Congress to begin to address the threat posed by Beijing's algorithmic control over what was, at least until recently, the fastest-growing social media platform in the United States, TikTok. 1 in 10 Americans gets their news from the short-form video purveyor, and TikTok attracts more traffic than Google. Most TikTok users in the United States are under 40. The majority are under 30, with 67% of American teens regularly using the app. Perhaps it is not surprising, then, that recent surveys indicate an American generational divide in perceptions of the PRC, with younger respondents significantly less likely to see China as a threat, more likely to say they don't know how to characterize the U.S.-China relationship, and more likely to oppose restrictions on scientific and educational exchanges between the two countries. Similarly, while 54% of those aged 65 and older support banning TikTok and only 24% oppose a ban, among those aged 18 to 29, only 19% support a TikTok ban and almost 3/4, 73%, oppose one. And while Congress recently passed, and the President signed, a bill to force Chinese divestment of TikTok, the video platform is far from the only threat. For instance, the multipurpose Chinese language app WeChat, owned by Tencent, another PRC-based company, also has millions of users in the United States, as do the Chinese-founded shopping apps Shine and Temu. This situation must be all the more satisfying to CCP strategists when they consider the asymmetry between their access in the United States and American access on the mainland. U.S. social media companies are banned from China. Further, during Xi's tenure as General Secretary, he has exploited new technology for purposes of party control, accelerating China's transition into a police state with more cameras than people in its cities. The CCP under Xi has also used non-renewal of visas, new national security data laws, and the threat of exit bans to reduce and deter the presence of foreign meddlers. American attempts to exert influence on the ground have thus faced mounting obstacles. Beijing and Washington apply different metrics to assess their competition because they have divergent outlooks. The U.S. outlook can be crudely summarized as follows. The American way of organizing the country is superior economically and politically, and it will prevail. This view reflects a free market orthodoxy, along with lessons drawn from the end of the Cold War about liberal democracy's inevitable triumph. To wit, most Western economists believe the only real economic strategy should be a hands-off, laissez-faire approach to ensure maximum capital efficiency. Because if markets are free to allocate supply and demand and global trade can occur securely, then a rising tide will lift all boats, promoting prosperity, innovation, and peace. The CCP, by contrast, has remained committed to central economic planning and steering, and drew very different lessons from the end of the Cold War. The CCP bases its economic strategy on a careful study of prevailing trends, but the underlying assumption is that the party can and must use plans and policies to disproportionately benefit the PRC. An example of this outlook in practice is the doctrine of two markets, two resources, which party officials propounded in the late 1970s and early 80s as they were pursuing increased interaction with the outside world, and which continues to be frequently invoked. As the Hong Kong-based historian Frank Dikötter has recently shown, by Mao's death in 1976, the ravages of his Great Leap Forward and Cultural Revolution had left China poorer than it had been at liberation, when the Chinese Civil War ended in 1949. Mao's successors embraced increased engagement with Japan and the West out of desperation, not admiration, as they sometimes let their foreign interlocutors believe, and in their internal discussions used language that was clarifying about their intentions. Whereas Americans interpreted Beijing's turn to reform and opening under Deng Xiaoping to mean gradual liberalization, senior cadres spoke at home of learning to swim without being drowned, i.e., using all foreign factors that can be used for our purposes and taking advantage of the world, while sticking to the principles of socialism and the direction of communism. A high-level internal speech from 1982 further clarifies. Not long ago, the Central Secretariat unanimously agreed that our socialist modernization construction must use two kinds of resources, domestic resources and foreign resources. Open up two markets, domestic and international markets, and learn two sets of skills, organizing to build domestically and to develop foreign economic relations. Two markets, two resources therefore represented a scheme to ensure that policy goals were met in the process of increased interactions with foreign powers, by intervening rather than letting the market freely determine outcomes. What were these goals? First and second were attracting foreign funds and introducing, i.e., acquiring by any means available foreign advanced science and technology. The main mechanism for achieving them would be harnessing China's low-wage labor force and inducing foreign firms to build factories on the mainland while seeking to increase exports by preventing goods made in these factories from being sold in China. In other words, from the beginning, the strategy involved intervening and manipulating the market rather than letting it operate freely, but the architects of this approach enjoined those who would be dealing with foreigners to obscure this. They should pair strict internal discipline with external flexibility and remember to speak to foreigners in the language they expected, i.e., of contracts, equality, and mutual benefit, rather than obedience. Two markets, two resources continues to guide Beijing's economic strategy, but a more recent addition to the lexicon involves the CCP doubling down on its commitment to technology extraction and market manipulation with less attention to concealment of these aims. The new addition is the diagnosis that the world is undergoing a fourth industrial revolution, revolving around the intelligent interconnection of people, machines, and resources. Chinese economists believe that this revolution favors Beijing's strategy of introducing foreign technology, becoming a fast follower, and promoting national champions to dominate whole markets for several reasons. First, because the contemporary research and development cycle is short, human capital has become the most critical element, which plays to the PRC's population advantage. Second, new technologies require new standards, and the PRC has standard-setting power by virtue of the size of its market. And third, the PRC's aforementioned world-leading manufacturing infrastructure means that the path from an innovative technological idea to the mass production of finished products will be the fastest and least costly in China. It is in this context that we should understand Beijing's talent programs, aimed at luring or, as necessary, coercing academics and researchers in foreign countries to bring their expertise to China, together with successive national plans targeting advanced manufacturing, biotechnology, new energy vehicles, artificial intelligence, robotics, and the like. Even when the CCP spells out its intentions, the American impulse is to discount the party's chances of success. Chinese enthusiasm about copying and dominating has few takers here, given the deep-seated belief that intellectual property should be protected and innovation rewarded as a matter of both morality and prudence. At the same time, U.S. universities, hungry for Chinese grant and tuition funds, are invested in the mainland through their endowments, and downplay the importance of Beijing's talent programs. University administrators and their lobbyists argue that they are engaged in basic research that doesn't merit protection and that by its very nature will disseminate freely. And yet the Chinese pay. For instance, before it was shut down by the Biden administration, the Justice Department's China Initiative revealed that Harvard University's Charles Lieber, an expert in dual-use technology for implanting nanowires in the brain, had failed to disclose his employment by a PLA-linked university in Wuhan, China. Further, Americans consider sponsorship of national champions or monopolies suboptimal because they breed corruption and misallocation of resources while forgoing the creative energy unleashed by competition. The end of the Cold War reinforced this credo, as Washington discovered that Moscow couldn't keep up with American dynamism and therefore lost faith in communism. The Cold War's conclusion offered a very different set of lessons for Beijing. Lessons that did not include faith in the inevitable triumph of democracy. To be sure, the collapse of the USSR, on the heels of the Tiananmen Square uprising and on the eve of the lopsided U.S. victory in the First Gulf War, was very distressing. The CCP's pre-existing fear of peaceful evolution, or being molded out of communism by the United States and the broader West, became more acute. But the outcome was to reinforce the wisdom of the course that post-Mao leaders had already charted, lest they succumb to the same weakness that undermined the Soviets. In CCP jargon, only by adapting external influences to Chinese circumstances could the party avoid the isolation and impoverishment that had doomed Moscow. This logic covered both the decision to deviate from the Soviet Communist Party's influence by embracing international commerce and the decision to pursue that commerce with an eye toward strengthening socialism, not abandoning it. Thus, the CCP redoubled its effort to protect against spiritual pollution from the United States and its allies in the 1990s, even as it intensified its efforts to extract capital and know-how from the West. At a deeper level, the CCP's revolutionary inheritance likely made it comfortable with this path. From the party's earliest days, it pursued self-preservation while drawing resources from stronger enemies in its midst, rivals with which it had to appear to be cooperating. While this experience applies to most insurgencies, the set of lessons the CCP learned from its founding era would have been especially powerful considering how long the Chinese Civil War lasted and the range of adversaries the party ended up working with from 1920 to 1949, including, among others, self-interested Russians, rival nationalists, and ideologically opposed Americans. The experience of nominally partnering while holding back the real agenda, avoiding indoctrination or assimilation, and pursuing asymmetric gains was built into the party's DNA. In light of the vast gulf between Washington and Beijing's perspectives, the first task is to weigh the significance of the fact that, by the CCP's metrics, China is winning. If Beijing's view is judged to hold merit, a new defensive strategy for Washington might initially have a domestic focus, with the goal of protecting against the kind of blackmail or coercive pressure that the Trump administration faced during the pandemic while ensuring that the United States can move to check CCP inroads at home and abroad. A concomitant objective would be to reduce the ability of the CCP to leverage American assets and resources in pursuit of global hegemony, i.e., to extrude the party from the United States as much as possible. Because the United States is a democracy, a new defensive strategy would have to proceed from a significant domestic political effort before attending to the economic, military, and diplomatic balance areas. That is, to get from where the country is today to where it needs to be to protect itself, the new strategy would require both signaling initiatives, aimed at public education, and substantive moves to reduce CCP access and influence here. On the back of this public education, Washington could begin to counter the leverage Beijing has acquired over the United States through its economic statecraft. The Biden administration has recently announced its intention to secure U.S. ports by replacing their Chinese smart cranes and to protect the U.S. auto industry by blocking imports of Chinese-connected vehicles and potentially also components. But how well these efforts will be executed remains a question. Meanwhile, initiatives to wean ourselves off Chinese inputs in other critical industries such as pharmaceuticals and biotechnology remain pending. A foundational, procedural move would be to close the commercial and academic loopholes in current Foreign Agent Registration Act regulations. That should accelerate progress in all of the above areas and enable other measures to create opportunities for domestic or allied manufacturers to serve the American market, such as holding Beijing accountable for abusing its WTO membership by rescinding permanent normal trading relations and expanding tariff and sanctions barriers against PRC firms. With regard to capital flows, the goal should be dramatic curtailment of both portfolio and direct investment. The latter was the subject of the Biden administration's August 2023 executive order prohibiting investment in companies developing semiconductors and microelectronics, quantum information technologies, and artificial intelligence capabilities in China. While this was a worthwhile initial step to block smart money, the lion's share of U.S. investment into the mainland comes from Chinese entities' inclusion in passive investments such as index funds. Further action in this regard might require new regulations to evict PRC-based firms from U.S. exchanges and indices, though that process should already be underway as a result of the Holding Foreign Companies Accountable Act of 2020. Such initiatives would help rebalance a corporate playing field that is today tilted toward Beijing. American defense against the CCP strategy will thus have a sizable domestic component. To say that strategy begins at home is trite, but in this case it may also require initiative from the private sector and greater public-private cooperation. Legal barriers impede the Defense Department from implementing strategy domestically, while the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Department of Homeland Security, and various other departments' inspector general offices lack the authority or resources to cover down against an aggressive near-peer competitor operating in the United States. One metric of success would be whether the number of prominent Americans lobbying in favor of laws banning TikTok and other PRC propaganda and surveillance applications from the United States exceeds those lobbying against such measures. Another would be a revitalization of something like the Justice Department's China Initiative, focused on preserving research integrity and protecting against grant fraud in the United States, to prevent researchers affiliated with Chinese talent programs and military-civil fusion initiatives from benefiting from U.S. funding. A virtuous cycle could then ensue. Perhaps most important, transparency with regard to the CCP challenge and U.S. counterstrategy would give the White House space to lead. Closing off access to the U.S. market and preventing investment on the mainland would create opportunities and free up public and private capital for new manufacturing and other strategic enterprises in the United States and in nearby, friendly countries, while liberating influential American elites from Beijing's sway. Increasing and reallocating defense spending would be a necessary corollary. While the PRC has been engaging in a major conventional and nuclear buildup, the United States could revitalize its arsenal and use its network of forward bases to reinforce deterrence. In other words, as containment worked in the Cold War, so might it again in the future, but it would require a restructuring of current competitive dynamics. Success in leveling the playing field by extruding CCP influence from the United States would force the CCP to contend with its own limitations. The contest would then be a fair one, and the United States and its allies would have the opportunity to apply the fruits of their systems against those of the CCP's autocracy and its clients. This is a competition America could win. Unlike the PRC, which suffers from major resource and economic constraints at home, the United States could regain hemispheric independence in key resources and products, and then use its global military alliances to secure free trade with allied and friendly nations. Though Beijing has been building out a global military in waiting, the PLA lacks experience with power projection and would likely struggle to compete with U.S. forces if Washington shifted the contest into this realm. Diplomatically, if the United States took the steps above, it would be much freer to counter the PRC's inroads in international institutions by presenting evidence of Beijing's violations of universally held norms and values. Here, too, a form of public-private partnership may be necessary, as the U.S. government pays for data that it could share with scholars and journalists who would be best positioned to describe the CCP regime's activities at home and abroad. The evidence from commercial sources is available, waiting to be further exploited, of Beijing's genocidal activities at home and export of pollution and repression abroad. Exposure of this evidence would shrink the space for Chinese diplomats to pitch themselves as avatars of an alternative, superior system, even as the economic steps outlined above would likely reduce their budget for such messaging. More fundamentally, by depriving Beijing of access to American know-how, capital, and markets, extruding China would also reduce the viability and, therefore, attractiveness of the CCP model in third-party countries. What if Beijing's confidence about its rise is misplaced? The assumptions behind the new strategy outlined above could be contested on several grounds. Some commentators question the viability of the CCP's model or the depth of the party's ambition and hostility. One could also contest the idea that the United States is currently losing by arguing, as the Biden administration might, that it is quietly putting the country onto a sounder competitive footing without openly antagonizing Beijing in the way that the strategy proposed above would be certain to do. Finally, one could object to the escalation risks associated with the proposed strategy. The idea that the CCP's model is foundering or that the party state might fall of its own weight is attractive in that it absolves the United States of the need for action. But the Chinese demographic, economic, technological, and environmental weaknesses to which proponents of this view tend to point are the ones for which the party is compensating through access to foreign resources. For example, skeptics of the PRC's prospects often point to the aging and shrinking of the Chinese population, together with the country's failure to advance beyond export-driven growth, and predict that it will get old before it gets rich, or succumb to the middle-income trap. The reality is that Xi Jinping has already announced his claim to the labor of the sons and daughters of the Yellow Emperor around the world, including in the United States and allied countries. Whether or not this feeling is reciprocated, the PRC has been increasingly leveraging the output of workers in Chinese-owned factories from Southeast Asia and Africa to South America, as well as the science and technology talent of students, both of Chinese and of non-Chinese descent, at universities from North America and Europe to Japan, Australia, and New Zealand. Similarly, many China bears cite the mainland's terrible pollution and real resource constraints, e.g., limited arable land, as likely to put a ceiling on its rise. But in this case as well, the CCP strategy appears to be paying off, as much of China's pollution was generated in the process of becoming the world's factory, which, as mentioned, rendered Washington and other capitals dependent on the PRC, granting Beijing coercive leverage over them. As the world proceeds with the green energy transition, China has become the dominant supplier of rare earth minerals, solar panels, batteries, electric vehicles, and many of the other components essential to this transition. Even without believing that the CCP is bound to falter or collapse, one might assert that it is not as hostile or ambitious as feared, obviating the need for Washington to undertake a more active defense via extrusion and containment. This would again be convenient, but would seem to base America's defense on hope, without offering a reason to mistrust the evidence in favor of a more pessimistic reading of Beijing's intentions. This evidence includes not only the outlook described above, based on authoritative internal statements, but also the record of PRC treatment of groups with alternative outlooks over whom it has power, from Xinjiang and Tibet to Hong Kong. Another objection would be to contest the severity of U.S. weaknesses. The argument would be that the United States is not really losing because steps are being taken to shore up vulnerabilities. As some of these measures will require months or years to implement, the current strategy involves buying time by avoiding confrontation during this period. The implication is that it would be a mistake to adopt a more directly or transparently competitive course of action for fear of provoking the CCP before its leverage has been countered. While this reasoning makes sense in the abstract, in practice the concessions that the United States appears to be making to avoid a clash in the near term are in areas that benefit the PRC over the medium to long term. This raises questions about how much progress on defense is really being made. For instance, in the area of semiconductors, the administration has moved to shore up American vulnerability to a loss of access to high-end chips from Taiwan, e.g., if the mainland invaded and took over or destroyed the factories there that produced them. The approach has been to fund production of high-end chips domestically while limiting exports of high-end chip-making components to the PRC, on the theory that U.S. exposure and Beijing's incentives for aggression would only increase in a world where the United States, and not the PRC, is dependent on high-end chips from Taiwan. Under pressure from both Beijing and domestic chipmakers, however, the White House has sought to limit its export controls as much as possible, while continuing to allow U.S. imports of legacy or non-leading-edge chips from the mainland and issuing licenses in spite of the controls as a rule rather than the exception. This undoubtedly limits the sting of the recent restrictions. It also perpetuates the mainland's leverage over U.S. firms, leverage that can be used to develop or extract know-how over time, consistent with Justin E. Fulin's prediction about how China will overtake the United States technologically. A less tailored approach would be more escalatory and possibly more expensive in the near term, but also clearer and therefore potentially more effective in constraining the PRC's access to U.S. capital and technology over the middle to long term. This case is unfortunately representative of a broader class of areas where tailored measures have left open loopholes and exemptions that render Chinese sources confident about continued access. Finally, One could object purely on the grounds that the proposed strategy entails unacceptable escalation risks. It is true that a more active defense would be more confrontational insofar as it would require taking the initiative to redress current asymmetries that favor Beijing. The CCP is likely to object and to do its best to thwart such an effort. The question is what the alternative is, especially considering that the CCP has already chosen to escalate and confront, as in the aforementioned pandemic episodes. Refusing to fight against an aggressor typically guarantees defeat, so there is a risk in prioritizing escalation avoidance above all other considerations. According to Beijing, at least, trends in key areas of the US PRC competition indicate that progress and momentum belong to the PRC, not the United States. And yet the US government and national security establishment have offered only limited responses to this threat to American prosperity and the American way of life. Even now, no senior political leader is publicly communicating the breadth or gravity of the challenge. Comparing the situation today with that which prevailed when Kennan authored his diagnosis of the Soviet threat is instructive. Back then, he could conclude, the United States has it in its power to increase enormously the strains under which Soviet policy must operate, to force upon the Kremlin a far greater degree of moderation and circumspection than it has had to observe in recent years, and in this way to promote tendencies which must eventually find their outlet in either the breakup or the gradual mellowing of Soviet power. For no mystical, messianic movement, and particularly not that of the Kremlin, can face frustration indefinitely without eventually adjusting itself in one way or another to the logic of that state of affairs. Today, the United States is effectively reducing the strains under which the CCP must operate by allowing the party state to access American capital, technology, and markets. While for Kennan, there was never a fairer test of national quality than this Cold War, the United States is currently not in a fair contest. Rather, the US PRC competition is structurally biased in the latter's favor given the asymmetries of access that favor Beijing. The United States may not be able to win if it is competing partially against itself, i.e., against a competitor that can use American resources to offset its own deficiencies. If this analysis is correct, the United States must move to redress the current asymmetries. Reciprocity or fairness would compel Washington to curtail the CCP's access to American capital, technology, and markets. If this happened, and if the United States pursued a containment strategy to induce allies to follow suit, Beijing would find itself operating under heightened strains. Where could this lead for China? Kennan was modest about his ability to forecast the end of a successful U.S. counterstrategy against the Soviets, and modesty is once again in order today. Faced with real limits on access to external help to compensate for internal deficits and chowlings, the CCP could become internally preoccupied. Perhaps it would be compelled to mellow, in Kennan's terms, or to retrench and retreat from international aggression. Over time, this might even create the conditions for the emergence of a CCP Gorbachev, who could use patriotic arguments to make the case for liberalization and perhaps even for self-determination on behalf of members of the mainland's diverse ethnicities and cultures. Alternatively, the accumulation of pressure internally could deepen pre-existing tensions and divisions within the CCP. There were hints in the run-up to Xi's accession that such divisions have geographic and PLA-related contours. Could there be civil strife in China, with party elites in various areas aligning with local security forces to press their claims to rule? If so, whom, if anyone, would the United States want to back? What would be the U.S. response to the involvement of third parties, e.g. regional countries, in such a conflict? Given the stakes, even if the likelihood of U.S. involvement in addressing such questions is small, careful advance consideration is warranted. Still, Americans would prefer to have to deal with these futures than one in which the United States and its allies are PRC vassals. The evidence is clear, at least in Beijing, that the CCP is on the march. If it continues to encounter accommodation and access rather than resolute opposition, the future of the American experiment is at stake. The digital age produces binary outcomes. Winners tend to win overwhelmingly, in war as well as in business. The Soviet Union crumbled in the late 1980s when American technology bested Soviet military spending, then estimated at a quarter of GDP. The enormous Russian bet on military power lost and communism fell. America emerged from the Cold War with a degree of military superiority greater than any country in modern history. It also emerged with a technologically driven economy that had no real competitor, with Russia close to ruin after the collapse of communism and China in an early stage of economic development. We have since come to consider American technological dominance a natural feature of the global landscape. That is a potentially fatal error. The military balance between the West and the Soviet Union shifted several times during the Cold War until the digital revolution gave the United States a definitive edge. But America achieved technological supremacy only because its leaders acted with a sense of urgency and responded to Russian advances by mobilizing America's resources on a grand scale. Military strength and economic strength often rely upon the same policy foundations. The military and aerospace initiatives that won the Cold War also gave American companies a significant lead in the development of high technologies. That advantage has diminished steadily in the years since the fall of communism, however. Without aggressive countermeasures, we risk losing it entirely. We need to play catch-up in numerous fields. But the most glaring deficiency of the current policy approach is the decline of federal R&D spending relative to GDP. The policy initiatives that succeeded so brilliantly during the Cold War should provide a template for policymakers today. Renewing and improving defense R&D programs are not only essential to national security, but can also become a critical driver of innovation and economic growth. Although the American victory in the Cold War was decisive when it ultimately came, that does not mean that it was easy, let alone foreordained. Different policies might have spelled defeat. The Soviet Union sent the first satellite into space in 1957 and the first man into space in 1961. If the Eisenhower administration had not responded to Sputnik with massive funding for basic research and scientific education, or if John F. Kennedy had not proposed the moonshot after Yuri Gagarin's first flight into space, or if public funds had not been channeled into private research facilities to meet military needs, or if Ronald Reagan hadn't undertaken the Strategic Defense Initiative, we would be living in a different world. During the 1970s, military analysts calculated rates of attrition of tanks and aircraft to determine who was likely to win a war. At the time, they reckoned that Russia would beat the West in a war of attrition, and conventional wisdom called for détente as a way of delaying an inevitable Soviet victory. Russian surface-to-air missiles and artillery, as well as guided anti-tank weapons, gave the advantage to Soviet-aligned Egypt in the largest air and tank battle since World War II, the 1973 Yom Kippur War between Israel and its neighbors. As Deputy Secretary of Defense Bob Work said in a September 2016 speech, in 1973 the Yom Kippur War provided dramatic evidence of advances in surface-to-air missiles, and Israel's most advanced fighters lost their superiority for at least 3 days due to a SAM belt. And Israeli armored forces were savaged by anti-tank guided munitions. U.S. analysts cranked their little models and extrapolated that the balloon went up in Europe's Central Front and we had suffered attrition rates comparable to the Israelis. U.S. tactical air power would be destroyed within 17 days, and NATO would literally run out of tanks. Calculating men concluded that Russia would win an air and land war with the United States in Europe, which meant that Russia had the upper hand in the Cold War. Then came the militarization of the microchip. During the Syrian collapse in June 1982, Israel deployed a combination of American and locally developed weapon systems and technologies, many in their first combat use, including F-15s and F-16s, AWACS, look-down radar, and remotely piloted vehicles. Decoy drones drew fire from the Soviet-made SAM batteries, while Israeli fighters destroyed 17 out of the Syrians' 19 batteries. Superior command and control through faster computation and look-down radar allowed Israeli F-4s, F-15s, and F-16s to destroy nearly 100 Syrian planes over the Bekaa Valley while losing just one Israeli fighter. Such a victory would have been impossible without the new fast and light microchips that enabled the American-made fighters to carry sufficient onboard computing capacity for the new radar systems. The CMOS chips that powered the F-15's look-down radar, beginning in 1978, were manufactured for the first time only 10 years earlier, and for entirely different reasons. Originally, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, commissioned RCA researchers to manufacture fast and light chips for weather analysis. In fact, the definitive inventions of late 20th century technology, laser-powered optical networks, fast and light integrated circuits, and the Internet, all came out of Defense Department projects whose originators could not have foreseen the impact of the new discoveries. The Bekaa Valley Turkey Shoot of 1982, as it came to be called, marked a decisive shift in the Cold War. In less than a decade, the American military, with some contributions from Israel, reversed what had appeared to be a decisive Soviet advantage in air combat and established overwhelming American superiority. By 1984, as Deputy Secretary Work commented, Soviet Marshal Agarkov famously said that reconnaissance strike complexes, the Soviet and Russian term for battle networks, could achieve the same destructive effects as low-yield tactical nuclear weapons. the Soviet military concluded that it could never catch up to American avionics. That and the threat of the Strategic Defense Initiative persuaded Russia's leaders that America would win a conventional war, which set in motion the collapse of communism. Despite the overall weakness of President Jimmy Carter's foreign policy, the Defense Department under Secretary Harold Brown achieved many of the technological breakthroughs that helped the Reagan administration win the Cold War during the 1980s. In collaboration with the national laboratories and several major corporate laboratories, DARPA made a revolution in warfighting that, for the first time, brought massive computing power to bear in a practical way. All the elements of the modern digital economy, integrated circuits, laser-powered optical networks, sensors, and displays, were invented at the behest of NASA or the Defense Department. The director of RCA Labs, who supervised their manufacture, Dr. Henry Kressel, and this writer described the impact of military-driven research and development in a 2013 article in The American Interest. When DARPA set out to create a communications system with multiple pathways for national security reasons, no one had the slightest notion that this would create the Internet. When the Defense Department contracted RCA Labs in the 1970s to develop ways to illuminate nighttime battlefields, no one could have foreseen that the semiconductor laser would revolutionize telecommunications. And when the Defense Department commissioned RCA Labs to develop light and energy-efficient information processors to analyze weather data in the cockpits of military aircraft, no one expected that the outcome would be mass production of inexpensive chips by the CMOS method. Kressel added, companion technologies also sprang up that greatly expanded the ways in which lasers could be used. This led to their current status as not only the key to all fiber optic communication systems, including voice and data networks, but as the enabling technology of millions of instruments, DVD players, and a host of other devices. Not one of the war-winning technologies funded by DARPA was employed for the purposes first envisioned by the Defense Department. And no one in DARPA or the laboratories developing these technologies foresaw their transformative impact on the civilian economy. Private entrepreneurs adapted the technologies that arose from defense research with remarkable speed. CMOS chip manufacturing was invented in 1963 at Fairchild Semiconductors, and the first CMOS chips were made at RCA Labs in 1968 under contract from DARPA. The first practical personal computers were on the market by the mid-1970s, and by the 1980s, the personal computing revolution was in full swing. American technological advances gave America an unequaled edge in military as well as civilian technologies, and America dominated world economic life to a degree not achieved since the high point of the British Empire during the 19th century. Fast and cheap computing, optical data transmission, sensing, imaging, CAD/CAM manufacturing, all the technologies that have defined the economy of the past 30 years were products of America's drive to win the Cold War. Conservative critics frequently compare the Obama administration to the Carter presidency by arguing that the United States experienced a decline in world influence under both presidents. In terms of defense fundamentals, however, the Obama presidency was incomparably worse. America's edge in defense technology has eroded and even fallen behind its prospective adversaries in critical areas. Federal research and development spending has dropped to barely half of its 1978 level as a proportion of GDP. The national laboratories are hollowed out, and the major corporate laboratories at IBM, the Bell System, General Electric, and RCA, among others, that contributed significantly to defense R&D during the Cold War no longer exist. Within the shrinking defense R&D budget, a disproportionate share has been squandered on the F-35, a poorly conceived and executed weapons system with the highest price tag in defense history. America remains the world's strongest military power, but select Russian and Chinese advances already limit America's strategic freedom of action. Russia's S-400 air defense system, for example, can acquire 100 separate targets at distances of up to 400 kilometers. The deployment of the S-400 in Syria, moreover, made short work of American proposals for a no-fly zone in that country. U.S. commanders are not willing to risk stealth aircraft within the range of the S-400 because we do not know how close the Russians are to defeating stealth. The consensus view is that Russia cannot defeat stealth yet, but they may be able to do so in the not-too-distant future. Russia has already agreed to sell the system to China, which means that China could sweep the skies above Taiwan. China has two weapon systems that may be able to sink American aircraft carriers, the Dongfeng 21 surface-to-ship missile and the Type 039A diesel-electric submarine, which is now virtually undetectable when running on battery power. Whether it wants to or not, America cannot deny China access to the artificial islands it is constructing in the South China Sea. It may be in no position to defend Taiwan. Many military breakthroughs, such as Israel's Iron Dome missile defense system, depend on the quality of algorithms and the speed of computation rather than on changes in hardware. Defeating stealth is mainly a matter of computation, enhancing a small radar footprint quickly enough to acquire a target. At present, China has the world's fastest and second fastest supercomputers, made entirely with domestically produced integrated circuits. Although China's military industry in many respects remains a generation or more behind its U.S. counterparts, China has made advances in technologies that represent a strategic threat to the West to which the United States has no obvious countermeasures. These developments include satellite killer missiles and hypersonic weapons delivery vehicles. China has also ventured into experimental areas ahead of the United States in some key fields. Professor Michael Raska reported on China's launch of the world's first experimental quantum satellite, Micius, in December 2016. While the quantum science satellite will advance research on quantum internet, i.e. secure communications and a distributed computational power that greatly exceeds that of the classical internet, Micius experiments will also advance quantum cryptography, communication systems, and cyber capabilities that the China's military requires for its sensors and future strike systems. There is no single, decisive, dramatic breakthrough in China comparable to Russia's 1957 launch of the first orbital satellite or the first manned space flight in 1961. Instead, there has been a steady accretion of technological advantages that, combined, pose a threat to American strategic superiority over a 10 to 20-year horizon. It is important to understand how touch-and-go America's position was at many junctures of the Cold War and the determination and commitment of resources that were required to restore America's technological advantage at moments when it was in jeopardy. The way to lose the next war is to fight the last war. China's trade surplus looms large as a challenge to American prosperity. For reasons that have nothing to do with American policy options, China's trade surplus is likely to diminish gradually over the next 10 years. The Nobel Prize winning Professor Robert Mundell, the father of supply-side economics, showed, along with other economists, that chronic trade imbalances stem from demographic shifts. Old people lend to young people, and countries with aging populations lend to countries with younger populations. They acquire the savings to be lent by running current account surpluses. A proxy of national demand for savings is the percentage of the population approaching retirement age. In China's case, the demographic cohort aged 50 to 65 years will double between 1995 and 2020. After 2020, China's rate of aging and demand for savings will level off. As China's demand for savings tapers off during the next decade, its trade surplus should gradually fall. This trend is consistent with Chinese policy, which seeks to shift the economy away from dependence on exports to domestic consumption, that is, to increase consumption and reduce savings. This shift is perhaps the most commented upon policy change in the world economy today. Higher consumption implies a lower trade surplus. But that, unfortunately, is not the end of China's economic challenge to the United States. On the contrary, that is where China's challenge to the United States will begin in earnest. Going forward, the issue will not be the quantity of Chinese exports but their quality. The old caricature of the Chinese economy of a cheap labor, pollution-spewing throwback dependent on stolen technology contained a good deal of truth a decade ago. But a radical transformation is already underway that has led to Chinese dominance in high-tech exports, as defined by the World Bank. In 1999, China's share of global high-tech exports was only 3%. In 2016, its global share rose to 26%. America's share fell from over 18% to just 7%. China's R&D spending has already reached the level of Europe as a percent of GDP. High-tech industrial production has been shifting away from the United States since the late 1990s. Until then, America ran a substantial surplus in high-tech goods. In the early 2000s, however, that surplus turned into a deficit, which is likely to exceed $100 billion this year. Most of America's trade deficit in high-tech goods consists of technologies invented in the United States, often supported by federally funded research sponsored by the Department of Defense and NASA. The 7 technologies listed below constitute the basic elements of all modern electronics from computers to smartphones. In each case, their manufacture has migrated to Asia because Asian governments adopted the formerly American practice of supporting basic R&D. The economic benefits of the digital revolution that originated in the United States have shifted to Asia. America's share in the manufacture and distribution of its own inventions is relatively small. The core digital technologies include the following: 1. liquid crystal displays, which are employed in a wide variety of products, with $100 billion in annual sales. South Korea controls 35% of the market, Taiwan 25%, and China 20%. 2. Light-emitting diodes, LEDs, are produced mainly in China and Taiwan. 3. China and Taiwan dominate the production of semiconductor lasers, the energy source for fiber optic communications. 4. Solid-state sensors, which generate images in digital cameras and related devices, are produced mainly in Taiwan and Japan. 5. Flash memory is produced mainly in South Korea, Japan, and China, with only 10% of world output coming from the United States. 6. Integrated circuits are a $270 billion global industry. Most are produced in Taiwan and South Korea, and China has undertaken an aggressive investment program in the industry. Less than a quarter of world output is produced in the United States. 7. Solar energy panels, a $30 billion industry, are dominated by China. Venture capital commitments to the manufacturing industry have collapsed because American investors do not believe that American industry can stand up to Asian competition. Some of the Asian advantage is the result of the theft of intellectual property, but most of it stems from above-board collaboration of government and industry. Asian countries have licensed U.S. technologies and supported joint ventures with American companies in order to foster technology transfer, and they have made cheap capital available to their high-tech industry. Asian governments also have supported technical education. China now graduates twice as many STEM PhD candidates as the United States does each year. America developed many of the high-technology products that are built by Asian manufacturing. But Asian dependence on American technology is starting to diminish. China's flagship high-tech manufacturer, Huawei, now employs tens of thousands of engineers, including thousands of Western researchers in several centers in Europe. A decade ago, Huawei was regularly accused of stealing Western technology. Now it is a vigorous defender of intellectual property rights, because it is heavily committed to innovation of its own. Huawei now spends 14% of gross revenues on R&D, more than Microsoft and the same level as Google. Is it too late for American high-tech manufacturing? No, but drastic policy changes are required. Tax incentives for exports and tax disincentives for imports may not be sufficient to turn the tide of Asian dominance. In many instances, the entire supply chain for tech projects has relocated to Asia, which leaves American manufacturers overwhelmingly dependent on Asian production for imports. The simplest and most direct response would be to require domestic production for all sensitive defense-related goods, including all computers, displays, integrated circuits, sensors, and other high-technology equipment used in defense applications. In other words, for certain important categories of security-related manufacturers, the tariff should be infinite. This is the only reliable way to ensure that American manufacturers will bring production, including critical parts of the supply chain, back to the United States. Russia's head start in the space race elicited a national effort to keep American technology in the forefront in the late 1950s and early 1960s. The very real possibility that Russia might triumph in the Cold War motivated a comparable effort in the early 1980s. We need the same sense of urgency today. We have no guarantees that America will retain technological leadership. Britain dominated world industrial production in 1870 with a third of total global output, but fell to a seventh of the world total by World War I. In 2010, China edged out the United States to become the world's largest goods producer, with a fifth of the global total. Russian and Chinese advances in air defense, missile technology, submarine warfare, satellite interdiction, and other critical areas pose a set of scientific problems comparable to the ones that DARPA addressed during the 1960s through the 1980s. Targets for future scientific research should include, but of course are not limited to, 1. Defeating the current generation of Russian air defense systems. 2. Enhanced use of drones in place of manned aircraft. 3. Hardening of satellites against prospective enemy attack. 4. Cyber warfare. 5. New physical principles in computing, e.g., quantum computing. 6. Quantum communications and encryption. 7. Detection of ultra-quiet submarines. The present generation of Chinese diesel-electric boats are practically undetectable, and submarine drones could be used to deliver nuclear weapons to coastal cities. 8. Detection and defeat of the next generation of hypersonic missiles. 9. Countermeasures against anti-ship missiles, rail guns, laser cannon. America succeeded in the Cold War because of long ball rather than small ball research and development. Corporate R&D usually must be justified by relatively short-term improvements in revenues. Investigation of new physical principles cannot typically be justified by corporate planners. That is why military R&D plays such a unique role. To win wars, the United States has had no choice but to push the envelope of physical knowledge. By one measure, the growth rate of labor productivity, the American economy is in its worst shape since the stagflation of the 1970s, and there is a close relationship between federal R&D spending and productivity growth. The chart below shows the annualized growth in productivity over 5-year intervals against the annualized change in federal R&D spending. It is noteworthy that productivity growth tracks federal rather than overall R&D spending. That is because research that leads to fundamental breakthroughs is more likely to be funded for defense and aerospace needs. Long ball R&D typically involves strategic objectives, while private R&D focuses on small ball requirements with specific product goals in sight. In many cases, federal R&D has led to innovations with enormous economic consequences that were completely unforeseen by the original sponsors. This is the nature of frontier research. The notion that defense and aerospace R&D fosters economic growth is not new. In 1976, NASA released a study by Chase Econometrics stating that if a sustained increase in NASA spending of $1 billion, $1,958, for the 1975 to 1984 period were implemented, then constant dollar CNP would be $23 billion higher by 1984 versus a baseline of no increase in expenditures. Even so, conventional methods of economic estimation cannot begin to assess the revolutionary impact of breakthrough technologies on American productivity, because these technologies radically changed what economists call the investment opportunity set, the basic constituents of the economy itself. The civilian use of these defense technologies vastly outstripped the original objectives of their government sponsors. The demands of American defense pushed scientists to discover new physical processes, among them solid-state semiconductors, and these discoveries transformed economic life. The challenges to American growth and productivity today are arguably even greater than they were when Jimmy Carter left office in 1981. Consider the following. 1. America's population is aging rapidly. 15% of the total population will be 65 or older in 2015, rising to 20% by 2030. 2. America had little foreign competition as a venue for entrepreneurial startups in the 1980s. The world's capital and talent had nowhere to go but the United States. Now there are numerous competing venues for technological entrepreneurship. 3. Several rising Asian powers, particularly China, have acted aggressively to close the technology gap with the United States, and they have leapfrogged American manufacturing in a number of key industries. 4. Federal debt was only 30% of GDP in 1979, not counting unfunded entitlements, but rose to 110% in 2015. 5. Obstacles to growth at the end of the Carter administration. A 70% top marginal tax rate and an inflationary monetary policy were easier to identify and remedy than contemporary challenges. 6. America's backlog of productivity-enhancing technologies has shrunk, in large part because defense R&D is half of what it was in the late 1970s relative to GDP. Economic growth depends on technological innovations and entrepreneurs who take risks to commercialize them. Absent innovation, entrepreneurs will find other things to do, such as designing new financial derivatives. But technological innovation will have as little impact as gunpowder and the movable type had on the medieval Chinese economy unless entrepreneurs plunge into the chaotic, disruptive work of commercializing these technologies. Federal R&D is effective not merely because it is federal, however. On the contrary, governments frequently waste R&D funds on white elephant projects such as Solyndra, the California-based solar power venture that defaulted on a $535 million U.S. government loan. The F-35 and other poorly conceived acquisition programs also absorb large amounts of R&D funding. In contrast to these incremental projects, R&D that is focused on game-changing breakthroughs is the most productive. And the technological innovation it makes possible becomes truly transformative only when entrepreneurs effectively commercialize it. Kennedy's moonshot and Reagan's Strategic Defense Initiative had such lasting economic reverberations because they were accompanied by tax cuts and regulatory relief that made it easier for entrepreneurs to capitalize on basic scientific innovations. The Trump administration has already proposed aggressive fiscal and regulatory measures to improve incentives for investment. Neither innovation nor investment alone is enough, however. The innovations must turn into investment and employment in the United States. There is a clear division of labor between the public sector and the private sector. Few, if any, of the game-changing inventions of the 1950s through the 1980s would have emerged, or emerged as early as they did, without federal R&D funding. Once the technology is invented, though, private investors must bear the brunt of the risk. Conventional industrial policy is the worst approach. It allows bureaucrats to create vested interests in existing industries, and it creates incentives to suppress new technologies that might threaten investments undertaken by political cronies. There is a strong case, however, for using government funds to seed new companies that can develop innovative technologies. In an ideal world, the venture capital community would assume this function. But in the real world, the requirements of defense R&D and production require public funding. The unintended consequences of federally sponsored R&D vastly exceeded the expectations of the project's initiators. The economic spin-offs of the technologies invented for urgent national security reasons had incalculable impacts on growth and productivity. None of this could have been pre-programmed. Innovation is unpredictable by definition. The greatest lesson we can draw from both the Kennedy Space Program and the Reagan Strategic Defense Initiative is that the most productive investments are the ones that test the frontiers of physics. These projects enabled us to fight the next war, not the previous one. Unlike the Russian space flights of 1957 and 1961, or the success of Russian air defenses in the Yom Kippur War, we can point to no single development to provoke a Sputnik moment. Like a frog in a pot of cold water, we do not notice the gradual increase in temperature. Circumstances nonetheless demand a sense of urgency comparable to that experienced at the peak of the Cold War. We can leapfrog our competitors, or we may suffer the fate of a boiled frog. Except in Africa and South Asia, the world's population is aging rapidly. Between 2010 and 2050, the proportion of Americans over 65 will nearly double, assuming constant fertility and immigration. By 2034, the Social Security trust funds will be depleted. By that time, there will be 2 Americans over 65 for every 5 Americans of working age. If the government taxes earnings on a pay-as-you-go model, the burden on working Americans will be insupportable. The average American family has saved only $96,000 for retirement. More pertinent, the median family has saved just $5,000. There is another side to America's inadequate savings rate, and that is a chronic current account deficit. Countries save by exporting more than they import and saving the balance. The economics literature documents the close relationship between rates of aging, savings, and current account balances. Older people lend to younger people to fund retirement, and younger people borrow from older people to start families and build enterprises. Countries with a higher proportion of aging people have a greater need for savings, and typically run a current account surplus with countries that have a younger population. The Nobel laureate Robert Mundell is one of the originators of this thesis. Without exports, we cannot save. With a chronic trade deficit, we cannot help but dissave at exactly the point when we require an increase in savings. Thus, America is headed towards a catastrophe. Can it be averted? The answer is affirmative, but it will require radical changes in U.S. economic policy. Trade competition from Asia in high-value-added manufactured goods presents a different kind of challenge than we have dealt with in the past. China and, to a lesser extent, other Asian competitors employ the full resources of state finances to fund capital-intensive manufacturing investment in the way that the West subsidizes basic infrastructure. In addition, China will commit $1 trillion to building infrastructure overseas to support its foreign trade, including exports as well as raw material supplies. The problem is not merely the dumping of artificially cheap goods into American markets, but a state-supported capital investment program that erodes returns for American investors. As a result, investment in the United States seeks capital-light venues such as software and avoids capital-intensive sectors such as chip production. We are being shut out of the global market for high-tech exports. By no means should we emulate China, whose model suffers from massive inefficiencies as well as suppression of political and economic liberty. But we do need to beat China at its own game, at least in some respects. Although America should not subsidize capital investment, it should subsidize fundamental research that leads to entrepreneurial innovation. And it should work with India, Japan, and other countries that want to resist China's bid for Asian economic dominance to create markets for American high-tech exports. There is a noticeable and significant relationship between population age and current account balance, shown in the previous chart as a percentage of GDP. Demographics, to be sure, is not the only determinant of current account surplus or deficit. Given its ranking in terms of age of population, the United States should be in rough current account balance rather than deep in deficit. Note, however, that the United States is well below the regression line. Relative to the global norm, our trade deficit is much larger than it should be given our demographic profile. The United States has done more than its share in absorbing the world's savings. We also observe a fairly close relationship between the U.S. personal savings rate and the trade balance, as in the chart below. America's low savings rate and trade deficit are two sides of the same coin. Americans consume more foreign products than they export. Then, Federal Reserve Chairman Ben Bernanke addressed the relationship between savings and the U.S. current account deficit in an off-cited speech on March 10, 2005. A significant increase in the global supply of saving, a global saving glut, helps to explain both the increase in the U.S. current account deficit and the relatively low level of long-term real interest rates in the world today. The prospect of dramatic increases in the ratio of retirees to workers in a number of major industrial economies is one important reason for the high level of global saving. However, as I will discuss, a particularly interesting aspect of the global saving glut has been a remarkable reversal in the flows of credit to developing and emerging market economies, a shift that has transformed those economies from borrowers on international capital markets to large net lenders. The flood of global savings entering the United States kept U.S. interest rates low and fed the housing price bubble of 1998 to 2008. It surely contributed to the proliferation of financial instruments that later proved toxic to the financial system, above all securitized housing debt with a AAA tag from the major ratings agencies. European and Japanese financial institutions seeking an outlet for savings were eager buyers of this debt. In my experience as global head of debt research for Bank of America during 2002 to 2005, foreign demand for highly rated U.S. assets contributed to the financial industry's disastrous practice of packaging low-quality assets into notional AAAS. The U.S. current account deficit shrank after the global financial crisis and the savings rate rose, although the savings rate is still half its level of the mid-1990s. As the U.S. current deficit grew during the mid-2000s, manufacturing employment fell sharply, from a peak of about 17.5 million to around 13 million before the crisis, and then to 11.5 million after the crisis. The great decline of manufacturing employment, in other words, occurred well before the financial crisis. To some extent, the impact of declining manufacturing employment was masked by a sharp rise in financial sector employment, mostly in the service of the housing bubble and its financial requirements. Financial sector employment fell sharply after the crisis and has only just regained its previous peak. The trouble is that the whole world is, or at least the productive parts of the world are, all aging rapidly at the same time. The world as a whole is aging less rapidly than its economically advanced sectors only because Africa's population is growing rapidly and maintaining a median age of around 18 years. South Asia is aging less rapidly than the rest of the world. It is not that the world is short of young people, but that the young people live in zones of extreme economic backwardness without the political stability, infrastructure, governance, or human capital to absorb large amounts of foreign investment. There simply are not enough educated young people in economically productive zones with the governance, infrastructure, and skills to absorb the savings of the world's prospective retirees. As a matter of simple accounting, people must earn more than they consume in order to save. This can be accomplished by reducing consumption, a poor solution since it leads to recession and reduced incomes. It can be accomplished at the national level through a current account surplus, or it can be done through rising productivity. At present, however, the United States is in no position to do any of these. Labor productivity continues to languish at close to zero growth. Capital investment in the United States, meanwhile, remains low in part because Asian subsidies for capital-intensive industries make it difficult for American industry to compete. The charts below show the capital intensity, earnings before interest and taxes divided by assets, versus return on equity for the major subsectors of the S&P 500 index, excluding finance and energy, and the MSCI China Equity Index, respectively. Very different rules apply to America and China. Return on equity, ROE, rises with capital intensity in the United States and falls with capital intensity in China. This is an artifact of Chinese state policy. China treats capital-intensive industries as if they were infrastructure. A semiconductor plant may run at a low profit margin or even a loss, but if it contributes to the greater good of the Chinese economy in the view of Chinese planners, the loss is simply a cost to be absorbed like that of a bridge or a highway. China offers enormous subsidies to capital-intensive industries through low-cost loans from state-controlled banks and other mechanisms. Some of these subsidies keep outdated and inefficient industries operating, such as steel and coal companies in the industrial Northeast. Other subsidies give China dominance in new technologies, notably in solar panels. Solar panels are a case in point. China decided to address its urgent pollution problem by shifting to solar power during the early 2000s. It also sought to exploit growing global demand for clean energy. The technology to manufacture solar panels was developed in the United States and Germany, and German production equipment was available on the open market. China, meanwhile, directed investment into the components of solar panels, such as polysilicon and glass frames, dominating the supply chain for solar panel production. As a result, the U.S. share of solar panel production fell from 50% in 2007 to 6% in 2011. The largest Chinese solar panel producers are unlisted and do not publish their financial data, so it is impossible to gauge their profitability. The United States responded by imposing stiff tariffs on Chinese solar panel imports, up to 239% in the case of some companies. The European Union, Australia, Canada, India, and Turkey also imposed tariffs against Chinese exporters. The Chinese responded either by absorbing the tariffs or by shifting production to other countries. China's share of global high-tech production continues to increase. As of 2017, China will produce 87% of the world's electronics. Chinese companies' share of global electronics production, meanwhile, rose from 30% in 2012 to nearly 60% in 2016. Every important high-tech product in the present economy was invented in the United States. Integrated circuits, lasers, optical networks, flat panel displays, the cell phone, LEDs, solar panels, and so forth. American manufacturers, though, are effectively shut out of high-tech trade. That excludes the United States from playing a major role in the revolution now underway in emerging markets. The great global imbalance, as noted above, is that all the productive sectors of the world economy are aging simultaneously. Aging countries seek to invest in countries with young populations, but the only countries with young populations are inaccessible to the world market and likely to remain so for the foreseeable future. There is enormous room for productivity to grow in emerging markets, however, and that can more than compensate for demographics. The good news is that productivity growth, the mobilization of energy and talent now wasted in the backwaters of the world economy, can bring 1 billion people into the world market who until now have languished on its fringes. The bad news is that China is far ahead of the United States in learning to transform this boost in human capital into economic alliances and export markets. That is where we need to catch up and overtake China. The steam engine powered the first great revolution in economics, and the smartphone will catalyze the next one. Talent is the scarcest resource in the global economy, and the spread of broadband through the backwaters of the world opens the global market to the talented few. Men and women who till subsistence plots or wait for passers-by in market stalls suddenly can sell to the whole world through e-commerce. Capital will find its way into the capillaries of the world economy through e-finance. The backward economies in which most of the world's people live waste time and grind down the spirit. In so-called emerging markets, between 1/3 and 2/3 of the workforce spend most of their time doing little or nothing. The proportion of workers outside the formal economy ranges from 32% in Turkey to nearly 60% in Nigeria. Everyone has hustle, but no one has access to capital, nor rights to property, nor security from the arbitrary intrusion of the authorities. Men work seasonal construction jobs for cash payments and women find things to sell. No one pays taxes, there is no way to collect them, and informal workers couldn't afford them in any case. Governments in turn provide paltry services and accumulate debts. An inbred elite milks the state budget and manages monopolies. China is the first emerging country to fully integrate the informal economy into the formal economy, and it has done so through smartphones and electronic payments. China is on the way to becoming a cashless society, in which virtually all transactions are electronic and therefore transparent to the tax authorities. Turkey, which has the same rate of smartphone penetration as China, plans to become a cashless society by 2023. An important facet of China's One Belt, One Road foreign investment program targets broadband networks, smartphone sales, e-commerce, and e-finance as a means of transforming the economies in which it invests. 2 years ago, I arranged a visit to the Shenzhen headquarters of Huawei, China's premier telecommunications equipment producer, for the ambassador of a Latin American nation. After a 3-hour tour through Huawei's ample exhibition facility, the ambassador and her staff were seated in a small circular theater to hear the exhortations of a Huawei spokesperson. The Chinese told the Latin Americans that if they invited Huawei into their country to build a national broadband network, sell them equipment, and bring Chinese e-commerce and e-finance companies into the mix, they too would have the sort of growth that China has enjoyed for the past several decades. More than 100 countries are now considering national broadband networks, with varying prospects, according to Huawei. China is also investing aggressively to stay ahead of the technology curve. By 2025, IBS estimates there will be 655 million smartphones operating on the new 5G standard, with an order of magnitude greater download speed than existing smartphones. The impact of extremely fast mobile broadband on a variety of industries will be earth-shaking. Of these 655 million 5G phones, IBS adds, 431 million will be manufactured by Chinese companies. In addition to the 5G smartphone market, China will be the leader in establishing 5G communications infrastructure. There is the potential for over 2 million 5G base stations in China in 2022, IBS adds. The good news is that the prospects are good for a quantum jump in productivity in the developing world. The bad news is that China is acting aggressively to position itself as the dominant equipment supplier, investor, joint venture partner, and technology provider in this revolution. By contrast, the United States is drifting towards the export profile of Brazil, with strength in agricultural commodities and energy but overall weakness in high-technology manufacturing and exports. America's problems are so grave that trade protection will do little to solve them. American innovations gave us the high-tech manufacturing industries that China now dominates, and the ultimate solution is to create new industries that make the existing investment opportunity set obsolete. Some ambitious steps are a prerequisite for overtaking China. First, the government cannot sit on the sidelines while China massively subsidizes its own industries. I do not propose that we copy China's policy of directly subsidizing industries we think desirable. This leads to enormous waste and inefficiency, as well as corruption. But the U.S. government should fund basic research into new physical processes and technologies under the aegis of the Defense Department and NASA, as it did when John F. Kennedy promised a moon landing and when Ronald Reagan promised to build a missile defense system. I elaborated such a policy in my essay, The Digital Age Produces Binary Outcomes, in this journal, Volume 1, Number 1. Second, the United States must refocus education subsidies on STEM training, as it did after the 1957 Sputnik launch. Only 8% of American undergraduates choose engineering as a major, compared to more than 30% in China, which now graduates 4 times as many engineers as the United States. Third, the United States should use a range of measures to force parts of the high-tech supply chain back to the United States. A first step would be to require 100% American content for semiconductors, flat panels, sensors, and other key components of defense equipment. That will raise the cost of defense goods considerably, but it is a measure justifiable on national security grounds alone and will repatriate key elements of high-tech production. Other measures to prevent American innovations from migrating to production lines elsewhere will be required. It won't quite be Ricardian comparative advantage, but that's the way the cards lie. Fourth, the United States should compete head-to-head with China for predominance in the communications and information revolution now underway in the developing world, especially with countries that look with dismay at the growth of Chinese power, for example, India, now the world's most populous country. China's One Belt, One Road program does not guarantee its success in high-tech trade. There are some sectors in which it may be in our interest to cooperate with China, but many others in which competing institutions, for example the Asian Development Bank, can offer effective competition to Chinese influence. The United States and Japan are natural partners for this kind of enterprise. With a rapidly aging population and net foreign assets of $3.12 trillion as of the end of 2016, Japan needs high-return investment opportunities. One of the great paradoxes of recent economic history is how little the information technology sector has contributed to overall productivity. Economist Raicho Bajilov examined total factor productivity across the major industrial economies from the 1970s to the present and observed, somewhat surprisingly, we do not witness, even with a lag, a major pickup in the productivity growth in other industries that are directly and indirectly connected to the IT industry. One would expect that if the IT industry were the engine of the US economy that generates the products, technologies, and techniques of the future, then the other industries would eventually experience a jump in productivity rates to levels comparable to those of the IT industry. Thus, one may wonder why aggregate productivity in the US has not grown much more in accordance with the innovations and major productivity gains that have been achieved in the IT industry. Bajilov adds that the annual rates of indigenous innovation in the US and the UK have made only a partial recovery during the IT revolution. While higher than the rates for the period 1970 to 1990, they are still lower relative to the rates witnessed in the post-war years until the late 1960s. Why have IT improvements failed to radiate through the broader economy? There are many possible explanations, but the transformation of once disruptive tech companies into rent-seeking monopolies is surely an important one. The monopolization of information technology arises from the nature of the technology itself. So-called network effects make it convenient to have one venue on which to post political comments and cat pictures, one provider of office software that everyone uses, one giant internet retail marketplace, and so forth. But the fact that technological monopolies have their origin in network effects rather than in the nefarious manipulation of markets does not eliminate the potential for abuse. Stagnating productivity worries Chinese planners at least as much as it does Western economists. China has by far the highest savings rate among the world's large economies and an investment to GDP ratio of 43%, compared to about 20% in the United States. The productivity of capital investment, however, has stagnated, in part because China has maintained high rates of investment in older production facilities. Increasing productivity growth is, therefore, critical to China's economic performance, especially as the movement of people from countryside to city tapers off and the workforce ages. To meet its economic goals, China needs its investments in IT, especially mobile broadband and artificial intelligence, to stimulate overall productivity. Moreover, in China as in the United States, the top tech companies have a gigantic stock market footprint. Alibaba and Tencent, China's two largest public tech companies, are not members of the Shanghai Composite Index. If they were, their combined $1.3 trillion market capitalization would make up 16% of the broad index. In the United States, as of February 2021, 23% of the S&P 500's value belonged to Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Tesla, Facebook, and Google, an unprecedented level of market concentration. These are some of the motivations behind the antitrust measures that Beijing announced last year targeting its internet giants. American and Chinese regulators face similar issues, but China seems more serious about taking decisive action than its Western counterparts, and appears to be focusing on the monopoly problem in particular. The opening salvo of the Chinese government's efforts to curtail tech monopolies came on November 3, 2020, when the Shanghai and Hong Kong Stock Exchange suspended the initial public offering of Ant Financial, which would have been the largest in history at around $240 billion. In subsequent actions, Chinese regulators warned the country's internet giants that they could not maintain a monopolistic hold on the mass of personal data that drives their businesses and stifles competition from new market entrants, and proposed new regulations to prevent monopoly control of data. These measures have often been portrayed in Western media as old-fashioned Communist Party crackdowns on free enterprise, but they are in fact efforts to avoid the IT sector concentration problems that continue to plague the United States. Many conjectures have been offered to explain lagging US and Western productivity despite the enormous improvement in IT. One is that the IT industry grew at the expense of traditional retail and advertising businesses. The ratio of US advertising spending to GDP has remained constant or even declined during the past 20 years, despite an enormous shift toward internet advertising at the expense of traditional media. Similarly, the rise of internet retailing did not cause US consumers to spend more than they otherwise might have, but only shifted sales away from brick-and-mortar retailers to online enterprises. Another view holds that the exercise of monopoly powers by large internet companies has reduced profitability in other sectors of the economy, and therefore drained capital from other industries that might benefit from innovation. In other words, the sector of the US economy that appears to be most innovative, namely IT, in reality is restraining innovation throughout the economy. That was the conclusion of a 2020 report by the US Congressional Subcommittee on Antitrust. To put it simply, companies that once were scrappy, underdog startups that challenge the status quo have become the kinds of monopolies we last saw in the era of oil barons and railroad tycoons. Although these firms have delivered clear benefits to society, the dominance of Amazon, Apple, Facebook, and Google has come at a price. These firms typically run the marketplace while also competing in it, a position that enables them to write one set of rules for others, while they play by another, or to engage in a form of their own private quasi-regulation that is unaccountable to anyone but themselves. The effects of this significant and durable market power are costly. These firms wield their dominance in ways that erode entrepreneurship, degrade Americans' privacy online, and undermine the vibrancy of the free and diverse press. The result is less innovation, fewer choices for consumers, and a weakened democracy. A sharp decline in new business formation as well as early-stage startup funding. The number of new technology firms in the digital economy has declined, while the entrepreneurship rate, the share of startups and young firms in the industry as a whole, has also fallen significantly in this market. Unsurprisingly, there has also been a sharp reduction in early-stage funding for technology startups. The rates of entrepreneurship and job creation have also declined over this period. The entrepreneurship rate, defined as the share of startups and young firms in the industry as a whole, fell from 60% in 1982 to a low of 38% as of 2011. Moreover, the ability of a dominant firm to extract economic concessions from smaller companies that rely on it to reach the market can also depress innovation, by extorting monopoly rents that reduce the profits of firms that are dependent on the monopolies. 25 years ago, America's tech companies took risks and disrupted established business models. Today, they are the new utilities, earning monopoly rents by controlling markets. Microsoft chased its challengers out of personal computer software. Amazon crushed most of its internet retailing rivals. Apple created a duopoly of hardware and services with its rival Samsung. Google destroyed the commercial prospects of competing search engines, and Facebook, through targeted investments and acquisitions, dominates social media. America's experience with tech monopolies offers a glaring example of what other countries should not do. The weight of the big tech companies in capital markets is overwhelming. In 2010, the 5 biggest tech companies accounted for just 11% of the market capitalization of the S&P 500. By September 2020, their share of the index had doubled to 22%. Just 10 companies in the S&P 500 hold 2/5 of all the cash balances of index members, and all but one is a tech giant. 20 years ago, the risk that investors assigned to the tech-dominated NASDAQ index was double that of the overall S&P 500 index, as measured by the implied volatility of index options. At that time, the tech sector was still innovative because it still took risks, and the options market provides a fair gauge of perceived risk. By the late 2010s, however, the volatility of the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 converged, which is no surprise, given that the big tech companies accounted for most of the growth in S&P 500 market capitalization. The cash flows of the big tech companies are so predictable that they trade the way utilities used to. After U.S. interest rates fell sharply with the coronavirus recession last year, tech company stocks rose in lockstep with falling bond yields. That's what gas and electric utilities used to do. The stocks of regulated utilities were the equity market's closest equivalent to a bond. In 2020, however, the market treated the big tech companies like utilities. The chart below shows the straight-line relationship between real yields, the yields on Treasury inflation-protected securities, and the tech-heavy NASDAQ index. The R-squared of regression is 70% for NASDAQ versus 55% for the S&P 500. The top 3 cash holders in the S&P, Microsoft, Apple, and Google, hold 1/5 of all the cash held by index companies. Apple is so cash-rich that it has bought back $327 billion of its stock since 2012. That explains why its stock price has risen by 82% in the past 6 years, even though its operating income has barely changed. So much capital is concentrated in so few hands that the management decisions of a dozen companies set the tone for the whole economy. Indeed, the United States has lost most of its high-tech manufacturing industry because the tech monopolies decided that their cash was better put to use buying back their own stock than investing in stateside production facilities. Apple alone bought back $73 billion of its outstanding stock in 2018 and another $67 billion in 2019. By contrast, it spent only $18 billion in capital expenditures and $30 billion in R&D during those 2 years, versus $168 billion on buybacks and dividends. Apple believes that its stock price will rise faster by levering up the cash flows on existing products than it would by investing in new products. Earlier in 2020, Trump administration officials approached Cisco Systems and suggested that the former top manufacturer of internet routers buy one of Huawei's competitors like Ericsson or Nokia, in order to outflank the Chinese market leader. They were told that the company wasn't interested in buying into low-margin businesses, The Wall Street Journal reported. Cisco reported a 30% return on equity in 2019, compared to a 2.6% return on equity for Ericsson. America doesn't produce any telecommunications equipment because its tech companies are reluctant to invest in anything but software. Aside from share buybacks, software profitability and return on equity metrics always outperform hardware manufacturing because the marginal cost of adding a software customer is zero. Not so the marginal cost of producing a 5G base station. Asian countries, including China, subsidize capital-intensive manufacturing, while America does not. So the reluctance of American tech companies to commit capital to manufacturing in the face of Asian competition is understandable. But that does not change the fact that America is behind the curve in the fourth industrial revolution, and in some respects not even on the curve to begin with. It barely has begun to build out its 5G network. As of April 2021, only 10,000 base stations were installed in the United States versus 700,000 in China. Likewise, China's newly constructed cities, with their broad internal highways, are well suited for autonomous vehicles, while America's crumbling urban infrastructure makes self-driving cars impractical in most parts of the country. America still struggles with telemedicine as well, in part because of legal barriers to the digitization of patient records, though blockchain technology could help solve the problem. The problems posed by the current shape of the American tech sector have not gone unnoticed in China. Western media portrayed the postponement of Ant Financial's public offering as a political clash between the Communist Party and entrepreneurial champions of the free market. But this version of events is misleading, even if politics is always involved at some level. In fact, China's regulators had legitimate cause for concern about excess leverage and abuse of consumer data at Ant Financial, and the issue appears to have been resolved through Ant's proposed transformation into a regulated bank holding company. Following the Ant Financial suspension, other measures followed in quick succession. On December 14, 2020, China's State Administration for Market Regulation announced fines for each of the three largest internet marketing platforms, citing unapproved acquisitions of smaller competitors. Alibaba Group, Tencent, and SF Holdings were singled out for what the regulator called monopolistic corporate behavior, and the fines were levied to protect consumer interests. On January 14, 2021, Zhang Gong, the head of the State Administration for Market Regulation, said that enhancing anti-monopoly rules remains a top priority in 2021, and that the regulator will closely monitor new trends and new issues, blocking companies from using their advantages in data, technology, and capital to disrupt fair competition, Caixin Global reported. Asia Times reporter Frank Chun summarized the new Chinese approach as follows. In a hint of more monopoly-busting measures against a few oligarchic firms and their platforms, the State Council's State Administration for Market Regulation published a consultation paper on new antitrust measures and penalties for internet platform operators. An internal memo noted that these internet companies and their platforms enjoying a stranglehold on the market had shown obvious inclination to abuse their dominance over transaction rules, algorithms, and data and traffic to curtail deals with certain customers, turf out smaller rivals and newcomers, and therefore limit competition. To rein in untrammeled and unchecked profit-making by Alibaba following Ma's controversial speech in Shanghai, the consultation paper has proposed legislation on digital resources property, stressing that data and traffic generated during online transactions are both proprietary and public. The first major regulatory step that China has taken to limit the power of big tech is a new set of regulations proposed by the People's Bank of China to establish oversight of the aggregation of personal and corporate credit data. If artificial intelligence is the engine of the fourth industrial revolution, data is its fuel. Consumer financial data is one of the most valuable commodities in the emerging world of AI-based fintech, and one of the most vulnerable to abuse. In January 2021, the PBOC released a draft of the proposed rules based on November 2020 guidance from the State Council. In a January 13, 2021, statement accompanying the draft, the PBOC said, "The credit reporting industry has been growing rapidly and has entered the digital era, with new types of businesses emerging. However, the lack of clear regulations has led to problems such as ambiguous credit reporting boundaries and inadequate measures to protect the rights and interests of those whose data are being collected. Individuals and corporations must be guaranteed their legitimate rights and interests, which include the right to know, consent, withhold consent, and complain," the explanation said. "We must prevent the abuse of personal and corporate credit information, safeguard the security of credit information, and prevent data leakage. According to Caixin Global, the updated rules give a clearer definition of credit information and mention specific data categories, including what's known as alternative data, such as telecommunications records, to reflect the changes in the sources and methods used for personal data collection. As the demand for data has grown, cases of illegal data collection and security breaches have also soared. The Chinese Consumers Association, CCA, a quasi-governmental body, attacked the big internet retailers for allegedly bullying consumers through sophisticated algorithms. According to Nikkei Asia, among the grievances listed by the CCA are complex sales promotions that obscure the true costs of a product, targeted search results that create information asymmetry, and the practice of hiding negative reviews, which it says leaves consumers squeezed by algorithms and the targets of technological bullying. The CCA has been particularly concerned with the practice of algorithmic price discrimination, through which the personal data of an online shopper is used to calculate different prices for different individuals based on what they might be willing to pay. The CCA proposed a government investigation of these unfair algorithms and demanded that the big tech retailers turn their proprietary algorithms over to regulators. These policies arise out of China's fundamentally different vision for its technological future. In contrast to America's bet on entrenched monopolies with inflated stock prices, China is betting on innovation. China's government is already holding competitions for the best 5G applications, inviting entrepreneurs to find ways of harvesting the potential of ultra-fast, low-latency broadband. China views 5G not as a consumer technology but rather as the launching pad for the fourth industrial revolution. As I reported in my 2020 book, You Will Be Assimilated, China's plan to Sinoform the world. China's tech giants, including Alibaba, Huawei, and Tencent, will have to do a great deal of the heavy lifting, providing the artificial intelligence, AI engines, data collection capacity, and cloud computing to make this possible. China has already installed 700,000 5G base stations, more than the rest of the world combined, but plans to wire the whole country with 10 million base stations at a cost of $280 billion. The chief technology officer of Hong Kong's leading mobile broadband provider PCCW, Paul Berriman, told an Asia Times webinar that the broader benefits of the new technology require the full build-out of the network. That means PCCW will expand the present 4 million broadband connections to 40 million. Most of these will be Internet of Things connections, rather than individual smartphone accounts. This is what will make possible autonomous vehicles, augmented reality classrooms, telemedicine, smart cities, and a host of other applications. To rein in untrammeled and unchecked profit-making, by Alibaba following Ma's controversial speech in Shanghai, the consultation paper has proposed legislation on digital resources property, stressing that data and traffic generated during online transactions are both proprietary and public. The first major regulatory step that China has taken to limit the power of big tech is a new set of regulations proposed by the People's Bank of China to establish oversight of the aggregation of personal and corporate credit data. If artificial intelligence is the engine of the fourth industrial revolution, data is its fuel. Consumer financial data is one of the most valuable commodities in the emerging world of AI-based fintech, and one of the most vulnerable to abuse. In January 2021, the PBOC released a draft of the proposed rules based on November 2020 guidance from the State Council. In a January 13, 2021, statement accompanying the draft, the PBOC said, "The credit reporting industry has been growing rapidly and has entered the digital era, with new types of businesses emerging. However, the lack of clear regulations has led to problems such as ambiguous credit reporting boundaries and inadequate measures to protect the rights and interests of those whose data are being collected. Individuals and corporations must be guaranteed their legitimate rights and interests, which include the right to know, consent, withhold consent, and complain," the explanation said. "We must prevent the abuse of personal and corporate credit information, safeguard the security of credit information, and prevent data leakage." According to Caixin Global, the updated rules give a clearer definition of credit information and mention specific data categories, including what's known as alternative data, such as telecommunications records, to reflect the changes in the sources and methods used for personal data collection. As the demand for data has grown, cases of illegal data collection and security breaches have also soared. The Chinese Consumers Association, CCA, a quasi-governmental body, attacked the big internet retailers for allegedly bullying consumers through sophisticated algorithms. According to Nikkei Asia, Among the grievances listed by the CCA are complex sales promotions that obscure the true costs of a product, targeted search results that create information asymmetry, and the practice of hiding negative reviews, which it says leaves consumers squeezed by algorithms and the targets of technological bullying. The CCA has been particularly concerned with the practice of algorithmic price discrimination, through which the personal data of an online shopper is used to calculate different prices for different individuals based on what they might be willing to pay. The CCA proposed a government investigation of these unfair algorithms and demanded that the big tech retailers turn their proprietary algorithms over to regulators. These policies arise out of China's fundamentally different vision for its technological future. In contrast to America's bet on entrenched monopolies with inflated stock prices, China is betting on innovation. China's government is already holding competitions for the best 5G applications, inviting entrepreneurs to find ways of harvesting the potential of ultra-fast, low-latency broadband. China views 5G not as a consumer technology but rather as the launching pad for the fourth industrial revolution. As I reported in my 2020 book, You Will Be Assimilated, China's plan to Sinoform the world. China's tech giants, including Alibaba, Huawei, and Tencent, will have to do a great deal of the heavy lifting, providing the artificial intelligence, AI engines, data collection capacity, and cloud computing to make this possible. China has already installed 700,000 5G base stations, more than the rest of the world combined, but plans to wire the whole country with 10 million base stations at a cost of $280 billion. The chief technology officer of Hong Kong's leading mobile broadband provider PCCW, Paul Berriman, told an Asia Times webinar that the broader benefits of the new technology require the full build-out of the network. That means PCCW will expand the present 4 million broadband connections to 40 million. Most of these will be Internet of Things connections, rather than individual smartphone accounts. This is what will make possible autonomous vehicles, augmented reality classrooms, telemedicine, smart cities, and a host of other applications. With its enormous national commitment to 5G, China's government believes that if you build it, they will come, but not if they face a minefield of monopolistic barriers. China's government also recognizes the importance of managing the risk that China's internet giants might abuse their control of data to shut new entrants out of the market. China's 5G network will reach a critical mass of installations by 2022, and its regulators want to ensure that new market entrants have access to the resources they need to turn potential into productivity. The United States should have done the same thing a decade ago. By allowing its tech companies to turn into monopolistic, unregulated utilities, it has high stock prices for a handful of stocks and low productivity. U.S. tech companies still innovate, but only where it suits them. Their monopolies for the most part arise from the logic of the marketplace, rather than nefarious practices, but still do damage, and not only in terms of economics. Facebook and Google capture 70% of all digital advertising revenue, for example, crippling America's independent media, which can't compete for ad revenue. This in turn strengthens platforms that are increasingly controlling and limiting political speech. Financial innovation is a parallel concern. The United States has been the world center of financial experimentation, starting with mortgage derivatives in the 1990s and credit derivatives in the 2000s. Wall Street learned to repackage home mortgages into complex securities and sell them at a substantial markup. When the Federal Reserve raised interest rates in 1994 and again in 1998, buyers of these securities realized too late that they owned levered exposure to interest rates. In the 2000s, Wall Street sold derivatives based on low-quality home mortgages as well as corporate debt, and the collapse of this market brought on the global financial crisis of 2008. These market crashes were occasioned by sophisticated risk models produced by the smartest quantitative analysts that Wall Street could hire. Some of the risk models accurately warned of impending trouble, but bank management ignored them in favor of keeping the game of musical chairs going. China's current vice president, Wang Qishan, was the official responsible for mopping up the mess in 2008, and therefore understands the risks inherent in financial innovation. He warned at the Shanghai Bund Summit in October 2020 that China intended to reduce financial risk. Beijing doesn't want financial innovation to produce the sort of disasters that it has brought to the United States. Jack Ma's Ant Financial borrows from state banks and lends to consumers a $250 billion book, and small businesses $58 billion outstanding. Ant claims that its artificial intelligence analysis of credit quality justifies its privileged position as an intermediary. But other AI practitioners in China's fintech community think that Ant Financial's claims are exaggerated and that its loan book is riskier than it admits. Traditional financial institutions in China are subject to tight regulations on capital and leverage based on the Basel Accords to prevent financial risks. But fintech companies have claimed they are technology platforms, not financial institutions, and for a variety of reasons, including government policy to encourage their expansion, previously enjoyed looser oversight in terms of their finance-related business. Online lending has become a major income generator for Ant Group, contributing nearly 40% of its total revenue in the first half of 2020, according to its prospectus. Over the past few years, its two microlending platforms, Huabei and Jiebei, have expanded rapidly by increasing on and off-balance sheet leverage and by issuing joint loans. Liang Fengjie, a banking analyst at brokerage Zheshang Securities Company Limited, said Ant Group's leverage is 48 times, which means for every yuan of its own capital, it has taken on 48 yuan of debt. Ji Xiaofeng, the founder of IT startup Jiangsu Wufeng Information Technology Company Limited, who spent 16 years working in various roles for financial regulators, calculated that Ant's overall leverage has actually surpassed 60 times. The last-minute decision by China's regulators to postpone the IPO looked clumsy. It suggests that the regulators aren't yet ready for prime time, although they have a great deal of company. U.S. regulators ignored the risks of credit derivatives completely in the approach to the 2008 crash and refused to believe what was happening until the crash was already underway. But Chinese regulators now seem to have resolved the issue. According to news reports in early February 2020, Ant Financial had reached an agreement with regulators to reconfigure itself as a bank holding company. Its postponed initial public offering reportedly will proceed sometime in the next 2 years. The use of fintech to mask excessive leverage was the regulators' immediate concern, but the Chinese government is also concerned about monopoly advantages of businesses that control large amounts of consumer data. Compared with antitrust regulation of traditional industries, oversight of big tech companies reflects regulators' deep concerns over their control of data and information flows, analysts said. Tech giants can use big data technology and algorithms to influence information available to the public and leverage their access to personal data for profit, Caixin Global reported. The Chinese government has no intention of suppressing the country's most successful technology companies. The measures it has taken to suppress leverage, retailing monopolies, and data abuse are rather intended to prevent companies that were successful in the past from suppressing new market entrants in the present. China has little experience with antitrust regulation, to be sure, and the regulators will have a steep learning curve. It is nonetheless striking that China has taken action on problems quite similar to the ones identified in the previously cited House Judiciary Committee report, while the United States has done very little to rein in big tech. Big tech, of course, has far more political power in the United States than the corresponding companies have in China. Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Google, and Microsoft together spent $61 million on lobbying in 2020. That leaves the United States all the more at risk of losing the global technology competition. An historic irony is that the Communist Party of China has fostered an unprecedented wave of entrepreneurship in the developing world by building mobile broadband networks throughout the global south. A notionally communist party, that is, has become the most effective propagator of capitalism on record. This conclusion is richly supported by data on broadband usage, business formation, and economic growth. There is a wealth of literature denouncing China for imposing debt traps on countries participating in the $1 trillion Belt and Road Initiative (BRI), and other studies that present China as an international lender of last resort for the world's poorest countries. To be sure, some of China's loans to the global south have contributed to subsequent economic problems in debtor countries. But some have contributed to their economic well-being. To my knowledge, none of China's critics has attempted a net assessment of the impact of China's investment and trade activity in the global south. This study attempts to do so, at least in part, using simple and robust measures of economic growth and its causes. Just as railroads turned local products into world market commodities during the 19th century, mobile broadband turns marginalized people in the developing world into actors in the global economy. China's trillion-dollar investment in the Belt and Road Initiative has digitized communications in scores of developing countries, with transformative effects. This writer advised Huawei in its Mexico expansion plans as an investment banker in 2014 to 15, and reported that the Chinese telecommunications firm helped reduce the cost of broadband in Mexico by 67% for low-income users and increased the percentage of internet users from 44% in 2014 to 75% in 2023. The shift in China's export patterns toward the global south reflects this transformation. In 2019, Julia Vu of Harvard's Belfer Center warned, between 2000 to 2019, an estimated 3.3 billion internet users from Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Middle East came online in contrast to only 1.1 billion internet users from Europe, North America, and Oceania. China's strategic approach toward the global south over the past 2 decades, which has manifested in sales of telecommunications infrastructure, has resulted in Chinese domination of today's rapidly growing telecommunications markets in the region, edging out international competition for contracts. Of course, America has offered no competition because it no longer produces telecom equipment. The link between digital technology and economic well-being is not controversial. International Monetary Fund economists wrote in a January 9, 2023, blog post, "Digital technologies can increase the efficiency of the public and private sectors, expand financial inclusion, improve access to education, and open new markets by allowing companies to serve distant customers." For instance, during the pandemic, digitalization improved the allocation of precious resources for health and social benefits, allowing a prompt provision of relief while keeping leakages of public spending in check. Digitalization has helped support resilience during the pandemic, where, combined with large fiscal support, remote work and online sales protected workers, students, and businesses. Strong statistical evidence shows that the build-out of broadband infrastructure predicts future GDP growth. Figure 2 compares the rate of change in internet usage to the rate of change of GDP in a universe of 18 developing countries between 2000 and 2022. Each column shows the correlation between a contemporaneous value of one variable with lagged values of the other variable. Lagged values for internet usage have a much higher correlation with contemporaneous values of GDP growth than vice versa. In year 3, for example, we observe that changes in internet usage 3 years earlier show a 38% correlation with that year's GDP growth. This intuitive presentation is consistent with academic studies of the impact of broadband on economic growth. One study reported that, in Latin America, a 1 percentage point increase in mobile broadband penetration produces a gain in GDP growth of 0.20 percentage points. The fact that the build-out of internet infrastructure in the developing world consistently precedes GDP growth leads to a key inference. Access to the internet in the global south is not a luxury made possible by GDP growth, but rather a determinant of future GDP growth. China's most visible investment in the global south, in other words, promotes economic growth. This raises another question. How does access to broadband foster economic growth? The answer suggested by the data is that it promotes entrepreneurship. When the proportion of internet users in a given country crosses the 60% threshold, business formation, at least in some countries, takes off. That's not surprising. Broadband allows individuals at the margin of society to make electronic payments, secure credit, identify suppliers and customers, and all for the cost of a $100 smartphone. Railroads drastically cheapen the cost of moving goods, and broadband cheapens the cost of moving data. Western commentators have subjected some of the large-scale projects that China has undertaken through BRI to extensive scrutiny. These include ports, railway lines, and other infrastructure. But the grassroots impact of mobile broadband and the applications it makes possible may have the greatest impact on economic growth in the global south. An entrepreneurial surge did not happen in every country where broadband became available, however. The 85 countries shown in Figure 3 exclude the developed world and very small economies, but include virtually all the developing world. The vertical axis shows the World Bank's measure of new business registrations. Depending on the country, that may or may not be an accurate measure of business formation. Nevertheless, the regression is significant at the 99.9% confidence level. Business registrations, to be sure, are only one index of entrepreneurial activity. The smartphone enables a wealth of other economic stimuli. With electronic payments, governments can collect sales tax from people who previously worked outside the formal economy. Broadband also cheapens the delivery of public services, including health and education. In several developing countries, farmers use mobile phones to find the best prices for their products. In Kerala, India, Fishermen use mobile phone services to boost their profits by finding out when average fish prices stabilize and fall. They can avoid product, fish, wastage, and high transaction costs by collecting market information via mobile phones. Both buyers and sellers thus achieve a higher level of well-being. The case of Brazil is especially interesting. In the wake of the global financial crisis, the rate of business formation dipped from 2.7 new registrations per 1,000 to 1.6 registrations as the national economy suffered low growth and high inflation. The rate of growth of internet users fell in parallel. As the economy recovered and the rate of growth of internet use increased, so did new business registrations. India, by contrast, has a far lower rate of business formation than other large developing countries. This corresponds to the low rate of broadband penetration, 45% of the population, well below the 60% threshold above which business formation tends to rise. It should be noted that business formation is low not because of a lack of entrepreneurial character among Indians. Indians who want to be entrepreneurs tend to emigrate. 1/3 of the graduates of the Indian Institutes of Technology, the country's most prestigious universities for science and engineering, leave the country and account for 65% of Indian migrants to the United States, according to a National Bureau of Economic Research study. In the popular literature, artificial intelligence is associated with the frontiers of technology. Artificial intelligence applications enabled by broadband, moreover, may have a bigger short-term impact on the poorest economies than on wealthy ones. Huawei designed mobile phone apps to connect customers and merchants, as well as users and funders. In Ghana and Kenya, I was told by representatives of the two countries' mobile providers that artificial intelligence uses customers' payment patterns to open lines of microcredit. At Huawei's Intelligent Finance Summit for Africa in Cape Town in March, Sub-Saharan Region Chief Leo Chan said, "In Africa, there's an even greater imperative for banks to embrace digitization, as it allows for greater financial inclusion. Enabling entrepreneurs is one great benefit of digitization in the global south. Another is controlling corruption." Writing in the Journal of Telematics and Informatics in 2021, 3 researchers reported, "In developing countries, businesses and individuals make transactions worth billions every day using physical cash. Such cash payments are often insecure, difficult to trace, and these attributes of cash payments stimulate illegal activities and foster the growth of shadow economies. With the advent of financial technologies including mobile money, digital payment options offer an opportunity to control corrupt behaviors and activities." The study tested the relationship between digital payments in 111 developing countries from 2010 to 18 and found strong empirical evidence to support the thesis. Corruption seeps into every crevice of economic life in the global south. A Mexican of my acquaintance took a job with the water company of a certain city, in which he was supposed to turn off service to users in default. No one's service was suspended, however. Rather, the employee took a bribe, kept 30%, and passed the rest up the management chain. Small-scale corruption is just as corrosive as large-scale corruption, and digital payments help to eliminate both. Only 6% of people in high-income OECD countries are unbanked, compared to nearly half in the global south, according to the World Bank. The United States has nearly 30 bank branches per 100,000 in population, compared to 4 in the least developed countries. Mobile broadband and inexpensive smartphones can provide the poorest countries with quick access to financial services at a fraction of the cost of brick-and-mortar banking. Billions of people now on the margin of the world market can gain access to payment services and microcredit, promoting local entrepreneurship. What the data show, in summary, is that China's growing economic presence in the global south fosters entrepreneurship and reduces corruption. Western commentators often allege that China seeks to undermine democracy and support authoritarianism. Writing in Foreign Affairs in 2021, Charles Edel and David Shulman aver, although some analysts continue to argue that China does not pose an ideological threat to prevailing democratic norms and that the CCP does not export its ideology, it is clear that the CCP has embarked on a drive to promote its style of authoritarianism to liberal actors around the world. Its goal is not to spread Marxism or to undermine individual democracies, but rather to achieve political and economic preeminence, and its efforts to that effect, spreading propaganda, expanding information operations, consolidating economic influence, and meddling in foreign political systems, are hollowing out democratic institutions and norms within and between countries. Edel and Shulman do not mention any individual countries where China has contributed to authoritarian practices. It is certainly the case that facial recognition, for example, can be used by authoritarian governments to track individuals, but democracies use the technology as well, for example, to identify passengers boarding civilian flights. I have not found any empirical study that compares China's economic footprint in developing countries with the degree of authoritarianism of the regime. As a stopgap, I compared China's largest markets, ranked by percentage change in exports between January 2016 and July 2023, with the Freedom House rankings for the same countries. Excluded from the sample were African countries and former Central Asian republics of the Soviet Union, many of which have little history of democratic government. The results are shown in Figure 6. The result is close to a random plot with an R-squared of regression of just 4%. China's exports to Russia top the list, but the next 9 countries have elected leaders. China has not, to my knowledge, been accused of meddling in the internal affairs of Brazil, Mexico, Turkey, Malaysia, India, or South Africa. By contrast, China's exports to Pakistan and Iran, 2 repressive countries, barely grew or declined since 2016. There is no empirical evidence that China uses its economic power to foster authoritarianism. It would be more accurate to say that China is indifferent to the political systems of countries with which it trades. American officials and research organizations have warned that Chinese control of communications infrastructure will give China access to sensitive data. Heritage Foundation analyst Ana Rosa Quintana wrote in 2021, Latin American governments must carefully weigh their options as they pursue their 5G future. This next-generation technology is not solely about reaching faster internet speeds. It is also about maintaining sovereignty over critical sectors and infrastructure. Protecting nations means restricting Huawei, which often function as an extension of the Chinese Communist Party's security enterprise, from dominating the region's wireless networks. Yet I asked a senior Mexican official who formerly directed the country's intelligence service whether he was worried about prospective Chinese eavesdropping. "This is Mexico," he replied. "We don't have any secrets worth stealing." China's more than $1 trillion of loans through the Belt and Road Initiative entail a significant number of high-profile problems. These developing economies are often cartelized and corrupt, and face challenges ranging from political instability to inadequate infrastructure. Foreign investment in the Global South, outside of East Asia, has stagnated since the global financial crisis, according to UNCTAD data. Nevertheless, as a newcomer without strong relationships in the Global South, China has chosen to become an agent of transformation in local economies, beginning with mobile broadband and the ecosystem of businesses that grow from it. Perceptions of China are most favorable in countries where China has the biggest trade and investment footprint. A 2022 study by YouGov notes, an obvious divide between the West and other parts of the world is general sentiment towards China. This includes majorities in 9 out of 12 non-Western countries in the sample with positive views of China's role in the world. In another example of a V-shaped pattern, there are also signs that China's reputation may be bouncing back after the pandemic in places beyond the West. In Mexico, for example, positive views of China fell from 73% in 2019 to 50% in 2021, but changed direction this year to 59%. In both Egypt and Saudi Arabia, the positive portion for this year is 57%, up from 47% and 41% respectively in 2021. Thailand, Kenya, and Nigeria show a similar jump of at least 15% over the same period. Among the largest countries in the Global South, only India, Brazil, and Turkey reported a negative opinion of China in a 2023 Pew Research survey, similar to the results of the 2022 YouGov survey. The United States Institute of Peace reported in 2021, "We find that China is generally viewed favorably." We've asked this question in 16 countries in both 2014 to 15 and 2019 to 20. In the most recent surveys, 60% of respondents said that China's influence is somewhat or very positive. This is down slightly from 65% who held this view 5 years ago, with declines in 10 of the 16 countries, including large drops in Gabon, 22% decline, and Namibia, 18% decline. However, a few countries report increases, led by Ghana, 13% increase. The positive image of China in the Global South is the outcome of careful cultivation. Chinese companies have adapted successfully to local conditions and overcome historical animosities. A July 2022 Carnegie Endowment study reports, on average, Indonesians distrust China and many Chinese firms. Yet Huawei, and to a lesser extent ZTE, have successfully positioned themselves as trusted cybersecurity providers to the Indonesian government and the Indonesian nation. This has been no easy feat given long-held Indonesian animosity toward China. Many Chinese companies have faced protests over concerns they were taking local jobs. Huawei and ZTE have suffered no such fate. Nor has there been a broad coalition of Indonesian voices against using Chinese technology in critical telecommunications infrastructure. In short, Indonesians care a lot more about Chinese cement plants than they do about Huawei involvement in 5G networks. This is a vastly different conversation to those happening in rich liberal democracies. Huawei and ZTE have been able to achieve success in Indonesia, despite a sense of ambivalence among the Indonesian political and defense establishment about Chinese intentions and growing Western scrutiny over the use of Chinese technology in broadband networks. The authors of the Carnegie Endowment study conclude, if rich liberal democracies are concerned about this trend, then they need to offer workable alternatives that place Indonesia's enormous digital development needs at the heart of any value proposition. China's market share in broadband infrastructure is hard to determine, but it makes up the majority in the global south. Huawei's 2020 market share in the global service provider networks market was 37.3% versus 16.5% for Nokia. Since its market share in the United States and Japan is zero, the proportion must be considerably higher in the global south. According to one estimate, Huawei components comprise 70% of Africa's 4G networks. Huawei has become the leading infrastructure provider in Brazil. In Mexico, Huawei provided the majority of equipment for the Red Compartida, shared network, that the country established in 2014 to expand broadband coverage. Among the most important economies of the global south, only India buys the majority of its infrastructure from Huawei's competitors, although Indian telecom providers use a substantial amount of Huawei equipment. China's economic growth, starting in the late 1970s, was the great economic event of the second half of the 20th century. The per capita GDP of the world's most populous country grew 27-fold between 1979 and 2022 in terms of real purchasing power parity. According to the World Bank, a second wave of transformation is now underway in the rest of the global south. This may be the great economic event of the first half of the 21st century, and the United States is largely a bystander. On February 26, 2022, the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, and the European Commission issued a joint statement that might very well change the global economy forever. In it, these countries pledged to freeze the central bank of Russia's foreign currency reserves in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine 2 days prior. These reserves, which were estimated at around $630 billion, had been accumulating since they were run down the last time Russia intervened in Ukraine in 2014. When they were frozen, they were at their highest level since data was collected. This action could mark a tectonic shift in the global monetary system comparable to the US dollar breaking its peg to gold in 1971. Russia had been accumulating foreign currency reserves for precisely the sort of crisis its economy faced when Western countries responded to Russia's invasion of Ukraine with economic sanctions. The Russians had learned this lesson during their previous Ukraine incursion. After they intervened militarily in 2014, the ruble crashed. At the time, the Saudis were also increasing their exports into an already soft oil market, and oil prices fell precipitously. The Russian economy fell into recession. The situation in 2022, however, is very different from the situation in 2014. In 2014, global growth was lackluster and inflation was muted. In addition to this, the oil markets in 2014 were still pricing in the enormous surge in oil production in the United States that was enabled by the fracking revolution, which doubled U.S. oil production. In 2022, on the other hand, the global economy was running hot, and inflation was the highest it had been since the 1970s. The fracking revolution had long been priced into global oil markets. Even if the Saudis wanted to crash the oil price in 2022, and they gave no indication of wanting to do so, going so far as to refuse to answer President Joe Biden's phone call, the economic conditions likely meant that they would not be able to. This time, the ruble was rattled by the sanctions, but not as badly as when it had been hit with falling oil prices in 2014-15. In 2014-15, the ruble fell around 48% against the US dollar. In 2022, it fell around 25%. This fall is even less dramatic if we recall that, in 2014-15, the Russian central bank was free to dump foreign exchange into the market to stabilize the ruble's price. while in 2022 they could not. This is not surprising given the behavior of the oil market. In response to the invasion of Ukraine and the threat of energy sanctions against Russia, a country that produces around 13% of the world's oil, prices increased and volatility spiked. Everyone in currency markets knows that the value of the ruble is firmly tied to the oil price. Controlling for inflation, regression analysis on the Russian exchange rate shows that around 64% of changes are explained by changes in the oil price. From this exercise, we have learned that sanctions are a far weaker economic weapon against Russia than interventions in energy markets. It could even be argued that Russia did not need access to their foreign exchange reserves this time around thanks to the impact the invasion and the sanctions had on oil prices. If history does judge the seizure of Russian foreign exchange reserves as a largely fruitless exercise, it will be a cruel irony because, as we shall see, the act of seizing these reserves could have long-term effects on American financial hegemony. On March 16, 2022, Russian President Vladimir Putin gave a speech in which he outlined his economic plan moving forward. One section of that speech immediately started circulating on social media. Putin said, "The illegitimate freezing of some of the currency reserves of the Bank of Russia marks the end of the reliability of so-called first-class assets. In fact, the US and the EU have defaulted on their obligations to Russia. Now everybody knows that financial reserves can simply be stolen. And many countries in the immediate future may begin, I am sure this is what will happen, to convert their paper and digital assets into real reserves of raw materials, land, food, gold, and other real assets which will only result in more shortages in these markets." While policymakers may have initially dismissed the speech as yet more bluster from the Kremlin, people in financial circles had already been discussing precisely this point for some days. Reserve currencies, like all currencies, rely for their value on trust. Countries choose which currencies to hold in reserve based on the stability of these currencies. Currencies whose value is regularly inflated away are not used as reserve currencies. But at a more basic level, a holder of a reserve currency must be confident that the asset will not simply be seized. If a country thinks that the country issuing the reserve currency might simply seize it, especially at a time when it is most needed, then it would be unwise to hold this reserve currency if there are alternatives on the table. Seizing reserves is a trivial exercise in technical terms, as the reserves of a country's currency are held in an account at that same country's central bank. The issuing country always has full control, but until now few countries have been willing to weaponize it on such a large scale. In freezing Russia's foreign reserves, the United States, the United Kingdom, and the European Union signaled to the world that other countries' access to their reserve holdings in dollars, pounds, and euros is contingent on their approach to foreign policy. The world will pay attention to this development, most obviously in the case of China. China has long run large trade surpluses with the Western countries and in doing so has built up huge amounts of foreign reserves. But now the Chinese must view these reserves through the lens of their foreign policy. If, for example, China decided to seize the island of Taiwan, it seems almost certain at this point that the reserves would be frozen. Would they be frozen even as a result of a less ambitious incursion on China's part? Nobody knows. But you can bet the Chinese are discussing it. All countries will now have to consider their foreign currency reserves in light of their foreign policy. India will have to consider whether tensions with Pakistan could lead to their assets being frozen. Africa is subject to constant turmoil and often the tensions there generate resistance from the West. Many African countries will have to reconsider their reserve holdings too. Saudi Arabia, which holds huge amounts of reserves, will remember the Western reaction to the murder of the journalist Jamal Khashoggi. The kingdom is already in discussions to sell some oil in Chinese yuan. Every Middle Eastern state will be looking at their list of alliances on the one hand and their bank balances on the other. Of course, these countries will not want to be entirely dependent on China or any other single country's currency and goodwill, either. With the EU, UK, and Canada joining the US effort, their currencies will also be less attractive as competitors. And there are other, at least short-term, obstacles to de-dollarization. The point is not to suggest that the complete abandonment of dollar reserves is on the horizon, nor is it happening overnight. Even a moderate degree of increased diversification away from the dollar over time, however, could still have a meaningful impact. Did Western policymakers understand all this when they seized Russia's foreign reserves? I have heard that question asked many times these past few weeks. Some think that they did, and they understood the action as accelerating the shift to a multipolar world. Others think that they did not, that the Russian invasion of Ukraine took them by surprise, and they were forced to look like they were doing something, especially with a frenetic social media amplifying the war drums. I think that the latter is a better interpretation, as there also seems to be evidence that they did not consider how the sanctions might benefit the Russian economy by driving up oil prices, something that should have been obvious to any competent macroeconomist. In the summer of 1944, delegates from 44 nations met in Bretton Woods, New Hampshire, to hammer out a global monetary system for the post-war world. In addition to establishing the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, the conference settled on a system of global exchange rates pegged to the dollar, which in turn was pegged to gold. Not everyone was in favor of this. The British economist John Maynard Keynes, for one, proposed a more multipolar solution which he called the Bancor, which would have provided a much more flexible and equitable framework for global trade. But the Americans wanted to dominate the system, and since all of Europe was heavily indebted to them after the war, especially Keynes's own Britain, which had sold the family silver to the Americans to fund its war effort, they won the day. The dollar standard was born. For a few decades, the system worked as it should. This was due to American dominance of the world economy after the Second World War. While Europe and Japan rebuilt their economies, America pumped its exports onto world markets. As the manufacturing capital of the world, America ran consistent trade surpluses. This meant that the United States never owed any of its gold to any other countries in any meaningful quantities. With the gold in the bank, the dollar was stable, and the system worked like clockwork. This started to change in the late 1960s. Lyndon Johnson was bogged down in Vietnam and subject to massive domestic pressures for reform. He opted to run a guns and butter economy and tried to fund both the war and new social programs, mostly through deficit-financed government spending. As a result, the U.S. current account fell into deficit with the rest of the world in 1971-72. This meant that countries that were owed money by America could ask for their payments in gold. French President Charles de Gaulle had long had a chip on his shoulder when it came to the Americans. After the Second World War, the Americans demanded that their allies grant independence to their colonies. De Gaulle was enraged by this and saw it as none of America's concern. But he was brought to a heel in 1945 when he had to ask the Americans for a billion-dollar loan to rebuild the French economy. France would have its revenge when in August 1971 President Pompidou sent a battleship to New York Harbor to take the gold that France was owed. The gold would be removed from the New York Federal Reserve Bank and transported to the Banque de France in a striking symbolic challenge to American financial power. Soon other countries would follow suit. This was the international equivalent of a bank run. In mid-August, the Americans realized that they were stuck. If their trade partners kept asking for gold to be shipped, they would soon find America's vaults empty. President Nixon appeared on television on a Sunday and said the following: "We must protect the position of the American dollar as a pillar of monetary stability around the world. In the past 7 years, there has been an average of one international monetary crisis every year. I have directed Secretary Connolly to suspend temporarily the convertibility of the dollar into gold or other reserve assets, except in amounts and conditions determined to be in the interest of monetary stability and in the best interests of the United States." Now, what is this action, which is very technical? What does it mean for you? Let me lay to rest the bugaboo of what is called devaluation. If you want to buy a foreign car or take a trip abroad, market conditions may cause your dollar to buy slightly less. But if you are among the overwhelming majority of Americans who buy American-made products in America, your dollar will be worth just as much tomorrow as it is today. The effect of this action, in other words, will be to stabilize the dollar. Did the government know what would happen when they floated the dollar? Were Nixon's advisors as confident as Nixon appeared to be on television that Sunday? No. Gold pegs had often been broken in history, but usually under emergency situations like war. In war, people knew that the government would have to opt for paper money, but the assumption was always that after the war the gold standard would return. The Americans, however, were clearly signaling that the dollar would be a paper currency moving forward. The first to describe the new system that emerged was the American economist Michael Hudson. In 1972, Hudson published a neo-Marxist book entitled Superimperialism: The Economic Strategy of American Empire. Hudson's book was ruthlessly critical of the U.S. system. He claimed that the new non-convertible dollar was going to be used to extract huge quantities of goods from the rest of the world in exchange for paper. In the preface to the second edition in 2003, he writes, The book sold especially well in Washington. I was told that the U.S. agencies were the main customers, using it in effect as a training manual on how to turn the payments deficit into an economically aggressive lever to exploit other countries via their central banks. It was translated into Spanish, Russian, and Japanese almost immediately, but I was informed that U.S. diplomatic pressure on Japan led the publisher to withdraw the book so as not to offend American sensibilities. To this day, the Americans have used the hegemonic status of the dollar to live beyond their means. They have taken a critique leveled against their monetary system by a neo-Marxist economist and turned it into a tool of geopolitical hegemony. The reserve currency status of the dollar props up its value even though for many decades the United States has run enormous trade deficits with the rest of the world. The cheap imports that American consumers buy, especially from China, would be a great deal more expensive if not for the reserve currency status of the US dollar. The question now raises its ugly head. How much more expensive would imported goods become for ordinary Americans in the event of the dollar becoming just one currency amongst many? That depends on how much the dollar relies for its value on its reserve currency status. No one knows that because no one can know it. Since the dollar has always been the reserve currency in the modern post-war era, we have no point of historical comparison. Thus, we have no idea whatsoever how much of the US dollar's value derives from its reserve currency status. Whereof one cannot speak, thereof one must remain silent, as Wittgenstein put it. What we can say, however, is how much various depreciations of the US dollar would raise domestic prices and erode living standards in a heavily indebted country. The table below estimates the likely impact of various dollar depreciations on both consumer prices and import prices, obtained by linear regression analysis. Before interpreting this data, we should state 2 points so as not to be misled by the numbers. First, the model used to derive these estimates can only capture first-order effects. Since the initial price increases will likely feed into other price increases, the actual impact on overall consumer prices could be higher, especially if these price hikes occur in an already inflationary environment. Second, while a rise in domestic consumer prices can usually be balanced out for workers through a rise in their wages, a rise in the price of imports cannot. Therefore, these estimates show a permanent hit to the living standards of the American consumer. They cannot be reversed through domestic wage hikes, as these hikes will only further drive down the value of the US dollar. The American consumer will have to eat them. With that in mind, we can now discuss how bad these estimates are. A 10 to 20% decline in the value of the dollar would be painful, particularly for poor and working-class people who are more impacted by rising import prices, as cheap Chinese imports are disproportionately bought by these groups, especially relative to their budgets. The average American would rankle at a permanent loss of 3 to 7% of their purchasing power, but it would not break the bank. Anything over this, however, would be incredibly painful. A 30 to 50% decline in the value of the dollar would mean imported goods rising in price 30 to 50% and overall prices rising anywhere between 10% and 17%. That represents a permanent decline in living standards of 10 to 17%. Never in history outside of wartime have Americans felt such a shock, and never in history have they faced such a permanent shock. This would be a contraction in living standards that could easily generate chaos and social unrest. There is good reason to believe that the cat has been let out of the bag. Western countries have already signaled that their foreign exchange reserves can and likely will be weaponized in the future. The terms on which they will be weaponized are vague and have not been clarified. Diplomatic efforts to persuade the world otherwise would be more than welcome, and it is strongly in the interest of the Western nations to pursue this channel. But doing so will be an uphill struggle. There is no policy that could reverse the effects of the fall of the dollar reserve currency completely, but there are policies that could help ease the transition. A therapeutic, not a cure. The most promising is a policy of import substitution. This could be done simply enough. The United States and other countries worried about their currencies should set up an investment bank. This investment bank should have its debt backed by the central bank, which should be allowed by this debt at a 0% interest rate. The debt contracts will be perpetual, and the bonds will never be redeemed. Limits should be set on the issuance of this debt according to the needs of the import substitution program, preferably on the basis of a 5-year plan in order to avoid political interference. The investment bank should be staffed with economists and market analysts. They will strip down the import statistics in search of easily substitutable products that are currently imported mainly because the price of the equivalent foreign product is lower. The investment bank will then work with domestic industry to produce these goods and will subsidize the price difference between the domestic product and the foreign product. So, for example, if a Chinese manufactured toaster costs $10 wholesale and an American equivalent costs $15 due to higher domestic labor costs, the investment bank will subsidize the American equivalent to the tune of $5 per unit. An import substitution program such as this will ease the transition away from a world dependent on the dollar reserve currency. It will also encourage high-quality domestic manufacturing jobs. It can even be used as a regional development strategy. So, the investment bank can request that companies availing themselves of the subsidies build their factories in poorer regions. This could lead to a revival of the areas devastated by the flight of American manufacturing abroad. Perhaps something will change in the coming months. But it seems possible that we have reached the end of an era. One that began in 1945, shifted gears in 1971, and may now be approaching its terminus. A multipolar world is emerging before our eyes, while the unipolar power of the United States and its allies is slipping away. It is time to begin thinking more strategically. Few today will dispute that inflation is a serious problem. The latest CPI number, from April 2022, came in at 8.3%. Core inflation clocked in at 6.2%. Although slightly below the highs of March, the last time we saw inflation numbers like these was in the early 1980s. What is even more shocking is that this inflation does not seem to be a simple case of economic overheating. In the first quarter of 2022, CPI averaged 8% and yet real GDP contracted by 1.4%. In basic macroeconomic theory, inflation is the result of too rapid growth in the economy. But if the economy is contracting at the same time as inflation is high, it is possible that the economy is slipping into stagflation. Stagflation is a situation in which economic growth is low and inflation is high. It is the worst of all possible worlds. Income grows slowly, unemployment increases significantly, although we have yet to see this at the time of writing, and prices continue to rise. The last time we saw stagflation was in the 1970s. Stagflation is also punishing for savers. In an inflation driven by high economic growth, firms earn more money as economic activity is high. This is reflected in the firm's stock prices and dividend disbursements. Not so in a stagflation, in which markets tend to underperform and all wealth, asset and monetary, is eroded. Normal inflation and stagflation have different causes. As we have already said, normal inflation is driven by too rapid economic growth. In economic speak, we say that aggregate demand in the economy is outstripping aggregate supply. Think of aggregate supply as the total number of goods and services that are available for purchase by consumers and producers. Aggregate supply grows as firms invest in the economy. But there are limits on this growth. Aggregate demand, on the other hand, is the total amount of spending in the economy. There are no theoretical limits on the growth of aggregate demand. An increase in loans, public or private, can increase aggregate demand without increasing aggregate supply. This can lead to inflation. Stagflation involves the supply side of the economy. In rare instances, we see a large amount of aggregate supply wiped out. One famous example of this is the case of Zimbabwe. After Robert Mugabe seized power, he expelled and harassed the white farmers. But when they left, he found that the black workers did not have management experience in running the farms. The result was a collapse in Zimbabwean food production and very high inflation. Economists call examples like Zimbabwe supply shocks. Many are not as extreme as the case of Zimbabwe and so do not lead to much inflation. But recently we have seen a lot of very large supply shocks. The first were the lockdowns that various governments undertook in response to the outbreak of COVID-19. These lockdowns had a brutal impact on the supply side of the economy. They interfered with factory operation and maintenance, placed restrictions on trade and commerce, prevented new truck drivers from obtaining training and licenses. The list is endless. We did not notice the impact on the economy as we sat in our homes. But the supply side was withering on the vine like an unpicked grape. We are now seeing the results of this with food processing plants, for example, experiencing industrial accidents at a very high rate, disrupting the food supply. The lockdown was probably a sufficient supply shock to generate some stagflation. But it was followed by an even worse supply shock: the war in Ukraine. The war has led to a seizing up of world energy and commodity markets. These started with the trade sanctions that the NATO countries imposed on Russia. The sanctions rested on the assumption that Russia is a small, weak economy, only the size of Italy, we are often told, and that the more prosperous countries could crush it as they previously crushed the economy of Iran. But what we have subsequently found is that, while Russia may be relatively small on a pure GDP basis, it has an enormously disproportionate impact on markets for commodities and energy. The Russians appear to know this. If you follow Russian media and war commentary, you will often hear commentators scoff at GDP numbers as fake statistics. Instead, they argue the production of hard commodities, the stuff that makes stuff, is where the power lies. As a macroeconomist who sees something strangely beautiful in the construction of GDP metrics, I am somewhat ruffled by the Russian view. But it is hard not to admit that they have a point. The barrel of oil handed over for $100 is fundamentally different from the $100 squandered at the casino. Yet GDP counts them all the same. Economists call energy and commodities primary products, in contrast to secondary products, manufactured goods, and tertiary products, services. The clue is in the name. You need primary products to make secondary products, and primary and secondary products to make tertiary products. Primary products are therefore more fundamental to the economy than are secondary and tertiary products. Tertiary products are easily replaced. Secondary products are harder, but not impossible. Primary products are almost impossible. The table below shows the primary, secondary, and tertiary sector as a percent of private sector GDP for the US, Europe, China, and Russia. As we can see, the fully developed economies of the United States and Europe look fundamentally different in their structure than the economies of China and Russia. The former are dominated by their service sectors and maintain mid-sized manufacturing sectors, together with very small commodities sectors. Russia and China, on the other hand, have very large manufacturing sectors and substantial commodities sectors. These simple statistics give us some sense of why the sanctions the West has tried to impose on Russia have resulted in large-scale shortages and stagflation in the Western economies. A somewhat amusing illustrative example that shows how the sanctions have backfired comes from the Donbass itself. As part of the Western sanctions, various Western companies pulled out of Russia. One of these was McDonald's, which paused its operations in Russia immediately after the invasion and subsequently pulled out permanently. But the Russians refused to shut down their McDonald's. The restaurants themselves were run by Russians and the food products sold were sourced in Russia. So they just rebranded the restaurants and kept operating. In the Donbass, the Russians renamed the chains Donmac, and burgers with the new branding were soon popping up next to Kalashnikovs on Russian propaganda channels. Contrast the Donmac saga with what is happening elsewhere. Policymakers are concerned about food shortages the world over. Energy prices have spiraled in Europe and America. Raw materials for production have become ever more expensive. Rebranding McDonald's is not stagflationary. Messing with the markets for primary products is. Russia's economic dependence on the West is mainly in its relatively small tertiary sector and some technology products. But many of these services are quite literally Western in name only and can be retooled overnight. One suspects that the same is true in China. The solution for normal inflation is simple enough: reduce economic growth. Or, to redeploy the economic speak we learned earlier, to lower aggregate demand relative to aggregate supply. This eases the pressure on the supply side of the economy and prices cool. The most common way to do this in modern times is for the central bank, in America the Federal Reserve, to raise interest rates. There is a lot of silliness written about central bank policy in our day and age. Much of this is propaganda to cover up what central banks actually do when they engage in inflation control. The actual practice involves raising interest rates until the economy enters a recession. Interest rates represent the price at which firms can borrow money to increase investment, and households can borrow to fund consumption. As the interest rates rise, the price of investment rises, so less is undertaken. At a certain tipping point, investment reverses, the economy stops growing, workers are laid off, and the economy enters a recession. Most of the jibber-jabber you hear about interest rates seeks to sweeten this harsh medicine and pretend this is not the goal. But it is. Yet, as we have seen, stagflations are not primarily driven by too much aggregate demand. If prices are rising in, say, Zimbabwe because food production has been wiped out, central bankers monkeying with the interest rate is unlikely to have much of an impact. Likewise, if inflation in our economies is due to a supply-side rotten from the pandemic and out-of-control primary product markets, then raising interest rates may not have much of an impact. Easing aggregate demand may give the supply side a chance to heal itself, though, alternatively, it could result in falling firm revenues and reduced investment in productive capacity, which then worsens the rot. A new approach is needed, one that goes beyond short-term interest rate management. In a narrow sense, it may be possible to manage inflation simply by raising interest rates enough to provoke a sufficiently deep recession, but the cure may be at least as bad as the disease, and it does not address the underlying causes of stagflation. Overcoming stagflation in the 1970s involved not just the Volcker shock to interest rates but also Ronald Reagan's supply-side reforms, as well as an oil glut and lower commodity prices. Supply-side reform is also required today, though the simple 1980s model of cutting taxes, as evidenced by the limited impact of the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, is unlikely to get the job done. Instead, the United States needs to pursue a longer-term strategy of rebalancing primary and secondary production, in other words, better managing its trade policy. To get our bearings, it is helpful to turn to an empirical example from the past. Victorian Britain during its golden imperial period stands out as an apt point of reference. This period shows that managing trade policy, not tinkering with short-term interest rates, used to be the basis of successful economic policy. During this period, Britain saw itself as a trading nation. It stitched together an awesome economic machine the likes of which the world had never seen before. Much of this was based on the colonial relationships it established in this century. Britain's imperialist model was based on manufacturing and finance. Britain would acquire raw products from its colonies. It would then remake these into finished goods in its factories. Most of these goods would be sold in Britain, but some would be sent abroad, including back to the colonies, and the loans that were required to buy these goods would be facilitated by the financial center in the City of London. This made British sterling the de facto reserve currency of the colonies, further stitching them into the imperialist relationship. Ingenious as the British imperialist system appears, it did not emerge through a concerted plan. Rather, it emerged organically, out of the small-scale ingenuity of British people working in a variety of sectors, from government to banking to colonial administration to trade. But the relationships that emerged ensured that British policymakers were very aware of the importance of their trade policy. For this reason, trade policy became the obsession of government. The Victorians would fret about trade policy the way policymakers today fret about government finances and interest rates. Focusing attention on trade proved to be effective. Throughout the golden period of British imperialism, that is, between the reintroduction of the gold standard after the Napoleonic Wars in 1821 and the beginning of the Long Depression in 1873, Britain mostly ran trade surpluses. Some of these trade surpluses flowed naturally to the exchequer, and the result was also consistent government surpluses. This can be seen in the chart below. It was not just the public and external finances that were stable. British financial markets in this period were also a picture of tranquility. During this period, the yield on consols, that is, perpetual bonds, never rose above 4% and never fell below 3%. The bond market was never seen as a tool of active economic policy. Rather, it was seen as somewhere for savers to park their money and where people living on fixed incomes could derive their earnings. In this model, interest rate policy is not seen as some quick-fix technocratic plaything, but rather an outcome of successfully managing underlying economic phenomena, namely the trade balance. Needless to say, the Victorian period is very different from the current situation. Among other things, America is not managing colonies, and long ago ceased to be the world's dominant manufacturer. But Victorian Britain provides a useful political model, reminding us that economic policy used to mean more than hoping the Fed's models are right. In that spirit, we should stop paying attention to metrics that mean little, like the government financial balance, and focus on metrics that mean a great deal, namely the trade balance. While such an approach cannot be fully articulated in one article, a basic sketch of an anti-stagflation agenda could look something like the following. The first and most important plank of the strategy aims at reducing import dependence. Before the lockdowns, imports to the United States were almost 15% of total GDP. Consider that, in the 1950s and 1960s, they were less than 5% of GDP. The United States should set a short-term target of 10% for imports and a medium-term target of 7.5%. This will be achieved through import substitution. One way to pursue import substitution would be for the United States to set up an import substitution bank, which will issue bonds that will be bought by the Federal Reserve. The bonds will have a permanent zero interest rate and should be perpetual. The Federal Reserve will then staff the bank with analysts and economists who will identify products being imported from abroad that could realistically be made in America. Say if labor costs were lower. The bank will then subsidize domestic companies so that they can compete with foreign companies. These subsidies should be regularly checked, rechecked, and altered according to circumstance. The budget for the bank should be set by the Federal Reserve in accordance with the time horizons of the goals in question. Of course, both the design and execution of such a project are immensely complex issues, and this brief outline should not be interpreted to suggest otherwise. But the basic principles of import substitution will have to be brought to bear. The second element of this strategy is simply stamping out inflation. This should be done through large interest rate shocks, as we previously saw under Federal Reserve Chairman Paul Volcker in the late 1970s and early 1980s, and interest rate increases are now underway. These shocks will generate a recession. To ease this recession and further reduce prices, the Import Substitution Bank should temporarily commit to increasing its subsidies on all goods until the recession is officially over. This will ease burdens on the American people while further driving down domestic prices. To make sure that the stagflationary vampire is dead, we should drive an additional stake into its heart. To achieve this, we will work on the consumer psyche. The Federal Reserve will commit to issuing a new dollar. $1 will be worth 10 cents in new dollars. The Federal Reserve will gradually phase in the new dollar and phase the old dollar out, much in the same way the European Central Bank phased in the euro. As the currency is being phased in, retailers will have to list dual prices and accept both currencies. This technique has been used in other countries after severe inflations and was enormously successful in anchoring consumer inflation expectations. It is also good in itself. Bringing back the nominal value of a dime should strike any but the coldest among us as a noble cause. It could also lift national spirits, reigning in a new period of strength and stability. These new strategies will give policymakers an opportunity to completely overhaul our central banking systems. For too long, central banks have become playthings for Wall Street speculators. Anyone who has watched the unseemly dance between speculators and central bankers cannot but feel a little nauseous. After we have gotten stagflation under control, we should completely overhaul the mandates of central banks. They should still be allowed to hike interest rates when inflation gets seriously out of control. But their day-to-day policy goal should be to set a fair rate of interest that compensates savers for saving. This fair rate should be equal to the annual rate of growth of labor productivity, that is, the natural rate of economic growth at full employment. This turns central bank policy into a means to ensure fair distribution of resources as opposed to the hurly-burly of cyclical management. At the same time, we should overhaul how we talk about the economy. Since the Second World War, we have tended to obsess over government deficits. But these are far less important than trade deficits, which we have tended to ignore. It is trade deficits, not government deficits, that have led to our present quandary. For this reason, we should train our policies to obsess over trade deficits and how to fix them. This effectively sends economic policy back to where it was in the 19th and early 20th century, when politicians largely ignored the government balance sheet and focused on the country's balance sheet, a far healthier state of affairs. It is becoming increasingly clear that the Western post-industrial nations have underappreciated vulnerabilities vis-a-vis the rest of the world. Globalization has caused us to become heavily dependent on others, including geopolitical rivals, for much of our prosperity and stability. Major conflict between world powers, like what we are currently seeing in the Ukraine, poses enormous economic dangers to us. We can rebuild from this position of weakness, and we should. But our foreign policy establishment needs to understand our weaknesses in any economic war immediately. They are operating under assumptions that have not been true for 20 or 30 years, while economic policymakers seem incapable of focusing on the supply side of the stagflation threat. Clearly, what I am offering is not a quick-fix solution, but it is quick-fix solutions that have gotten us here. Quick-fix solutions to complex economic problems, quick-fix solutions to complex geopolitical problems. If someone comes bearing a quick-fix solution, policymakers should be skeptical. What I am offering is an ambitious strategy, which will take effort and time to implement, and which will require patience to assess. Such a strategy is not optimized for a social media age. But following the hysterical herd has gotten us in this mess. Now is the time to try something else. In invading Ukraine, Russia acted in a way that few in the West predicted. Intelligence agencies did warn of Russian troop movements on the Ukrainian border in the weeks leading up to the attack, and a general wariness toward Russia has been prevalent among Western leaders for years. But few expected an outright invasion in early 2022, and seemingly little preparation was made for such an eventuality. Since hostilities commenced, the West has scrambled to cobble together military and economic responses, with mixed results. And despite high casualties and numerous setbacks, which some Western analysts predicted would lead to a political crisis in Russia, and perhaps the fall of Putin's regime, Russian forces have continued their campaign. At the time of this writing, they appear close to occupying all of the Donbass. If the last few months have shown that we in the West have misapprehended Russia, then perhaps it is because we have misunderstood how Russia, in turn, perceives the West, particularly the United States. Perhaps Russia is attuned to weaknesses that the West has for too long failed to address. The evolution of Russia's view of the West. In assessing Russia's view of the West, most commentators look to President Putin's Munich speech, delivered in 2007. That speech was a protest against Western, and especially American, hegemony over the world order. In it, Putin said, "One state, and first and foremost the United States, has overstepped its national borders in every way." The Western response was, effectively, "What are you going to do about it?" Which was understandable at the time, given the way the deck was stacked. But the deck has been shuffled since then. Putin's speech is now 15 years old, and a lot has happened in those 15 years. In fact, the Russian view of the West has changed dramatically. In 2007, the Russians were annoyed at what they viewed as Western overexpansion, but they were making this case as a smaller country pleading with a unipolar hegemon. Today, however, the Russians view the West, and especially America, as being in a state of terminal, ever-accelerating decline. This narrative has been bubbling under the surface for some time. By the mid-2010s, Russian propaganda began to home in on what it claimed was evidence of American decline, and Chinese propaganda moved in a similar direction. Russian intellectuals like Alexander Dugin were soon saying the same thing, often in metaphysical and even theological terms. Dugin now routinely refers to the West as the Antichrist. Then, in the late 2010s, President Putin jumped on board. "Thank God, this situation of a unipolar world, of a monopoly, is coming to an end," Putin said in a speech at the 2018 Valdai Forum. "It's practically over already." This is a very different narrative than that of the 2007 Munich speech. Nor is this view reducible to a shallow, vague criticism of imperial overreach, or a suspicion that President Biden lacks the will or energy to defend U.S. allies, as some have suggested. Rather, the Russian view is multidimensional. The Russians see America as weak economically, diplomatically, and militarily, or at least weaker than it superficially appears, a country locked in a process of decline and disintegration. Russia's decision to launch an overt, full-scale war in Eastern Europe appears more comprehensible in this light. In 2021, a Russian military specialist and graduate of the prestigious Kirov Naval Red Banner School named Andrei Martyanov released a book entitled Disintegration: Indicators of the Coming American Collapse. The book is perhaps the most insightful statement of contemporary Russian attitudes toward America available in English. Martyanov has lived in the United States since the collapse of the Soviet Union in the 1990s. He is thus a competent observer of both Western political developments and the Russian perception of these developments. He is also a sophisticated thinker, with a strong grasp of both economic and military matters. Tying all these issues together is Martyanov's diagnosis of a sharp decline in the quality of the West's leadership class, a failing elite, which he views as being at the root of these developments. Let us start with Martyanov's views on American culture. It should first be said that, while Martyanov is not especially impressed with contemporary American culture, he appears to have a warmness toward the American people, whom he portrays as kind, open, and inviting. Martyanov clearly feels alienated by American culture, but he does not appear to be alienated from the community in which he lives. What he finds most disturbing about contemporary America are the deep divisions that exist in the country. He notes that this was not always the case. When he first arrived in the United States in the early 1990s, he found it, in contrast to the collapsed Soviet Union, remarkably stable. "Each time I returned from Russia," he writes, which at that time was a ruined country run by criminal gangs, "I would go to the nearest airport bar and would order fried chicken wings, beer, and then light my cigarette. Whenever I got to those bars, the TVs hanging there would show Cheers. The opening tune and the whole aura of Cheers was at that point in time so counter to my Russian life experiences. many of which were terrifying, to put it mildly. American television projected a free and decent people, a pop culture but a culture nonetheless, and very American. But Martyanov no longer feels this way about his new home. A long time has passed since my Cheers transitions from one world to another, he writes. America is different today. The country has lost the spirit which made it so attractive, and this loss is even more menacing than its catastrophic deindustrialization. America today is dysfunctional, deeply unhappy, and not a free country. Strong words. Martyanov is shocked by the racial divisions which have become so acute in the country. In general, he finds modern American life lawless and chaotic. He says that many American people feel scared to express themselves in public, a situation that reminds him of his early life in the Soviet Union. Some of Martyanov's more eccentric observations are aesthetic in nature. Martyanov has a fondness for certain aspects of pop culture. He portrays earlier developments in rock music as laudatory. He contrasts the obviously talented musical virtuosos of 1970s bands like Deep Purple with what he views as the degraded pop music of today. Ultimately, he traces this decline in standards to postmodernism and the demise of meritocracy. In the world of postmodernism and fuzzy abstracts, meritocracy cannot exist, he writes, because talent, ethics, and morality cannot be defined. Indeed, the nature of meritocracy is a major theme for Martyanov. And while some of his complaints echo the standard lines of Western conservatives, his critique of American meritocracy grows more profound and complex as the book continues. The sections of the book on American military prowess are where Martyanov's expertise really shines through. Martyanov claims that a revolution in military affairs has already destroyed the foundation of American post-World War II hegemony, and that America simply has not yet awakened to this reality. This is due to the fact, Martyanov says, that the United States has lost both its competitive edge and its competences in some crucial fields, such as building complex machines, commercial aerospace, and shipbuilding. Effectively, he argues the United States has already lost the arms race. Martyanov compares the efficacy of America's Tomahawk missile with Russia's Caliber. He argues that both weapons have seen ample usage in recent years, and Russia's missile is far more effective against missile defense. He points out that 70% of Tomahawks launched at Syria in April 2018 were shot down. But this is not Martyanov's core critique, which is that the American military is simply not tailored to the needs of today's world. It is structured for incursions against much weaker opponents, such as Iraq in 1991 and 2003. But it is not in a position of strength when faced with a peer that can compete in terms of troop deployment and firepower. Critical in this respect is America's continued reliance on aircraft carriers to project power across the globe. The American supercarrier died as a viable weapon system designed for modern war with the arrival of the long-range supersonic anti-shipping missile, Martyanov writes. This renders the 100,000-ton displacement mastodons of the U.S. Navy obsolete and very expensive sacrificial lambs in any real war. Modern Russian hypersonic missiles such as the Mach 9-capable aeroballistic Kinzhal have a range of 2,000 kilometers and are not interceptable by existing U.S. anti-missile systems. In fact, if an advanced enemy decided to sink a U.S. carrier battle group, it could do so with the push of a few buttons. These missiles cost a few $1 million to make in countries like Russia with low labor costs. A carrier battle group, by contrast, costs about $30 billion and has around 6,700 hands on deck. Martyanov seems genuinely concerned that the Pentagon does not recognize the scale of this problem and could deploy a carrier battle group against a competitive peer in the near future. The enormous, immediate losses that would result might force the United States to use nuclear weapons in response. Finally, Martyanov points to the shortcomings of U.S. missile and air defense systems when measured against their Russian equivalents. He notes that this makes America's military increasingly vulnerable against even smaller nations like Iran, reminding readers of the September 2019 attack against Saudi Aramco oil refineries, where Western-made missile defense systems failed to protect the infrastructure. Martyanov traces the failures of U.S. military technologies back to the nature of the U.S. military-industrial complex. He reminds readers that this is effectively a for-profit enterprise, and so what ends up being built is not always what is best in terms of defense capabilities, but rather what will make the most money for commercial actors. Now that we have a large-scale land war, how has Martyanov's analysis played out? Martyanov's prediction that the structure of America's military is only suited to relatively small wars against far weaker powers appears accurate in retrospect. Western weaponry and covert intelligence support has certainly helped Ukraine achieve some real successes on the battlefield. But as the war drags on and artillery capacity becomes decisive, the situation appears far more perilous. Alex Vershinin at the UK's Royal United Services Institute has estimated that the Russian military has been using around 7,176 artillery shells a day. He then compares this with American productive capacity. His conclusions are stark. U.S. annual artillery production would at best only last for 10 days to 2 weeks of combat in Ukraine. He writes, if the initial estimate of Russian shells fired is over by 50%, it would only extend the artillery supplied for 3 weeks. In June, Ukraine's deputy head of military intelligence, Vadim Skibitsky, admitted the gravity of the material challenges. This is an artillery war now, he said. Ukraine has one artillery piece to 10 to 15 Russian artillery prices. We are losing in terms of artillery. Skibitsky then asked that more munitions be sent from the West, but as Vershinin's analysis shows, it is likely that we simply do not have them in sufficient supply and cannot produce them. As early as April, Germany's Defense Minister Christine Lambrecht admitted as much. In the case of deliveries from Bundeswehr stocks, I have to be honest, we have now reached a limit, she said. Vershinin believes that the United States no longer has the arms manufacturing capacity to act as the arsenal of democracy. The Russo-Ukrainian War, like World Wars I and II, has been fought on an industrial scale. To fight it, the resources of a strong industrial economy must be deployed. Needless to say, the West has allowed its industrial capacity to erode considerably, having outsourced much of its manufacturing to poorer regions of the world. This is also visible in another surprising recent development. After putting a great deal of effort into lobbying the Australian government to buy submarines from the United States under the AUKUS deal, it was recently revealed to Congress that the United States does not actually possess the manufacturing capacity to produce these submarines in a timely fashion. Martyanov argues that the structure of America's post-industrial military reflects its post-industrial economy. It is to this that we now turn. The book really comes into its own in the long sections on the American economy. These chapters seem especially prescient after Western sanctions against Russia failed to stop the invasion or decisively cripple the Russian economy, while causing increasing strains in the West. In a word, Martyanov views American prosperity as largely fake, a shiny wrapping distracting from an increasingly hollow interior. Martyanov, reflecting his Soviet materialist education, starts by discussing the food supply. He recalls the limited food options available in the old Soviet Union and how impressed émigrés were by the overflowing abundance of the American convenience store. But Martyanov notes that today such abundance is only the preserve of the rich and powerful. He references a 2020 study by the Brookings Institution which found that 40.9% of mothers with children ages 12 and under reported household food insecurity since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. And while some of this was driven by the pandemic, the number was 15.1% in 2018. Martyanov makes the case that these numbers reflect an economy that is poorly organized and teetering on the edge. In the summer of 2022, when the food component of the CPI is increasing at over 10% a year and rising fast, Martyanov's chapter looks prophetic. Martyanov then moves on to other consumer goods. He recalls the so-called kitchen debate in 1959 when Vice President Richard Nixon showed Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev a modern American kitchen. During this debate, Nixon explained to Khrushchev that the house they were in, with all its modern luxuries, could be bought by any steel worker. Nixon explained that the average American steel worker earned about $3 an hour, or $480 per month, and that the house could be obtained on a 30-year mortgage for the cost of $100 a month. Martyanov points out that this is impossible in the contemporary American economy. As vital goods have become less and less affordable for the average American, debt of all types has exploded. He notes that the flip side of this growing debt has been a decline in domestic industrial production, which has been stagnant in nominal terms and falling as a percent of U.S. GDP since 2008. The scale of this catastrophe is not understood, he writes, until one considers the fact that a single manufacturing job on average generates 3.4 employees elsewhere in non-manufacturing sectors. Needless to say, Martyanov does not believe that America has the most powerful economy on Earth. Deploying his old-school materialist toolkit, he surveys core heavy industries, including the automotive industry, the commercial shipbuilding industry, and later the aerospace industry, and finds U.S. capacity wanting. He points out that in steel production China outproduces the United States by a factor of 11, while Russia, which has a population less than half the size of that of the United States, produces around 81% of U.S. steel output. Martyanov is particularly critical of GDP metrics as a basis for determining the wealth of a country or the power of its economy, because they assign spending on services the same weight as spending on primary products and manufactured goods. He believes that the post-industrial economy is a figment of the imagination of Wall Street financial strategists, and that GDP metrics merely provide America with a fig leaf to cover its economic weaknesses. In a separate podcast that Martyanov posted to his YouTube channel, he explains why these metrics are particularly misleading from the point of view of military production. He compares the U.S. Navy's Virginia-class fast attack submarine and the Russian Yazan-class equivalent. He argues that these are comparable in terms of their platform capabilities, but that the Yazan-class has superior armaments. Crucially, however, he notes that the cost of a Virginia-class submarine is around $3.2 billion, while the cost of the Yazan-class submarine is only around $1 billion. Since GDP measures quantify economic output, including military output, in dollar terms, it would appear that, when it comes to submarine output, Russia is producing less than a third of what it is actually producing. Using a purchasing power parity-adjusted measure might help somewhat here, but it would still not capture the extra bang for their buck that the Russians are getting. A few years ago, it would have been fashionable to dismiss this sort of materialist analysis as old-fashioned. Pundits argued that the growing weight of the service sector in the American economy was a good thing, not a bad thing, a sign of progress, not decline. But today, with supply chains collapsing and inflation raging, these fashionable arguments look more and more like self-serving bromides every day. Next, Martyanov looks at energy. While many American pundits believed that the emergence of fracking technology would make Russian oil and gas less and less important, Martyanov views the shale oil boom as a story of technology winning over common economic sense. He believes that America's shale boom was a speculative mania driven by vague promises and cheap credit. He quotes the financial analyst David Deckelbaum, who noted that this is an industry that for every dollar that they brought in, they would spend two. Ultimately, Martyanov argues, the U.S. shale industry is a paper tiger whose viability is heavily dependent on high oil prices. Martyanov is even more critical of green energy, which he views as a self-destructive set of policies that will destroy the energy independence of all countries that pursue them. He also points out that China, Russia, and most non-Western nations know this and, despite lip service to fashionable green causes, avoid these policies. Finally, Martyanov returns to the collapse of America's ability to make things. He recites the now familiar numbers about falling manufacturing output and an increased reliance on imports from abroad. But he also points to the collapse in manufacturing expertise. Martyanov cites statistics showing that, on a per capita basis, Russia produces twice as many STEM graduates as America. He attributes this to a change in elite attitudes. STEM subjects are difficult and require serious intellectual exertion. They often yield jobs on factory floors that are not particularly glamorous. In contemporary American culture dominated by poor taste and low-quality ideological, agenda-driven art and entertainment, being a fashion designer or a disc jockey or a psychologist is by far a more attractive career goal, he writes, especially for America's urban and college population, than for seeing oneself on the manufacturing floor working as a CNC operator or mechanic on the assembly line. Martyanov's economic analysis may reflect his Soviet materialist education, but ultimately, he views America's core problem as being a crisis of leadership. He traces this problem back to the election of Bill Clinton in 1993. Martyanov argues that Clinton represented a new type of American leader, an extreme meritocrat. These new meritocrats believed their personal capacities gave them the ability to do anything imaginable. This megalomaniacal tendency, Martyanov observes, has been latent in the American project since the founding. Everything American, he writes, must be the largest, the fastest, the most efficient, or, in general, simply the best. Yet this character trait has not dominated the personality of either the American people or their leaders, he says. Rather, the American people remain today very nice folks that are generally patriotic and have common sense and a good sense of humor. Yet in recent times, he argues, something has happened in American elite circles that has let the more grandiose and delusional side of the American psyche run amok, and this has happened at the very time when America is most in need of good leadership. Martyanov believes that America's extreme meritocrats vastly overestimate their capabilities. This is because, Rather than focusing on the strengths and weaknesses of the country they rule, they have been taught since birth to focus on themselves. They believe that they just need to maximize their own personal accomplishments and the good of the country will emerge as if by magic. This has led inevitably to the rise of what Martyanov characterizes as a classic oligarchy. Such an oligarchy, he argues, purports to be meritocratic but is actually the opposite. A proper meritocracy allows the best and the brightest to climb up its ranks. But an oligarchy with a meritocratic veneer simply allows those who best play the game to rise. Thus, the meritocratic claims become circular. You climb the ladder because you play the game. The game is meritocratic because those who play it are by definition the best and the brightest. Effectively, for Martyanov, the American elite does not select for intelligence and wisdom, but rather for self-assuredness and self-interestedness. This creates an echo chamber in the halls of power. The elite incentive structure does not allow for self-correction when error is detected. Rather, when mistakes are made, they are ignored and forgotten. To illustrate this phenomenon, Martyanov recalls the popularity of the phrase, "I'll be gone, you'll be gone" on Wall Street in the run-up to the 2008 financial crisis. Since the incentives are set up for people to focus wholly on themselves and their own careers, there is no reference to any common good to be defended, and so anyone who points out mistakes risks career suicide. Ensuring that the mechanism securing elite individual gain is upheld and insulated from criticism is more important than ensuring that it works. As with late communism, most effort is expended on producing self-reinforcing narratives that justify the system itself, and there is little energy left for addressing genuine problems. Martyanov posits that this is how American leaders are viewed in much of the rest of the world, where he contends that leaders are selected along more genuinely meritocratic lines. American public intellectuals come across as feeble and unconvincing, if not laughably incompetent and trite, he writes, when measured against the best minds from Russia, China, Iran, or many other regions of the globe. Regardless of whether we agree or disagree with Martyanov's assessment of the American elite, his view has explanatory power if it is widely shared outside of the West and especially in Russia. Given that Russia, China, India, Brazil, and most of the global South appear to have broken with the West in the wake of the invasion of Ukraine, we can infer that their leaders share at least some of Martyanov's views of Western elites. If Martyanov's book provides a reasonable overview of how Russian elites view America, and I think that it does, what can we take from it? For one, Russia does not fear America. The Russians view the United States as a country in the process of collapse. They view its economy as precarious and its military power as outdated. Whether or not we agree with these assessments, they can help us understand their actions. What is so striking about Martyanov's book is that he has actually lived through the collapse of a society before. So too have most of the Russian leadership and the most influential Russian intellectuals. One could argue that this trauma colors Martyanov's worldview and the opinions of his generation, that the trauma of the breakdown of the Soviet Union has led them to see collapse around every corner. But this would be unfair. For one, Martyanov clearly saw his new home as a beacon of stability in the 1990s, a viewpoint shared by many Russians of his generation. Moreover, Americans increasingly see their country in this way. A recent poll published by YouGov on June 13, 2022, asked Americans, "Do you think it's likely or unlikely there will be a civil war in your lifetime in America?" Among those surveyed, 46% said they thought it was likely. Only 36% thought it was unlikely. Martyanov's views are not merely those of a traumatized refugee of a collapsed superpower. They are the views of nearly half of Americans. Read in this light, the invasion of Ukraine and the subsequent alliance between Russia and China makes sense as part of a larger scheme to hasten ongoing American decline and accelerate the emergence of a multipolar world. Going forward, the core strategy of America's rivals, already reflected in Russian rhetoric and diplomacy, will probably be to convince the rest of the world that their assessment of America is the correct one. The key question now is, how will America's elite respond to the spreading perception of the country's decline? Will they become bellicose and aggressive in an attempt to prove that they are still a power to be reckoned with? Or will they examine some of the weaknesses that their enemies believe they have found and attempt to get the country back on track? The former seems risky and could well accelerate the decline. The latter seems like the more reasonable response. But it is also the more difficult one, especially if Martyanov's assessment of the current U.S. elite is correct. In the mid-1860s, things were looking up for Karl Marx. After years laboring in poverty and obscurity in a small apartment in London, his fortunes seemed to be turning around. In 1864, his friend and benefactor Friedrich Engels became a partner in his father's factory, gaining a generous income for himself and offering Marx a path out of poverty. That same year, Marx's political isolation, which had been acute since his expulsion from Germany in 1849, came to an end with the founding of the International Workingmen's Association. In 1867, the first volume of his masterpiece, Das Kapital, was published. In developing the critique of political economy laid out in Das Kapital, Marx believed that he had discovered a fundamental problem in the nature of capitalism. What he called the tendency of the rate of profit to fall not only allowed him to make predictions about the economic system's future, but also guaranteed that communism was the inevitable outcome of capitalist development. In the end, Marx maintained capitalism would eat itself. Marx's insight about the tendency of the rate of profit to fall was an outgrowth of his theory of surplus value, which in turn grew out of the labor theory of value characteristic of the classical economics of the 18th and 19th centuries. The labor theory of value stated that the value of goods produced ultimately came from labor. Human labor is the beginning of all economic activity and therefore the source of value. Surplus value, for Marx, is the profit that capitalists skim off the top of productive labor. Marx observed that as technological development progressed, the labor share of production fell and the capital share rose. This led him to the conclusion that, since labor was the ultimate source of value and thus also of surplus value or profit, the rate of profit in a capitalist economy would fall as the labor share of production fell. In a letter to Engels in 1868, Marx wrote that what capitalism was striving for is capitalist communism, and that the tendency of the rate of profit to fall was one of the greatest triumphs over the Ponzacini of all previous political economy. Marx believed that he had come up with a logical proof that capitalism would self-destruct, that the forces of capitalist production would eventually drive profits to zero and necessitate the victory of the working classes, who would seize the means of production. Yet history has proven Marx wrong. The rate of profit has not fallen inexorably toward zero, as any stock analyst could attest. Investors do not typically deploy Marxian language, but they discuss the return on invested capital, ROIC, and the weighted average cost of capital, WACC. If the ROIC for a given company is higher than the WACC, that company is creating value for the investor, that is, the company is turning a profit for the investor. Outside of severe recessions, the ROIC of the stock market as a whole remains consistently higher than the WACC, which is why investors in the market make money. Point 2. Marx's logical error was simple enough. He confused what might be called an ontological question with an economic question. Ultimately, ontologically, it is true that all economic value emerges from human labor. But it does not therefore follow that you can infer economic truths from ontological ones. Economic value is not really a thing or a substance. Rather, it is a subjective assessment placed on a product by an end consumer. This consumer does not typically care how much labor went into the product, only that the product satisfies a particular need. One pair of shoes may be made entirely by robots, another may be made entirely by men, but an end consumer could still assess both as having the same value. Still, there is something haunting about Marx's vision. The machinery of the capitalist economy is enormously impressive, but it often seems to drive ahead blindly. And the capitalist system also seems to contain internal contradictions that destabilize it. I shall argue here that a clear-eyed assessment of empirical data suggests that Marx's vision may not have been entirely mistaken, and that capitalism, if left unchecked, could destroy itself. Indeed, I believe that we now find ourselves feeling the early effects of such contradictions. Marx was no doubt correct that a capitalist economy requires a positive rate of profit in order to continue functioning in the long term. If profits were forever zero, there would be no incentive for investment and the economic engine would sputter and break down. Since Marx's time, however, it has become clear to economists that capitalism needs more than just profits to survive. Today, we think of prosperity in terms of economic growth, typically measured in terms of inflation-adjusted or real gross domestic product, GDP. The idea behind this metric is straightforward: measure how many transactions are made in the economy, adjust for inflation, that is, for the effects of price increases, and thus gain a sense of the total value of goods and services exchanged. An increase in the rate of real GDP growth thus reflects an increase in total economic output and gives us a sense of how much overall material wealth has increased. In the short term, this rate of growth is most directly dependent on immediate economic conditions, including the rate of employment, the balance of trade, and the stage of the business cycle. But when we abstract away from these short-term effects, the rate of growth in real GDP in the long run is driven mostly by two factors: the pace of technological change, which includes efficiency gains from better resource management, and the rate of growth in the labor force. Economists often assume that the rate of technological change is a given or exogenous consideration, that new technologies descend like manna from heaven. Likewise, they typically absolve themselves of responsibility for assessing the rate of change in the labor force. They may occasionally discuss immigration and its impact on the economy, or incentives and disincentives for labor force participation. But the fundamental question of how many new workers a given economy is actually producing is ignored as outside the purview of the field, a topic reserved for demographers rather than economists. As a result, the core contradiction at the heart of capitalism has gone unnoticed. In demographic circles, on the other hand, it is widely known that the fertility rate of a country, that is, the number of children each woman has, is a reflection of economic conditions, including the wealth of the country as measured in per capita GDP. Economic and population data across the globe demonstrate this demographic truth. A second-order polynomial regression on 5 decades of data from 43 countries yields an R-squared of 0.33 and a p-value of 0.00001. Demographers point to several underlying forces to explain why, as a country grows more prosperous, its people have fewer children. In the first place, large families become less desirable in more advanced economies. In poorer countries, which typically have agriculture-heavy economies, children are seen as an asset to the household because they are useful for farm work. Parents also rely on them for economic security in their old age, as less developed countries tend to lack adequate pension systems. As countries become wealthier, however, economies are transformed in ways that undermine these incentives toward childbearing. The agricultural sector shrinks relative to the total economy. Agricultural labor becomes mechanized, requiring fewer workers, and pension systems are created. Children, therefore, are no longer seen as an asset to their families. But the shift from an agrarian to industrial economy can account for only some of the decline in the birth rate. It perhaps explains why people might opt to have only 2 or 4 children instead of 6 or 8. But it does not explain why economies that achieve great wealth stop even having enough children for the population to replace itself, an average of 2.1 children per woman. It appears that in wealthy societies people increasingly see themselves as workers and consumers first and progenitors second. Family life is no longer a core aspiration of every person but becomes a luxury, another consumer choice to be made when one's career goals are achieved and one's optimal material consumption level has been reached. Recent studies show, for example, that 83% of women over the age of 25 purposely postpone starting a family so that they can focus on their career, thus maximizing work and material consumption. This decline in family formation has introduced a number of social pathologies, including an epidemic of loneliness and isolation. It also contributes to the mortality rate, insofar as non-parents on average have shorter lifespans and a higher rate of suicide than parents. In addition to these human-scale effects, the expected economic consequences of this decline in birth rates are clear. In short, this trend is already raising obstacles to continued growth, and the economic and political effects seem likely to intensify. The phenomenon is perhaps most pronounced in East Asia, where rapid growth has gone hand in hand with rapid collapses in fertility. Countries that were among the most successful in transitioning from agrarian poverty to advanced economies in the last half-century have experienced astonishing declines in birth rates. South Korea and Taiwan have the lowest fertility rates in the world, at around 0.8 and 1.1 births per woman, respectively. China's fertility rate, estimated at 1.16 in 2021, has been well below replacement for years. Beijing has notably shifted from its infamous one-child policy to limit population growth to policies intended to encourage more children. Of course, Japan's population has been shrinking for some time, limiting overall economic growth despite reasonable per capita performance. The observed correlation suggests that as capitalist growth proceeds and as society becomes wealthier, the birth rate falls. Eventually, as the overall population ages and fewer people join the workforce, economic growth collapses. I refer to this tendency, which appears to be inherent in capitalism itself, as the tendency of the rate of people to fall. We can show this tendency by using regression analysis to provide fitted models. This analysis, based on the previously mentioned 5-decade, 43-country sample, is illustrated in the charts below. Here we see clearly why there is a tendency for the rate of people to fall. As per capita GDP increases, the total fertility rate, TFR, declines, shown in Figure 1, top left. This decline in fertility leads to a population that skews toward old age. The potentially offsetting effects of immigration are discussed further below, bringing with it an increase in the old age dependency ratio, OADR. That is, the ratio of the number of retirees to the number of workers, and the economic burden of a large dependent population acts as a drag on growth, leading to a decline in the real GDP growth rate, shown on the top right of Figure 1. This presents a stark contradiction illustrated by the fitted model in Figure 2. Higher wealth, which leads to lower fertility and rising old age dependency ratios, means lower growth. But growth is the lifeblood of a capitalist economic system, and so it seems that Marx's insight was fundamentally right. In the long term, if left unchecked, capitalism will undermine itself. At the very least, capitalist wealth accumulation introduces significant economic and demographic challenges that are already causing political instability around the world. The model outlined above is highly abstract and is the result of regressions across many countries over an extended time frame. My intention is to create a general model, albeit one that fits the data, that can be manipulated in a similar way to standard macroeconomic models like the investment savings/liquidity money, ISLM model, or the aggregate supply, aggregate demand, ASAD model. In order to get a better sense of the empirical reality on the ground, however, it is also worthwhile to examine regional data. These can show whether the general trends hold across different regions, whether there are any interesting outliers that we should examine in more detail, and whether our regression holds up when the data are reorganized. Careful examination of regional data reveals where unique trends emerge and allows us to classify them along geographical lines accordingly, as shown in the following chart. These data show that global demographic patterns fall into 9 distinct regions. Many of these regions are intuitively obvious, but it is worth noting the few that are not. The first are the ex-communist countries, which have long shown demographic trends distinct from those of their Western counterparts. During the 1970s and 1980s, communist countries had higher birth rates than Western nations, but the transition away from communism seems to have greatly accelerated the decline in birth rates, which collapsed to their current lows in the former Soviet bloc much earlier than in the West. Now, ex-communist countries have very similar birth rates to Western countries. Among the broader group of former communist countries, those that have majority Muslim populations are here separated out as a distinct group exhibiting specific demographic patterns. Unlike in formerly Christian nations, where religion and traditional social norms were mostly repressed under communism, Muslim countries have more successfully retained their traditional cultures. For this reason, in conjunction with their generally lower standards of living, majority Muslim ex-communist countries continue to have high birth rates comparable to those of the Muslim nations of the Middle East and North Africa. Also exceptional with respect to global demographic trends is Israel, the demographics of which are so interesting and so idiosyncratic that they merit separate consideration. Israeli birth rates in the 1960s are most comparable with those of Western capitalist and non-Muslim communist countries. Yet, unlike in these countries, Israel has basically maintained a steady birth rate over the intervening decades, a unique achievement among developed, westernized societies. Two main forces appear to be at work behind this success. The first is the overtly pronatal policy of the Israeli government. In the second half of the 20th century, while the rest of the developed world was fretting about overpopulation, the Israelis were concerned about the prospect of falling birth rates. This was because the Israelis were focused on relative rather than absolute fertility rates, specifically the relative birth rate of Jews in Israel versus that of Arabs. These concerns had emerged from the mathematics department of Hebrew University in the 1940s. H. Frankel, a distinguished professor of mathematics at the Hebrew University, Jerusalem, suggested in a number of published articles between 1942 and 1944 that the demographic and political implications of continued demographic patterns between Arabs and Jews in Palestine would be grave. Leaders from the Zionist and religious camps alike pushed for a demographic reversal in response to ominous birth rate projections. The other reason for Israeli divergence from the Western norm is the large number of ultra-Orthodox Jews in Israel who maintain their religious customs and traditional lifestyles largely unaltered by modernity and capitalist development. These ultra-Orthodox Jews have been enthusiastic clients of Israel's pronatalist policies and rely on the support handed out to large families by the state as an economic basis for their traditional lifestyles and their continued study of the Jewish scriptures. The more traditionally religious also have higher birth rates than other Israeli Jews. In 2019, Ultra-Orthodox women in Israel had a TFR of 6.6, significantly higher than the TFR of national religious, TFR equals 4, traditional religious, TFR equals 3.2, traditional non-religious, TFR equals 2.5, and secular women, TFR equals 2.2. As we can see, a wholly secularized Israel, even with its pronatal policies, would only barely achieve replacement fertility. It is religious Israelis that are keeping the nation's birth rate at 1960s levels. And as the religious make up a greater proportion of the population over time, the average birth rate should rise accordingly. The table below outlines the GDP per capita of each of our 9 regions in 2020, as well as the TFR of the region and the percentage change in both variables between 1960 and 2020. A second-order polynomial regression on data tracking changes in per capita GDP and TFR, excluding Israel because it is obviously an outlier, corroborates the connection between rising wealth and falling birth rates. We find an R-squared of 0.48 for all countries except Israel. If we remove from the sample those with limited data, the regression yields an R-squared of 0.38. This lends confidence to the model proposed here, as it shows that we can cut the data in different ways and still see a correlation. But as we can see from the table, there is still some marked regional variation. South Asia stands out, for example, in that it has a very low per capita GDP and yet has a birth rate only just above replacement. It seems likely, however, that this phenomenon can be attributed to the very rapid economic development that has taken place in that region. This also appears to be the case in Latin America and the Caribbean, which, despite being relatively poor, have a TFR below replacement. What we might glean from this regional study is that it is not just the level of wealth that appears to drive down birth rates, but also the pace of the accumulation of wealth. If a very poor country grows very quickly, even if it remains poor in absolute terms, it too can see its birth rates fall to or below replacement level. This pattern also raises questions about the sustainability of high birth rates in certain parts of the developing world. Contrary to the popular assumption, it is not necessarily the case that, if these countries remain poor, they will continue to provide a ready source of immigrants to prop up the labor force of more developed nations. The only totally reliable defense against falling birth rates appears to be the existence of traditional religion, as observed in the Muslim countries and in Israel. Despite regional disparities that suggest the influence of religion and traditional values, the negative relationship between wealth accumulation and birth rates is remarkably consistent across countries and regions. Within any particular country, the data likewise show interesting variation among demographic groups. Recently, there has been much discussion about class divergence and the influence of economic class on the capacity to form stable families. Popular discourse on the subject was spurred about a decade ago by Charles Murray's Coming Apart. In this work, however, Murray is interested primarily in family formation. He does not actually discuss birth rates. In his chapter on marriage, Murray is more focused on whether children are growing up in stable households than he is on whether children are being born in the first place. The term fertility is mentioned only 3 times in the book, twice in relation to falling birth rates in Europe and once in a statistical appendix. So, what do the data tell us about American birth rates across regions and social group? A regression run on per capita income by state and state fertility rate does not produce any statistically significant results. This holds whether we compare the level of the fertility rate, R-squared of 0.03, or the change in the fertility rate through time, R-squared of 0.0005. This suggests that within countries, or at least within the United States, the level of wealth of a given geographic region and its fertility rate are not related. Yet while there is no statistical relationship between regional wealth and fertility rate, there is an obvious, strong relationship between birth rates and income group. In 2017, households with an income of less than $10,000 per year had a birth rate of 66.4 children per 1,000 women, compared to a rate of 58 for households in the mid-range of $35, 000, 49, 999, and of 44 for the top income group of $200,000 or more. The most striking international trend, however, is not class-based but cultural. The fertility rate of Americans varies significantly according to their religious affiliation. A very interesting picture emerges from the data. For one, the largest religious groups in the American population, Protestant, Catholic, nones, and atheist/agnostic, have a combined fertility slightly below replacement rate. On the other hand, believing religious groups who adhere to traditional ways of living have birth rates far above replacement, including traditionalist Catholics, 3.6, Orthodox Jews, 3.3, Mormons, 2.8, and Muslims, 2.8, not to mention voluntarily isolating sects like the Amish. This suggests that the current tendency for American culture to secularize will not last forever. At a certain point, groups with a more robust capacity to reproduce will replace groups with less robust capacities in a simple Darwinian manner. Currently, these groups represent a very small fraction of the American population, but because human reproduction follows a multiplicative path, these groups could grow rapidly in numbers, especially as the other groups decline. Overall, then, we see a somewhat unusual demographic picture at the international level. Regression analysis shows that there is no relationship between the wealth of any given American state and its fertility rate. Despite this, it is clear from the statistics that there is a link between wealth and fertility, with lower-income groups reproducing at a much more rapid rate than higher-income groups. This could be viewed as a microcosmic version of the larger-scale trend we see in countries across the world. Further, religion and traditional lifestyles seem to act as a brake on the trend toward lower birth rates, as is also seen in global data. In the 19th century, a heated debate also raged over demographics and the related issue of capitalist development, namely the controversy around the theories of Thomas Malthus. Unlike the tendency of the rate of people to fall proposed here, which suggests the demographic limits of economic growth, Malthusian doctrine emphasized the economic limits to population growth. Malthus pointed out that the rate of human reproduction is multiplicative while the rate of economic growth is additive. Specifically, while people could reproduce rapidly, one woman in Malthus's Britain gave birth to around 5 children on average. The agricultural economy could only increase food production gradually. The growing gap between these rates of increase, Malthus concluded, would result in famine and mass starvation. Many at the time pointed out why he was wrong, arguing that technological progress could allow farmland to yield more output, a fact that should have been obvious even at the time Malthus was writing. In 1420, the average Englishman was consuming around 1,760 calories per day. In 1798, when Malthus published his pamphlet on population, that had risen to around 2,436 calories per day. Such accurate measures may not have been available at the time, but it should have been manifestly obvious that the average Englishman was better fed than he had been in the past. Marx, who thought that capitalism tended toward overproduction rather than a Malthusian underproduction, was particularly cutting about Malthus' work, seeing it as an arch-reactionary tract aimed at proponents of social reform. Malthus's book on population was a lampoon directed against the French Revolution and the contemporary ideas of reform in England, Godwin, etc. Marx wrote, "It was an apologia for the poverty of the working classes. Capitalism's ability to escape the Malthusian trap has long been touted by its proponents. A recent iteration of this theme, for example, is J. Bradford DeLong's essay Pessimism Amid Progress, which offers a bleak picture of humanity's demographic history. Until just a few generations ago, humanity marched to a Malthusian drum. With technological progress ploddingly slow and mortality extremely high, population size was everything. In a world where almost 1/3 of elderly women had no surviving sons or grandsons, and hence no social power, there was immense pressure to have more children in one's childbearing years. The resulting population growth, without commensurate growth in the size of farms, offset any gains in productivity and incomes from better technology and kept typical living standards low and stagnant. But this dilemma was ultimately solved, DeLong explains, by the arrival of capitalism. There is some truth to this, although the case is slightly exaggerated. Data from England show, for example, that between 1750, the rough start of the Industrial Revolution, and 2018, the number of calories consumed per day by each person increased by about 49%. But in the 270 years prior to 1750, the average number of daily calories consumed per person had increased by about 23%. Pre-capitalist England may not have grown as rapidly as capitalist England, but it grew regardless. One suspects that the Malthusian strawman is often pulled out to justify present inadequacies, a similar rhetorical trick to invoking the supposed horrors of medieval dentistry against those who might question the inevitable progress wrought by capitalism. Despite being regularly dusted off, the debates over Malthusian theory are largely irrelevant today. The anti-Malthusians have been decisively proven right. But the continued echo of these debates in the halls of universities covers up the grim truth that the relationship between capitalism and population is in fact a self-destructive one. Capitalism may help lift people out of poverty initially, perhaps even allow them to have more children. But this trend is short-lived and inevitably reverses at a certain point. From the regressions outlined above, it appears that this point is reached on average when a country generates more than $20,000 of per capita income. It is true that there is a wide disparity at this initial inflection point. Some countries with $20,000 of per capita income manage to maintain a robust fertility rate of around 2.6, while others fall to as low as 1.3. That said, no country in our initial OECD sample that has reached a per capita income level of $36,000, with the exception of Israel, as noted above, has been able to achieve a fertility rate above replacement. Simply put, unless a country has an unusually large, fertile traditionalist religious community, it is highly unlikely that its demographics will remain intact once it achieves a per capita income of $36,000. The most obvious response to this is, who cares? It may be true that capitalist accumulation tends to flatten the birth rate, but there is no reason to be overly concerned about this social change or to remain attached to earlier family sizes or models of family formation. We have already seen from our fitted models, however, that this demographic slowdown will result in lower and eventually negative economic growth. Some may say that this is not a bad thing or may argue that limitless growth is not in the interest of humanity for a variety of reasons. They may also argue that countries with advanced demographic problems do not actually face economic or social risks as a consequence. Japan, to take the most notable example, has indeed seen flat real GDP growth since its demographic problems started to bite, as our model would predict, but its per capita GDP growth has averaged around 0.7% per year since 1990, and it has certainly not seen a societal collapse. In fact, Japan represents a highly idiosyncratic example. It has been able to manage its demographic decline, so far anyway, by ensuring that wages for workers do not grow. Because workers' wages in Japan are paid heavily in the form of bonuses, Japanese employers are able to increase and decrease wages through these bonuses. Other countries will not be able to get away with this kind of wage manipulation, and even the average Japanese person will eventually have to face falling living standards as the demographic reality sets in. Immigration has been the obvious solution to demographic decline in Western nations for some time now. But while immigration may help to stave off absolute population decline, it does not solve the problem of an aging population. The United States shows this problem starkly. Immigration into the United States began to increase rapidly in the 1990s. In 1990, 6.2% of the U.S. population were immigrants. By 2020, immigrants accounted for 13.7%. Over this period, population growth proceeded apace, averaging 0.98% annually. While this was substantially lower than the 1950 to 89 growth rate of 1.2%, it remained robustly positive. Yet, at the same time, the overall population continued to age. In 1990, the average American was 32.9 years old. By 2020, this had risen to 38.6. The reason for this is simple. When immigrants move from poorer to richer countries, they lower their birth rates accordingly, due to the effect that higher per capita income has on fertility rates. Alternatively, if immigrants do not assimilate socially and economically, the result is a combination of poverty and inequality for the immigrant population, along with social division and backlash from the native population. Constant immigration also seems to rest on a sort of biological imperialism. In order for wealthy countries to attract enough immigrants to counteract their demographic decline, poor countries must remain poor so that they can serve as breeding grounds for the developed economy's labor forces. In an echo of historic systems of colonial resource extraction, it is almost as if poorer countries are not being allowed to develop so that they can continue to export human capital to the developed world, what commentators from these poorer countries mean when they talk about brain drain. Eventually, however, these countries will develop and the large pools of labor they make available will dry up. Even if immigration did work to prevent society from aging, and it does not, it could not work forever unless we forced poorer countries to remain forever poor. Thus, while immigration and other such bandages may stave off the inevitable, they can do so for only so long. Unless the negative relationship between the accumulation of wealth and the decline in fertility rates is somehow broken, capitalism will ultimately undermine itself. It is only a question of when. Marx was, by all accounts, a grumpy and intemperate man. His letters reveal him as a spiteful, unpleasant curmudgeon, and his outlook on the society in which he lived was almost Jansenist in its bleakness. Yet his vision of the future was a happy one. As we have already seen, He believed that communism was inevitable because, no matter what the working class did, eventually the rate of profit would fall to zero and communism would become necessary to keep society moving. Marx's Eschaton ended with heaven on earth. If the argument that I have just laid out is correct, our Eschaton is altogether gloomier. Demographic and economic transformation seems to be driving us not to a heaven on earth but toward something closer to hell. The economists Charles Goodhart and Manoj Pradhan have done us a great service by writing an entire treatise on what such a society would look like. And the picture they paint is a grim 1.15. Such a society, they predict, would be rocky and inflationary. The reason for this is intuitive. Workers make things while retirees consume things. Thus, as the ratio of the former to the latter rises, the number of mouths to feed outstrips the number of cooks in the kitchen. And the resulting pressure on the prices of goods and services leads to spiraling inflation. In such a society, intergenerational conflict seems all but inevitable. Younger people will see their real wages stagnate in the face of inflation, while asset markets will be dominated by the elderly, who will have accumulated more savings. The cause of the problem will be obvious to all, but there will be no equitable solution that benefits both sides of the generation gap. In societies faced with such zero-sum games, social bonds fray and strife becomes inevitable. In this case, we should expect intergenerational conflict as children turn on their parents. Such a vision is almost biblical in its perversity. One potential solution to such social upheaval is government intervention. If governments the world over become wise to the tendency of the rate of people to fall and the threat that this poses, they might seek to counteract it through pronatalist policies. Until recently, there was no reason to think that such policies would work. Socialist Sweden, under the tutelage of economist Gunnar Myrdal and his wife Avril, has been pursuing pronatalist state policies since the 1960s, state childcare, better maternity leave laws, etc. But Sweden's fertility rates have fallen and its population has aged along with the rest of Europe's, and the country now faces a political crisis around its lax migration policies. Yet the Swedish solution was a socialist one, in that it sought to replace the family with the state, a dream which appears already in the Communist Manifesto. More recently, non-socialist countries have been experimenting with family policies that seek not to replace the family but to support it. The most prominent of these countries is Hungary, which instituted a series of ambitious family policies in 2015, including mortgage support, tax breaks, direct cash payments, and a sophisticated public relations campaign. And Hungary has seen some success as a result of these efforts. Since 2015, the Hungarian fertility rate has risen 28% and the marriage rate has risen 88%. It does seem at least provisionally possible, then, that the state could step in to encourage the formation of families and support a higher birth rate. Such intervention would not refute the basic thesis of this essay, however, that capitalism, if left to itself, will eat itself. After the Great Depression of the 1930s, the state stepped in to save capitalism from itself, from its tendency toward financial meltdown and depression. But the fact that the state did this did not refute the basic tendency of the system, left to its own devices, to generate financial and economic crises. Likewise, if the state should manage to overcome the tendency of the rate of people to fall, it would not disprove the existence of the underlying tendency. Another potential solution to the problem of demographic decline is a religious revival. We have extensive evidence at both the national and international level that religious groups with their high birth rates have a powerful evolutionary advantage over secular groups. So there is good reason to think that, if there were a mass revival of religion and traditional life in the world, it would offset the impact of capitalist accumulation on the fertility rate. An alternate version of this solution does not rely on a mass conversion from irreligion to religiosity, but simply relies on the fact that more traditional religious minority groups in secularized countries multiply at very high rates and may eventually become the majority of the population. But given the often minuscule size of these religious minorities in secular countries, the process would likely play out long after capitalism collapses under its self-generated demographic contradictions. Left to its own devices, capitalism's categorical imperative of work and consumption is, in the end, at odds with its structural needs, as it discourages family formation and thus stymies the capitalist economy's ability to grow. This is the core contradiction of capitalism, much more profound than anything Marx imagined. The war in Ukraine has exposed some serious misperceptions about the relative economic size and military power of major nations. Before the war, it was fashionable to say, usually sardonically, that Russia possessed an economy similar in size to that of Italy or smaller than that of Texas. The Russian economy will be cut in half, President Biden tweeted on March 26, 2022. It was ranked the 11th biggest economy in the world before this invasion, and soon it will not even rank among the top 20. The statistics that the president used for this comparison were nominal GDP numbers measured in US dollars. It is unclear why the president's economic advisors did not direct him to the Purchasing Power Parity Adjusted (PPP) GDP metrics, which are the standard tool economists use to compare the relative size of national economies. That statistic would have showed that Russia's economy is the sixth largest in the world, almost as large as Germany's and well over twice as large as the economy of Texas. Perhaps PPP-adjusted metrics have become embarrassing in DC of late as they show that the Chinese economy is roughly 20% larger than the American economy. Yet this is only the first layer of a rather unsettling onion. In a previous essay, I pointed out that even PPP-adjusted GDP measures may be misleading when it comes to determining the relative importance of various economies. This argument is simple enough. Not all GDP is created equal. $1 of GDP generated by a casino is fundamentally different from $1 of GDP generated by extracting oil. Since economies like China and Russia have far larger mining and manufacturing industries, their relative economic importance is far greater than even a PPP-adjusted GDP figure shows. This goes a long way toward explaining why the Western sanctions did not cut the Russian economy in half, as President Biden promised, but instead created a severe energy crisis in Europe, and the continent now faces the horrifying prospect of deindustrialization. Bad metrics can impose severe costs. That much is now clear. But can they also affect military planning? Could underestimating the relative size and power of a rival country's economy go beyond economics and affect military readiness? The usual metric that policymakers and pundits reach for when assessing military strength is military expenditure as a percentage of GDP. The fact that commentators typically use macroeconomic statistics to assess military strength today says a lot about how we tend to view military affairs in the modern world. It would hardly have occurred to, say, the Romans to assess the strength of their legions in terms of expenditure, much less expenditure relative to the total size of the Roman economy. In the Roman Republic, the Senate seemed mainly concerned with manpower and kept a close eye on recruitment and battlefield casualties. It seems likely that this is how military matters were viewed in most places and at most times. States appear to have become more attuned to the relationship between military and economic power as the costs of large-scale materials started to rise. Before the emergence of large-scale military equipment, soldiers generally supplied most of their own weaponry. A medieval knight, for example, is widely known to have had to purchase and maintain his own armor, weapons, and steed, all of which became symbolic of his wealth and power. This seems to have changed in the Age of Sail, when large and expensive galleons became one of the most important weapons of the early modern period. These large ships required significant government expenditures. It was perhaps only natural, then, that a whole theory would develop around accumulating as much treasure as possible through trade so that the treasure could be used to build a large and powerful navy. That theory was known as mercantilism and was the de facto governing theory of the economy in Europe between the 15th and the 18th centuries. Still, one would imagine that when states compared their naval power to that of their rivals during this period, they had their spies count the number of ships on the opponent's docks rather than the amount of money spent on the ships. It seems likely that the best explanation for the move to compare military strength using economic measures is simply the creation of the economic measures themselves. The national accounts were developed as a response to new developments in economic theory, most notably the gradual emergence of the field of macroeconomics in the late 1920s and early 1930s. The first modern national accounts were published by the National Bureau of Economic Research, NBER, and were built by the Ukrainian-American economist Simon Kuznets. This development was just in time for the Second World War, during which modern economic tools were deployed both to restructure the economy and to estimate military strength. Over time, the use of GDP figures to analyze military strength became commonplace. We now know that, during the Cold War, up to 25% of Soviet GDP went to the armed forces, indicating at once the seriousness of the Soviet threat as well the USSR's deep economic problems. Since the end of history was proclaimed after the Cold War, and peer-to-peer military competition seemed to recede, spending as a percentage of GDP is often the only measure of relative military power discussed in non-specialist media. Thus, the table below is one many have likely seen before. It shows overall military expenditure by country in nominal US dollars for 2021. It also shows this spending represented as a percentage of each country's GDP and as a percentage of total global military expenditure. At first glance, this table seems to allow for an easy comparison of relative military strength among major world powers today. Yet a closer look at the actual military power of the countries listed reveals the severe limitations of these metrics. Let us examine Russia and the United Kingdom. If we look at the military expenditure in raw dollar terms, we will conclude that Russia and the United Kingdom are relatively similar in terms of military power. But anyone with even a cursory knowledge of the two militaries knows that this is almost certainly not the case. Let us compare these two militaries considering what we have learned from the Russo-Ukrainian War, the first interstate large-scale land war in Europe since the Second World War. Figure 2 shows manpower, tanks, artillery pieces, and nuclear stockpiles, which allow a belligerent to deter conventional escalation past a certain point for Russia, the United Kingdom, and the United States. Air power is certainly significant as well, but as the war in Ukraine shows, it is not necessarily decisive in a peer-to-peer conflict. The results are shocking. Even though Russia and the United Kingdom spend approximately the same on their military in dollar terms, Russia has a military that is comparable to, if not substantially larger than, that of the United States. The United Kingdom is not even in the same league as Russia. This raises serious problems for measuring military strength by relative spending. Nor are these problems solved by using a PPP-adjusted metric. If we adjust Russian and British military spending for relative purchasing power, we get $149 billion for Russia versus $77.8 billion for the United Kingdom. True, this implies that Russia spends roughly twice what Britain spends on its military, but this does not explain the extreme differences between the Russian and British armed forces. Of course, some of this can be explained by quality and some by stockpiles. Much of the Russian armaments, especially their nuclear weapons, are stockpiled from the Soviet Union. But the manpower differential cannot be explained in this way. Moreover, if past military expenditure contributes to current military strength, this only buttresses the case against using current expenditure measures to judge relative military power. The use of macrometrics has also led to enormous complacency on the part of Western powers with respect to their capacity to reproduce stocks of basic ammunition. As we have seen in the comparison of the United Kingdom and Russia, large expenditures in no way guarantee the procurement of large quantities of the basic material needed for a functional military. This fact has been hammered home during the Russo-Ukrainian War. The Center for Strategic and International Studies, SIZE, has released estimates of how long it will take the United States to rebuild stockpiles of core munitions that have been sent to Ukraine. Even at surge rates, SIZE estimates that it will take the United States 5 years to replenish 155mm ammunition stocks, 155mm precision ammunition, 4 years, Javelin, 5.5 years, HIMARS, 2.5 years, and Stinger, 6.5 years. In general, U.S. defense manufacturing requires anywhere from 2 to 6 years to replace core munitions after less than a year of sustained conflict, and with allies picking up some of the slack in terms of the required material. Macro metrics of military spending appear completely meaningless if the manufacturing capacity is not there to sustain a proxy war with a peer for even a year. The problems do not stop there. Even if we accept that the macro military spending metrics are broken, and that standardized attempts to adjust them fail, we might nevertheless hold out hope for some sort of clever statistical fix. But this hope disintegrates when we zoom in to the micro level and find some rather disturbing discrepancies. Let us compare two similar weapons systems and see what their relative prices tell us about military spending. The U.S. Virginia-class submarine is a relatively new class of nuclear-powered, fast-attack submarine. Its Russian rival is called the Yazan class. Military analysts broadly agree that, while the two ships have their strengths and weaknesses, they are roughly evenly matched. But how about the cost? This is where things get interesting. The latest listed price for a Virginia-class submarine is around $3.45 billion per unit. Meanwhile, the Yazan-class submarines are estimated to cost around $1.6 billion per unit. If we adjust $1.6 billion using a PPP metric, we arrive at a purchasing price parity cost of around $3.48 billion for the Yazan, almost identical to the price of the Virginia class. This shows the undoubted power of the PPP framework, and it shows why nominal dollar estimates of military spending are extremely misleading. PPP adjustments may not work perfectly, but they provide us with a better basis of comparison than nominal dollar spending. The question is whether this holds for all comparable material. In Figure 3, I have attempted to compare material in various categories using publicly available information. I have also included PPP-adjusted results and have added a cost ratio metric. What we see is that PPP adjustment sometimes makes the costs of these weapons systems comparable and sometimes does not. What stands out from our cost ratio metric, however, is that when the PPP adjustment fails, it always fails in one direction. That is, even when PPP adjusted, Russian equipment tends to be cheaper than American equipment. This means that when we aggregate up to total spending, even when using a PPP-adjusted measure, we likely underestimate Russian military potential. This fits with the evidence of PPP-adjusted metrics failing when comparing British and Russian spending. The Russians, probably due to being a poorer country with lower wage costs, seem to get more bang for their military buck. Yet even these measures break down when we bring in more qualitative issues. Consider what is arguably the most pressing problem for military planners today: the existence of the high-speed anti-shipping missile. In the modern world, navies retain the status that they possessed during the Age of Sail. They are key to global power projection. Navies allow great powers to control shipping lanes and provide a platform to strike at countries far away. The U.S. Navy is absolutely central to America's ability to project power in the Asia-Pacific region. The U.S. Navy has faced a fundamental problem since the time that it became dominant, however. On October 25, 1944, at the Battle of Leyte Gulf, American sailors encountered a new type of weapon, the Japanese kamikaze bomber. The tactic was simple enough: load a fast plane up with massive amounts of explosives and then have the pilot fly it into the enemy's ships. By the end of the Second World War, 34 ships had been sunk by kamikaze pilots and hundreds damaged. The problem that kamikaze attacks pose is obvious. Warships are large and slow, while flying vehicles packed with explosives are small and fast. Warships are also very expensive, while flying bombs are relatively inexpensive. Today, of course, air forces no longer need their pilots to fly to their deaths because of the development of high-speed missile technology. Missiles are even more lethal than the old kamikaze planes because they are smaller and much, much faster. A World War II-era Mitsubishi A6M0 had a top speed of around 350 miles per hour, while a modern Russian 3M-22 Zircon anti-shipping missile has a top speed of around Mach 9, or 6,900 miles per hour. One need not be a military expert to recognize the problem here. A credible case can be made that a ship could defend itself against one of these missiles. A credible case could even be made that it could defend itself against 10 of them. But what about 100 or 1,000? At a certain point, it becomes prima facie illogical to make the case that a large ship can defend itself against hundreds of anti-shipping missiles moving at Mach 9. Together with the quantitative problems that we highlighted above, all of this suggests that we need a new way of pricing material. The underlying problem seems to be that there is no real market price based on combat effectiveness. Of course, defense companies bid on defense procurement contracts, but what programs are pursued and what contracts are available are essentially set by diktat, based on the objectives of military planners. This process might be adequate to identify the cost of producing various weapons systems, but it does not necessarily reflect their combat value. Even when weapons are sold to other countries, they are usually sold based on marketing. After all, many have not been tested in real war, by which we mean advanced combined arms warfare. Yet it may be possible to come up with a market value or something resembling one, and the case of the anti-shipping missile might give us a hint of what that might be. A piece of weaponry is only as valuable as it is potentially successful on the battlefield. Under conventional military procurement, if an arms manufacturer could convince a government to purchase extremely well-constructed trebuchets with expensive aiming technology for millions of dollars, the prices of those trebuchets would be millions of dollars. But that would not stop the trebuchets from being worth exactly nothing on the battlefield. Their stated price may be millions of dollars, but their value would be zero. What this suggests is that we should be able, with prudential judgment, to determine the value of material with reference to its potential battlefield effectiveness. A weapon's value can only be measured against its potential counterweapon. Analysis based on this concept, if done properly, should be able to generate a market price. The table below provides the definitions of the variables in an example using the cost of a U.S. Navy carrier battle group and the cost of its Russian counterweapon, the 3M-22 Zircon. What these equations do is simply model the market price of a weapon based on its potential for battlefield success when weighed against its counterweapon. So, taking the price of both, we adjust the counterweapon using PPP to get a better comparison. We then take the amount of manpower being put at risk in their usage, sadly, a dollar price on human life, and finally, the probabilities that the weapon and counterweapons will destroy one another. We have no idea how many 3M22 zircons it would take to sink a carrier battle group, but we have made the conservative assumption of 250, i.e., a probability of a single weapon sinking the carrier of 0.4%. These equations, which are similar to those used in wargaming, can also be used to back out how successful a weapon would need to be against its counterweapon to justify its price. In the case of our model, a carrier battle group could only justify its cost if the probability of being sunk by a 3M22 zircon was 0.04%, or what amounts to the same thing that it would take almost 2,400 3M22 zircon missiles to sink a carrier battle group. Perhaps more realistically, one could also adjust the value or price of the carrier group based on the fact that it can only be deployed in situations where the threat from hypersonic anti-ship missiles is minimal. With access to sufficient information about the capabilities of various weapons systems, an economist could, in theory, calculate an assessment of the economic value of a military based on its likely performance. This would be the closest we could come, without access to complete battle and weapon data, to determine the true market value of material. Of course, most of us do not have access to the relative performances of various weapons systems. This information is typically top secret. But even with incomplete information about these capabilities, a reasonable approximation is possible. Many militaries around the world already use similar calculations in making threat assessments. They could therefore provide better statistics on comparative strength, without having to divulge how the statistics are calculated, although this would, of course, raise issues of trust. Nevertheless, given the clear problems policymakers and the general public have encountered in trying to determine military strength from simple economic spending metrics, this seems the most promising way to get something closer to true material values and more accurate military comparisons. Out of all the contemporary social and political movements extant in the West today, the sprawling Green movement ranks as one of the most, if not the most, influential. As an ideology and a cultural zeitgeist, the Green movement holds great sway among a large segment of the college-educated knowledge workers of Western economies. Noticeably lower enthusiasm for green causes among working-class constituencies reflects wider cleavages between educated and affluent urban dwellers and the various left-behind hinterlands. But while the Green movement today often prides itself on its youthful, rebellious character, perhaps best embodied in the career arc of Swedish activist Greta Thunberg, it is far from being a countercultural force in opposition to the political or economic establishment. Embracing green ideas is now seen as a basic requirement for membership in many public institutions. Accordingly, the Green movement today drives, or at least seems to drive, significant economic and political decisions, particularly those relating to Western energy policy. Most notable in the United States is the recently passed Inflation Reduction Act, IRA, which the EPA describes as the most significant climate legislation in U.S. history. The IRA allocates nearly $400 billion in total spending, of which over $300 billion goes to energy, environment, and electric vehicles, according to McKinsey. For every $1 that goes to normal manufacturing, $6 goes to green sectors. Seen in this light, the IRA could be considered a watered-down version of the Green New Deal that has been discussed by the left wing of the Democratic Party for many years. The IRA is an enormous undertaking that makes previous energy policies pale in comparison. Yet the IRA is not the first time that the Green lobby has secured significant subsidies from Congress. After the financial crisis of 2008, the Obama administration passed the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act of 2009, ARRA. ARRA was a Keynesian stimulus package designed to prevent the American economy from falling into a depression. The thinking behind it was simple enough. The financial crisis and meltdown in the housing market led to a sharp uptick in unemployment and fall in aggregate demand. In order to counteract this, the federal government would step into the breach and replace this lost aggregate demand with debt-financed spending. The ARRA was huge, floated at $787 billion when it was first passed and then revised up to $831 billion between 2009 and 2011. There is little doubt that it sped up the American recovery from the Great Recession, as can be seen if U.S. growth is compared with growth in European countries that engaged in austerity around the same time. ARRA spending went toward a number of different ends. The largest line items were tax relief for individuals and companies, $288 billion, state and local fiscal relief, $144 billion, and infrastructure and science spending, $111 billion. But there was also a $43 billion carve-out for spending on energy, of which $27.2 billion went to energy efficiency and renewable energy research and investment. Even though spending on renewables was only around 3.3% of the total spending in the bill, it had an enormous impact on the energy sector. To get a sense of just how large the ARRA spending is, consider Figure 1, which compares the total energy-related tax preferences given to the fossil fuel sector with those given to the renewable sector. We see the impact of the ARRA spending in the 2009-16 numbers, and we see that even this 3.3% of total spending gave rise to by far the largest energy-related tax preferences on record since 1985, and probably in U.S. history. But as the chart also shows, the ARRA stimulus is only a drop in the bucket when compared with what the IRA would do for the renewable energy industry. The chart shows what the IRA energy-related tax preferences will look like between now and 2030 if they are distributed on roughly the same schedule as the ARRA tax credits were distributed. The result is like nothing ever seen before in the history of the American energy industry. The largest tax credit ever granted to the fossil fuel industry was in 1985, when the federal government provided $8 billion in credits, about $19 billion in today's dollars. With the IRA, we expect to see tax credits for renewables peak in 2023 at $36.2 billion, or $41.5 billion if we include nuclear. It is not clear that either the American public or policymakers comprehend just how large and how radical these subsidies are. The picture becomes more dramatic still if we consider the entire IRA stimulus package. In the 7 years between 1985 and 1992, the tax preferences assigned to the fossil fuel industry added up to around $31 billion, or $70.2 billion in today's dollars. This is a far cry from the $230 billion that will be spent on renewables in the coming years, $260 billion if we include nuclear. Note as well that while fossil fuel subsidies went to a tried and tested industry, the renewable subsidies are going to an experimental industry. It is no secret that Washington, D.C. is a pay-to-play system, and that lobbying can be thought of as a dollar-in, dollar-out business. To put it in business terms, lobbying can be considered a cost of revenue, and the end revenue is the amount of subsidies, tax credits, or spending the lobbying secures. Figure 2 compares the renewables industry and the fossil fuels industry in this regard. It measures how many dollars in tax credits each industry secures for every dollar spent on lobbying. What this chart shows is that, since 2000, the fossil fuel industry has in its very best year managed to secure $84.69 for every $1 spent on lobbying. This is not a bad return on investment, and clearly the money that the fossil fuel industry is spending on lobbying is well worth it. But when we look at renewables, the picture that emerges is on a different scale entirely. In 2012, during the ARRA stimulus, the industry received $690.95 in tax preferences for every dollar spent. In 2023, we are on track to see that rise to $740.38 thanks to IRA distributions. Although the fossil fuels industry still spends more on lobbying in absolute terms, the returns on green lobbying are significantly higher. We call the green lobby's outsized capacity to extract money from the government the virtue premium. The IRA is not just much larger in the total spending it provides to the green lobby. It is also a wholly different beast than the ARRA stimulus. The ARRA stimulus had a genuine macroeconomic rationale. Keynesian theory tells us that, in a deep recession, any and all government spending is good government spending. Since the economy lacks aggregate demand, any additional spending just deploys resources that would not otherwise be employed. In Keynes's famous example, even burying bottles full of cash and having people dig them up is superior to having those same people unemployed. But the IRA was not passed at a time of deep recession. As the spending from the bill comes online in 2023, unemployment is seeing record lows of 3.4% in some months. These are rates of unemployment not seen since the late 1960s. So what exactly is the rationale of the IRA? It is not a straightforward Keynesian bill to lift aggregate demand. Aggregate demand is doing just fine, as seen in the low unemployment numbers. In fact, given that we have experienced high inflation recently, there may well be too much aggregate demand in the economy. We cannot but conclude that the IRA is not really a macroeconomic stimulus policy at all. Instead, it is aimed at something else entirely. It appears to be a radical attempt to restructure the American economy in line with green ideology. This raises two related questions. First, how has the green lobby acquired such awesome power in the past 2 decades? Second, what is their rationale for wielding this power? It is only by answering these two questions that we can understand where the virtue premium in lobbying came from. The green lobby appears distinct from other industry lobbies like defense or pharma, both in terms of its lobbying model and popular perceptions. Consider one of the most common and long-standing folk conspiracy theories in the United States, that of the American military-industrial complex secretly pulling the strings. The theory holds that Lockheed Martin or Raytheon use their profits to bribe politicians to increase spending on defense, spending that can then be transformed into profits for these companies, which in turn is recycled into even more lobbying, leading to a self-licking ice cream cone of cronyism and subsidy. Put another way, when people say that defense contractors run America, they imagine that this is done through a fairly simple pay-to-play scheme. A powerful industry with lots of money uses its resources to influence politicians, who then use their offices in order to entrench that industry and make it ever more powerful. Whatever one may say about the truth value of this narrative, or how much the wishes of defense contractors actually govern U.S. policymaking, it is obviously insufficient to explain the subsidies that are today going to various green companies. In the defense industry case, the large industry precedes the political lobby. For the green industry, the political lobby precedes the formation and growth of the industry itself. The idea that American solar panel startups or algal biodiesel companies could somehow muster enough institutional heft to grab the reins of the U.S. political process behind the scenes is simply not credible. Most of these companies are fragile hothouse plants, only capable of surviving in an environment of cheap credit and generous government subsidies. Thus, the question that really needs to be asked is why, exactly, has the green lobby been so successful in securing state support, even without much in the way of an actual industry to support it? Why is this industry able to extract vast quantities of money from Congress with much lighter lobbying expenditure than similar industries? Or, to put it in even more basic terms, what's actually in it for the politicians? The most common explanation for the growth of the green movement in the West is simple. Climate change is a real phenomenon that threatens humanity with large-scale death and destruction. Why wouldn't mitigating this be appealing and important to politicians? Yes, Congress isn't perfectly good, and often the way money is spent and appropriated has little to do with the general interest. But surely Congress isn't perfectly bad, either. Who's to say that this isn't one of those cases where American politicians have actually come together to do the right thing? Yet the rhetoric and behavior of green activists themselves suggests that something else is also going on. In their rhetoric, climate change is a matter of settled science. It is not even a political question but an empirical one, and thus disagreeing with the green movement or even green policies in general is not an act of voicing a political disagreement but one of denying basic fact. This accusation is highly ironic, however, given that the climate change movement engages in a form of climate change denial of its own, the downplaying or outright suppression of non-anthropogenic climate change. If one enters the term non-anthropogenic climate change into a search engine, the results will include various sites aimed at debunking myths about climate change. The World Wildlife Federation, for example, writes, Myth 1. The Earth's climate has always changed. Over the course of the Earth's 4.5 billion-year history, the climate has changed a lot. This is true. But the rapid warming we're seeing now can't be explained by natural cycles of warming and cooling. The kind of changes that would normally happen over hundreds of thousands of years are happening in decades. Global temperatures are now at their highest since records began. In fact, 17 of the 18 warmest years on record have all taken place since 2001. Other environmental organizations will generally echo this argument. While non-anthropogenic climate change technically exists, it is a non-factor compared to anthropogenic climate change, either because it is very slow or because it involves much less dangerous shifts in environmental conditions. The basic problem here is that this simply isn't true. Paleoclimatology, that is, the scientific discipline concerned with studying past climate conditions, is absolutely unequivocal on this point. To take merely one example, the Younger Dryas period included both a sudden cooling of global temperatures, as well as a sudden shock of extremely rapid global warming, estimated at about 7 degrees Celsius over just a few decades. It's useful to contrast this with the information contained on Wikipedia's page for the topic of climate apocalypse, which poses a 3-degree temperature change by 2050, i.e., a 3-degree temperature shift playing out over more than a century of industrial civilization, as a doomsday scenario. Claiming that these kinds of dramatic changes take place over hundreds of thousands of years is a particularly amusing mistake for an NGO like the WWF to make, which purportedly aims to educate the public and to debunk various climate myths. The last glacial maximum, during which all of Scandinavia and most of Britain were covered by glaciers, occurred 20,000 years ago. In theory, the field of paleoclimatology and the climate change movement should make natural and obvious allies. The fact that our planet has a rich history of both long-term and sudden, dramatic and lethal climate change would presumably only buttress the argument that the climate movement seeks to make. The basic empirical truth that non-anthropogenic climate change is 1. Often quite dramatic and 2. Often very dangerous, in turn, supports the argument that anthropogenic climate change deserves to be taken seriously as well. Yet it also makes the distinction a bit of a moot point. Climate change is climate change. No matter the cause, it is always worth taking extremely seriously. In practice, however, this is seldom the case that's made. In actually occurring climate change activism, basic paleoclimatological facts about planet Earth and climate change are either ignored or suppressed in order to craft a moralizing story. Specifically, in this story, humanity faces two stark options. Either certain political and social changes are implemented and apocalypse is averted, or all human civilization collapses. The climate change movement thus engages in a curious mix of constant, habitual catastrophizing of some aspects of climate change, while simultaneously undercatastrophizing other aspects of it. On the one hand, it usually posits that 3 degrees of warming over a century is an apocalypse that life on Earth has not seen before and cannot possibly survive. On the other, it insinuates that non-anthropogenic climate change, including cases of 6 or 7 degrees of warming taking place over 10 or 20 years, is not really something to worry about. Taken together, this makes for a narrative about the world in which climate catastrophe revolves exclusively around human sin and human hubris, and for which the only solution is the moral tutelage of the climate movement itself. Earth's climate, far from being a titanic, uncaring, and fantastically complex system that can easily cause massive and sudden harm to humans for any number of reasons, is instead cast as a moral, human-centric actor. Whatever punishment it doles out is, in this view, merely our own human sins being reflected back at us. There is a very recent analog to this kind of morality play science in America, the COVID-19 pandemic. That the COVID-19 virus existed and could be harmful or deadly to humans are basic empirical facts. But everything else about the virus, from its origins to what should be done about it, was almost gratuitously politicized. During the years of the pandemic, America was told to trust the science, even as the science and particular sectoral and political interests clearly merged together, abandoning all pretensions of empiricism or objectivity. In the earliest days of the pandemic, anyone who worried about it was an enemy of science, and probably a racist against Asian Americans as well. Later on, this dynamic shifted, and anyone who wasn't ready to embrace lockdowns was in violation of the science. Then, as the George Floyd protests sprang up in American cities, the science declared that, actually, protests were not liable to spread the virus, as long as the protests were against racism and not, say, against lockdowns. What we thus increasingly see in the West is a form of interest group politics that does not dare to speak its own name. The COVID-19 virus was apolitical in and of itself, all viruses are, but the many policies and decisions taken in its name were clearly anything but. The curious astigmatism that climate change activism displays regarding the science of studying Earth's very real history of climate change seems less like an omission and more like a necessary, if perhaps not always conscious choice. Climate change, once you remove all the annoying details that scientists have gleaned from studying Greenland's fossils or the carbon content of millennia-old glaciers, stops being a natural process and becomes a tale of human morality. What follows from this is that every new environmental disaster becomes further proof of human wickedness, and every new proof of human wickedness becomes a new claim to rule for a certain moral and intellectual elite. Conveniently enough, it also frees politicians from any pesky responsibility to prevent or mitigate disasters. If floods are interpreted as being a form of divine punishment sent directly from Mother Nature herself, as opposed to the completely normal kinds of floods that humans have always had to deal with, even before the advent of the industrial economy, then rejecting those punishments by trying to mitigate the flooding is sinful in and of itself. Only by accepting that the flood is your own fault can you attain moral salvation, according to this view of the world. This constant catastrophizing that has now become such a routine feature of Western politics, and which is used to justify both unpopular policy and to shift state resources towards sectional interests, is perhaps best understood through the lens of an Irish political scientist by the name of Peter Mair, who spent much of his life tracing the political changes of post-war Western societies. Mair's final book, Ruling the Void, was sadly unfinished when he passed away in 2011, but the core arguments were fleshed out enough to make posthumous publication possible. To summarize Mayer's argument, long-term structural changes inside the West, with labor unions atrophying and political parties going from broad membership organizations to small, insular organizations dominated by the professional classes, have over time hollowed out the function of mass democratic political systems and engendered a fundamental transformation in the character and outlook of Western politicians. The void that Mayer refers to in the title is the void of popular participation as well as the lack of democratic legitimacy that remains once the political system has been vacated by the great majority of the population, leaving bureaucrats and politicians unmoored from and unaccountable to the people. This, in turn, leads to the political system facing a growing problem in how to justify its own existence. The European Union's so-called democracy gap is well known, but the term itself hints at a very basic dilemma. The gap here is not so much a gap between the intended level of democratic control over EU institutions and the actual reality, because EU institutions were designed to not be democratic, but between European citizens' residual expectations that their political system should be democratically accountable and the reality that has been constructed for them. Around the time that Mayer died, the old political order, wherein politicians legitimized themselves through appealing to democratic and popular power, had more or less completely fallen away. What replaced it in the years following the fall of the Soviet Union was an order in which politicians increasingly legitimized themselves as technocratic experts. Efficiency, not democracy, was the watchword of the day. This was the time of central banks freeing themselves from the democratic yoke in order to be able to fulfill their apolitical, efficiency-maximizing mandates. This was an age that had supposedly settled the big political questions in favor of liberalism, free markets, and global integration. And now all that remained was to administer this best of all possible worlds as well as possible. The new elites might not be willing to listen to your amateur ideas about monetary policy anymore, but they would make you and your society rich, or so they claimed. But this world, which was so clearly in view at the time of Mayer's death, has also ceased to exist today. In a time of economic stagnation, inflation, and resurgent great power competition, the relatively hopeful idea of a meritocratic and politically distant technocracy justifying its rule through economic and social progress has become increasingly untenable. And as the prestige of unelected, technocratic institutions has fallen, while their power in determining policy remains, moralistic sources of legitimacy increasingly fill the void. Neither the politics of COVID nor the politics of climate change can be said to represent a form of purely technocratic politics. Rather, we are looking at a politics of morality, almost a form of soothsaying. Its narratives deal less with expertise and policy and more with sin and damnation. Its proponents behave more like itinerant preachers than stodgy professors, regardless of what their job title actually is. If the question that occupied Peter Mayer in his last years was how political elites would justify their own rule in a time when they had detached themselves from and lost the respect of the majority population, then both Greta Thunberg and Extinction Rebellion now seem more than willing to provide an answer. The Green Flamens. In ancient Rome, religion was a matter of public policy, and a sprawling and often confusing state apparatus existed to carry out the sacrifices and ritual offerings that the various gods demanded. The Romans were notoriously superstitious, and the correct observance of signs, the performance of rituals, and the interpretations of various forms of auguries were used both to bolster morale and to strengthen political legitimacy. While modern people look back on these civilizational practices with amusement, it's actually an open question how far we have really progressed compared to our forebears from antiquity. While green activists still prefer to cast themselves as plucky underdogs fighting against entrenched industry interests, the actual reality is quite different. Indeed, the massive spending now taking place on a grab bag of green initiatives seems to completely defy the basic cost of revenue logic of organized political lobbying in Washington, D.C. A few centuries ago, Voltaire's quip that, if God didn't exist, it would be necessary to invent him, was meant as a rebuke to a cynical and materialistic Catholic Church. Today, America's politicians seem to be driven by the need to engage in precisely this process of invention. The green industry, when and where it does not already exist, has to be created at massive taxpayer expense if need be. The Romans, for their part, sacrificed bulls not as an economic sop to big animal, nor did they perform divinations using the entrails of birds as a hidden handout to the poultry industry. In both of these cases, the primary needs being served by the practitioners were building legitimacy and making sense of the world. 2,000 years separate us modern humans from the ancient Romans, but those basic needs haven't changed. There is still a need for both rulers and the ruled to make sense of the world they live in, and there is still a need for the rulers to make the argument that they deserve to rule. It is out of this question of state legitimacy that we believe the virtue premium in Beltway lobbying emerges. Legitimizing the governing elite is fast becoming big business. Millions of years ago, Antarctica was home to subtropical forests and the planet was essentially free of ice. 20,000 years ago, the land Chicago sits on was buried beneath the massive Laurentide Glacier. That climate change is a real process is simply true. Factually, it's beyond all reasonable discussion. But climate change does not write policy or fund appropriations or donate money to NGOs. As an environmental process, it is silent on how human societies should look and who should get to rule them. But the specter of looming apocalypse does serve to paper over the growing contradictions of the current political system. The old methods of expertise and economic growth that were used to rule the void in the decades after the fall of the Soviet Union are simply no longer available. In the golden age of end-of-history technocracy, a figure like Greta Thunberg would have been politely told to go back to school and focus on her studies. Economists and scientists were the masters of the world then, not precocious children claiming some sort of metaphysical mandate. Today, however, the charismatic child prophet increasingly seems to be what the doctor has ordered. Perhaps the sprawling, impractical, and often completely nonsensical nature of many climate subsidies and policies today is not so much a bug as a feature. Like the labyrinthine religious offices, auguries, and haruspicy of ancient Rome, what is being produced for the money is not economic efficiency, nor even practical outcomes, but rather meaning and legitimacy. To ask whether algal biodiesel or lab-grown meat or solar panels installed beneath highway surfaces for eye-watering costs will ever actually work is to miss the point. These things are working right now and doing so at great public expense to achieve their political objective, to give the appearance that the technocrats turned priests of the current order are performing the correct rituals and making the proper sacrifices, and that doom and disaster surely threaten anyone who would dare to interrupt their work. It may be that the animal spirits of Western market society have simply given way to animal spirits of a more traditional kind. The problem with allocating so many resources to the construction of Roman idols, however, is that it means that these resources cannot be deployed elsewhere, even when there are pressing needs that aren't being met. Clearly, the United States today faces a number of economic problems. Recent attempts to hobble Chinese development by restricting access to semiconductor technology are failing, as the Chinese state plows money into its domestic industry and innovation. It is becoming increasingly clear that America cannot maintain global dominance through self-defeating trade policies alone, and that the only viable strategy is to engage in industrial policy on the same scale that the Chinese state engages in. But the nature of IRA spending shows that this is probably impossible in the current political environment. The political class today is fixated on extracting subsidies for Big Green as well as funding various NGOs and climate initiatives, with little room left for tax credits for actual industry. The stark reality highlighted by the IRA is that the green movement is now not only steering Western energy policies in a dubious direction, but it is also interfering with effective statecraft and industrial policy. Political energy, and with it much-needed resources, is being used to create monuments and altars to the gods, rather than to build roads, bridges, or industry. The peak of the trust the science ideology is a sharp descent into pagan irrationalism. To take just one example, consider the attempts to ban internal combustion engines. Here, the EU led the charge, intending to pass a ban on these engines by 2035. Not particularly far from now. Germany, concerned for its car industry, pushed to include a loophole that would allow these engines to still be used, as long as they were running on synthetic fuels. California has followed suit, announcing its own ban, also to begin in 2035. But both the electric car and the synthetic fuel have two basic problems. The infrastructure to support their mass adoption simply does not exist in America, nor are there credible plans to get there. To replace cars running on gasoline with electric cars doesn't just require the capacity to manufacture the new cars, but it requires a much more robust power grid that can handle the additional loads that would be placed upon it, as well as additional power generation capacity. So why start with the ban, rather than with the infrastructure that would make such a ban possible in the first place? Why not consider something less dramatic but more achievable as a first step, such as pushing industry toward hybrids or improved fuel economy? The answer, at least in part, is that the West is now clearly moving away from performance legitimacy as a political concept. If politicians can no longer aspire to rule the void by promising increased living standards or more rational government, then creating irrationality makes a perverse sort of sense. As ruler legitimacy is increasingly transformed into a game of soothsaying, natural disasters can be recast as punishment from above, and sharp drops in living standards can be justified by simply recasting them as taking responsibility for the planet. This has, to some extent, already happened with increased gas prices in Britain. Today, in the more feverish corners of the internet, there is a cottage industry of conspiracy theories which claim that the elites have a plan to intentionally lower living standards, to usher in a new world order where people own nothing and are happy about it. But that is to fundamentally misunderstand what is going on. EU politicians are not trying to ban cars without having a replacement or funding for infrastructure because they desire dysfunctional outcomes. They have simply moved to a calculus where functionality and performance are increasingly irrelevant as a yardstick for political success. Our politicians are recasting themselves as priests, not experts, and thus arguments along the line of hybrids being better and more efficient at reducing carbon emissions across the entire production chain are completely beside the point. The spectacle, not the material performance, is the yardstick by which green policy ultimately justifies itself. As a piece of industrial policy, Joe Biden's seminal piece of legislation, the IRA, clearly misses the mark. As a program of economic stimulus, many parts of it seem questionable in the extreme. But as an attempt to build a new kind of legitimacy industry for the political class, it makes a certain bit of sense. For it is now becoming apparent that the only solution Western politicians have found to the issue of ruling the void that has been created by the death of mass democracy is to paint that void green. Today's consumer capitalist societies present us with a paradox. We are told year in and year out that living standards are rising, but many people, especially younger people, can feel their quality of life decline as time goes on. This feeling is palpable and can be seen in the hardest of the quality of life indices, such as the suicide rate and the rates of drug addiction and overdose. Non-economic measures show a large decline in quality of life in recent years, but economic metrics show it is increasing. The old Marx Brothers phrase comes to mind. Who are you going to believe, me or your lying eyes? It is time for economists to admit that their metrics are broken. In this essay, I will introduce a conceptual framework to understand what has gone wrong and suggest some provisional ways to fix it. Economic theory is typically divided into two broad periods: the classical and the neoclassical. The neoclassical period arose in the 19th century, partly in response to Marxism, in the work of economists like Carl Menger and William Stanley Jevons. Neoclassical economics is characterized by a focus on rationality and utility maximization. These are the concepts that any undergraduate who takes a course in economics will be introduced to almost immediately. Students are taught to think of the world as a large collection of goods and services that they must choose between while only having access to a limited budget. Rational consumers are those who get the best bang for their buck by choosing the basket of goods and services that makes them most content. This is what the economists refer to as maximizing utility. The reader will quickly notice how subjectivist this framework is. This mode of analysis makes no judgment about the consumption preferences of the consumer. Suppose that one consumer maximizes his utility by hoarding empty beer cans. The economist will say that because the cost of empty beer cans is basically zero, the hoarder will be a very happy individual since he will have access to almost infinite empty beer cans. A psychologist may say something different altogether, but the economist is eminently, almost comically, liberal in his approach. The classical tradition in economics was very different. The classical tradition ran from Adam Smith through David Ricardo to Karl Marx, who is generally recognized as the last major classical economist. The classical tradition drew on the work of the ancient philosophers, notably Aristotle, in formulating its basic approach to commerce. In the classical tradition, there was a distinction between the use value of an item and its exchange value. The exchange value of an item was simple enough. It was the number of other items any given item was worth, or when money is introduced into the economy, the monetary value of an item in the market. The use value of an item was quite different. Contemporary philosophers might call use value an essentialist property, and this notion drew on the philosophies of the ancient world, in which the essence of things was taken very seriously. For classical economists, an item's use value was its actual usefulness or worth to the good life. Here we see a much more objectivist stance than we see in the modern neoclassical approach to economics. Take the example of the hoarder who desires to hoard as many empty beer cans as possible. The classical economist will be nowhere near as liberal as the neoclassical economist when confronted with such a phenomenon. Rather, the classical economist will state plainly what is obvious to most of us. Beyond the capacity to recycle the raw materials, the empty beer can has almost no use value, and the hoarder is simply being irrational and may even be mentally ill. Here, the classical economist agrees with the psychologist, while the neoclassical economist remains trapped in the madhouse. What does all this have to do with the measurement of relative wealth across space and through time? Surely, these are old, arcane debates bordering on the metaphysical. Not so. In fact, they have an enormous impact on how people view the world today, especially policymakers and politicians. The reason for this is because, especially in the last 30 years, policymakers and politicians have become obsessively focused on maximizing economic growth. Here, they typically refer to gross domestic product, GDP. If GDP is growing, we are told, society is getting ever wealthier. Since we live in commercial societies and the politician's main goal is to maximize the wealth of his population, GDP growth should be prioritized over almost everything else. Buried deep in the GDP metrics we use, however, are assumptions that are almost identical to the neoclassical conception of value. GDP is measured by the number of transactions that occur in any given geographic location over any given period. To get an intuitive sense of this, imagine a household with 2 parents and 2 children. Let us imagine we only want to measure the internal GDP of the household itself. That is, we ignore the income that flows into the household from the parents working or the children opening a lemonade stand outside the house. We also ignore the expenditure that flows outward on goods and services. Reduced to the internal GDP of the household, the only relevant payments will be between the parents and the children. The internal GDP of the household will thus consist only of regular payments from the parents to the children in the form of pocket money, and any additional payments from the parents to the children for additional labor carried out, such as mowing the lawn or doing the dishes. When a child loses a tooth, even the tooth fairy may contribute a few units of GDP by slipping a banknote under the child's pillow. The reason that I use this example is to highlight something very important about the GDP framework. The parents and children interact in an enormous number of ways, but only monetized actions are recorded as contributing to GDP. If the mother cleans the dishes and the father mows the lawn one week, but the children do both for extra pocket money the next week, only the children's actions are recorded as GDP. A classical economist would see a problem with this. After all, the use value of cleaning the dishes or mowing the lawn is the same regardless of whether the exchange value is different depending on who is undertaking it. At an intuitive level, the classical economist is correct. Neoclassical economists have long been aware of this problem, but they have defended the GDP framework by saying that unpaid labor and similar non-transactional interactions are a relatively small part of economic activity and remain relatively constant over time. These two claims are related. These sorts of quasi-economic interactions start small, and because they remain a constant share of total quasi-economic interactions over time, they stay small. While this may have been a defensible position in the past, it has become less and less defensible in an age when we are increasingly inclined to monetize images and human interactions. There now seems to be an impulse on the part of consumerist capitalism to try to monetize as many relationships as possible to maximize GDP. Consider 2 statistics that put this in stark contrast. Between 2008 and 2018, the number of men aged 18 to 34 who reported not having sex in the past year rose from 7% to 23%. Filling this gap is an explosion of online virtual prostitution and pornography. Between 2019 and 2023, the online virtual prostitution website OnlyFans saw its revenue climb from $43 million to $1.3 billion, which represents a 20% compound growth rate. 2. What we are seeing here is the replacement of normal human relationships with virtual monetized relationships. If young men were having sex at normal rates with their would-be wives or girlfriends, it would not add to GDP. But because they are not and must instead seek out virtual prostitutes, their activity is monetized and therefore adds to GDP. Not only is this perverse, but it also represents a decline in use value and a fall in living standards. The use value of sexual relationships is both psychological and procreative. From a psychological perspective, data show clearly that people who are in sexual relationships are generally happier than people who are not. Meanwhile, the psychological evidence that pornography drastically damages mental health is crystal clear. From a procreative perspective, society needs people to enter stable sexual relationships to reproduce the species. In addition to this basic biological need, reproduction is required to replace and increase the labor force, which is needed to maintain and grow living standards. The substitution of online pornography for real-world relationships also represents a fall in living standards because these young men now must pay for a far less satisfying product, thus reducing their real income. It could be argued that virtual prostitutes have seen an increase in their living standards, but in reality, they have likely just replaced being in a relationship in which a man pays for gifts, trips, and other things with virtual prostitution. Overall, this dynamic is leading to a significant fall in the standard of living in the societies impacted by it. This paradox is perhaps best explored with reference to some concepts borrowed from macroeconomics. In the macroeconomics of capital development, economists typically distinguish between capital widening and capital deepening. To explain these concepts, we might consider an economy focused on agriculture. Imagine that all the farms in this economy have a rather primitive capital stock. That is, farmers mainly work the farms with old-fashioned plows operated either by hand or by horses. Imagine that investment in this economy is increased, and tractors are then introduced into the economy, which massively increases the productivity of the farms. As each farm gets a tractor, a technology that already existed but was lacking on the farms due to a lack of investment, the amount of capital is increased across space, across all the farms. We can refer to this as capital widening. Now consider what future investment in this economy might look like. It will have to focus on using new technologies to increase the productivity of the farms incrementally. We might think of the first phase as picking the low-hanging fruit by investing in extant technology that provides an enormous increase in productivity. In the second phase, farmers must seek new technologies that increase productivity marginally. For example, they may install a new engine in their tractor that allows it to work more efficiently. Economists call this second phase capital deepening, which is characterized by an attempt to eke out marginal productivity gains by intensely focusing on increasing efficiencies. We can borrow these terms to describe what has happened in the consumption space of late consumer capitalism. In the first phase of the development of consumption, new technologies that drastically improve living standards are introduced. We might think of the proliferation of access to running water in Western societies in the 20th century right up to the distribution of extremely useful gadgets, refrigerators, washing machines, etc., especially in the 1940s and 1950s. We can refer to this phase of increased consumption as consumption widening. Consumption widening clearly changes the way we live for the better. No one with access to running water would want it to be cut off, just as no one with access to a fridge would like to see it taken away. The case for these new consumer items is rock solid from the perspective of use value. Now, consider the replacement of sexual relationships with virtual prostitution that we discussed above. This involves relationships that were previously not monetized becoming monetized. There are endless examples of these relationships in modern economies. For example, an entire healthcare insurance industry has sprung up in the United States that uses opaque billing techniques to ration the amount of healthcare provided to American consumers. In the past, this was a much simpler exchange relationship between a patient and a doctor. Now there are endless layers of paid middlemen. Each time a middleman is paid, this adds to GDP, but from an objective perspective, this leads to reduced rather than increased use value. This colonization of human relationships by exchange relationships can be called consumption deepening. Consumption deepening is the logical result of a society that considers rising GDP as a good in and of itself. Past a certain point, people do not need large increases in exchange relationships. Once they have their fridge, washing machine, car, dishwasher, and so on, the need for more use value starts to decline. Past a certain point of consumption, people become largely satiated, and their consumption should grow slower than before. But late consumer capitalist societies cannot tolerate this because consumption growth is seen as a prerequisite for GDP growth. As a result, economic incentives begin to favor deepening consumption by monetizing as many relationships as possible. This also explains the increasing rush to monetize images, because images exist to briefly capture a person's attention, and the incentives in late consumer capitalism are structured to capture as much monetized attention as possible. Like a good economist, we can model this relationship quite easily. Consider the following diagram. On the vertical axis, we see use value, the true usefulness that people derive from economic relationships. On the horizontal axis, we see expenditure identical to GDP, that is, the amount of money that people spend in any given time period. The curved line shows the relationship between the two. At the beginning, moving up to point E1, the use value rises as expenditure rises. This is the period of consumption widening, when people start to get access to products that drastically raise their living standards. Between points E1 and E2, we see a sharp slowdown in the increase of use value. This is the period when consumption widening starts to transition to consumption deepening. Past point E2, we are fully in the period of consumption deepening. As we can see, expenditure produces no actual increase in use value. Consider also the line coming from the bottom left-hand corner of the diagram and rising 45 degrees. We can call this the line of real wealth. That is, the line that allows us to conceptualize whether increased expenditure is additive to human flourishing or harmful to it. When the real wealth line is below the use value expenditure curve, increased expenditure adds to human flourishing. We see this in the light gray shaded area. But when the real wealth line is above the use value expenditure curve, increased expenditure actively detracts from actual human flourishing. We see this in the dark gray shaded area, which represents the region of the virtual prostitution economy. What does all this mean? For one, it means that we cannot say that increasing GDP shows a rise in living standards. As we have seen, rising GDP can be actively detrimental to living standards because it can represent a use-value destructive, if not societally poisonous, process of consumption deepening. We need an alternative measure that factors in the qualitative aspects of consumption and assigns a negative value to forms of consumption that are detrimental to human flourishing. For example, virtual prostitution and America's healthcare bureaucracy should not be included in such a measure. Rather, they should be assigned a negative value and reduce the measure. Such a method would help policymakers focus on eliminating these poisonous phenomena. This framework requires a classical vision of value itself. We need to have a framework that can actively distinguish between healthy sexual relationships and virtual prostitution and assign a positive value to the former and a negative value to the latter. Creating such a framework is far beyond the scope of this essay, but it undoubtedly implies a teleological approach that can define first principles and then tease out the use values of various relationships. Consumption deepening and the rent extraction economy. Intuitively, consumption deepening will likely not have as significant an impact on an economy as consumption widening. The cost of a subscription app or the marginal revenue generated from the production of images surely cannot match the introduction of, say, a new household appliance or widespread access to electricity. Even if we allow our conception of value to be dictated by market exchange, that is, even if we allow the price paid for a consumption good to be a true reflection of its value, the price paid for images and app subscriptions simply cannot be compared to the price paid for a new household appliance. Let us take some real-world examples to demonstrate this intuition. Point 5. In 1947, the American manufacturer Bendix released its Bendix Deluxe model washing machine. It sold for $249.50, which is around $3,500 in today's money after adjusting for inflation. We get a better sense of how large a consumption outlay this washing machine would have been if we compare it to the average American salary net of taxes at the time, around $2,300 a year. A Bendix Deluxe in 1947 would have cost around 10.8% of the average American salary. Let us compare that to the cost of a high-end washing machine today. The Bosch 300 series, which ranks as one of the best washing machines at the time of writing, costs around $1,250. This is just over 2.3% of the average annual American salary net of taxes, $53,280. We can, therefore, see that a washing machine cost the average American almost 5 times more relative to 1947 salaries than it does today. Yet even $1,250 is not an insignificant amount of money for the average American. Buying a washing machine today is still a relatively big expense for anyone outside of the very wealthy. It is such a large purchase that it is not uncommon to buy items like washing machines through lease arrangements of various types. These machines even turn up in pawn shops when times are hard. Compare this to the costs of some more excessive products of an economy far into the consumption deepening stage of development. OnlyFans subscriptions cost around $5.10 a month, or around $84 a year. The lowest level of X Premium costs around $3 a month, to take a less extreme example. These costs are significantly lower than the $1,250 cost of a washing machine. But this is not even the most important point of comparison. If the consumption deepening model were truly adding use value, then one would expect that these new forms of consumption would increase to fully replace the falling prices of items like washing machines. Yet this is not happening. We know that consumption today is higher than it was in 1947, so what are people consuming? Or, phrased differently, Where is the extra income left over from the falling cost of washing machines being absorbed? The best way to look at this is to compare the weights in the Consumer Price Index, CPI, from the period of consumption widening to those of today. The CPI is generated by statistics agencies to show how much of the average person's income is spent on a given category of goods. The CPI weights are often thought of as a representative shopping basket of what the average consumer buys over the course of the average year. Changes in this shopping basket show directly what spending is absorbing the consumption segment of GDP. 6. The following chart shows the CPI weights from 1947 to 49, when the phase of consumption widening was in full swing in the United States, and the CPI weights from 2024, when the economy had already undergone an extensive process of consumption deepening. Here, we see the changes in the nature of the American economy. One aspect that stands out is the decline of the weight of food in the CPI, falling from 40.9% of the overall basket in 1947 to 49 to only 14.5% in 2024. The impact of consumption deepening is best measured by the category reading and recreation. This category includes subcategories such as televisions, purchase, subscription and rental of video, recorded music and music subscription, and so on. It includes, in other words, the production of images for consumption. We certainly do see an increase in this category, which has risen from around 2.8% in 1947 to 49 to around 5.3% in 2024, but relative to the entire basket, this increase is not very large and it remains a relatively small category. We might say that if most of the effects of consumption deepening were rolled back to post-World War II levels, consumption in the United States would only fall by around 2.5%. Meanwhile, dollar-based consumption of food has been reduced by around 25%. Once again, our intuition is confirmed. The impact of consumption deepening is not sufficient to offset the lack of consumption widening that has taken place in the American economy. The items absorbing income are crystal clear from this chart: medical care, education and communication, and housing. Medical care has risen from 3.3% of the basket to around 8.3% of the basket. Note that the increased weight does not reflect a rise in the quality of a given good or service. Food quality has likely risen since 1947 to 49, certainly in terms of the diversity of consumer selection, yet its weight has fallen. Americans are simply spending more money on health care. The same goes for education. Education and communication has risen from basically 0%. We assume it was so small that it was previously contained in the other category to around 5.7%. The rise in the healthcare and education components of the basket, however, is nothing in comparison to the rise in the cost of housing. Housing has risen from around 25.7% in 1947 to 49 to around 44.2% in 2024. Here, the question of quality is even more straightforward. Anyone who has looked at the housing market knows that mid-century properties are typically better built than newly constructed properties and that they often sell at a premium. So, what is driving the rise in housing costs? The following chart breaks down the weights of the housing component by subcategory. Here, we see that, apart from fuel and utilities, which have maintained roughly the same share of household consumption over time, all other non-shelter costs have fallen. In 1947 to 49, households spent around 10.6% of their income on costs associated with furnishing and running a household. By 2024, this had fallen to only 2%. This is the effect of consumption widening in action. Markets have massively driven down the relative cost of running a household. But when we look at the cost of housing itself, categorized as shelter in the CPI weights, we see something very different. The costs of obtaining housing have risen from 25.7% of household income in 1947 to 49 to around 44.2% of household income in 2024. The cost of obtaining housing has almost doubled. What explains this? It appears that, as consumption widening has furthered, late capitalism has turned to aggressive rent extraction mechanisms to absorb the excess income that useful consumption products can no longer absorb. It is popular today to claim that the reason housing costs have risen is because there are not enough houses. 7. A granular look at the data casts doubt on this, however, at least across the nation as a whole. 8. In fact, the number of housing units per capita has been steadily rising since 1940 and has never really fallen. The size of households has also been falling in this period, but not by enough to account for the run-up in housing costs. For example, the recent run-up in housing costs started in 2011. Since then, The median sales price of a home in the United States has risen from around $226,900 to around $419,200 at the end of 2024, an increase of around 85%. In the same period, the number of housing units per person stayed roughly constant at around 0.425. The average household size over this period fell from around 2.55 to around 2.5, a decline of just under 2%. If we believe the supply and demand story for housing, we are forced to accept that a 2% decline in the size of the average household with a steady amount of housing per capita generates an 85% increase in the price of housing. These numbers make no sense. The simpler explanation is that the housing market has been financialized. As of 2024, 1 in 6 homes purchased in the United States were purchased by investment buyers, more than triple the amount of investment buyers that were in the market in 2000. For low-priced homes, the number purchased by investment buyers was 1 in 4. Housing in America is being treated as a financial asset from which investors extract wealth. This is not unlike how land and property was treated in the feudal era. Consumption deepening does not so much extract rent as it normalizes the basis of the rent extraction economy in the minds of the people who inhabit it. A company like OnlyFans may make the individuals who work for them, or perhaps more accurately, are exploited by them, a lot of money. But overall, its contribution to the actual economy is minor. Most rent extraction occurs in much more important areas like housing and healthcare. The consumption deepening model instead creates the microeconomic conditions that lead consumers to accept the rent extraction model as normal. Consumption deepening virtualizes many aspects of economic life and, in doing so, leads to an illusion of economic progress. While the cost of essentials like housing and healthcare rise, consumers are told that wealth is increasing despite these price increases thanks to the growth of the virtual economy. The virtual economy itself creates an increasingly illusory world where tangible goods and services fade into the background even though they make up a larger and larger share of a person's actual expenditure. Meanwhile, the virtual economy brought about by consumption deepening conditions consumers to think that paying rents for things that they previously did not have to pay rents for is normal, and so this obscures the increasing rental extraction that is taking place on what were previously basic goods. Normalizing abnormal social relationships at a microeconomic level normalizes mass rent extraction at the macroeconomic level. In macroeconomics, there has long been a debate around the so-called productivity puzzle. In 1993, the economist Erik Brynjolfsson noted that, while the technology revolution of the previous 2 decades was obvious to anyone who compared an office in the early 1990s with an office in the late 1960s, productivity gains were unimpressive. This inspired the now well-known quip by Robert Solow, "You can see the computer age everywhere but in the productivity statistics." The reality is that this was not much of a puzzle at all. In 1967, the economist Nicholas Kaldor laid down his growth laws, which stipulated that the service sector had minimal capacity to increase its productivity in comparison to manufacturing. Since Kaldor first formulated these growth laws, they have been confirmed by empirical observation. The Western productivity slowdown is mainly due to moving from a manufacturing economy to a services economy. But considering the facts of consumption widening and consumption deepening, we are confronted with an even more disturbing possibility. What if the productivity statistics in late capitalist societies are extremely misleading? Productivity is measured by dividing inflation-adjusted GDP by the labor force. As we have already discussed, however, the inflation adjustment of GDP is calculated using the weightings we examined in the last section. This means that when, say, the weight of shelter or medical care rise in the basket of transactions associated with these activities, they make up more and more of a share of inflation-adjusted GDP. But it is unclear why we should consider, for example, rising rent costs or a bloated medical insurance bureaucracy as indicative of productivity growth. The reality is that economic productivity is not organically related to the volume of monetary transactions taking place. The statistics we use to measure productivity assume that there is a relationship between these two things, and this may have been the case in the old consumption-widening economy of the post-war period. But in the late capitalist economy, dominated by consumption deepening and rent extraction, this assumption simply does not hold. This issue will also impact relative measures of economic size. Economists use a similar technique known as purchasing power parity, PPP, adjusted per capita GDP to compare the relative wealth of countries. But the PPP adjustment uses relative inflation metrics that rely on the weighting systems examined above. This means that if, say, the United States has an overinflated medical or educational bureaucracy that sucks up much more expenditure than the less onerous systems in Europe, this will artificially increase the relative statistical wealth of the United States relative to Europe. In effect, we are saying that because American healthcare is vastly more expensive than its European equivalent, and therefore absorbs more expenditure, the United States has a higher per capita income. This seems prima facie absurd. As someone who moves from Europe to the United States will tell you, one must spend significantly more as a percentage of income on a product that was either much cheaper or even free in Europe. Here, we are starting to see that issues related to consumption widening, consumption deepening, and rent extraction raise profound questions about how we think about economic progress and development. Better analysis of consumption deepening can help to explain the growing disconnect between the rising living standards suggested by economic statistics and the increasingly widespread perceptions of material decline among Western electorates. Although it may be possible to increase GDP by transforming ever more aspects of life into monetizable consumption, we may be well past the point at which further consumption deepening detracts from actual consumer utility or human flourishing. At the same time, goods that once composed far less of a person's overall consumption basket, like healthcare, education, and housing, are sucking up much of the income that has been freed up by actual improvements in material conditions that were arrived at through the process of consumption widening. The reason for this is not because the quality of these goods has risen dramatically, but rather because the markets for these goods have become heavily financialized and bureaucratized, thereby creating a massive sector of the economy that is based almost entirely on rent extraction. This realization has profound implications not only for certain basic economic statistics, but also for the policy issues that have been shaped by those statistics. Beneath many of today's debates may be much older quarrels between classical and neoclassical economics. Neoclassical assumptions about the relationship between consumer spending, welfare, growth, and national wealth that appeared to work well enough in the 20th century may no longer be operative. Over many decades, actors in consumer capitalist societies have been incentivized to exploit the gap between GDP and real consumer welfare, gradually widening this gap into a chasm. Arguments defined in terms like degrowth versus abundance, therefore, may misstate the core problem, which fundamentally involves ancient questions concerning the difference between use value and exchange value and the difference between actual economic profit, which adds to the material wealth of society, and pure economic rent, which simply tries to colonize and monetize normal human activity. Electricity is an input in virtually everything we do as a modern society. Few Americans remember what it was like to live without it and its attendant benefits on quality of life, labor productivity, and human health. Electricity is today largely taken for granted, yet for middle-class and older Americans, utility bills often constitute a significant share of household expenses. In the manufacture of everything from aluminum to silicon to chemicals, electricity is usually the largest operating expense. For many other manufactured goods, it is second only to labor. The trade in electricity exists at the intersection of societies' demand for the product's affordability and constant availability. Obtaining one of these two inverse variables means trading off the other. Yet the electric sector has become still more complicated in recent decades, with the addition of environmental and social considerations from emissions and land use to employment at power plants and mines. These demands do not coexist easily, and they never have. Conflicting policy demands have meant the heavy involvement of government in this sector ever since its origin. Electricity has never fit the paradigm of business versus regulation. As has been the case since its earliest days as a commercial product, it is often sold by monopolies at prices fixed by government, both in Washington and at state capitals. The utility sector clamors for government's involvement in its business decisions, and government is happy to oblige. As a result, few products are regulated in such a command fashion as electricity in our supposedly free market society. Understanding the sector is not just important because electricity is important. The market for electricity is really a window into the workings of the modern administrative state. The economic regulation of the sector often blurs the line between government and business, turning each into the other's client. Even in places where competitive features exist, the marketplace is still designed by government and warped by subsidies. Today, there is no genuinely free market for electricity. Ironically, many of the ideologically driven, market-oriented reforms of recent decades have precipitated a retrenchment of the monopoly problem they intended to solve. Reforming the market for such a fundamental consumer good is not impossible, however. The market in electricity is almost hopelessly complicated to the layman. Even experts in certain places, such as New England, profess that they cannot understand the market rules for the products trade in, say, California. If knowledge is power, then this type of power is the one scarce attribute of electricity. The shortness of the public's attention span for headlines dealing with energy does not help matters. A rate hike here, a pipeline there, an Earth Day once a year. Beyond this, the public is ill-equipped to judge a sector that is more opaque than even finance or telecommunications. So a primer on the basics of this business, as well as a diagnosis of its systemic flaws, should precede any policy proposals to reform the government's nearly all-encompassing relationship with the trade in electric power. While the story of Thomas Edison is usually depicted as a triumph of innovation, it is even more importantly a story of how a transformative invention became quickly attached to the apparatus of the state. Innovation was its kernel, but it was at full blossom only by recourse to state power. Histories such as Jill Johns's Empires of Light, Random House, 2003, and novels such as Graham Moore's The Last Days of Night, Random House, 2016, tell the same story. Edison and Westinghouse jockeyed in a technological battle over the proper electrical current to supply consumers, direct versus alternating, and over the design of appliances that would use each current. Although AC would eventually become the dominant delivery method of electricity, Edison won the early victories and today wears the laurels of the father of electrification. He did this by waging a battle of public opinion designed to impel political action, rather than by selling a superior product. For example, he dispatched lieutenants to perform grim demonstrations of the supposed danger of the rival technology. A golden retriever and other animals were electrocuted as part of a traveling public spectacle, and then, building on the perception of a technology spinning out of control, convinced policymakers to endorse the safer alternative, his own. Elsewhere, Edison turned litigiousness into an art form, driving competing technologies out of business on frivolous patent claims. From the beginning, the business wanted to be regulated. Samuel Insull, Edison's one-time employee, laid the groundwork for electrical monopoly. When Insull arrived in Chicago from Edison's New York, there were almost 500 self-contained systems powering the growing city's hundreds of thousands of lights. According to Jeremiah Lambert's The Power Brokers, MIT Press, 2015. It was a bonanza, and to Insull it had the look of ruinous competition, an industry with high fixed costs failing to exploit its natural economies of scale. But it was impossible, as a legal matter, to prevent new or smaller firms from skimming the cream of the customer base, making deals with manufacturing plants or large commercial properties like hotels while leaving residential customers without service. Insull first bought out rivals, but this was not enough. He and his contemporaries eventually cut a deal that would later be replicated across every single state in the Union. Exclusive franchise for the new monopoly utility, in return for the regulation of rates and the provision of service by the government. It is an odd story, but one that sounds paradoxical only given the current dichotomous portrayal of regulation and business interests. With few exceptions, the way these companies earn revenue has not changed for a century. The basic formula is the same everywhere, and it seals the relationship between regulation and corporate revenue. The regulator reviews the reasonableness of the utility's operating expenses, usually allowing virtually all of them to flow into consumer rates. The regulator ascertains a total value of capital investment or rate base, usually based on its original cost less depreciation, and fixes a lifespan for those assets, allowing a return of the capital investment over that time. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, the regulator ordains a percentage return on investment. This is usually about 7 to 9% in the current environment, applied to the undepreciated amount of capital the utility's debt and equity investors have contributed. The sum of these costs is the revenue requirement, which can be thought of as a pie that is subsequently apportioned into individual slices, the rates a customer pays for kilowatt-hours of electricity or decatherms of natural gas, which should earn the company the revenue requirement based on projected customer consumption. These rates then remain fixed until the regulator changes the rates. The expenses and sales volumes incorporated into rate regulation do not reconcile to the company's actual expenses and sales volumes. Indeed, it is this lack of reconciliation that is the source of essentially the sole businesslike incentive present in the revenue model. It provides a narrow band for the utility to earn potentially more or less than its regulatory revenue requirement by reducing costs or providing more of its service. Boring as this detail may seem, it is the key to understanding the electrical market. This so-called cost of service regulation suggests to the utility that it should spend as much as possible, even when less might do. The barometer for whether an investment is wise for a utility is not capital productivity, but whether expenditures will be disallowed by the regulator. This seldom occurs. Indeed, the legal presumption that governs the arcane, trial-like proceedings of utility commissions is that all utility spending is prudent. A utility earns a return even on the cost of decorating the C-suite. Investment funds understand this dynamic perfectly. Their analysis often simply celebrates more and more capital investment, rate base or capex, in industry lingo, with little attention to the underlying value it delivers to customers. One recent investor note by UBS on the New Jersey utility PSEG was titled, "More Rate Base, Please." PSEG advertised its ever-increasing spend to its investors, optimistically presenting a case that it would add more to rate base than even its prior projection. This is the thinking of an industry that has come to expect that every dollar will attract the standard regulated return. Utilities often boast that they are 100% regulated. As one utility from Montana recently told its investors, regulation, in their eyes as in Insuls, is a profitable enterprise. In recent decades, utilities have tended to ask regulators for pre-approval of investments or to update rates monthly or yearly to true up to actual expenses, two modifications to the traditional revenue model that allow the monopoly to escape ever more of the business risk that any other enterprise would face in the course of its ordinary dealings. Consumers are increasingly on the hook if a power plant a company builds proves to be uneconomical or if a utility's procurement practices are sloppy. Meanwhile, regulators, like much of officialdom, cherish the thought of being in the mix. They like approving shiny new things, even if it means stepping into the managerial prerogative of business. In this case, a business willing to surrender its prerogative, so long as it produces income from a captive set of consumers. This mode of utility regulation perversely causes a utility to be hostile to assets that are still productive, yet fully depreciated per the company's books. This hostility to depreciated assets emerges because, when a utility's capital investment is returned to it through regulated rates, it earns nothing on an asset's continued productivity. This attitude is opposite that of most businesses, which lose money on new assets in the first year of ownership only to grow their earnings in the outer years as the asset's financing is repaid. A silver lining, one might assume, is that this impulse toward new capital investment would incentivize innovation. Yet it only sometimes does. Innovative products often make the old ways of doing things cheaper, reducing a utility's capital spending and thus its regulated earnings. Innovation and the utility's profit motive are frequently misaligned. Consider cloud computing, for example, which is utilized typically through software as a service, SaaS, offerings. In the formula for rate-making expressed above, this type of expense is recovered in utility rates but not at a markup. An in-house software solution, meanwhile, is capitalized. A utility will earn a regulated return on this investment. Consumers almost certainly stand to benefit from SaaS. It relies on expertise which the utilities cannot hope to insource. It is updated more frequently to allow it to synchronize better with the utility's other technology such as meters and the devices which read them, and, for both of these reasons, cloud computing is usually more secure. But many utilities still tend to favor the in-house solution because their bottom line does not stand to benefit from the very attribute, its subscription basis that allows it to be nimble, which makes SaaS a clear winner. Innovation also can be a harbinger of customer bypass of the monopoly network, something a utility has reason to fear on an existential level beyond the coming year's earnings projection. Here, the telecommunications sector, where AT&T remained a monopoly through the mid-1990s, is instructive. AT&T was regulated similarly to how an electric utility is today. Only after the demise of Ma Bell's regulatory superstructure did the widespread rollouts of mobile telephony and the convergence of data and telecommunications occur, which we now take for granted. Deregulation did not necessarily cause this innovation, but it certainly allowed it to become widespread. For all of its obvious flaws, the cost of service regulatory model is not an abject failure. When the main object of energy policy is an affordable, abundant, and reliable supply, the system muddles through well enough. However, this revenue model no doubt causes significant measures of deadweight in the system. Furthermore, it deprives customers of choice and causes them to bear an undue amount of risk that would more properly be allocated to private business. Nevertheless, the monopoly did deliver on its promise of economies of scale. The price of a delivered kilowatt-hour of electricity has steadily fallen decade after decade since the time of Edison and Insull, as consumer demand for energy continued to increase and the costs of the integrated network were spread over these growing sales volumes. The problem is that the legal standards that were taken as approximate expressions of least cost, reliable, abundant supply are themselves not descriptive of these attributes. On the contrary, most statutes that govern utility rate-making at the federal and state level offer a vague command. All rates shall be just and reasonable, and any rate which is unjust or unreasonable is hereby declared unlawful. Regulator, the legislature is directing, you go figure out what that means. In other places, utility regulators must judge whether projects are in the public interest. Obviously, everything the government does should be measured by this standard, but as the sole bounds of administrative decision-making, the standard is so capacious as to permit consideration of virtually anything that appears before the regulators or stakeholders. As we shall see, the combination of the incentive for capital spending and the growing universe of things considered to be in the public interest takes the perverse incentives of regulation and makes them even more noxious. But before we explore this, it is worth considering the handful of things policymakers have done to attempt to make the electric power industry more like other businesses, where investors risk their capital and where customers have a choice in their supplier, before we explore how and why those initiatives have come up short and are lapsing back into monopoly. The origins of market reform. Everyone gets sick of monopolies at some point. For the electric utility industry, the reckoning seemed to arrive during the 1970s and 80s. Explosive growth in consumer demand was slackening. Industrial growth was plateauing. Residential customers were finally achieving a steady state of household appliances, and those appliances were becoming more energy efficient. The utilities missed the mark, however, fooled by rosy projections of customer demand that led them to construct dozens of power plants and grid upgrades that were no longer needed. The network economies of scale suddenly were pitted against customers, as the monopoly expected that these imprudent expenditures would nonetheless be paid for by consumers. Regulators allowed some of them through but, for almost the first time, disallowed several large, clearly useless projects from being passed along to consumers. There was a better way. Insull had convinced policymakers to franchise to him the entire vertical structure of the electric power industry. The traditional electric utility encompassed not just the substations, poles, wires, and transformers required to deliver power. It also owned the sources of power generation and held as a matter of law the right to exclusively sell this bundled product, the generation, transmission, and delivery of electric power, to a set of customers bounded by a discrete geographic area. Even when generators were owned by an entity other than the incumbent utility, the latter was a monopsony, exerting buyer-side control over them. It made sense, perhaps, not to duplicate the grid. Early photographs of the electrification of urban areas show a bonanza of wires crisscrossing one another, dangerously and wastefully. However, for those that might plug into the grid, the generators upstream and the customers downstream, why was it necessary to rely on a single monopoly? The marketplace for electricity has evolved in the United States, but has done so in a haphazard way. In about half the country, utilities are still vertically integrated monopolies. They own the grid and everything else it intermediates. But in the other half of the country, the utilities are structured as poles and wires, firms across whose physical architecture unfolds a complicated auction process where power plants compete with one another upstream and customers downstream have a choice of retail supplier. In these restructured marketplaces that stretch from the Rust Belt to the Mid-Atlantic to New England, traditional utilities retain ownership of the grid, but have turned over the keys of daily operational control to an independent system operator, ISO. Power plants submit bids to the ISO, which acts as the traffic controller of the grid and the auctioneer for a market in electricity, accepting enough bids to meet projected consumer demand, and thereupon issuing instructions to generators to start up, shut down, ramp up, or ramp down. The highest bid sets the market clearing price, which all generators are paid, except that higher-cost bids can leapfrog lower-cost ones when the transmission grid in an area of high consumer demand is unable to receive imports from elsewhere, in which case a higher price prevails in that congested area. Typically, a day-ahead market exists to set up a schedule of which power plants are expected to operate. But then, in recognition of the fact that certain power plants will be unavailable and that demand will not match exactly the projection, another auction is run closer to real time to further optimize the match of supply to demand. Meanwhile, on the downstream side, customer-facing retailers have the responsibility of sieving this auction process into something that does not completely bewilder customers. They passively take the auction results or rely on financial traders to hedge for them and vend more easy-to-understand products, a service with a nighttime and a daytime price, for instance, to their customers. Through government regulation, meanwhile, the monopoly utilities are still paid an amount intended to be equal to the cost of keeping up their poles and wires, which form the physical architecture that make this auction possible. This, at least, is the theory spelled out in the seminal literature, most notably MIT professors Paul L. Josko and Richard Schmalency's Markets for Power, MIT Press, 1983. Introducing competition to the electricity marketplace was the first genuinely novel idea to occur in the industry in a very long time, and while there are only 2 decades of data available in the experiment with competition, it seems to have worked to consumers' advantage. Yet markets for electricity, or markets, as it may be necessary to qualify them in their practical exegesis, are not easy things. One does not walk into the substation and turn a dial for a certain measure of kilowatt hours, as a consumer would walk into a grocery store and procure an orange. Electricity is usually instantly and unconsciously demanded by customers, with no public toleration for a shortfall in electric supply. Yet electricity cannot readily be conserved. This means there must be enough generators to supply power, some of them almost never operating, to meet the collective peak demand of all customers. It also means that even outside of peak times, but when there are sudden changes in demand, when customers are arriving home from work, or when there are sudden changes in supply, when the sun sets on the photovoltaic installations dotting the state of California, the total fleet of power plants and the grid itself must be nimble enough to ramp up and down to maintain the system's balance. Electricity's physical attributes mean that if any of this goes wrong, blackouts and severe physical damage to the grid are the consequence. These demands quickly run up against how competitive electric markets are designed to work. Power plants cost a lot of money, and usually the market clearing price of an ISO's auction reflects the operating costs, primarily fuel, of the highest cost bidder. That is because rational bidders usually submit bids of slightly more than their operating costs, without incorporating any of the costs of having constructed and financed the power plant to begin with, since it is economical to be paid for any given hour of operation at any amount higher than one's operating costs. Meanwhile, the singular market clearing price protects lower-cost bidders by awarding them the same amount as the highest-cost bid necessary to supply customers energy at a particular trading interval. In order to repay power plants' large upfront costs, however, there must be scarcity at certain intervals. Supply must not be sufficient or must barely be sufficient to meet demand at certain times, whether because of unusually high demand, outages of a competitor's generators, outages on the transmission network that would deliver generators' product to market, or sometimes, as in the Enron scandal, through fraudulent conduct that makes it appear that there is less supply or more demand than in fact there is. Only in these situations do prices truly spike, and only then do power plants' owners obtain the substantial revenues sufficient to compensate them for having built their plants in the first place. Volatile, occasionally high prices are a feature, and not a flaw, of the auction. Economists working on the blackboard will argue that the cure for high prices is high prices because it will induce developers to build power plants. They will also contend the opposite, that persistently low prices will eventually cause higher prices, because they will force generators into insolvency and raise the price for the remaining players. The equilibrium, the theory tells us, should nonetheless cost less over time than simply allowing a monopoly, a legislature, and a utility commission to collude with one another on power supply by central planning. But tell that to policymakers who see scarcity pricing as either an intolerable burden on customers, an indicator of a dangerously inadequate supply, or as devastating to workers who stake their livelihoods on the existence of a massive power plant that cannot efficiently compete against other plants. In any case, the power plants that are producing the good which is traded in the market have lifespans equal to a human generation or longer and cost hundreds of millions or, in the case of nuclear stations, billions of dollars. The lumpiness of the investment appears mismatched to the vicissitudes of the market. Still, the competitive electric market as a theoretical concept has been actualized in reality. Yet nowhere are these markets deregulated, an attribute which often attends the introduction of competition to formerly price-regulated industries. Paradoxically, competitive markets appear to attract more regulation. Consider the length of tariffs, the written documents that control the prices or practices of a monopoly utility or a market operator like an ISO. The tariffs that govern the competitive ISOs are approved by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC, which has responsibility for wholesale energy trading. The tariffs governing market relations are enormously complex, spanning several times the length of the tariffs that govern the vertically integrated monopolies, whose charges are regulated by state utility commissions. Monopolistic command and control regulation is rather simple by contrast. A utility spends money on a power plant, and the regulator fixes a price intended to recover those costs. The regulator of competitive markets, on the other hand, first has to describe what product is to be traded in the auction. These include, depending on which market one is operating in, day-ahead energy, real-time energy, capacity, flexible ramping, regulation and frequency response, congestion and transmission rights. Then the regulator must define the auction. When, how, and by whom is the product traded? The very need to define the market opens up new avenues for shaping it. This type of regulation, defining a product and the rules by which it is traded, and then stepping out of the way, is motivated by the proper desire to absent the regulator from command decisions. But this ambition is impossible to fulfill entirely. There are certain questions that tend to be, and sometimes must be, answered by regulatory command. For instance, given the concern about having adequate resources to supply customers, most electric markets have a regulation that requires a certain level of resource adequacy. In this style of regulation, the market operator, and not customers themselves, is responsible for projecting demand for electric capacity several years out. The market operator pads this projection with a reserve margin, a percentage adjustment for surplus capacity ordained by a regulator, just to take special care that there are enough generators on the system. The market operator then uses this forecast to establish the demand curve, which forms the basis of the auction that suppliers are bidding into. Such an auction has almost nothing in common with the marketplace in which consumers consider whether to buy a good. It is established utterly by technocratic guesses, perhaps very well-informed ones, but not by consumers' actual behavior. This means we are back to square one with regulation, because this element of the power market is quintessentially command and control, or possibly something even worse. In practice, such tariff requirements for projecting demand are usually written through a process driven largely by stakeholders, the euphemism used to describe those who have a private profit motivation in the outcomes of these markets. A stakeholder who owns power plants will argue for a higher reserve margin, because as the market's artificial demand for capacity is set at a higher threshold, the opportunity to profit increases. Usually, these moneyed stakeholders get their way. The stakeholders that are responsible for building transmission lines have similar incentives. ISOs, the market's operators, are usually chartered as not-for-profit corporations, although their boards are mostly selected by industry. An ISO thus has attributes both of a government regulator and of an industrial participant of that market. Unsurprisingly, ISO projections of consumer demand have often turned out, in retrospect, to be overestimates. ISO markets are also subject to regulation by officeholders working under the same capacious statutory guidelines of yesteryear, just and reasonable and in the public interest, which allow or require them to import ideological predilections into the mundane tasks of wholesale electric market design. For example, John Wellinghoff, the former chairman of the FERC and a regulator of a green bent, once declared himself a soldier fighting in an epic battle for something called demand response, the ability of a customer to be more participatory, rather than a passive thing represented in the market through an administratively established, inflexible, often inflated demand curve. His was a noble cause, but, ironically, the reform he implemented doubled down on the problem. The FERC retained the central administrative forecast of customer demand and made it more complicated, divvying up the projection to particular customers. According to the FERC, if a customer, usually a large industrial or commercial user, ends up using less at a particular time, the customer is paid for the difference between its forecast and actual demand at the same price that a power plant itself would have been paid. In the words of Bill Hogan, a Harvard professor who has spent a career opining on the design of these markets, it is a policy of "I decided not to consume electricity. Please send me a check." Not surprisingly, many businesses now specialize in demand response aggregation, grouping together customers to obtain revenues by acting as a kind of hypothetical power plant under this regulation. If a firm derives revenue from the decisions of the regulator, then it follows that the firm will devote many resources to the regulatory process in order to maximize that revenue. This rent-seeking behavior has always been a problem for a sector dominated by regulated monopolies, but many of the new regulations, such as Chairman Wellinghoff's, serve to expand the community of rent-seekers. At best, they merely put different communities of rent-seekers in something resembling competition with one another. That competition pivots not on attracting customers, but on persuading a regulator or an ISO of a market design that will maximize that stakeholder's profit. Electric markets started as sound enough economic theory. Over time, in 100 small ways, their competitive features have been mitigated by the regulator, the ISO, and their clients, often in a way that supplants a competitive process with technocratic guesswork. If that was all, they might still look somewhat competitive. Yet, increasingly, the die is cast on how this simulacrum of competition will unfold even before taking into account the nuances of market design. Other policies of the federal and state governments have warped the inputs and thus the outcomes. Federal tax credits for renewables. Since 1993, wind, solar, and certain other renewable technologies have been eligible for a federal production tax credit, or PTC. For systems that began construction last year, the PTC amounts to $23 for each megawatt hour produced within the first decade of the plant's existence. Congress finally passed legislation phasing out the tax subsidy, after what can only be regarded as its having wildly succeeded in promoting the installation of these technologies, which have grown exponentially in the last decade. Today, there are more megawatts of wind generators than hydroelectric generators in the United States. State renewable energy requirements. In addition, more than half the states have enacted renewable energy standards. These standards are a crazy quilt of requirements, calling all different types of technologies renewable. For example, in Montana, were one to burn scrapped, creosote-laced railroad ties in a boiler for the production of electricity, this would be classified as renewable. But all the standards similarly have the requirement that local utilities purchase a particular amount of renewables, usually on the basis of a percentage of a utility's total sales. In California, for instance, the state requirement is 33% by 2020, although the president of the state Senate has proposed increasing the requirement to 100% by 2050, and hastening an existing requirement for 50% to 2025, down from 2030. To comply with these laws, utilities and other suppliers of power must acquire a sufficient number of RECs, or renewable energy credits, which are government-created commodities equal to 1 megawatt-hour's production of a qualified renewable. It all makes for a great bumper sticker, 25% by 25. But these laws have the practical, and rather anti-conservationist, effect of introducing additional power plants into markets where they are not necessary to supply customers. These twin policies, the federal tax credit and the state renewable standards, have led to a glut of power sluicing around the sun-soaked Southwest and the windy Great Plains, and have had significant unintended consequences for the market in electric power. Wind and solar facilities, unlike coal or gas, have no variable or fuel cost, so one would think that they would bid or be willing to take a market price of 0 or slightly more. That supposition is wrong, and not because they need a number larger than 0 to make their projects pencil out. Since the IRS awards the tax credit on the basis of production, and since RECs likewise are created only when a wind farm or solar plant is producing energy, these renewable power plants have a negative marginal cost equal to the inverse of the value of the PTC plus whatever a REC is worth to a utility under state law. In other words, renewable power plants are willing to pay consumers to take their energy output, up to $23 per megawatt hour, lest they lose out on the PTC and the piece of paper that is the REC. This is not an insignificant amount of money. Audits from one large utility, the federally owned Bonneville Power Administration, suggest that some renewable plants earn twice the amount of money from these twin government policies as they do from the actual sale of electricity. As the amount of renewable energy grows, there are occasions when non-dispatchable energy, including renewables and other power plants that cannot easily be ramped down, such as nuclear reactors, outstrips actual customer demand. In these situations, electricity prices go negative. Thereupon an amusing game of arbitrage begins. In California, a REC is worth more because of the state's renewable energy policy, which is often called ambitious, than a REC in, say, Arizona. So when there is a surplus of solar energy in California, producers look to dump the excess on someone else to ensure they still produce a REC. Arizona may not need the power either, but its solar producers won't accept as low of a negative price as the Californians. Thus, in the past year of trading, California Solar has exported to Arizona. In circumstances where solar production there must be shut off to make room for it. One cannot blame the market for this. It is merely rationalizing irrational public policy. But this is a market warped by subsidies before its trading day even begins. The market can be made more nimble by knitting together utilities to receive one another's surplus, or, when the sun sets, to make use of natural gas-fired power plants that ramp up quickly to meet customer demand. Some devices attached to the grid are designed to keep the system in balance by acting as a source of demand to absorb the surplus. One of them, called a braking resistor, resembles a giant toaster and can take more than 1,000 megawatts of supply, convert it to heat, and dissipate it. It can only do this for 3 seconds before literally melting. But if the market cannot find a way to dispose of a steady flow of surplus energy, the market operator has to curtail its energy output. This spring, as snowpack in the mountains melts away and hydro and solar production outstrip customer demand for power, the California ISO has announced that it expects to curtail 8,000 megawatts of solar, enough to power nearly 5 million homes. The economically rational response, perhaps, would be for the California governor to decree a festival of natural overabundance and order public buildings to crank up their AC. But, of course, the state simultaneously continues to subsidize energy efficiency programming through other government policies. Disappearing nuclear power. Renewables and cheap natural gas have suppressed market prices around the clock, in addition to creating occasional conditions of genuine oversupply. Those low prices have made uneconomic again, within the context of this market, the most prolific source of zero-emissions power, nuclear. Since 2012, 14 reactors have closed or are scheduled to close in the United States. Carbon emissions, which, one imagines, renewable subsidies are supposed to abate, will almost certainly rise as a result. But, worry not, state legislators and regulators have thought of a way to save the carbon-free nuclear capacity. Starting in 2015, New York and Illinois utilities that own nuclear power plants began a lobbying campaign that could probably best be summarized by the time-worn adage, if you can't beat them, join them. The idea is to reclassify renewable energy standards to encompass all sources of clean energy and create yet another government commodity, the Zero Emissions Credit. The Illinois legislature and the New York Public Service Commission both approved such a program last year. In New York, the ZEC's price is determined by the regulator and is equal to the difference between the power plant's operating costs and the revenues it is projected to earn from the market. It is, in other words, a return to the command and control, cost of service regulation described above, masquerading as innovative, progressive public policy. It may sound fair to give nuclear the same credits that renewables obtain, but not even this is happening. In the same breath in which the virtues of emissions-free nuclear energy were being extolled, the program's authorizing document notably excluded the Indian Point nuclear plant, on no cogent basis other than that Governor Cuomo decided that it should be so. Meanwhile, the economists who designed the competitive markets are in despair, and in order to maintain the integrity of the design, that market revenues should be sufficient to allow an unsubsidized generator an opportunity to pay for its capital costs over time. The market operators, too, have been introducing new features of the market. ISO New England and PJM, the market operator for the Mid-Atlantic states, have introduced markets for capacity. Recognizing that weather-dependent renewables produce a lot of energy, but are not in service at all times, capacity auctions are intended to provide revenue to the power plants that are not earning sufficient revenue from the energy market to support them, but which a regulator or a market operator thinks are necessary to have hanging around in case they are needed. This guesswork is the outcome of the market operator's customer demand projections discussed in the sections above. But if subsidized energy sources, such as ZEC-infused nuclear plants, are allowed to compete in these capacity auctions, then even a market in capacity will become distorted. So by and by, over the last several years, a solution for this new dilemma has been conceived, the minimum offer price rule. Just as the market operator establishes an artificial demand projection, the MOPR is a supply-side guess on what the cost of new entry for the least cost, unsubsidized power plant would be. The pretense is that subsidies do exist, but should not affect the market price, although the remedy, in practice, considers only some subsidies, state procurement mandates, but not federal tax subsidies. The MOPR establishes an administrative price floor to which everyone's bids are subject, so that subsidized power generators cannot underbid and warp the market. It does not quite apply to everyone. A bidder can prove to the market operator, because they have gotten a great deal on this equipment or that labor contract or have control of a cheap brownfield site, that they should be exempted from the MOPR based on the genuinely lower cost of their project, and not because of governmental subsidies. This policy is like New York and Illinois' ZEC program, cost of service regulation all over again. It merely swaps bureaucrats in the form of a state utility commission, fixing prices based on costs, for a technocrat market operator effectively doing the same. The MOPR represents the unhappy concession, on the part of the economists and politicians who design these markets, that the price of electricity traded on them is neither reflective of the commodity's actual cost nor of the commodity's actual value. Or at least it is not. So the idea goes, without constant tinkering, coupled with provisions which put the market operator in the driver's seat, not only on the question of who is allowed to bid, but at what price they are allowed to bid. Nowhere, then, is there truly a free market in electricity. Markets have competitive features, but they are so intermediated by command and control decision-making with respect to both supply and demand that they have more in common with old cost of service regulation than with a willing buyer, willing seller market of the conventional imagining. Yet there is evidence that these sort of competitive markets still better serve customers than purely command and control regulation. Customers in the sort of competitive markets are being served more cheaply than are those in similarly situated markets that did not introduce competition. More and more customers seem to be shopping around for suppliers where choices exist. Importantly, when innovation in the sector has occurred, those innovations appear to take hold more quickly. The revolution in the way natural gas is obtained from interstitial deposits in shale, for instance, has dramatically lowered natural gas cost. In the sort of competitive markets, these savings more rapidly show up on customers' electric bills because developers have been more nimble on the uptake of building natural gas-fired power plants. Furthermore, generators that exist only because of the protections offered to them by monopoly regulation more frequently exit the market. In general, power plants' capacity factors, the percentage of time when the plant is actually churning out energy, are more robust in these markets, suggesting that however warped the price signal of these markets may be, it is at least sufficient to clear out deadweight or to prevent uneconomic entry in the market at the expense of customers. Even in places where the vertically integrated utility model is still dominant, ISOs have played an important role in dispatching those utilities' power plants across a multi-utility footprint, allowing these monopolies to rely on spare capacity of another utility and avoiding the needless construction of an additional power plant that will seldom operate. So it is somewhat sad that the sort of competitive markets appear to be falling out of favor, not because they are not genuinely competitive, as this essay has criticized, but because they are just competitive enough that they deny state policymakers the perquisites of selecting favored resources. Over the last several years, those favoring a policy of renewables and decarbonization have largely turned away from more direct approaches to policymaking, such as the emissions cap-and-trade legislation considered and rejected by Congress in 2009, and have appreciated anew the potency of both environmental regulation and utility regulation as the unheralded locus of administrative power that they are. With this turn has come the recrudescence of the vertically integrated monopoly as a vehicle for policy. Colorado, Nevada, Minnesota, Massachusetts, Maryland, California, Washington, and Oregon have all seen attempts either by the legislature or a regulator to appropriate utilities' balance sheets for industrial policy. In most of the states, the gambit is similar. The state directs that a utility phase out certain power plants, usually coal, and licenses them to build new ones, usually renewables and sometimes powered by natural gas. These power plants then go into the regulated monopoly's rate base, on which the firm earns a regulated return. It is unlikely that many of the investments made under these state laws would be supported by a free market, by energy consumers choosing to pay for it, as they would for organic apples versus Red Delicious at the grocery store. In Montana, a utility offering that allows customers to voluntarily purchase an allotment of renewable energy equal to 100% of their needs has attracted only 0.1% of all customers. Even today, the electric power industry's investments are largely supported by the government's promise that there is a captive set of customers in place to pay for them. These laws are proliferating, and they are not limited to renewables but whatever a legislature might prefer. A Minnesota law recently ordained the construction of a natural gas plant, but only if it were in a certain county, on property already owned by the utility, a new type of earmark, as it were. The law is an ostentatious example of government openly ordaining a winner, yet it was cheered along by credulous Republican legislators, who imagined that the regulator had been holding back a private business from investing capital as it saw fit. But, of course, the public utility is hardly like a private business, and the law explicitly provides that the regulator must approve recovery of costs associated with the construction and operation of such a plant. It is hard to see in the guaranteed recovery of capital spending any of the usual risk-reward paradigm that Republicans tacitly celebrate when, as is their wont, they declare that government should be run like a business. For in this situation, government is running the business, full stop. Legislation like this heralds a new phase of governmental control over the power sector. It is not only the parochialism of states driving this sad trend. The Environmental Protection Agency's attempted regulation of carbon dioxide emissions had as its predicate the idea that a utility should build lower emissions power plants, such as wind farms or gas plants or biomass facilities, to reduce the dispatch or to cause the retirement of the company's coal plants. The Obama EPA must have read the book on the perverse incentives of utility regulation, because the agency's Clean Power Plan hit all the right notes and was received glowingly in many quarters of the regulated utility industry. After all, what better way to convince utility commissions of the necessity of pumping capital into greening the grid, and of course earning the regulated return on that spending, than to say how sad that the EPA was forcing the utilities to do so. The attitude of most regulated utilities to onerous EPA regulations is starkly different from, say, ExxonMobil's. For the former, each dollar of compliance earns a return, while for the latter, it often comes out of the bottom line. When Donald Trump was elected in November, one of the few sectors not to register gains on Wall Street was the regulated utility sector, even while shares of independent power producers not subject to cost of service regulation ticked up. This is at least in part because the regulated utility sector's value was linked to expectations that the Clean Power Plan would remain official federal policy. With that regulation now on the ropes, an avenue to increased rate base, and thus increased regulated profits, appears shaky for the monopoly utility sector. Unless, of course, the expansion of their balance sheets becomes part of the next big government policy, say a large infrastructure package. Utilities are uniquely situated to be co-opted by government. If Republicans do not implement reforms to the regulated utilities revenue model, the industry will continue its transition to becoming a permanent client of the state. Utilities understand that the environmental policies of the Democrats are likely to impel greater capital spending, and thus greater regulated returns, than the Republicans' policies. The utility industry's agenda, expressed sotto voce thus far, is simple. Repackage the spending that was to be done under the previous administration's mandates into a bevy of state programs, and urge the current administration's deference to those state programs as a gesture of federalism. It would be better, in the first place, to find a way to collar the perverse incentives that are endemic to the industry. Even in the strange market and regulatory environment of utilities, several paths are clear. Putting utilities on a budget. The regulation of utilities should be an enterprise aiming at the goal of economic efficiency. The chief purpose of the government's involvement in electricity should be to motivate the industry, wherever possible, to behave as other businesses do. If it serves those ends at all, cost of service regulation does so quite poorly. Where the regulation of prices is inevitable, both federal and state regulators should put utilities on a budget, tied to something other than regulators' own discretion, such as GDP growth or an index of inflation net of productivity. Many regulators have stubbornly declined to treat utility spending with even an iota of skepticism. This should end. The utility industry is a mature one. It should not need to grow more rapidly than other sectors of our economy. Declaring to a price-regulated industry that it will have to live within its current rates, increasing only slightly every year for a decade, probably would do more to stimulate innovations in serving customers than any centrally planned regime. Such reforms would also prevent utilities from being so easily co-opted into regulatory models that require them to spend large sums of capital that are not tied to increased productivity, but are tied instead to social and environmental policy. Even where such policies are necessary, it is important not to make a cheerleader for regulation out of the very industry to be subject to those requirements. Making utilities nimble. To be truly innovative, utilities also need to shoulder more of the responsibility for making the types of decisions other businesses do. Currently, utility commissions closely regulate not only the prices utilities charge, but also engage in an almost constant game of mother, may I? With regulated industry on everything from quality of service standards to pre-approvals of tree trimming plans. A better way of doing things would involve unraveling part of the deal Insul cut a century ago. Stop the pernicious trend of a utility requesting permission for virtually everything it does and, at the same time, withdraw some of the protections of their exclusive franchise. Does a customer or a neighborhood want to withdraw from the utility? Perhaps it is time to let them exit, but also to give the utility the right to cut a deal with those defectors and offer something better, whether cheaper or of greater value, than the price-regulated service ordained by utility commissions. To perform efficiently, utilities need the prospect that they will earn some return potentially higher than or less than the standard return offered on every dollar of capital spending. Such a change requires careful accounting to prevent cross-subsidization if the utility is to remain an incumbent. regulated monopoly in some places but a firm putting its capital at risk in others. Some who have experimented with industry restructuring favor a complete prohibition on the monopoly doing any business in potentially competitive niches of the industry. It would also be possible, even while retaining exclusive franchise and revenue regulation, to make utility rate-making less confining and to allow the utility to change its rates and product offerings more organically in response to customer demand, while still remaining under an overall collar on revenue. Competitive project selection. Competition between monopolies is also important. There is no easy way to fully demonopolize the transmission lines that stitch together the grid. But there are certainly ways to open up the construction and ownership of those lines to bids from multiple utilities, not just the local incumbent. To the FERC's credit, the regulatory agency has already tried to introduce this type of competition through Order 1000, which the agency adopted in 2011. This has yet to bear fruit and needs to be refocused. The FERC should reduce the authorized rate of return for incumbents who operate in areas not subject to competitive solicitations and boost the returns for those projects which were competitively selected, so long as those projects agree to construct the project under a cost cap. A cost cap limits customer exposure to the significant risk that such projects come in over budget, with those costs then shifted to customers under the cost of service revenue model. Interconnecting different parts of the United States also makes it more difficult for local incumbents to monopolize the economy and politics of a place, because while they might be big fish, their small pond has grown larger. Supporting competitive auctions. The best way to combat the perverse incentives of the utility industry, however, is by keeping up efforts to substitute monopolies with competitive firms. As this essay has argued, this is harder than it seems and impossible to fully accomplish. Yet supporting competitive auctions, even if they are just sort of competitive, is an important tool to rationalize the way power plants are built and operated. These auctions are the only thing standing in the way of outright government selection of power resources and the cronyism that entails. Yet, as described above, there is a temptation to make these auctions more complicated than they need to be. Their value proposition collapses if their design includes unnecessary features that have the practical effect of putting a regulator's finger back on the dial, in place of firms making business decisions. Ultimately, it should be an end goal to allow peer-to-peer transactions to unfold in this industry, like they occur in every other. For the reasons described earlier, the technology of electric power supply and the design of the market make this difficult, for the moment. A day may come when something more genuinely competitive may be possible, with the advent of more economical storage technology, for example. Regulators should always be on the watch for this, and should be willing to put themselves out of a job if and when it occurs. Energy in the executive. These reforms, for the federal jurisdiction and in most states, would require no statutory change. They need only energy in the executive, leavened by humility. The FERC, under previous leadership, reshuffled its economists to a lowly rank in the bureaucracy while promoting a cadre consisting mainly of lawyers who, as is their métier, saw the work of economic regulation as mostly about transacting deals between divergent stakeholder interests. The stakeholderization of the regulatory process usually rewards rent-seeking at the expense of the party most infrequently represented, the consumer. And the consumer advocates who do appear in these proceedings often do double duty as environmental advocates, hopelessly conflicting themselves. A regulator should not be mistaken. The parties appearing before him are not the public, and the interests of stakeholders together do not constitute the public interest. A greater reliance on those positioned to be self-skeptical about the perverse incentives that regulation all too often engenders is essential. Of all the agencies in the federal government, the FERC, as well as the Federal Communications Commission, which like the FERC has vacillated between being a force for lessening regulation and increasing it, actually employs a sizable number of people who fit this bill. They should be empowered. Achieving environmental goals. Ultimately, auctions for electric power cannot easily coexist either with tax policy that prefers certain resources and distorts the market's prices, or with the many state actions that have legislators and regulators explicitly selecting resources. They can coexist with other technology-neutral policies designed to achieve environmental goals. If there is going to be a greenhouse gas (GHG) emissions policy in the United States, and it is hardly clear that there ever will be, it should be one that does not try to get at this goal through end runs like government resource selection. Germany's renewables and anti-nuclear policy has, ironically, increased the country's carbon emissions. The only plausible way to regulate GHG emissions is to do it straightforwardly, by taxing emissions directly, or by capping emissions and letting allowances for them be traded between emitters. If sufficient political support for such policies does not exist, the answer to this problem is simply to do nothing, or promote the development of as yet non-existent tools to combat emissions through research and development of those technologies that show promise, but which face a barrier to commercialization. No utility is clamoring to be the guinea pig for a first-of-its-kind power generation technology. At the present time, there is no good option to constrain emissions if government is unwilling to tackle them head-on. Yet those third-best options, state policies that pick winners and losers in the power generation business, will continue to proliferate unless the Trump administration takes decisive action to stop them. States themselves should be rejecting initiatives, but if they are not willing to, then it is up to the administration to consider whether to preempt them. The Federal Power Act already permits the government to make an argument for doing so, and it would probably be successful. Although it would anger states and sound contrary to Republican rhetoric on federalism, these marketplaces are quintessentially interstate in nature for the continental United States. All except that of Texas, which in a very Texan way has its own grid. One state's selection of favorites inevitably affects other states. Facilitating energy infrastructure. There is, finally, one interventionist role that government can play in a way that could benefit consumers and the national interest, permitting energy infrastructure without needless delays. It is important to distinguish the functions of government in the energy sector, granting siting approvals, or opening federal lands to energy production, or conferring the sovereign power of eminent domain after judging that a project would serve a public purpose, from the role of government in backstopping the financing of a project. They are two wholly different things and, ironically, while the government appears to accomplish the less desirable function with alacrity, it is often paralyzed in the role of granting approvals merely to allow something to be constructed with a private firm's risk capital. The administration should underscore that infrastructure permitting and siting is subject to a routine process under the law. Arguments against the development of linear infrastructure are becoming more risible by the day. Recently, opponents of the Dakota Access Pipeline argued that the Religious Freedom Restoration Act should bar the pipeline's development, because in Lakota prophecy a great black snake was foretold to come into the land and poison the water supply. It would violate the indigenous religion to allow the pipeline, this black snake, to be constructed. A judge declined to grant a preliminary injunction on the basis of this argument, whose merits remain pending. There is a huge risk that the infrastructure ambitions of the United States will end up like Canada's, where the concept of social license has become popularized. Social license is the idea that, in addition to whatever black-letter legal standard must be met to get a government permit, there is some unquantifiable social acceptability a project must obtain in order to be constructed. Government agencies in Canada are now directed to treat this requirement as a serious object of their inquiry. This is both absurd and lawless. Although a president's occupancy of the White House is temporary, the infrastructure projects his administration approves are long-lived and often transformative. President Trump and his State Department have already approved important pipelines that increase the supply of oil from Canada and the Bakken Shale Formation, while President Obama endlessly dithered before his unseemly capitulation to a public lobbying campaign that happened outside the formal administrative process. The FERC likewise is poised to approve gas pipelines, which are within its exclusive jurisdiction. President Trump's Energy Department should do the same for electric transmission lines, where it possesses siting authority. States have primary authority in this matter. Wherever possible, he should require that his functionaries at the Department of Agriculture, which controls the U.S. Forest Service, and the Department of Interior, which controls the Bureau of Land Management and other public lands agencies, approve the use of public land for such projects. It is unreasonable that it has become easier to site public utility infrastructure on private land, using the threat of eminent domain, than on lands within the federal estate, which are mandated to be used for public purposes. For the coal industry, which President Trump has promised to promote, the lucrative markets for the fuel are increasingly in Asia where natural gas is less available. Therefore, Trump and his officials at the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers should approve coal export terminals in West Coast states which have been pending for years. If government is going to use its authority to allow businesses to charge the costs of their projects to captive customers, or to loan out money on favorable terms to developers, it is far better that it use this authority for energy transmission and transportation infrastructure, rather than for sources of power production. After all, we expect public highways to be paid by gasoline taxes. We rightly have less toleration, though in the prior administration still a large measure, for the subsidizing of the automobile itself. Electric transmission and pipelines are by law open-access facilities to all producers, not just some. These transportation projects can tacitly benefit certain production resources, but at least they do not overtly select them. Other initiatives require legislation, but actually they are few and far between in the energy sector. The promised reform of the tax code could extirpate remaining energy subsidies, or if subsidies are inexorably part of the agenda, they could be expressed not on the basis of production of megawatt hours but on the actual object that renewable and low emissions policies have: emissions. This is a more complicated tax policy to administer, but there are tools that allow a developer of an energy project to understand his project's effect on the total energy portfolio. Likewise, the arcane federal licensing process dealing with hydroelectric projects is largely a statutory matter whose reform should be a less controversial item to tackle. It takes the better part of a decade or longer to license these projects, and they are the reductio ad absurdum of a stakeholder-controlled process where everyone gets a slice of the action, but which loses focus on more important items. California's Oroville Dam, which catastrophically lost its spillway in a time of high runoff this spring, has more words in its license devoted to the maintenance of waterfowl brood ponds than for the early warning system to alert nearby communities of impending dam failures. Likewise, the National Environmental Policy Act, which sets up the process by which applicants obtain an environmental impact statement, needs reform. It should include mandatory deadlines for agencies and reducing extraneous interagency review that enmeshes good projects in a bureaucratic morass. There is, in short, much that the Trump administration can do to improve the industry and benefit the customers who depend on it. So far, his energy policy has been repealing a hodgepodge of administrative regulations of the prior administration. These are good moves, but they fall short of a cogent energy policy. Like his predecessor, who recognized cynically that the administrative state was at its most powerful on topics related to energy, Trump would do well to acknowledge the same. Not for the sake of the administrative state's apotheosis, but for the unraveling of its intimate relationship with this monopoly industry. Today, it is hardly possible to imagine an internet without its biggest players. Google's market share in search is somewhere between 70% and 90%, depending on whether services like YouTube and Google Maps are included. Facebook has more than 2 billion active users. Netflix alone is responsible for more than a third of all internet traffic in North America during peak times. Given this level of concentration, the notion of a free and open internet now seems almost quaint. Most information transmitted online today is sieved through a few large search engines, social media networks, and streaming video services. These firms may collectively be referred to as edge companies. They provide online content or services over a network, but they do not own the network themselves. To earn revenue, they either require users to subscribe or they sell ads on their platforms, often tailored to users who typically have to establish an identifying account to use the service. Although happy bromides about our new interconnectedness prevailed during most of the last 2 decades, the dominant edge companies now face increasing scrutiny. These companies have made their users compulsive, connected, but remote. They have dislocated commerce that once would have been predicated on local, face-to-face interactions. They have hypocritically placated censorious regimes to get a foothold in large marketplaces. They have contributed to fake news. They may have knitted a global platform, but it is one that has paradoxically given rise to nationalism and various other strains of identity politics. This article could be written, as many articles have been written, on the wayward society these edge companies have had a hand in creating. Yet perhaps the most significant fact of online life today is that the users logging on to edge companies are not really at the table. In many respects, they are part of the menu. Characteristic of these edge companies' business models is that users divulge large amounts of individual data to them, whether through a search query, or by populating a profile with personal information, or by writing an email transmitted and hosted for no charge on a server. These firms have achieved their stunning market capitalizations because users have shared these details about their life, work, and location. In doing so, internet users have made it possible for the real consumers of these companies, everyone from the cruise line advertising on your Gmail, to the Amazon eStore owner slinging printer cartridges, to the cabbie-turned-Uber driver taking you on a ride downtown, to vend their information, wares, or services through the edge companies. Who is the consumer? And what is the product? These basic questions are essential to any discussion of a rather more mundane but important topic. How do we pay for the underlying infrastructure, the broadband network, which supports all of this? If we who pay for a subscription for broadband service are, in fact, the users who have created the market value of Google and Facebook, then why are Google and Facebook not the ones subscribing to the internet to reach us? Why are they not paying for the networks that make their businesses possible? What one ends up seeing on the internet may be functionally controlled by gatekeepers, the edge providers, but the networks themselves are the property of mostly big, but not as big, firms. They provide a service which has come to be known as broadband. As the word implies, broadband is faster than its information-transmitting precursor, dial-up, and defined in practice as connections offering download speeds of anywhere from 3 to 1,000 megabits per second. Broadband does not describe the physical medium by which the service is provided. Fiber optic cable is currently the dominant choice for the broadband infrastructure backbone, outcompeting digital subscriber line, DSL, and cable modem. Wireless and satellite services also provide broadband, although the former ultimately relies on a wired backbone and the latter provides speeds too low for many consumers to consider it a real source of broadband. The technological antecedents of fiber are indicated by most broadband firms' origins, typically as the phone or cable company. But those distinctions have blurred, and the legacy phone and cable companies are effectively all in the broadband business now. The lobby for cable companies, the National Cable and Telecommunications Association, rebranded 2 years ago, and is now NCTA, the Internet and Television Association. U.S. Telecom, the trade association for what used to be phone companies, now features the tagline The Broadband Association on its website. The investment in these broadband networks has been massive. Total capital plowed into broadband technologies totaled $76 billion in 2016, according to U.S. Telecom. This figure sits near the average of annual broadband capital spending during the last 2 decades, though perhaps the relative significance of this spending can only be fully appreciated when put into perspective with other infrastructure investment. By comparison, in 2016, the federal government requested $51 billion from Congress to spend on the national highway system, and actual federal spending on roads has been less than that annually. Meanwhile, the nation's 52 largest electric and natural gas utilities reported a collective $100 billion and $14 billion in capital spending, respectively, in that same year. Cities and towns spent $67 billion on their water utilities in 2015. Another $2 billion was kicked in by privately owned water utilities. Thus, by almost any measure, broadband is among the most capital-intensive infrastructure-based services in the United States, which, given how ethereal the internet may seem, is not always widely understood. Broadband networks in the United States are unusual in many ways. Private roads are the exception, and not the rule in the national highway system, as are private water utilities. Energy utilities are for the most part owned by investors, but they are also usually state-franchised monopolies and have their rates set by government regulators. In contrast, broadband networks are neither government-owned, nor do they possess a legal right to monopolize a particular territory, nor do they have their rates set by Regulation Point 1. Unlike all the other public-owned or public-regulated infrastructure in the United States, the return on capital investment for broadband companies is dependent on their ability to obtain subscriber revenues in the open market. And competition among capital-intensive networks, it turns out, is not easy. Deploying broadband to any individual customer requires substantial fixed costs. The presence of 2 providers in a particular area affords customers a choice, but not one that necessarily results in systemically lower costs. 2 overlapping networks, which must both be constantly available to most customers in a particular area, require about twice the amount of investment, less whatever we may assume would be wasted when there is a single company extracting monopoly rents, attended by the laziness and lack of innovation which characterizes firms which needn't compete for their customers' business. Some argue optimistically that this deduction for monopoly laziness actually causes 2 rival, cost-cutting networks to ultimately cost less than 1. The better argument is that customers are only given a choice of products, wireless data, for example, and not just a wireline connection, because competition caused one firm to leapfrog its competitor by offering something utterly novel. Such an innovation may not have occurred if there had been only a single firm focused myopically on the provision of plain old hook-me-up-to-the-jack internet. In any case, and for the moment excluding the possibility of a future technological leapfrog that will make broadband categorically obsolete, we may nonetheless conclude that for the service now popularly demanded, high-speed broadband, 3 broadband networks in the same place likely cost more than 2, and 4 more than 3, and so forth. There is an important corollary to these principles of broadband economics. Once deployed, each network can usually accommodate, for the fixed costs which it has already incurred, additional customers at little additional cost. Moreover, once the network is built, customer location makes little difference. It does not really cost the broadband provider more for Farmer Fred to monitor his cattle stock pen via webcam from his home office in Waboe, Montana, than it does for broker Blake to execute a trade on a stock exchange from his downtown cubicle on West Street. Costs do exist at the margin, but not as a function of throughput data at any given moment. Instead, Farmer Fred is less likely, in the first instance, to have broadband than a dial-up product. Upgrading from copper to fiber will incur lots of fixed costs, spread over relatively few people in a rural area. Broker Blake, meanwhile, might want a physical reroute of his office's traffic so that it gets to the exchange's server a millisecond earlier than others' traffic. That, too, will incur capital costs. If you're a customer who, like many, has an old coaxial cable hookup protruding idly from your wall while getting service from another provider, it may cost the idling rival firm nothing more than a stamp per month to serve you instead, and then only if you do not opt for electronic billing. It may cost such a firm nothing more than 5,000 stamps, and perhaps another customer service representative, to take on an additional 5,000 customers. The marginal cost of serving additional customers on these networks tends to be quite low. And in a low marginal cost environment, both the customer who pays $10 and his neighbor who pays $100 are probably covering those costs and then some. A firm facing these economics will therefore do everything it can to keep its customers. Thus, the rewards that await consumers who call their cable company credibly threatening to switch providers, even if that firm may appear to take its customers for granted to begin with. It is a game of subscriber base as tribe, with a provider-subscriber relationship that is stickier than the relationship a consumer has to vendors of many other products in the market. Each firm realizes that, given the network's economics, only a handful of competitors can afford to compete at scale, and each must engage in a grueling slog to attract new customers away from other providers with special enticements. At the same time, each provider hopes that its existing customers are too lackadaisical to switch to better deals and will remain on the network long enough to cover the system's fixed costs over time. Network costs do rise significantly when a broadband service provider needs to add capacity, however. This could happen because its existing customers have begun to transmit, cumulatively or at the same peak times, more and more data. Or the firm has recruited more subscribers in a location than the network had been right-sized for when first deployed. Or a provider geographically expands its network to reach new potential subscribers. Or a network replaces one medium for providing broadband with a technology that transmits data faster or more efficiently. If the broadband provider does not invest capital to expand capacity in such conditions, some unpleasant and familiar consumer effects will ensue. Not having enough fiber to transmit aggregate data at peak times will result in a slowdown or throttling of people's online applications. Hence the pixelation that occurs on streaming services at certain times. New people joining a network might increase the overall social utility its users experience. A provider might allow users on the same network to call and text limitlessly, but if too many join, the system can become constrained as commuters all attempt to stream the latest dross to their mobile devices on the subway home. Or if a rival network makes a big spend on new infrastructure, or simply makes a large ad buy, consumers might fear they are missing out on a better product. They may begin leaving their current firm if it does not spend enough to make the same type of splash. Given these dynamics, broadband providers have taken on enormous debt to afford the table stakes of this particular competition. The telecommunications sector, as many investment analysts still quaintly define the broadband sector, is the most highly leveraged in the United States, other than financial services. Its collective debt-to-assets ratio is close to 50%. Some of the marginal firms have debt that is below investment grade, a situation almost inconceivable for other utility-like companies. Sprint alone had $34 billion of sub-investment grade debt in early 2016. Indeed, broadband companies have such large debt loads that they represent one of the few sectors for which the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act's negative effect, the partial loss of interest deductibility, actually may outweigh the reduction in corporate income taxes. They are also very much at risk of a downswing if interest rates rise substantially. The big edge companies, on the other hand, have none of these parlous corporate finances. They have extremely low debt loads and more cash than they know what to do with. In early 2018, Google had a debt-to-equity ratio of a mere 7.3% and was sitting on nearly $102 billion in cash and other liquid assets. Verizon at the same time had only $13 billion in the bank, and it was certainly flusher than many broadband provider rivals. If one were to judge innovation by the inverse measure of the amount of money a firm has sitting on the sidelines, uninvested, the verdict would starkly differ from the consensus that Silicon Valley is the font of rapid, unstoppable change. Notably, however, Google has one line of business which is a clear exception to its Midas touch: broadband service. Its Google Fiber entered the market with a splash before retreating dramatically in the last 2 years. Today, it serves only a handful of markets, and public reports indicate that the parent company's leadership takes a dim view of its prospects. Most policy disputes concerning broadband regulation should be understood as a contest between the big edge companies that ride through the fiber and the broadband providers that own it. The former are inextricably dependent upon the latter's physical platforms. Any limitations on the edge company's ability to operate over these networks threatens the edge company's value. As a result, they will advocate for policies which restrict broadband providers to the role of owning and operating infrastructure, while also seeking to prevent network operators from disadvantaging edge company content in any way. Meanwhile, broadband providers could conceivably rival the dominance of edge companies through vertical integration if they were able to leverage their networks to earn additional revenue from the sharing of information that they produce or curate, reportedly one motivation behind AT&T and Time Warner's recent merger. The broadband providers will fight for this perquisite. The vehement debate over net neutrality is an especially telling example of this dynamic. Net neutrality simply means that broadband providers should be regulated as the phone company once was: a common carrier of traffic, not permitted to prefer one actor's data over others, or to block any site's data, or to throttle or slow it down relative to other data. Blocking, throttling, and fast lanes sound pernicious in a free and open internet, but the internet is not so freewheeling as it once was. The edge companies control so much market share that the retail experience of the typical user is already heavily intermediated. The user mostly sees what the edge companies would like the user to see, read, and buy online. Thus, it is ironic that Silicon Valley is so enamored of net neutrality. The edge companies' business models almost inevitably cut against the grain of neutral corporate behavior, as when Google blocked YouTube from Amazon's streaming media devices in late 2017, or when the community standards of ubiquitous social networks are only selectively enforced. Putting aside the sloganeering around net neutrality, it represents a clear policy departure from the way broadband providers are treated. Recall that they do not receive the benefits typically bestowed on public utilities, such as official monopoly status or regulated rates. Net neutrality policies effectively regulate broadband providers as public utilities, holding that they should only be allowed to compete with one another around certain cabined elements of broadband service, as the government defines it. And this redefinition of the potential role of broadband providers is not what these firms signed up for. It is at odds with their unique identity as risk-takers. What makes them distinct from energy utilities, which government frequently co-opts for policy ends, and which in turn are happy to be co-opted, so long as they obtain a regulated return, and from government-owned enterprises which provide a public utility service. To understand what is really being advocated by net neutrality, it is helpful to take its premises to their logical conclusion. In a net neutrality world, competition between broadband providers aims toward a single function: the fastest, most interconnected network at the lowest cost, so that data can flow as unconstrained as possible and as inexpensively as possible. If that's the desired end state, then there really is little point in having multiple broadband networks. Maintaining multiple networks is likely only to increase costs through uneconomic duplication, as discussed above, or to tempt providers into finding new, subtler ways of privileging their network, such as blocking the interconnection of other networks to their own. Some countries have chosen to comprehensively treat broadband as a public utility, but are honest about it. Net neutrality's posture is pretextual in this regard. The fundamental question raised by debates over net neutrality is thus whether we should move to regulating broadband as a fully fledged public utility or to allow broadband providers a full range of motion in their business model. There are good reasons to argue for the latter. First, to the degree that competition in broadband is really sustainable, providers must be allowed to benefit from other sources of revenue or the prospect of growth in other product areas. We do not know what the next technological leapfrog will be, but we do know from past experience that having government rigidly ordain the permissible boundaries of a service can end up stifling innovation. In an earlier mode of telecommunications, government regulators were persuaded that the telephone system should be owned and maintained by AT&T. It was only when courts and the Federal Communications Commission rejected this argument that a market for more diverse services and devices grew, and the consumer experience became richer. Now we face a situation where, if net neutrality were to be adopted, we would close the door to as yet unknown possibilities for innovation on the part of rivalrous broadband providers. As noted before, other than causing firms to sharpen their pencils on operating and capital costs, this is really the only dividend that competition in the sector typically pays. Second, we should all worry about the social consequences of the dominant edge companies. But for those who doubt the wisdom of government regulation as a vehicle to rein them in, the best policy option is to let their only plausible rivals, the broadband providers, have a go at knocking them from their perch. Net neutrality is founded on certain legitimate policy concerns about the consumer experience, concerns which are simply misdirected. Its advocates should be more preoccupied with the behavior of the actual intermediators of content, the edge companies, and less so with network infrastructure companies. The broadband providers, if anything, have shown too uncreative a preoccupation with building their network rather than leveraging it in a more diversified business model. Compared to the control exerted by the edge companies, the risks of more expansive broadband delivery models seem comparatively mild. In any case, consumers profoundly resist when, for example, network television stations fail to reach agreements to show certain content, such as the local football team's games. There is every reason to believe that consumers would abandon a broadband provider that acts too smugly in giving preferential treatment to certain content. The paradigm of allowing the broadband sector, unconstrained by rate regulation or public ownership, to experiment at its own risk with an alternative business model should be encouraged and not forbidden by government regulators. What would this experimentation look like? Already, some content is free for consumers of certain broadband providers even when it would ordinarily be available only on a paid subscription basis. In such a relationship, the broadband provider is often paying the content provider revenues for this product. Imagine a world where the tables were turned, and, realizing that the curator of content is really as much a consumer as a typical user, broadband providers began to charge Google, Facebook, or Amazon fees for their data traffic. Or to charge Netflix in those situations where the streaming video service's data traffic consistently bumped up against the capacity constraints of a system, causing a slowdown that affected everyone. In such a world, edge companies could choose either to absorb the fee, charge more for advertising, or rethink their business models. Perhaps a dominant edge company would find this behavior on the part of a broadband provider so intolerable that the edge company would choose to play hardball and black out its service on that network in the expectation that consumers would punish the broadband company. Or edge companies might even decide to overbuild a new broadband network in an uncooperative provider's heartland. Net neutrality advocates will point to these scenarios as examples of the very ills they seek to avoid, and which broadband providers, seeking to immunize themselves, have also disavowed. But such a situation would not nearly be as unfair as it seems. Making streaming services bear the costs of incremental capacity to alleviate network constraints puts the onus on the actor responsible for the cost, the streaming service, to figure out how to remedy the situation. It could do so either by paying additional fees to the broadband provider, or by using a creative approach, such as siting its servers behind the constraint and closer to the consumer demand, thus alleviating network congestion. Either way, it is fairer that Netflix should bear this cost rather than each and every broadband consumer, who may pay the same rate to the network provider regardless of the amount of data they receive or transmit. This type of pricing structure, where broadband providers would charge users on both sides of the data exchange, is actually similar to how the pricing of voice telecommunications worked when the service first became widespread. At that time, it seemed absurd that a residential telephone user should pay the same as an insurance broker on Main Street. The actual fixed costs might have been the same to reach either, but the social utility those players received from the public telephone network differed dramatically. After all, the insurance broker's business was substantially founded on his ability to receive and place calls, while for the residential user, the telephone might just be a new convenience. Prices were set accordingly. While net neutrality advocates fixate on the idea that this telephone network carried all calls in a non-discriminatory manner, they miss the point that the network was paid for by those who obtained the greatest value from its existence. The likely alternative to this kind of differential pricing structure for broadband is simply more generic and ham-fisted products offered by broadband providers, such as the all-you-can-eat or supersized data plan. But those offerings do not match the physical reality of the system because you can always eat too much. Thus, the fine print on many mobile data contracts permits carriers to throttle your speeds, albeit in a content-neutral way, mind you, if you have used too much data in a month or if the network is congested. The real-world results of this content-neutral throttling have often been truly stupid. In August 2018, for example, in the midst of some of the largest wildfires in California's history, Verizon throttled the data of the Santa Clara County Fire Department, reportedly slowing download speeds from 50 megabits per second to 30 kilobits per second after the fire department had used up its data allotment for the month. By the logic of net neutrality, any further data use, whether for data-intensive locational mapping of fires or the streaming of a droll cat video, had to be subject to the same throttling. We can test the policy logic of net neutrality in such circumstances with a simple hypothetical. How much data was being transmitted for the purpose of streaming pornography to Verizon mobile devices during the days and weeks that the fire department was responding to these fires? Would it be wrong for Verizon to throttle this traffic in such a circumstance in order to maintain speeds for emergency services? Yet when these events occurred, the fire department and California policymakers complained, ridiculously, that Verizon was violating the principles of net neutrality. Indeed, Verizon was doing just the opposite. Besides, this claim was almost wantonly hypocritical. The fire department would not tolerate looky-loose at the scene of a disaster when emergency traffic needs to pass. Verizon should offer a fast lane to data traffic that has a high social value. The only reason carriers have not done so more aggressively is because of the net neutrality shibboleth. Simply put, some data is more important than others. Even net neutrality advocates tacitly acknowledge this. For instance, Montana's Democratic governor, Steve Bullock, issued an executive order decreeing that any broadband provider seeking to do business with the state of Montana would have to adopt net neutrality principles. At the same time, however, he had his own Department of Administration issue a request for proposals that required respondents to explain how the state's data traffic would be prioritized in an emergency situation. As the governor found out, the slogan of net neutrality is a good one until it runs up against obvious practicalities. None of this is to deny that broadband is important and worthy of protection. It is not equivalent to safe drinking water or reliable electricity supply, but it is now difficult to conceive of a world without broadband, and most citizens would regard it as being a necessary utility-like service. The idea of the internet as an open place where any legal content can be accessed is likewise important, even if the idea that all data should be treated in a neutral manner is dubious. But in order to maintain a fast and reliable internet, we need to encourage the necessary capital investment in technologies that deliver it. Broadband providers unconstrained by either a regulation or policy expectation of net neutrality could start to rebalance the lopsided financial realities of the sector, wherein the ethereal products of the edge providers have catapulted them to the heavens, while some of the owners of this miraculous network are just one missed interest payment away from significant financial distress. Such a rebalancing would ensure the internet's availability for its highest value and most socially important uses. If other uses are crowded out to the detriment of the public, or if competition fails because the sector is increasingly consolidated, that is the moment for Congress, the Department of Justice, or the FCC to act, and not before, when these fears are largely imagined and when the competition between edge companies and broadband providers is not given room to play out. If broadband's economics are something like those of a public utility, and if there is also an advantage to keeping its private capitalization and competitive characteristics intact, then there are at least two circumstances where government intervention is useful: where no broadband exists at all or where only one incumbent is present to provide it. There are still many such places with these traits, at least in terms of square mileage, throughout the United States. These rural areas are usually supported by the Universal Service Fund, which Congress established and the FCC administers. Today, about $4.5 billion is contributed annually to the deployment and maintenance of broadband in these places, along with a contribution to low-income consumers in schools, libraries, and hospitals, which brings the aggregate total to a little more than $8 billion. This subsidy program was created to support basic voice telephony. The ability to place a 911 call or to contact one's neighbors or do business by phone was considered, if not a right, then at least something for which public expenditures were warranted. Congress has established by law that consumers in all regions of the nation should have access to telecommunications and information services that are reasonably comparable to those services provided in urban areas at rates that are reasonably comparable to rates charged for similar services in urban areas. 2 decades ago, the subsidies provided for this purpose existed solely for the sake of voice telephony. But those subsidies began to be used, at first slowly, and by now almost everywhere and always, to install technologies that also supported broadband. By and by, the FCC disposed of the official fiction that this program exists only for voice. Through a series of regulatory orders, the agency explicitly directed the program's revenues to broadband deployment. The results of this program have been stunning. Much of rural America has high-speed internet. Rural schools offer simulcast courses which students otherwise could never hope to attend. Telemedicine through high-speed broadband has increased levels of care significantly. Ranchers participate in cattle auctions via streaming service. If one considers broadband a truly meaningful conduit to the good life in modern society, and not merely a portal for entertainment, then these programs have delivered for rural America. They have not been without their waste and inefficiency. The FCC has iteratively reformed them to direct subsidies in a more efficient manner, but it is not an overstatement to say that rural America would be a shadow of itself without them. Even as the FCC has modernized this program to focus on broadband, however, its funding source has remained the same: a tax on certain telephone calls, and it is no small tax. In the fourth quarter of 2018, there will be a 20.1% tax on those phone calls. Broadband subsidies continue to grow, but the revenue base which funds them has fallen to just over $50 billion from over $75 billion 10 years ago, when, correspondingly, the tax rate was much lower, about 11%. In short, U.S. broadband policy is funded by a tax on something consumers are using less and less, requiring ever higher tax rates just to generate the same amount of revenue. Last quarter's taxation represents the highest ever level of tax on this product, and one of the highest levels of sales tax that exists anywhere in America. To make matters worse, the tax falls heavily on legacy phone companies such as CenturyLink, which have service areas so sprawling that they represent a kind of Ottoman Empire of broadband providers, and which are the weakest link in terms of universal broadband deployment. We are clearly taxing the wrong people. On the other hand, edge companies, the principal beneficiaries of greater broadband interconnectedness, are virtually unaffected by this tax. They also, as we have seen, frequently cause broadband providers to make investments to expand capacity. Few policy changes would be more just, therefore, than to legally require these edge companies to contribute to the universal deployment of broadband. If one were to measure the data transmitted from edge companies over the network of each subsidized carrier, that would be a reasonable heuristic for defining a new tax base to fund broadband deployment. Moreover, if the rules were set up in such a way that edge companies would actually be paying for broadband deployment, then, and only then, it would make sense to require that the broadband provider carry their traffic neutrally. If such changes were implemented, then broadband providers should be prohibited from extracting further revenue from edge companies after those companies have financed subsidies to pay for network deployment. This framework would provide broadband providers with a clear choice: make the market work and remain unconstrained, or acknowledge a market failure and receive subsidies subject to a much more onerous mode of utility-style rate and performance regulation. The United States faces a critical choice that will determine the future of Internet policy. Either it turns its broadband industry into a regulated public utility, in which case a single broadband monopoly or individual regional monopolies will eventually emerge in a competition that exists only around scale. Or it allows broadband providers to experiment, to find out what consumers truly demand from their experience online. Edge companies, seemingly invincible until recently, would be wise to pursue a grand bargain with their host organism. The public policies they typically advance, alluring to the kids though they may be, are ultimately unfair and stack the competition in their favor. The American public only has use for innovators turned monopolists for so long, until they stop looking cool and start looking creepy. Policymakers, meanwhile, should keep in mind that broadband is a public service, but that it does not need to be regulated like most utilities. What once seemed like two different sectors, telephone and cable, have already become one. At this point, it would be prudent to keep the experiment going, let competition between broadband providers and edge companies play out, and then assess its value for the American public. Pacific Gas and Electric is by some measures the largest energy utility in the United States. It is also the culprit of the deadliest corporate crime in American history: the manslaughter of 84 people who suffocated and were incinerated, or who otherwise perished, during the maelstrom of a 2018 fire caused by the company's Caribou-Palermo electric transmission line. The energized wire that fell to the ground, creating the ignition, was loosed from its moorings when a dilapidated metal hook finally broke, nearly a century after PG&E's predecessor, Great Western Power Company, bought it from the long-defunct Ohio Brass Company. Catherine Blunt's California Burning takes its readers through a history of PG&E, its financial motivations amid California's manic political landscape, and its lack of focus in the face of many distractions on the maintenance of the critical infrastructure in question, all leading to this terrible denouement. Blunt has extensively covered these events in the Wall Street Journal, together with her colleagues Russell Gold and Rebecca Smith. The tragedy and horror of the story retold in whole, coming together in Blunt's book-length treatment, is even more than the sum of the news stories she and her colleagues have written. In this century, PG&E has been on 2 occasions convicted of felonies, once for the above crimes, and before that for violations of the Pipeline Safety Act and obstructing an official investigation in the aftermath of the explosion of its San Bruno gas pipeline. The utility also has twice gone bankrupt. Emerging from its latest bankruptcy, without adequate funds to pay the claims of fire victims, it instead converted them into equity shareholders. Any new fire for which PG&E is liable will come at the expense of a prior generation of fire victims. Told throughout in an even-keel voice, the story does not need the assistance of tone to get its reader flummoxed and outraged. Through a series of mergers and acquisitions, restructurings, and a parade of CEOs, PG&E lacked an overarching vision about its mission. It deprioritized spending on maintenance, slashing a project on an electric transmission line that ultimately caused a fire, even though it had been reported to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission as an important safety project. The utility relegated its rural transmission facilities, far from its San Francisco headquarters, to an out-of-sight, out-of-mind status. PG&E staff evidently reasoned that any outage on those facilities would not disrupt power to a large number of customers. It was a disaster waiting to happen, and it did. The utility operated in a state of nearly postmodern unawareness, lacking even a complete set of records about what it owned. Indeed, after its gas pipeline explosion, it literally hauled in thousands upon thousands of boxes of property and inspection records from its regional offices to San Francisco's Cow Palace to try to piece them together. The utility that serves America's greatest tech hubs had not digitized its files. That type of tragic irony abounds in Blunt's book. The Caribou-Palermo line was, when it was constructed in the early 1900s, one of the first big transmission projects to connect clean energy to population centers. But the aged hydroelectric dams that the line facilitated are not the shiny objects of modern climate policy. As a consultant hired by the utilities regulator, the California Public Utilities Commission noted about the agency's own operations. Because safety is considered to be off the radar screen of most commissioners and legislators, it is considered to have little cachet for CPUC staff and managers. Wherever safety ranked as a priority, it was not safety first. As Blunt tells it, the CUC's intense focus on climate policy came at the expense of one of its core responsibilities, holding the utilities accountable on safety. It did not have to be this way. Policymakers in California 2 decades ago decided to demonopolize the generation and retailing of power, something that up to that point had been the more or less exclusive domain of PG&E in its service territory. That could have and should have paved the way for a PG&E that had one job: maintaining the poles, wires, and substations that together constitute the grid, which is the essential network for everything else that happens in the power sector. Rather than quarantining the residual monopoly to its proper role, however, politicians in California and other blue states could not help themselves from treating monopolies' balance sheets as attractive playthings for public policy that was not directly related to the grid and its upkeep. Always thirsty for growth, and always accepting the bargain to go along to get along, PG&E went along with it all. California Burning lucidly explains the financial motivations that caused this distraction on the part of the utilities management. Specifically, its negligence with respect to its core business was the consequence of a perverse incentive that animates the business model of nearly every investor-owned energy monopoly in America today. For every dollar these utility monopolies invest in capital expenditures, CapEx, they command a return on that capital set by the regulator. Meanwhile, for operational and maintenance expenditures, OpEx, like inspecting transmission lines and clearing underbrush from their rights-of-way, there is no return margin, only revenue from ratepayers designed to match the budgeted annual spending in these categories of OpEx. The only financial incentive that exists for OpEx is to try to reduce the spending after the dollars have been approved by a regulator in a rate case, because then the utility can pocket the savings. This topic is much written about by utility regulatory observers, but Blunt is one of the very few journalists to pay any attention at all to this set of incentives, even though it is sort of a skeleton key to understanding the electric utility sector. Literally, it explains almost everything, including PG&E's safety performance. In California, the incentives coalesced with fatal simplicity. The utility was endlessly fascinated by CapEx, that is, the shiny new things that policymakers most often wanted, while it neglected OpEx, the spending necessary to keep its grid running safely. Yet one does not need to be interested specifically in utilities or the energy industry at large to appreciate this book-length reportage. Blunt has a number of warnings applicable beyond the sector. the rise of financiers at the expense of engineers, the risk of doing many things poorly rather than a couple of things well, the glamorous focus on the ever-changing current thing at the expense of an enduring and important mission, and the regulatory capture that is a vicious cycle between big dreaming policymakers and the energy monopolies on whose fortunes those policies often depend. If you were a business leader having to choose between the latest self-help pablum that populates much of the literature about how corporations work in California burning, you certainly should choose the latter. Blunt's book does not deliver remedies, nor does it promise to, but its implications are clear enough. Energy utilities should focus on poles and wires, the distribution of energy. The generation and retailing of energy are complex distractions from that already complex business. The possibility, too, of having a monopoly closely regulated by the state engaging in crossover activities that can and should be up for competition creates a corporate landscape where, inevitably, vying for new markets will attract the talent within the holding company, while the core business suffers. Regulators should work actively to ensure the monopolies they regulate have a mission and do not stray from that mission by attractive policy baubles. For California in particular, but everywhere generally, this should mean that different companies should handle the grid that delivers power and the entities that generate and sell it. It should also be the case that these utilities are compensated adequately for executing that mission, which must mean orienting government-allowed profits to performance on missions like safety, and not only a return on whatever the utility happens to invest in private capital. Finally, there is the important question of what government-regulated monopolies owe their customers, whose answer often is, much more than they are given. These monopolies too often treat governments as their customers or stakeholders, if one must use the anodyne term, while their actual customers are mere ratepayers, transformed into captive and passive sources of revenue. There is very little chance of escape from this paradigm with government-regulated monopolies. Again, a proof that their scope should be minimized, but also that competent and consumer-focused regulation is essential where monopolies are indispensable, as in the maintenance of the electricity grid. For more than a century, anyone in South Africa lucky enough to have electricity has gotten it from Eskom. Born of a mashup of the Anglophone Electricity Supply Commission, Eskom, and the Afrikaans Elektriciteitsvoorsieningskommissie, EFCOM, the utility today is formally Eskom Holdings SOC. That appendage SOC is something readers of South Africa's business pages may see with the regularity that one comes across LLC and LP in the private sector-dominated United States. It denotes that Eskom is a state-owned corporation. Eskom once stood as the preeminent example of a successful utility in the Southern Hemisphere. The Afrikaner government of South Africa was appalling in many ways, yet it allowed Eskom to be run in businesslike fashion, with the driving objective of producing plentiful electricity in support of the mining and industrial cash cows of South Africa. P.W. Botha, the country's last strongman of apartheid, nevertheless demurred to a reproach by Eskom's then CEO, who reportedly told him, "President, you keep out of Eskom and I'll keep out of government." After apartheid ended 3 decades ago, and Nelson Mandela's African National Congress took the reins of power, Eskom continued to deliver, recognized in the early 2000s as the world's best electric power utility in a Financial Times Awards ceremony. Eskom has since fallen in grand fashion. On most days of the year in 2023, Eskom deployed its protocols for load shedding, a term of industry jargon, though now grimly familiar to South Africans, used to describe a controlled loss of electricity service to customers resulting from an insufficient supply to meet demand. The job of a power grid operator is usually to send signals to dispatch up or down power stations to meet variations in demand. During load shedding, the operator turns its focus to managing demand, switching off parts of the grid that serve particular clusters of customers. These outages are then rotated around the wider grid until available supply once again can meet overall demand. If demand were not curtailed in this manner, the entire grid would collapse, as its system frequency of 50 Hz plunged. A so-called black start of the grid is a process that would take weeks or months, a prospect that would cause civil unrest in most places. Load shedding in South Africa has been going on for 15 years, with escalating severity in the past few years. The one exception has been the months leading up to the country's national elections in May, when electricity service, as if a miracle had occurred, suddenly resummed for over a month. More on that later. For most South Africans, normal life has meant familiarity with Eskom's 8 stages of load shedding, each representing a level of demand on the grid that needs to be cut. Indeed, one of the most popular digital apps in the country, whose name is a vulgar pun that blends Eskom with a homophone of Afrikaans slang for female anatomy, informs its users when and where load shed has been announced, along with stage and implementation information. There is not another example in the world of a previously reliable utility, serving a relatively modern economy, so comprehensively failing to provide its basic service. This failure announces itself seemingly everywhere. Every country has a unique context around its development. So too South Africa, and then some. After apartheid, South Africa's government launched an ambitious campaign to electrify the have-nots of its grossly unequal society. Building out the grid succeeded, but ensuring enough energy was on the grid to meet the new demand did not. Government ministers promised affordability in power supply, but this wasn't possible when new capital expenditures at high interest rates were layered atop the aging, but cheap, infrastructure Eskom had depreciated over the decades. And this led to another problem. It would already have been a struggle to supply more energy to the Rainbow Nation, but with age came the diminishing reliability of South Africa's existing power plants. This was made much worse by corruption that took hold of one important sector: coal. South Africa has one of the most carbon-intensive power sectors in the world. With the exception of a single nuclear plant and a few hydroelectric assets, the country is more than 80% powered by coal, with most generating stations clustered in the country's resource-rich northeast. Coal has to be mined, transported, and burned to produce steam that spins turbines that produce electricity. There are many inputs and processes involved in the business of coal. The bureaucratic surface area to which corrupt actors may attach is vast. Also, the coal industry, in the places it does exist, is often the only game in town. It is also heavily unionized, and in South Africa, the liberation struggle and the post-independence government for 3 decades until just months ago was constituted by a tripartite mashup of the once exiled, outlawed, and imprisoned African National Congress, the South African Communist Party, and the country's umbrella group of trade unions, COSATU. Ideologically, there was just as much interest in Eskom remaining in state ownership as there had been during the time of Afrikaner nationalism. Of course, there was also a very practical interest in this structure, since there were so many new mouths to feed among the country's politically ascendant and nouveau riche, a class that was one and the same in the post-apartheid republic. Eskom and its suppliers today represent a conduit for these interest satisfaction. A number of enterprising gambits have sprung up over the years to loot the utility. A single cargo of fuel is often delivered multiple times, a practice called round-tripping, with the driver passing by a bribed security guard, ostensibly unloading that fuel to a bribed procurement agent, then leaving the plant still fully loaded to drive around for a few hours before purporting to deliver a new cargo. Coal trains, the only affordable way to convey the fuel in the bulk required by power stations, have been sabotaged on behalf of these trucking cartels. High-quality coal has been siphoned off of stockpiles for sale on the lucrative export market, leaving Eskom's own coal piles mixed in with heavy payloads of dirt and rocks. The quantity and quality issues alike take their toll on power plant's operation. Apart from its corrupted supply chain, the state-owned enterprise itself is hardly a meritocracy. Power plant manager may sound like a highly technical job title, can also be a sinecure. Andre de Ruyter, Eskom's CEO until early 2023, relates a dismal state of affairs in his extraordinary memoir Truth to Power, My 3 Years Inside Eskom. Largely absentee plant managers, when they did show up, were dudded up in the pointed-toe dress loafers of a flaneur, instead of steel-toe footwear. The tone at the top trickled all the way down, and de Ruyter relates the basic failures of management and simple housekeeping that further imperiled Eskom's ability to deliver power safely and reliably. The result of the twin threat of the corrupted supply chain and derelict workforce is that Eskom power plant's equivalent availability factor, EAF, a measure of a facility's readiness to produce energy, sat at a shade above 50% last year. Similarly aged plants in the United States usually have EAFs in at least the 70% range, often higher. Thus, while de jure national policy holds that the state-owned enterprise Eskom should be devoted to making electricity widely available on affordable and reliable terms, the de facto policy of the country treated Eskom as the bounty for particular interests, closely adjacent to state actors, by dint of its state-owned characteristics. To be sure, this problem goes beyond electricity in South Africa, where just as the public has become familiar with the once niche term load shedding, so too has a bit of jargon from social science, state capture, become a commonplace of newspapers' reportage. This year marks 30 years distance from apartheid, and at this point the country's politics still often seems an exercise in rewarding the liberation struggle's aging personalities, and their relations, friends, and financial patrons. The class of winners in the system is just as narrow, if not as racially limited, as during apartheid. De Ruyter and others tried to put a halt to the sloth and corruption they found in various corners of Eskom and its hangers-on. When the formal channels of law enforcement proved lackadaisical or unwilling to pursue the graft, he sought funding from some of Eskom's own customers, South Africa's largest business interests, to fund a private investigation. He also took up the begging bowl in his visits abroad, helping to convince Western funders and the World Bank to channel $8.5 billion to South Africa on the condition that it build out gobs of wind and solar. For the West, this was a decarbonization maneuver, but in country, the funding is poised to have the more significant benefit of expanding power supply and unchaining the sector from a nearly exclusive reliance on the corrupt coal supply chain. By investigating corruption and diversifying away from a politically favored industry, it is not mere supposition to say that de Ruyter got too close to powerful interests. His own political backers shied away from him. And then, after drinking a cappuccino before a meeting on December 12, 2022, at his office, André de Ruyter found himself losing his recall of basic words, struggling to breathe, his heart racing. He had been poisoned with cyanide. He lived, but resigned and left the country, spending the next year in another hemisphere, at Yale School of Management. Eskom management and the state itself have been incapable of stopping the slide into unreliability, so individual citizens have taken power into their own hands. The well-worn adage about necessity's maternal characteristics has rarely found a truer expression than during South Africa's load-shedding crisis. In addition to the new information economy that conveys status updates to the population about the grid's availability, a variety of consumer devices big and small have gained fast adoption in the country. The failure of the state-owned enterprise has led to a set of decentralized solutions for the haves and workarounds for the have-nots. Anyone who can afford one has what, in country, is called an inverter, which in South African parlance means any form of on-premises backup generation. While in Cape Town this February, as load shedding was occurring on a daily basis, I noticed hardly any trouble with electricity supply whatsoever. My friend's rental home overlooking beautiful Camps Bay was fitted out with rooftop solar panels and 2 large batteries in the garage that seamlessly switched on when the grid-delivered power went off. The only one in the household affected was my friend's toddler, who woke up crying to the blinking light of his baby monitor, which flashed on sensing a brief power interruption. Personally, I had noticed load shedding only twice. Once, I was having drinks with, as luck would have it, an Eskom engineer and a solar developer. The lights went out at the hip bar on Clubby Kloof Street where we were conferring. This establishment relied not on batteries, but a larger backup generator, so the latency between Eskom's power off and the backup's power on was more like 2 minutes at the bar rather than 2 seconds at the residence. On the second occasion, I visited a charmingly rustic, organic vineyard in Stellenbosch which had had its credit card processor fried by a voltage excursion caused by a power interruption on their rural circuit. While booking my wine tasting in advance, I was told to bring cash. The inconveniences I faced were comedically small given the gravity of the situation. As a visiting tourist, I existed near the upper echelon of a society whose inequalities have been sharpened by the failure of this state public service. For me, it's a beautiful country, safe enough, and inexpensive due to the relative levels of inflation that have battered the South African economy more than the American one. I'll happily be back again, unless it all goes the way of Zimbabwe. Most South Africans are not so fortunate. For those without backup power, ordinary life has to be timed around anticipated load shedding. Just check the app. Most load shedding is announced in advance because demand is projected to exceed supply, and thus demand can be cut on relatively predictable schedules. But if the weather changes or a forced outage at a power plant occurs, as opposed to a planned or maintenance outage, that will mean deeper cuts and ruining plans that had been formed around a more modest stage of load shedding. In practice, load shedding, in general, and the particular unpredictability of this tight margin of supply and demand balance have rolled back the clock on a basic middle-class existence that relies on refrigeration, a Wi-Fi router, and a television. Restaurants offer a load shed menu to denote what they are capable of cooking during an outage. In order to preserve some lighting during the evening hours of load shedding for their homework, students in modest circumstances rely on an invention I have never seen anywhere else. LEDs with tiny batteries attached to them, which sense resistance coming from the grid and switch on when grid-delivered electricity is unavailable. Happily, there are attempts at orchestrating some of these decentralized solutions to benefit wider communities. Eskom itself and some of the municipal power companies that exist one rung below Eskom, and which depend on Eskom's generation and transmission to supply their customers, have implemented load-limiting programs that use advanced metering technology and Wi-Fi to ratchet the use of particular devices in customers' homes, avoiding the bludgeon of load shedding which plunges everything into the dark. Load limiting can apply to what in South Africa are termed geysers, pronounced, hilariously, geezers, hot water heaters, a big source of electricity consumption for residential customers. Also, pool pumps. The affluent do their part by deferring their swimming pool's refreshment in order to spare a little light for the vast underclass. The load-limiting program that Cape Town began this year will contain about 30,000 residential meters and is expected to be good for 60 megawatts of demand reduction, enough to move off one stage of load shedding, albeit just a small fraction of the capacity of a single utility-scale power plant. Cape Town is buying surplus generation from customer-sited solar and battery storage as well. Done well, a public utility levels up a citizenry. But in South Africa, the utility is a prominent symbol of the class divide that puts the lie to the ANC's grand promises of a transformed and modern South African republic for all people. After a long period of invulnerability and complacency, it was load shedding perhaps more than anything else that has finally spurred an electoral feedback loop that put the ANC on its heels. Leading up to the country's elections this May, many public conveniences appeared as if by magic. Refuse collections resumed, porta potties appeared where public toilets had been out of service for years, and in the power sector, Eskom operated for nearly 2 months without resorting to load shedding. The ANC and the opposition Democratic Alliance, DA, bickered about the cause of this miracle, the latter pointing to huge run-ups in diesel purchases and cuts to plant maintenance outages so that they could run go-for-broke style in supplying power. It was a strategy tied to an election campaign, rather than durable operations, the DA argued. In any case, a reprieve in load shedding did occur, but not enough to erase the public's memory. The ANC, for the first time since apartheid, lost its parliamentary majority and, at least temporarily humbled, accepted a coalition government with the Democratic Alliance and other minor parties. Neither side appears especially pleased about the arrangement, and it remains to be seen how it will work out. In the cabinet announced to run the country in June, there are some modest positive signs. The sprawling Ministry of Public Enterprises was terminated, and oversight for Eskom was concentrated in a new ministry, Electricity and Energy. That new post took additional powers from the Ministry of Energy Resources and Energy, led by the recalcitrant Gwede Mantashe, a union organizer and communist who opposed private investment in the sector and personified the conflicted relationship between coal interests and their major customer. It was right there in the ministry's name. Personalities and officialdom aside, the ANC acceded to a policy recommendation that was at least 2 decades old, at last deciding that the country's dependency on a politically compromised and financially distressed gatekeeper, Eskom, needed to end. A measure to restructure Eskom, spinning off its electric transmission function, and creating a more competitive market for the purchase and sale of electricity, would place South Africa in the company of the majority of countries that have broken up their legacy power monopolies. Parliament passed legislation enabling these changes before the national elections, though the reform package as of this writing awaits presidential assent, and it could be returned to the reconstituted legislature for further revision. If not a heartfelt repudiation of the state ownership that was a central tenet of both the ANC and its Afrikaner predecessors' philosophy of government, it is a practical one. Only a paltry 150 megawatts of new generation of a 25,000 megawatt demand system had been added to the grid in the 5 years of Mantashe's leadership through the old state-owned channels. By contrast, the thousands of megawatts of capacity optimistically projected to come online in the next several years are overwhelmingly sourced by either direct, private purchases by customers from generators, or at-scaled Eskom purchases from third-party generators who bear the risk of cost overruns and failures to perform on their contractual obligations. There is still a huge mishmash of personalities and their associational attachments, ministries, regulatory agencies, state-owned industries, that could slow any item of the emergent reform agenda down, and the tenuousness of South Africa's current political arrangement could doom big changes altogether. Many South Africans want to see immediate successes in an industry that often takes years to steer to meaningful reform and investment. The impatience for getting big, long lead items accomplished tends to refocus governmental priorities on short-term band-aids. This reality may not bode well for a government that seems unstable. Meanwhile, It has never been entirely clear who specifically should be held to account for Eskom's recent failures, but the public was collectively able to hold the ANC to account. Now that the party cannot be exclusively to blame for such failures due to its power-sharing arrangement, the internecine blame game may well be amplified. Whether South Africa's power sector can revamp to reliably serve the country as a whole will be a strong indicator of whether the liberal reforms at hand can be workably located in a modern democracy and prominent member of the Global South. South Africa is a unique polity in many ways. It may be tempting to dismiss Eskom as a peculiar side note of South African history. That would be wrong. The challenges of the country's power sector, and the power sector's intersection with regulation by and ownership through the state, strike some eerily familiar chords with the American experience. First, the debate between U.S. political factions has lately trended toward tribalism around certain technologies. Once generally united behind principles related to outputs of a well-managed grid, such as ubiquitous access, reliability, and affordability, America's political parties have arrayed behind supposedly rival technologies that are inputs to the grid. Democrats talk up renewables and storage. Republicans have adopted nuclear as an avatar for their rebuttal on the energy transition. They also advocate for existing and new fossil capacity, both domestically and in the name of American influence through gas exports. South Africa presages this turn of American politics, where political movements and patronage networks are built around fuel supplies and power technologies, and these political networks then largely predetermine more essential conversations about how government should structure and regulate the industry in its service to customers. Second, the stories of corruption in the South African power industry are quite colorful. But so, too, are they in the United States, where utilities maintain a monopoly and look to politicians as their primary customer. A common arc exists. Indeed, the biggest political corruption scandals of this century so far in the United States have featured regulated utilities. In Ohio, the utility First Energy was the dark money financier of a $60 million political operation of the state's House Speaker Larry Householder, who in return pushed through a package of subsidies to the utility's nuclear and coal power plants. If anything, South African politicians were more discreet in their influence over Eskom. In Ohio, after bulldozing the opposition and passing the corruptly begotten legislation, known as House Bill 6, one utility lobbyist texted around an image of two utility executives, Householder, and a friendly regulator. Their faces photoshopped atop Mount Rushmore, accompanied by the message, HB6 fuck anybody who ain't us. Speaker Householder was sentenced to 20 years in prison last year. A lobbyist for the company died by suicide as the authorities closed in. The former chairman of the Public Utilities Commission of Ohio chose the same exit, and First Energy's former CEO and a government affairs executive will face trial. At around the same time as the scandal in Ohio was occurring, much the same thing was going on in Illinois, albeit with greater subtlety. Chicagoland having a depth of experience in this stuff, but with much the same outcome. A gargantuan legislative package benefiting the incumbent utility, Commonwealth Edison, whose executives administered a patronage network to employ any ne'er-do-well relatives of legislators and the Democratic machine in no-show jobs. Four ComEd executives were indicted and convicted, a prelude to the trial on federal racketeering charges of former House Speaker Mike Madigan, which is set to begin this year. If the character names were Zulu or Xhosa, it could have been a story about Eskom. The closer the power industry is to government, the more it presents an opportunity for corruption no matter which hemisphere you live in. Third, one may ask how utilities owned by the state, and in this case the national government, become captured by such local interests, even besides the overt corruption in question. Clearly, Eskom's nation-building mission did not extend into a post-apartheid South Africa. Instead, it became captured by relatively local interests, where the coal sector had its roost. We may ask the same question about how the purposes of nationally owned utilities in the United States have transformed. Set up during the New Deal and providing the energy to produce crucial material during the Second World War, the Bonneville Power Administration, the Tennessee Valley Authority, the Western Area Power Administration, the Bureau of Reclamation, the Army Corps of Engineers, and a couple more obscure agencies own or operate power generation and transmission infrastructure in parts of the United States. This is usually dominated by hydroelectricity on federal waterways, but extends to certain coal, nuclear, and gas assets. These government-owned enterprises, which once built up America's national might, now are largely devoted to relatively parochial interests, where the views of Washington more than Washington dictate outcomes. Ironically, because of their local clienteles, These entities tend to be last in line when the regions in which they exist see movements to stitch together a more national grid. That is not necessarily a bad thing, but anyone who sees in America's federally owned utilities a vindication of the national interest is very poorly informed. Of all federal agencies, theirs is the most attenuated dotted line to Washington, D.C. And so too ESCOM, which in its power generation is concentrated in the coal industry based in Mpumalanga in the country's northeast. None of this, again, is surprising. State ownership of power utilities may have at its inception a broad national motivation, but the inputs into or customers of the sector tend to be geographically concentrated, and its long-term existence often is subordinated to these local interests. And fourth, and finally, one should consider the hoped-for global decarbonization of the power sector. Remarkably, despite its supply inadequacies, South Africa plans to close certain coal-fired power stations. They have fallen into such disrepair that, in view of the emissions they would produce if repaired and the enormous expense of doing so, it may be better to close them. This will put South Africa further still into the hole of supply inadequacy versus the demand on the ESCOM system. U.S. grids are not so dire, and Americans not so inured to power outages, as to brook the outcome one does see and will probably continue to see in South Africa. There is nevertheless a serious risk that America's fossil plants are retiring so quickly that they cannot be replaced with the quantity and quality of new resources that will ensure similar levels of reliability as what could be expected under the status quo ante. After years of mostly reassuring messaging, interspersed with modest caveats about the technical and economic feasibility of the ongoing transition toward a cleaner grid, this year has witnessed a notable change in the pitch of grid reliability warnings from the people actually responsible for reliability. Take America's largest grid, the Mid-Continent Independent System Operator, which for several years has issued a relatively soothing reliability imperative report. This year's begins with a cover letter from MISO's CEO John Baer that does not mince words, starkly warning in bold-faced font. The transition that is underway to get to a decarbonized end state is posing material and adverse challenges to reliability. On the demand side, America has not for many decades had a largely unelectrified population, like South Africa did after apartheid, whose connection to the grid gave rise to new sinks of demand. Yet on the horizon loom big new loads on America's grids: electric vehicles, an electrification of heating, electrolytic hydrogen production, and most of all, entirely new demand for energy from data processing for artificial intelligence and other applications. New demand introduced onto already tight systems will stress the ability of the United States to produce adequate power for everyone, and, should that become a problem, the issue of how supply inadequacy of grid-delivered power will be socialized broadly. Load shedding is written into the protocols that govern American power systems, just as it is in South Africa's. If load shedding were to be implemented with any degree of regularity in the United States, it would naturally cascade into the same system of haves and have-nots as one sees in South Africa, in terms of those persons and industries financially able to secure backup supplies in defense against it. ESCOM's recent history can teach us many things. It teaches us that a power sector too close to government, ironically, may not best serve the public interest. It suggests that state capacity reverts to localism. It illustrates what happens when the power sector fails, not in one heaping collapse, but gradually through diminished reliability, with a resulting social stratification between those able to privately do something about it and those who cannot. It is a warning about a politics of energy that debates attachments to particular technologies and fuels, rather than on a political and regulatory structure that orients toward outcomes of reliability, affordability, and basic competence. It is a postcard from a dystopian future we must avoid. As America transitions to 5G wireless networks, the U.S. intelligence community sees the Chinese telecom giant Huawei as a systemic security risk. In response, President Trump has banned the use of Chinese 5G equipment in U.S. networks. But despite these measures, there is still deep concern that eventually Huawei will dominate global markets, displacing the other major 5G providers, Europe's Ericsson and Nokia. To address this challenge, a number of proposals have been floated, including that the U.S. government buy shares in Ericsson or Nokia or provide incentives for U.S. companies to produce 5G gear. Few, however, are asking why there is no American telecom equipment company. After all, in the 1970s, the two largest telecom equipment manufacturers were U.S. companies, Western Electric and ITT. Even in the late 1990s, the two largest were still based in North America. Lucent and Nortel, headquartered in Canada but employing tens of thousands of workers in the United States. In 1999, Lucent was almost 3 times larger than its next two rivals and was the sixth largest company in America in terms of capitalization. Nortel accounted for over 1/3 of the capitalization of the Toronto Stock Exchange. By 2008, however, Nortel was bankrupt, and Lucent was a sliver of its former self, having been sold off to Alcatel, a French company, which was later bought by Finland's Nokia. What happened? How did America go from the world's leader to not even an also-ran in the span of just 2 decades? Equally troubling, why did no one sound the alarm bell when there was still time for action? Economists say America lost its telecom equipment industry, firms that make the hardware and software that enable wireline and wireless telecommunications, because it naturally lost comparative advantage as the economy shifted to industries like internet services. Business administration scholars blame bad management. Neither view explains what really happened. The answer lies in the fact that other nations saw the industry as strategic and they fought to protect and promote their own companies within this sector. Nowhere is this more true than in China, where, without innovation mercantilist policies, Huawei and ZTE, the other major Chinese competitor, would not exist today. Indeed, as Huawei's founder Ren Zhengfei himself admitted in 2002, without Beijing's policy of protecting Chinese companies from aggressive foreign competition at home, Huawei would no longer exist. And if Huawei did not exist, Nortel and possibly Lucent would still be with us today. While other nations were promoting and defending their industry, U.S. policymakers put their abiding faith in free markets. As the U.S. International Trade Commission, ITC, wrote in 1991, the United States has never had a federal policy to promote the communications sector and is unlikely to, given its tradition of and support for free market policies. It was this view that enabled 60 years of injurious antitrust enforcement that systematically weakened both Western Electric, the predecessor of Lucent, and Bell Labs, the world-class laboratory supported by AT&T and Western Electric. If no industry is more important than any other industry, and if international competition is not real, why not aggressively work to break up the leading telecommunications company in the world? For over 60 years, the Justice Department did everything it could to weaken Western Electric, completely discounting national security, competitiveness, and innovation concerns, even as other U.S. government agencies were sounding warning bells. As such, it is not an overstatement to say that, without the aggressive antitrust policies of the U.S. government, America would still be the world leader in telecom equipment. In addition, after the rise of neoclassical economics and the consumer movement in the 1970s, policymakers believed they knew the optimal market structure: competition. The 1996 Telecommunications Act was the culmination of this hubris. As a result of this legislation, not only were tens of billions of dollars in capital spending poured down the drain, but Lucent and Nortel were driven off a cliff, stupidly financing the equipment investment of hundreds of telco entrants that soon went bankrupt. Finally, finance-driven Anglosphere capitalism led Lucent and Nortel to make decisions that ultimately led to their downfall. They cut R&D budgets to meet share price targets, and they were unwilling to suffer the pain of keeping core business assets in place during the 2001-2 downturn so that they could rebound when the market recovered. European firms, particularly Ericsson, which was controlled by banks, not short-term equity investors, could and did take the longer-term view and thrived in the 2000s. Today, without massive infusions of government subsidies or transformative technological changes like the rise of software-defined networks, America will not be able to regain competitiveness in this industry. Once these assets, including talent, are gone, they are virtually impossible to recover. But it is not too late to learn important lessons from this epic industrial failure and apply them to the advanced industries the United States still has left, including aerospace, biopharmaceuticals, and semiconductors. This will require an overthrow, however, of the prevailing Washington economic orthodoxy, which holds that the United States does not compete economically on a national level, and that no industry is more important than any other. It is time for a new national consensus, one that holds that some industries are too critical to fail and that government needs a robust national industrial strategy. Let us hope that it is not too late to learn these lessons, for it would be beyond tragic if in a decade or two someone has to write an article asking, who lost Boeing, GM, Intel, and Pfizer? It was in telephony that a century-old America would first assert what would eventually become global technological leadership. On February 14, 1876, just hours ahead of Elisha Gray, who went on to found Western Electric, Alexander Graham Bell filed a patent application describing his method of transmitting sounds. Bell received his patent 21 days later, Back then, the Patent and Trademark Office processed patents quickly. Today, there is backlog of 540,000 applications. And with that, the telephone age was born. The new Bell Telephone Company needed telephones and equipment. It turned to a number of vendors, but it soon became evident that one firm, Western Electric Manufacturing Company, was the best. Western Electric originated in Cleveland, Ohio in 1869, when Elisha Gray and Enos Barton launched a company to manufacture telegraph equipment for Western Union. In 1872, they moved the company to Chicago. After Bell Telephone became American Telephone and Telegraph, AT&T, it acquired a controlling interest in Western Electric. For the next 120 years, Western Electric was AT&T's wholly owned subsidiary, making telephones, telephone switches, and other equipment. As telephony grew faster in America than anywhere else, AT&T grew. By the turn of the century, AT&T and Western Electric dominated the U.S. market. By 1900, Western was manufacturing in Austria, Belgium, Canada, China, Germany, France, Italy, Japan, the Netherlands, Russia, and the United Kingdom. And by 1913, it dominated the global market, holding 59% of the global market for equipment. It soon became clear that growth depended on technological advancement. So in 1907, AT&T and Western combined their engineering departments and in 1925 established Bell Laboratories. Much has been written about Bell Labs as the world's most successful industrial laboratory. From its founding in 1925 to its divestiture in 1995, it averaged 1 patent per day, and by 1995 it was averaging 3 patents per day. Fortune called it the world's greatest industrial laboratory. It was responsible for some of the most important inventions of the 20th century, including cellular technology, digital switches, fiber optics, lasers, the transistor, solar cells, satellite communication, undersea cables, and the Unix operating system. What made the U.S. telecom system the most envied in the world was the close relationship between Bell Labs, Western Electric, and AT&T. The needs of AT&T informed the science at Bell Labs and the engineering at Western Electric, and the innovations from both went into AT&T's network. For example, just 3 years after Bell Labs invented the transistor in 1947, Western Electric began commercial production. This leadership meant that 21 of the top 23 semiconductor innovations between 1951 and 1964 were American, with 9 from Western Electric, 5 more than the runner-up, General Electric. While Western Electric was the most internationalized U.S. company, it was part of a regulated monopoly, AT&T, at which the trustbusters in the Justice Department had long looked askance. Because of pressure from the Antitrust Bureau, in 1925 AT&T sold its foreign manufacturing subsidiary to a smaller American firm, International Telephone and Telegraph, ITT. Led by its charismatic founder, Colonel Sosthenes Belm, ITT grew to one of the world's largest multinationals. By 1972, it accounted for 60% of French telecommunications equipment exports, dominated in the UK, and had a monopoly in Spain. It was also highly innovative. In the late 1970s, it developed the first digital telephone switch, the System 12, at its R&D center in Connecticut. So for half a century, America was home to the 2 largest telecommunications companies in the world, Western Electric and ITT. But a third company would also become a leader, Nortel. Northern Telecommunications was established by Western Electric to serve the Canadian telecommunications market, in part because of the high tariff wall the Canadian government had erected. But again, because of pressure from the Department of Justice, Western was forced to sell off Northern to Bell Canada. Eventually renamed Nortel, the company grew rapidly, especially after AT&T was broken up in the early 1980s. By 1999, it had become the second largest telecom equipment provider in the world. As late as 1997, the U.S. produced 1/3 of all telecom equipment in the world, with exports of $13.1 billion and a trade surplus of $3 billion. This was to be the high water mark. And while I will not discuss in detail the decline of Motorola, it is worth noting that its history follows a similar pattern of innovation, dominance, and collapse. This Chicago-based maker of wireless phones and networking equipment was the first company to produce a cellular phone and communication system, and until 1998 it was the world's largest producer of cell phones. But Motorola eventually exited the business, selling its mobile infrastructure business to Nokia in 2010, which itself exited the business soon after. Since AT&T's formation, the Justice Department had sought to break it up, to sever some limbs, as one attorney called it. It was only with the rise of neoclassical economics, the 1970s, however, with its focus on consumer welfare and competitive markets, that the political winds shifted in the DOJ's direction. Realizing it could lose in court and wanting to get into new markets, AT&T agreed to a consent decree in 1982, according to which it spun off its local telephone business into 7 regional Bell operating companies, RBOCs. But because AT&T was now competing with the RBOCs to sell local phone service, management decided that it was also necessary to spin off its telecom equipment division as a separate company. The new company would then have a better chance of selling to the RBOCs. So, in 1995, Lucent Technologies was formed. At first, the future seemed bright. As Lucent's 1997 annual report touted, Lucent Technologies had an extraordinary first year as an independent company. We grew our business to record levels and strengthened our company for future growth and market leadership. Now, as the 2 words on the cover of this annual report say, we're reaching higher. The company told its shareholders that these numbers would likely grow as technological advances and deregulation continue to expand the global market. It also expected to grow because it was generating 23% of its revenues outside the U.S., but it held only 3% of the non-U.S. market. In 1999, Lucent was the world's largest telecommunications equipment company, earning $38.3 billion in revenue, making $4.8 billion in profits, and employing 153,000 workers, while controlling more patents than any other company. The expectations for the future were high. As one industry analyst noted, Lucent is positioned to be the technology company that defines the decade, and quite dramatically, the beginning of a millennium. Likewise, a 1998 International Trade Commission report stated that, according to some analysts, Lucent experiences a global competitive advantage over EU producers of network telecommunications equipment in leading-edge technology. But trouble was brewing under the surface. With the dramatic fall-off in telecom equipment spending in 2000, Lucent's revenues fell from $30 billion to $12 billion 2 years later. In 2001, it lost $16.1 billion, more than the sum of all its profits to date, and then lost another $7 billion in 2002. Its stock price fell from $65 in September 1999 to just 76 cents in September 2002. As the market rebounded, by 2004 its stock price was up to $3.17, and it earned $2 billion in profits. But it struggled, particularly as other companies, including an emerging Chinese company named Huawei, starting taking market share. By 2006, Lucent's revenues had fallen by more than 75% from their peak to $8.8 billion, and its employment was down more than 80%. As William Lazanick and Edward March note, both figures were lower than those of its 3 major rivals, Alcatel, Ericsson, and Nortel, even though all of the companies had gone through wrenching declines as the internet boom turned to bust in the early 2000s. Finally, a shell of its former self, Lucent merged with French national champion Alcatel in 2006. But 1 year later, Alcatel's stock had lost 44% of its value, and in 2015 Nokia paid €15.6 billion for Alcatel-Lucent. Nortel's story is similar. For most of its life, Nortel primarily served the modestly sized Canadian market. It was not until the court-ordered opening up of the U.S. market in the 1980s that its U.S. sales took off. And after the 1996 Telecommunications Act, it grew rapidly, doubling its revenues between 1997 and 2000. But like Lucent, Nortel provided equipment on credit, and as one study notes, the rapid increase of physical and human resources led to an increase in overhead and duplication. Nortel went from being valued at $136 billion in December 1999 to just $14 billion in April 2002. Lagging behind foreign competitors, including Huawei, it closed its doors in 2008. We should not forget ITT. After it bought the foreign assets of Western Electric, telecommunications services and equipment were its major businesses. But by the late 1950s, corporate America was caught up in the conglomerate merger wave, with companies seeking to grow by buying completely unrelated businesses. This was in part due to stricter limits imposed by U.S. antitrust authorities on conventional mergers. As a result, ITT entered a wide array of businesses, including car rental and insurance, and acquired a huge amount of debt. The high interest rates of the early 1980s, coupled with threats from newly minted corporate raiders, meant that it had to sell off units, and telecom equipment was the first to go. ITT sold its telecom equipment business in 1986 to Alcatel-Alstom, a subsidiary of the state-owned French corporation company Générale d'Électricité, CGE, forming Alcatel N.V., the world's second-largest telecommunications company. One analyst called the purchase the most important development in CGE's modern history. With that, the second-largest U.S. player was gone. The conventional view is that these companies either failed or were acquired as a result of poor management. If their leaders had just been better, the story goes, things could have turned out differently. Tim Dempsey, a former Nortel HR executive, writes that the fear-based culture and the leadership system that it engendered created an environment that enabled poor decisions as inevitable. This is a comforting story, as it suggests that major corporate failures are somewhat random, the result of bad personnel choices. But it does not hold up. If Nortel had bad leadership, the same leadership that was supposedly responsible for its demise, how had it grown to become the second-largest telecom equipment company in the world? A related view is that these companies were made up of bellheads, not the netheads of Silicon Valley who were transforming the world with internet technology. But these companies didn't lose to Silicon Valley companies, which were not able to enter the telecom equipment business successfully. They lost to European and Chinese bellheads, companies that were tightly linked to telecommunications services. And besides, both Lucent and Nortel vigorously embraced internet technology, like broadband communications. To be sure, management and cultural factors played a role, but they are deeply inadequate as explanations. In reality, the failures stem from a combination of the unique challenges imposed by the Anglo-American economic system, systemic failures of U.S. government policy, and strong, and in the case of China, aggressive foreign industrial policies aimed at acquiring U.S. market share. It is striking that no Anglo-American nation is home to a competitive telecom equipment provider. The United Kingdom had several firms until the 1980s, but they either went out of business or were bought by continental European firms. And of course, Canada and the United States lost ITT, Western Electric/Lucent, and Nortel. This is not by happenstance. Anglo-American capitalism, particularly its emphasis since the 1980s on maximizing short-term earnings and share price while limiting investments in physical assets, makes it harder for firms to focus on long-term growth. One survey of U.S. executives found that 78% admitted to sacrificing long-term value to gain short-term earnings benefits. As the CEO of ITT wrote, many CEOs forgot that business and industry cannot maximize profits for the long term by being concerned, primarily, with the results of the next 3-month period. Whatever happened to long-term planning, development scenarios, and a vision of the future measured in years? But ITT itself succumbed to this temptation by selling its telecom equipment assets, in part to focus on the faster-growing services market and to make itself less attractive to corporate raiders. AT&T had already done likewise when DOJ demanded its breakup in the early 1980s. It could have spun off its long-distance service and become a local telephone company, while still keeping Bell Labs and Western Electric. Had it done so, it is likely that Western Electric would be alive and well today, since it would have had strong, loyal customers in their box. Instead, AT&T Chairman Charles Brown spun off the local Bell companies, which he thought were slow-growing, in order to be able to enter into the rapidly growing computer industry. As one analyst writes, AT&T wanted to shed the stodgy regulated operating companies and the equipment and service restrictions that accompanied its regulated monopoly status. Operating companies generated no sizzle with Wall Street. The information age was upon us, and AT&T had to unleash its technology to go head-to-head with the likes of IBM. But it did not work. AT&T's computer systems division turned into the boat anchor that never turned a profit, and the lack of results became a corporate embarrassment. While AT&T's leaders thought they were acting in the interests of shareholders, they were in fact acting in the interest of only short-term shareholders. By separating Western Electric and Bell Labs from the local operators, they severed the 100-year-old two-way learning system that had enabled robust innovation. Over time, it became obvious that, without the operating company experience, AT&T was losing its way in bringing technology to market. It was losing its ability to manage Western Electric, NCR, and Bell Labs. This severing was particularly problematic because a major technology shift beyond digital switching was underway, and they were unable to chart its course. It was even worse because Western Electric now had to compete much more vigorously for the RBOC purchases. Western Electric had previously been assured of a stable market, because the Bell operating companies bought from them. But after the breakup of AT&T, Western Electric was just one more competitor, and after it became Lucent, it also had to compete for AT&T's business. This is why both Ericsson and Nortel identify the breakup of AT&T as the key enabler of their rapid growth in the American market. Once Lucent was formed, Wall Street pressures became even more intense and led to a set of ultimately catastrophic decisions. Before the breakup, Western Electric was part of a regulated monopoly that enabled both Bell Labs and Western Electric to invest heavily in factors necessary for long-term success. But once Lucent was a freestanding company, it no longer had that support. Lucent reveled in its new freedom. As one Lucent employee proclaimed, "Hooray, we're free at last from AT&T." But that freedom brought new expectations for rapid growth. Indeed, from its first days, Lucent branded itself as a growth company rather than an income stock in order to ensure that its stock price kept rising. A grave error. This meant, as one former Lucent executive wrote, to keep Wall Street happy, Lucent needed to produce strong and sustainable results. He went on to note that it would have a very difficult time voluntarily saying that the upcoming year's objectives need to be lowered. In hindsight, moderating lofty growth expectations in a well-articulated and reasoned manner would have been more desirable than ultimately missing expectations, let alone continuing to set and strive for subsequent goals which could also prove to be unattainable. While rising stock values were helpful in recruiting technical talent who could otherwise go to work for fast-growing Silicon Valley companies, short-term share price appreciation was also in the more self-serving interest of Lucent's executives. As William Laznick and Edward March note, when Henry Schacht stepped down as chairman of the company in February 1998, he cashed in stock options for a gain of $65 million after less than 2 years on the job. In that fiscal year, Rich McGinn, the new chairman and CEO, generated $3.6 million from exercising stock options as part of his total remuneration of $25.3 million. Stock appreciation became an obsession. A 2000 profile of Nortel CEO John Roth reveals him to be absorbed by the market values of his company and its competitors, and concluding an interview by checking Nortel's stock price on his browser. Both Lucent and Nortel knew that they needed rapid growth to ensure rapid stock price appreciation, and so they both demanded unrealistic quarterly sales growth targets. This led Lucent to reward its management and its sales force for booked sales rather than collected sales, which led them to agree to unfavorable terms just to get deals signed before the end of the fiscal quarter. An even faster way to grow was to buy other companies. Both Lucent and Nortel's leaders were lured by the siren song of the internet, seeing telecom as a mature business compared to corporate data networking. The vision of Richard McGinn, who became CEO of Lucent in 1997, was to be a high-tech growth company in an industry historically plagued by slow growth and gradually evolving product lines. Roth was also convinced that Nortel needed to be more like internet companies. Both gazed with longing at fast-growing Cisco. If they could emulate it, they thought, their share prices would surely appreciate even more quickly. As a result, they shelled out tens of billions of dollars for acquisitions. In just 5 years, Lucent acquired nearly 40 companies, including spending over $20 billion for Ascend Communications. Nortel spent $9.1 billion to acquire Bay Networks in 1998, even though an internal Nortel analysis showed that Nortel had never made a financially successful acquisition. Almost all these acquisitions were subsequently written off or divested at a significant loss. This meant that, when the tough times came in the early 2000s, both companies were short on cash to tide them over until the market rebounded. Acquisitions are not inherently bad, but companies should buy at a reasonable price, and the acquisitions should support their core competencies. Telecom was not Silicon Valley, however, and the trend towards everybody provides everything was never real. Cisco does not make telecom switches, and Ericsson makes very little corporate data gear. In putting rapid growth above all other goals, Lucent and Nortel thought they could expand into a wholly different industry. Ultimately, it cost them their core business. Moreover, in an effort both to cut costs and to improve their return on assets, a key measure used by Wall Street, both companies decided to get out of the business of making products. As Ishai Boson wrote, Lucent's chosen strategy came to be the virtual manufacturing strategy. This strategy meant Lucent was to sell most of its 29 manufacturing facilities to the EMS, Electronics Manufacturing Services, industry, while at the same time outsourcing its manufacturing requirements. Nortel went down the same path. One study of the fall of Nortel notes that its outsourcing of manufacturing to Flextronics with a long-term contract limited flexibility in terms of future manufacturing decisions. And as Harvard Business School professors Gary Pisano and Willie Shih have noted, such outsourcing weakens the link between R&D and production, making it harder for companies to innovate. This push for rapid growth and higher margins also changed the nature of Bell Labs. As one analyst has noted, Bell Labs, with Lucent's bright red innovation ring hanging over the door in 1996, was a very different entity from that which historians eulogize. In fact, it had become a wholly different place. With the advent of the Lucent spin-off, the corporate wall was removed totally. While there was effectively a Bell Labs organization, it was in many cases simply a scattering of heterogeneous organizations within Lucent. This further reinforced the shift in values from technical competence to shareholder value. Projects not directly associated with current revenue-generating products became increasingly difficult to fund. R&D decisions became driven by business executives attuned to investment community motives and incentives, and poorly trained in the underlying technology and development processes. In doing so, they traded their technical soul for mediocrity. Finally, short-term pressures meant that when the market turned sharply south in early 2001, Lucent and Nortel cut too deeply. As Lazenik and Marchright, failing to sustain revenue growth and with a falling share price, Lucent attempted to address shareholder value with the disposal of assets. One financial analyst commented at the time, "Lucent is in a tough position. They have two choices: don't cut headcount and sustain losses in the hopes the industry eventually turns around, or make the swift, necessary cuts to return to profit. It would be best for everyone, especially the employees, if they got there quickly." In fact, it was worse, as cuts only accelerated the decline. Lucent CEO Henry Schacht summed up the problem when he said, "Our execution and processes have broken down under the white-hot heat of driving for quarterly revenue growth." He went on to note the consequences of a purely revenue-focused approach. "Our growth objectives could not be sustained on a long-term basis. We had placed too much emphasis on short-term revenue growth and not enough on long-term value creation. We developed an ever-increasing emphasis on quarterly revenue generation that drove ever-increasing short-term decisions, often at the expense of long-term needs." Wall Street analyst Thomas Loria notes that if Lucent and Nortel could have accepted lower earnings growth rates, they could have invested more in research and development. The new products that could have been developed organically, as opposed to products that were acquired, could have strengthened their long-term competitive positions. As Lazenik and March point out, the irony for a company like Lucent is that it could have used the speculative stock market of the internet boom to sell stock on the market to pay off debt or augment the corporate treasury. But that would have been antithetical to the financialized system of U.S. capitalism. In his classic 1965 book Modern Capitalism, Andrew Schonfield tried to make sense of the distinctly different flavors of capitalism that had evolved in the post-World War II era, including the German model, in which large banks played a key role in allocating investment, the Japanese model of state-led industrial policy, and the American and British models of largely free market capitalism, albeit leavened with a growing social welfare state. These varieties have led to different outcomes for telecommunications equipment competitiveness. A 1991 International Trade Commission (ITC) study, commissioned by Congress in response to its prescient concern that the divestiture of AT&T would reduce U.S. competitiveness, stated, "The causes of this problem include the quarterly demands of stockholders, an overabundance of managers trained in finance rather than engineering, and differences in company structure." In general, members of the industry said that firms with long planning horizons and little pressure from stockholders for immediate profits would be more competitive in the long run because these firms would be able to invest more in research and development and would enjoy more flexibility in marketing strategies. The report went on to note that Japanese and some European firms are willing to sacrifice immediate profits in the expectation of obtaining much larger profits in the future in these less developed nations. Nowhere was that more evident than at Ericsson during the 2001-2 crisis. Ericsson was started in 1876 by a mechanic named Lars Magnus Ericsson, and he began producing telephones 2 years later, but only because Alexander Graham Bell had failed to obtain a patent in Sweden. Helped by Swedish government support and modest industrial espionage against Western Electric, including alleged patent infringement, Ericsson emerged as a viable competitor and grew considerably over the years. With the telecom equipment crash of 2001, Ericsson's sales also took a hit, but it emerged from the crisis to become the global leader, at least until Huawei's rise. This was not just a case of Ericsson being fortunate enough to have a visionary CEO. It had to do with how the company was financed. The origin of Ericsson's financial advantage can be found in the late 1920s, when Ivar Kreuger, the famous Swedish match king and international financier, was able to acquire a majority ownership stake in the firm. Ultimately, Kruger's house of cards collapsed. He famously shot himself in a Paris hotel, and the Swedish government stepped in to save Ericsson. As part of the deal, ownership passed to three major institutions: a major Swedish bank, Sweden's Wallenberg family, one of the richest families in Europe, and ITT, which had acquired shares in dealing with Kruger. But under Swedish law, ITT could only buy Class B shares with few voting rights. The two main Swedish entities owned Class A shares with as much as 20 times the voting control as Class B stock. As recently as 2000, Ericsson was 51.4% foreign-owned, but foreigners had only 1.2% of the votes. Even today, the bank and the Wallenberg family own most of the company's voting stock. This arrangement allows the company to focus on long-term value creation. Indeed, as David Bartal recently noted in his study of the Wallenberg family, they act in the long term and have not succumbed to chasing after profits for each quarter of the financial year. Bartal goes on to observe that the Wallenbergs could cash in their chips at any time, as most other wealthy and powerful families have done. Nothing stops them from selling off and moving somewhere with a better climate than Sweden and lower taxes. But they don't, because they and the bank are committed to the economic welfare of Sweden. This is presumably why, when asked in 1996 if his family has too much power, family head Peter Wallenberg replied, "What is bad about that? Is there not value in somebody hanging around when times are poor?" And indeed, that is exactly what Ericsson did. Even with a drastic decline in sales in 2001 and 2002 that led Ericsson CEO Kurt Hellstrom to complain, "It's so gloomy it's almost unbelievable." Ericsson cut far less than Lucent and downsized in a deliberate way that left its organizational capabilities intact. While its sales fell by 49% from 2001 to 2003, its R&D employment fell by only 34%. Ericsson's view was that they would suffer whatever financial losses were needed for them to emerge as the industry leader. As Hellstrom stated, "We are the main player. We're going to be the last one to give up." So rather than take the advice of US stock analysts to make the swift, necessary cuts to return to profit, Ericsson kept more of its core capabilities, including key technical talent, in order to take advantage of the inevitable rebound. And it did that because its controlling shareholders, the bank and the Wallenberg family, took the long view. Perhaps more than any single area of government action or inaction, a strong case can be made that it was 75 years of relentless effort by the federal government to break up AT&T that was the principal factor in the industry's downfall. Because of the Bell patents, by the first decade of the 20th century, AT&T had a significant share of the U.S. market. To address government concerns, AT&T came to a settlement with the Attorney General in 1913, known as the Kingsbury Commitment, in which AT&T agreed to divest the controlling interest it had in Western Union and allow independent telephone companies to interconnect with its long-distance network in exchange for the government not breaking it up. The 1921 Willis-Graham Act effectively established AT&T as a natural monopoly, stating that there is nothing to be gained by local competition in the telephone industry. And in 1934, Congress established the Federal Communications Commission and charged it with regulating interstate telephony. Interstate telephony was already regulated by the states. Despite congressional wishes, the Justice Department's Antitrust Bureau viewed AT&T with suspicion. After all, it was a monopoly, and the Bureau's mission was to prevent monopoly. As a result, in 1925 it forced AT&T to divest Western Electric's foreign assets, even though foreign governments could apply their own antitrust laws to these foreign divisions. This ended 43 years of overseas manufacturing, with ITT purchasing the assets. Perhaps because this was a century ago, its significance is ignored today. But imagine if Western Electric had been allowed to continue to own those assets. It would have had much greater economies of scale, including for R&D, and it would have slowed the growth of foreign competitors, since the assets sold ended up in European hands. Indeed, absent this forced divestiture, America would likely still dominate the sector. Not content with this divestiture, in the 1930s the Federal Trade Commission and the Department of Justice began a 40-year effort to separate Western Electric from AT&T. World War II stymied their efforts, however, as it became clear how important Western Electric and Bell Labs were to the war effort. But once the war ended, the antitrust efforts reemerged. In 1949, the Truman administration's DOJ filed a second antitrust suit, claiming that AT&T was conspiring with Western Electric to restrain trade in the manufacture, distribution, sale, and installation of all forms of telephone apparatus in violation of the Sherman Antitrust Act. Attorney General Tom Clark said breaking Western into 3 equally sized companies would lower the cost of equipment. But this argument ignored not only any decrease in economies of scale, but also that AT&T had a strong interest in ensuring that Western Electric was efficient. For example, in a 1945 hearing before the California Public Utility Commission, Western Electric showed that the prices it charged AT&T were 45% below those of competitors selling to other phone companies. As the case dragged on, Engine Charlie Wilson, Secretary of Defense under President Eisenhower and former CEO of General Motors, played a key role. He wrote the Attorney General a letter expressing serious concerns that a breakup would destroy Western Electric's usefulness for the future. Due to the rising Cold War with the Soviet Union, the Justice Department agreed to a settlement in 1956. AT&T would restrict its business to regulated telecommunications, but would license its portfolio of patents for free to any U.S. company and license any new patents for a reasonable royalty. In 1947, Bell Labs had invented the transistor, arguably the most important technological breakthrough of the 20th century. Because of the 1949 antitrust suit, Bell Labs provided detailed information to other companies on how to make transistors. As noted in a report from the Brookings Institution, the antitrust suit against AT&T in 1949 must have influenced the company's policy of swiftly disseminating its new technology. An apparent attempt to monopolize or even dominate the new industry could have easily jeopardized its case. This had unforeseen consequences. In 1952, 10 foreign firms and 25 American firms paid $25,000 in advance royalties for an 8-day seminar and a 792-page manual on how to make transistors. 2 of these 10 firms were Siemens and Ericsson, the leading European telecom equipment companies, who gained valuable information that allowed them to shift much more rapidly to new switches. As the ITC noted, the decision opened the door for new entrants to commercialize AT&T's technology. It went on to note that such technological diffusion enabled other firms, including foreign manufacturers, to narrow the technological gap and even advance ahead of U.S. firms in some areas. As former Lucent CEO Rich McGinn stated, "We gave that stuff away to the world, and many companies have prospered." The 1956 consent decree had a second negative impact. It required Western Electric to divest itself of its Canadian division, Northern Telecom. And 20 years later, in an effort to stave off further antitrust action, Western Electric provided information and assistance to Northern Telecom, enabling what was now its rival to develop an advanced digital switch. By requiring Western Electric to spin off and then help Northern Telecom, later renamed Nortel, the Justice Department created a robust competitor. In the 1990s and early 2000s, this enabled Nortel to take critical market share from Lucent, contributing to its demise. But the DOJ was just warming up. As Steve Call notes in The Deal of the Century, the Antitrust Bureau never gave up after the 1956 settlement, maintaining and adding to its files, waiting for the right moment to act again. And act again it did in 1974, when it launched a third antitrust suit, even though there was little evidence of a problem at the time. Prices were regulated, and the United States had both the best phone system in the world and the most advanced firm, Western Electric. A Wall Street Journal op-ed summarized the situation. "If there is a problem that justifies all this, we can't find it." This time, the policy environment was more conducive to the trustbusters. The emergence of a new faith in unregulated markets, promulgated by a new generation of neoclassical economists and supported by a burgeoning consumer movement, both of which focused on short-term consumer welfare, gave the Justice Department's arguments new life. Once again, the Defense Department was opposed to the breakup, and Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger came out against it on national security grounds. In addition, Commerce Secretary Malcolm Baldrige argued the suit was putting American leadership in telecommunications in jeopardy, as did a Reagan administration cabinet task force on telecommunications. But this was not the 1950s. The DOJ now ignored the concerns of other agencies and pressed ahead. After a decade of wrangling, AT&T settled and agreed to break up the old Bell system, severing the local telephone business from long-distance service. Western Electric and Bell Labs were combined into the AT&T Technologies division. The severing of the box meant they were no longer obligated by their parent company to purchase equipment from Western Electric. Now they looked for other providers, including foreign companies like Ericsson, Siemens, NEC, and Nortel. A Nortel executive credits the divestiture with providing the key opportunity for it to expand its U.S. market share at a time when the Canadian market was closed to non-Canadian firms. For example, 4 of the Robocs formed a joint procurement consortium and in 1996 agreed to buy Alcatel's ADSL system for broadband applications rather than Lucent's. Spinning off Lucent also meant that AT&T Wireless adopted the GSM standard instead of the CDMA standard that Nortel and Lucent used, reducing the market share of these companies. The separation also meant that the Robocs were unable to send clear signals to manufacturers about the technological path they wished to follow with future equipment. The separation also hurt Bell Labs. At the time, Bell Labs had the best of all possible situations. It had the commercial focus, drive, and flexibility that a government lab often lacks, but it also had the long-term focus and interest in broad technological challenges that an industry lab often lacks. Further, it received support from telephone ratepayers for needed innovation. Indeed, the ITC noted that this R&D support constituted another form of competitive advantage for the United States. When the case was brought in 1974, Bill Baker, a leading Bell Labs scientist, was asked what it would mean if the government won. His response was prophetic. "I think that Bell Laboratories as we know it now would just disappear." He was right. The dramatic change in the research conducted by Bell Labs following the resolution of the case has been summed up in a report from the National Research Council. Prior to the restructuring of the telecommunications industry in 1984, the Bell Systems research labs played a dominant role in long-term, fundamental telecommunications research for the United States. Post-restructuring, industrial support for such research has declined, become more short-term in scope, and become less stable. This is not to say that competition is bad and monopoly good. In areas like the Federal Communications Commission's Computer 1 and Computer 2 decisions, which allowed competition in non-telephone services such as computer-based communications, opening up competition spurred innovation. But the 60-year attack on Western Electric did the opposite. Even with the breakup of AT&T and pressures of short-term financial results, Lucent might have survived had it not been for the federal government's massive disruption of the telecommunications market through the 1996 Telecommunications Act. After the introduction of competition in long distance through the breakup of AT&T, economists and consumer groups set their sights on the next target: competition in the local loop, despite the fact that, in the years before cable, internet, and cell phones, local telephony remained a natural monopoly. In response, Congress passed legislation to require the Robocs to open up their networks to competitors. The act promised to promote competition and reduce regulation in order to secure lower prices and higher quality services for American telecommunication consumers and encourage the rapid deployment of telecommunications technologies. But it was never clear how this was to come about. Having new companies string new telephone lines would naturally only raise prices, not lower them. While the legislation did not spur competition, it did spur the waste of unprecedented amounts of capital, as companies raised and spent tens of billions of dollars to compete with Ma Bell. By the end of 1999, more than 2,000 of these new competitive local exchange carriers, CLECs, had raised $82 billion in capital. As a result, total capital expenditures in the industry increased from $56 billion in 1997 to $120 billion in 2000, and half of Lucent's carrier business was from new entrants. As Lisa Enlick notes, Lucent management bet that CLECs would survive as the customers of choice and began to adapt the company to suit their needs. This led to 2 problems. First, Nortel and Lucent experienced unprecedented acceleration, which in turn led to unprecedented deceleration when the CLEC industry died an inevitable death. Their business model of building their own networks had never worked, nor had the model of leasing lines from their box. Both companies dramatically downsized, hurting capacities and morale. On top of that, in order to capture the CLEC growth, Lucent allowed them to finance many of their purchases. As one article notes, at some point, Lucent wasn't selling equipment anymore. It was giving stuff away and labeling it a sale. And Nortel did the same thing. Nortel engages in vendor financing, which involves selling equipment on credit. Customers say Nortel's financing offers reached as high as 130%. By 2000, Lucent had extended $1.5 billion in financing to its customers, with Nortel trailing only slightly at $1.4 billion. That was money that could have been used to weather the storm of the 2001-2 market downturn. Instead, Lucent and Nortel fell into a death spiral. At Nortel, the cumulative effect of its previous decisions forced it to become internally focused, dealing with massive downsizing, financial restatements, and regulatory issues. In contrast, European providers did not go through this traumatic cycle of growth and decline because they depended on the more stable European market. For example, from 1999 to 2003, Ericsson's sales fell only 45%, compared to 78% for Lucent. There was one other noteworthy regulatory mistake: aggressive Securities and Exchange Commission (SEC) enforcement, particularly in the case of Nortel. For much of the 2000s, the SEC investigated Nortel for financial improprieties, even though the courts exonerated the company. As an Ottawa Star reporter concluded, from 2001 to 2006, Nortel's board and senior management were focused on dealing with restatements, investigations, crisis management, and reputational management. As a result, they ignored the fundamental requirement to satisfy customers' needs and commercialize new products. Enforcement of financial regulations is important, but regulators should also take into account issues of competitiveness. Maintaining competitive advantage in industries when other nations are fighting for their own advantage requires foreign policies that both support domestic companies in foreign markets and that push back against the protectionist policies of other nations. Unfortunately, the federal government has either not believed that other nations could challenge the United States economically or did not care, putting foreign policy concerns above competitiveness. After World War II, the U.S. government, focused on rebuilding Japan, pressured Western Electric to help not only the Nippon Electric Company, NEC, its subsidiary, but virtually the entire Japanese electronics industry to modernize. The occupation forces had Western Electric lead a series of in-depth quality courses for major Japanese companies, including Fujitsu, Hitachi, NEC, Sanyo, and Toshiba. One study reported that Japan got a reliable telecommunications system, in no small part, because of a process of global knowledge transfer involving representatives of an American firm, Western Electric, that provided a broad range of managerial and technical capabilities. One Japanese CEO referred to these courses as the light that illuminated everything. The study notes that, as Japan began to advance into the ranks of the technological elite, the visitors departed and the hosts embraced their independence. In this respect, the experience fit a long-standing pattern of Japanese techno-nationalism. Besides being asked to help foreign competitors, U.S. firms faced systematic market access challenges. The United States was first to open its markets to competition, and this provided an important opening for foreign firms in America that U.S. firms did not have abroad. In virtually all other nations, governments ran the telecom network and usually bought equipment from local producers. A 1991 ITC report stated, "Because no other countries have witnessed the radical changes in regulation and competition that occurred in the United States in the past several decades, government procurement activities in other countries have largely resulted in much more closed communications equipment markets than in the United States. For example, Bell Canada could only seek bids from a foreign company if Nortel was not interested in bidding. In Germany between 1994 and 1998, 99.5% of the telecom equipment Deutsche Telekom purchased was from German firms. In France, the Netherlands, and the UK, the domestic share was 100%. In Japan, the import penetration ratio for foreign telecom equipment was just 1% in 1980, compared to 13% in the United States. The president of NTT, the national telecom provider, stated in 1981 that the only thing NTT would buy from the United States was mops and buckets. But U.S. policymakers and economists looked at these countries as misguided. If they didn't want the best equipment at the best value, that was their mistake. As a result, Western Electric and later Lucent not only faced much more import competition than their competitors, they had less access to foreign markets. The United States also consistently self-sabotaged its domestic telecom industry with export controls, something the Trump administration is continuing to this day in its efforts to cut off the supply of semiconductors to Huawei. Historically, government limitations on the export of U.S. telecom equipment were usually counterproductive. Although countries of concern were still able to purchase equipment, they were just not buying it from U.S. firms. As the ITC noted, the stringency of the U.S. export control regime has reportedly created significant problems for the U.S. communications equipment manufacturers. For example, while Lucent could not sell equipment to Russia and Eastern Europe, Ericsson and South Korean companies could. Moreover, other nations, such as Japan, expedited their export control decisions, allowing them to beat U.S. firms in winning contracts. After the Tiananmen Square massacre, the U.S. imposed an embargo on equipment exports to China. As we discuss below, this embargo just spurred the Chinese government to launch a major domestic industrial policy effort for the manufacturing of telecom equipment. Moreover, the U.S. government has done relatively little to help U.S. companies sell overseas. In 1946, ITT asked for financial help to buy a telecom company in Mexico that was owned by Ericsson. While the Department of Defense supported it, the Truman administration turned ITT down, deeming it an inappropriate role for government. The federal government has consistently provided little export financing. A U.S. Export-Import Bank study found that U.S. telecom equipment companies were often at a disadvantage and lost sales because of a lack of concessionary financing. In 1987, other OECD nations provided 17 times more export credits than the United States did. For example, in 1986, Ericsson beat out Lucent for an $88 million contract for cellular communications systems because of a tied aid credit, by which Sweden provided foreign aid but tied it to purchases from Ericsson. French, German, and Japanese governments often assisted their companies in arranging financing packages before a contract was even awarded. The U.S. government also did not do enough to defend U.S. company interests in foreign markets. Chile and Brazil expropriated ITT's phone assets with virtually no payment. France forced ITT to sell their assets to the government for about 1/10 of their value. And the British and Spanish governments pressured ITT to sell their domestic equipment makers. Finally, the U.S. government largely took a hands-off approach to technology standards. While the federal government rightly supports voluntary, industry-led standard-setting processes, it did not do enough to push back when other governments chose standards to favor their domestic competitors. As mentioned above, this could be seen in the competition between two standards, CDMA and GSM, in 3G wireless. Lucent and Nortel chose CDMA, Alcatel, Ericsson, and Siemens chose GSM. To support the latter, the Conference on European Post and Telecommunications Administrations dictated that EU cellular networks use GSM and encouraged foreign cellular providers to adopt GSM. Consequently, European equipment companies gained valuable economies of scale. As the ITC noted, many industry representatives felt that all suppliers to the U.S. market were handicapped by the lack of a central standard-setting apparatus in the United States. In contrast to America's refusal to pursue an industrial policy, our competitors provided financial and political support to their domestic telecom industries. As the ITC noted, government R&D policy in many nations, with the exception of the United States, allocates funds or offers special incentives to the communications equipment industry. For example, Europe's Esprit and RACE programs funded communications equipment R&D. Many nations allowed telecommunications equipment to be depreciated over shorter periods, encouraging more purchases. Most other nations, including Japan, Germany, and France, maintained large commercial embassy staffs that included communication industry specialists in order to support their domestic companies. And most nations used tariffs to protect their firms. Canadian tariffs were 10.2 to 17.5% in 1979 for telecom equipment, compared to 8.5% for the United States. In some cases, foreign governments even owned their telecom companies. For example, ITT sold its European assets to CGE, which was majority owned by the French government. CGE became Alcatel and later bought Lucent, so the French government was involved in the purchases of the two largest American equipment companies. As one French official at the time of the ITT sale said, "For us the deal is a part of industrial strategy. Americans only saw it in financial terms." There was a long history of policy errors by omission and commission that weakened North American telecom equipment firms, but the nail in the coffin was made in China. As digital communications technologies became more complex in the 1990s, firms needed greater economies of scale to survive. When Lucent struggled to rebound after 2002, they faced a strong headwind from China, particularly in the form of competition from Huawei. As a 2004 Wall Street Journal article noted, the Chinese incursion comes at a time when the incumbents are still smarting from the recent three-year bust that has claimed hundreds of thousands of jobs in the West. Chinese exports of telecom equipment increased from $19 billion in 2000 to $124 billion in 2006, while U.S. imports increased from $71 billion to $129 billion in 2008. Today, Huawei and ZTE together claim 38% of the global telecom equipment market, leaving that much less for North American and European producers. 0.108 without the rise of Huawei and ZTE. it is likely that either Nortel or Lucent or both would have survived the 2000s. It would be one thing if China's telecom equipment dominance were the result of market forces. America could chalk up its losses to bad management or lack of comparative advantage. But market forces had little to do with it. Government forces changed the shape of the industry. Indeed, without an often unfair and predatory industrial policy, China today would have no viable telecom equipment industry. As Peter Nolan wrote of Huawei in 2001, compared to the global giants in the field, such as Lucent, it stood little chance of winning in direct competition without considerable state support. He concluded that the mythology surrounding these companies attributes their relative success to their success in marketplace competition, not to government support. The blunt reality is that, in most cases, relative success required both high entrepreneurial achievements as well as state support. In 1979, China designated the telecommunications industry as a strategic sector in which it sought absolute control. But it took China 3 decades to get that control. By the early 1980s, China's Post and Telecom Industrial Corporation controlled 28 equipment factories, but the industry's technological backwardness was holding back China's progress. The Chinese Communist Party initially allowed domestic phone companies to buy foreign gear to make up for this deficit, but it quickly pivoted to telling foreign companies that, if they wanted to sell in China, they had to manufacture their products in China in joint ventures, JVs, with Chinese firms. As a result, the proportion of the Chinese telecom equipment market provided by imports fell from 100% in 1982 to 0% in 2000, with 60% from foreign Chinese JVs and 40% from indigenous suppliers. When China joined the World Trade Organization in 2001, many trade policy experts believed that China would cease forcing companies to trade technology for market access. Nolan offers a typical summary of this view. The conditions on which China has agreed to enter the WTO constitute a dissolution of China's right to implement an industrial policy in this sector, because the agreement prohibits the Chinese government from directing telecoms operators about the sourcing of their equipment. In fact, nothing changed. It cannot be overemphasized just how important the Chinese JVs were. Without them, Huawei would at best be a local Chinese player, and Nortel and Lucent would still exist. These JVs were extensive. In order to be successful in the Chinese market, it would be essential for Western manufacturers to work out joint venture agreements with indigenous Chinese companies, manufacture locally, and work out extensive technology transfer agreements. As a result, numerous manufacturing joint ventures with Chinese companies were forged and business moved ahead quite nicely, with the communist nation buying equipment from every Western vendor imaginable. Why did foreign firms agree, in the words of Lenin, to sell the Chinese the rope with which to hang themselves? The answer is Chinese monopsony. The government controls the market. In the 1970s, China's Ministry of Posts and Telecommunications approached virtually all foreign telecom equipment companies to explore opportunities for tech transfer through joint ventures. All refused, not wanting to give China their valuable technology. But one broke ranks: Belgium's Bell Telephone Manufacturing, BTM, company, an ITT subsidiary. It agreed and transferred the System 12 technology, at the time the most advanced in the world, to China. The Belgian government even provided long-term financing to the Chinese business partner and agreed to transfer technology for component and chip production. As one Chinese analyst wrote, "That was remarkable. At the time, no other supplier was prepared or able to offer the transfer of such advanced technology." One sticking point was that such technology transfer, as opposed to the sale of telecom switches themselves, was restricted under rules set by the Western Bloc's Coordinating Committee for Multilateral Export Controls, COCOM. But the Belgian government and ITT aggressively lobbied the US government and other members for an exemption. BTM not only transferred key technology to their partner, Shanghai Bell, but like Western Electric in Japan in the late 1940s, it extensively trained managers and engineers. The Chinese government then dictated that domestic telephone companies should buy equipment from Shanghai Bell, provided generous subsidies to buyers, and reduced Shanghai Bell's taxes and tariffs for imported components. This sent a clear signal to foreign companies that, if they wanted to sell in China, they had better get in line and form JVs. In addition, to encourage more JVs, the government set quotas on the import of telecommunications equipment for each firm. As Nolan writes, the size of the quota was linked to a company's performance in localizing production and transferring technology to Chinese companies. Not surprisingly, other companies fell in line. In 1988, Siemens formed a JV with a factory owned by the Ministry of Electronics Industry to establish the Beijing International Switching System Corporation. In 1993 and 1994, Siemens set up 14 JVs. Ericsson, Fujitsu, Lucent, Motorola, NEC, and Nortel all formed JVs. By 1998, Lucent had 6 JVs. In the early 2000s, a number of JVs to transfer wireless technology were also established: Alcatel and Datang, Ericsson and ZTE, and NEC and Torch. Huawei directly benefited from JVs. Motorola and Huawei set up joint laboratories for communication system research in 1997. In 2000, Huawei and Lucent established a joint lab to focus on microelectronics and optoelectronics. That same year, NEC and Huawei established a 3G Internet Open Lab in Shanghai in order to create an open platform to support the 3G mobile developments in China and to provide end-to-end total mobile solutions for mobile operators. Huawei and Siemens entered into a JV for wireless. These JVs provided extensive help to Chinese firms. As one case study of what was presumably Nokia, the name was changed to ensure anonymity. Found: a major technology transfer project was started in mid-1998 to bring in the latest technology, and this has resulted in all mobile switching equipment for the Chinese market being supplied by NHT in association with its subcontractors in China and the local partner. A large number of employees went to Europe for between 1 and 3 months in 1998 as part of the major technology transfer project. The second phase of technology transfer was to further develop the company's subcontractors. Local companies such as Huawei have this type of assistance. Alcatel, Ericsson, NEC, Siemens, Sony Ericsson, Nortel, and Motorola also established freestanding R&D centers in China that trained thousands of engineers and surely led to technology being siphoned off to domestic Chinese companies. But JVs and labs not directly involving Huawei also played a key role in supporting its growth. This was because the Chinese government made sure that JVs benefited not just the direct Chinese partner but the entire domestic industry. For example, Chinese industrial ministries organized engineers from other indigenous firms to get training or job rotations at the JV firms. In the Shanghai Bell JV, the training was done because of favors granted by the Ministry of Posts and Telecommunications. As one study notes, the presence of many JVs in China fostered the diffusion of technology, know-how across the country. There was a broad-ranging knowledge transfer and exchange involving R&D, production, subcontracting, marketing, after-sales services, and local human resource training. Shanghai Bell and other joint venture establishments fostered the diffusion of technological know-how across the country. Shanghai Bell also cooperated with local universities and research institutes. The Chinese general manager of the JV facility stated that the Shanghai Bell JV had been a big school, fostering a great number of qualified engineers in China. In addition, the Chinese government, in part through the Ministry of Post and Telecommunications and the state-owned Luoyang Telephone Equipment Factory, formed a consortium to work with Shanghai Bell to develop indigenous digital switches, which were subsequently copied by Huawei. As Xiaobai Shen writes, technological learning has not been solely confined to Shanghai Bell. Rather, it has been widely spread through both informal and formal channels to System 12 users, component producers, and other related agents. Similarly, a recent working paper from the National Bureau of Economic Research notes that critical know-how from Nokia has been transferred to Chinese multinationals, including Huawei via these employee transfers. It finds that telecom equipment JVs had very high rates of technology spillovers to Chinese firms that were not themselves partners in the JV. Why did Western companies agree to do this? Were they naive? Some may not have fully appreciated the consequences of this technology transfer. But a Rand Corporation study found that the opposite was typically the case. Foreign market entrants are fully aware that these technology co-development relationships with Chinese companies are aiding domestic partners at their expense. But they feel that they have no other choice, given the structural asymmetries in the market. Motorola's chief of network solutions in China even told a Western reporter that he has no doubt that Huawei plans to use its partnership on GSM technology to replace Motorola's base stations with its own one day. When asked why Nortel established a massive R&D facility in China, the CEO explained that it was the direct result of Chinese government policy. He had been told that, unless he promised that Nortel would open an advanced technology lab in China, his company would not be able to sell to the Chinese telecommunications providers. In short, as in Mario Puzo's The Godfather, the Chinese government made these firms offers they couldn't refuse. Joint ventures were always a means for China to fulfill its long-standing goal of building its own domestic industry with Chinese-owned firms. When Ren Jingfei, Huawei's founder and CEO, met with Communist Party General Secretary Jiang Zemin in 1994, he told the party leader that a country without a domestic telecom switch industry was like a country without a military. Well said, Jiang replied. By 1996, under Ren's prodding, the Chinese government shifted its industrial policy to supporting its own telecommunications equipment companies. This was accomplished in part through the direct funding of Chinese firms. In the early 1980s, the Chinese Communist Party called on the People's Liberation Army to make more contributions to the economy. As a result, the PLA funded commercial technology development projects, including the development of telecom switches, at a time when Ren Jingfei was a member of the PLA. Before long, China had more than 100 government research institutions with over 600,000 technicians and specialists who were engaged in various types of R&D related to the production of telecommunications equipment and other high-technology goods. Through various government agencies, including the Ministry of Posts and Telecommunications, MPT, China paid for the development of the HJD04 digital switch, the first digital switch made by a Chinese organization. Under the leadership of MPT, technological knowledge of the HJD04 switch was diffused throughout the national telecom equipment industry, and the HJD04 development team provided consultancy services to domestic telecom equipment firms, in particular to Huawei and ZTE. In fact, the HJD04 directly led to the development of Huawei's C and C08 switch, their first entry into the market, as well as ZTE's first digital switch. Qing Mu and Kun Li described this process in their study of technological diffusion. After the development of the HJD04 in 1991, knowledge diffusion was further amplified through the interflowing of engineers or related persons, which finally led to successive development of 4 other types of digital automatic switches: C and C08, IM601, ZXJ10 and SP30, by other indigenous firms. The later development of other types of digital switches by firms such as ZTE, Zhongxing, Detong, and finally Huawei, all benefited from knowledge diffusion via inter-firm mobility of skilled engineers. For example, Huawei's location at Shenzhen and its higher salary levels attracted skilled manpower from the Great Dragon, original manufacturer of HJD04. Consequently, many skilled young engineers who had mastered or at least had some knowledge of the HJD04 system left the Great Dragon for Huawei or ZTE. They contributed to the R&D of another digital switching system, C and C08, in Huawei. Once China had developed domestic capabilities, it set up import barriers. It stopped arranging loans to import equipment and applied steep tariffs to imports, 15.6% in 2001. Moreover, China has consolidated its telecommunications service providers into 3 giant companies in order to foster indigenous innovation that encourages relevant departments, enterprises, and institutions to give priority to indigenously innovated products. And it has ordered state-owned assets management departments to use indigenous innovation as a key criterion in assessing telecom operators. It continues to do the same in wireless communications, guaranteeing Huawei and ZTE each 1/3 of the market for 5G contracts. In addition, Huawei and ZTE have benefited from direct government aid. ZTE was involved in 19 R&D projects funded by China's 863 program, which aimed at the development of advanced technologies, and Huawei also received state funding. In 1996, ZTE was chosen by the Ministry of Science and Technology as one of the enterprises to spearhead the High-Tech Torch program. In 1998, the State Economic and Trade Commission designated ZTE as a national center of technology development. The government also legally granted domestic producers priority status for funding and provided them with low-interest loans and other financial advantages. Huawei and Detong, another leading Chinese provider, were designated national key laboratories, granting them preferential access to funding that had previously been reserved for research institutes and universities. 135 Furthermore, Huawei has long benefited from a deeply undervalued Chinese currency, which provided it with a 25 to 35% price subsidy. 136, and the company saved as much as $25 billion in taxes between 2008 and 2018 due to state incentives to promote the tech sector. It also benefited from significant low-cost financing from Chinese government banks. Duan Jichen relates the 1996 event that spurred this policy. When Chinese Premier Zhu Rongji learned that the company was short of funding for its global expansion plan during his visit to Huawei, he immediately instructed the accompanying heads of the 4 major commercial banks. In order for the Chinese program-controlled switchboard to compete on the global market, we must provide buyers credit. He also instructed the bankers to provide direct financial support to Huawei. The buyer's credit immediately provided Huawei with direct access to bank funding for receivables from its sales. And the direct bank loans from all major banks in Shenzhen immediately relieved Huawei from past funding hurdles and helped pave its way for skyrocketing growth till this day. 2 years later, the China Construction Bank lent Huawei 3.9 billion renminbi in buyer's credit, representing 45% of the total such credit it extended that year. 139 as the Wall Street Journal reported. Huawei had access to as much as US $75 billion in state support over the past 25 years, including grants, $1.6 billion, credit facilities, $46.3 billion, tax breaks, $25 billion, and subsidized land purchases, $2 billion. Chinese telecom equipment companies have long been eligible for preferential interest rates on export credits from China's Export-Import Bank and the China Development Bank. As the U.S. Export-Import Bank concluded, most of the terms and conditions of their China Exim Bank's financing did not and do not fit within the OECD guidelines. Chinese banks have also made loans to bail out foreign telecom service providers that buy equipment from Chinese companies. One study found that, since 2015, China has provided more funding each year to support its exports than the OECD's 36 member nations combined. As China rolled out its Belt and Road Initiative to support Chinese exports in emerging markets and parts of Europe, Huawei benefited substantially. Indeed, in a 2016 speech, a senior Chinese official, Zhang Yanqing, noted, "Without the Belt and Road Initiative, there wouldn't be Huawei." Chinese providers also benefited from the state's strong arming of input suppliers to lower their prices. In 2015, China's National Development and Reform Commission fined Qualcomm, the world's largest producer of smartphone chips, $975 million for purportedly using its dominant market share to overcharge Chinese telecommunications firms for its patent royalties, something the EU, Japanese, and US governments concluded it was not doing. In addition, it forced Qualcomm to offer 3G and 4G licenses at a lower price in China than Qualcomm's normal wholesale figure. This not only provided Huawei with a substantial subsidy, it cut revenue from a competitor as Huawei, through its HiSilicon Group, was and is also seeking to produce chips. Finally, the rise of Chinese equipment firms cannot be understood without accounting for the role of intellectual property theft. Many Chinese companies used IP theft as a way to accelerate their technological capabilities. Detong Telecom, a leading equipment provider, stole technology from Lucent. In 2008, Han Wanjin, a former Motorola employee, was stopped at O'Hare Airport with over 1,000 Motorola documents in her possession. She was traveling to China on a one-way ticket. In the same year, Motorola filed a lawsuit alleging that 5 former workers had shared trade secrets by email with Lemco Corporation, which then passed them on to Huawei. According to federal prosecutors, Lemco was building wireless technology for Huawei based on Motorola's technology. There have been many other allegations of IP theft by Huawei, including that the company had stolen Cisco router source code. Commenting on the lawsuit filed by his company in response, Cisco General Counsel Mark Chandler wrote, "This litigation involved allegations by Cisco of direct, verbatim copying of our source code, to say nothing of our command line interface, our help screens, our copyrighted manuals, and other elements of our products." A U.S. Justice Department case against Huawei lays out a similar pattern of alleged theft. To obtain the intellectual property of the victim companies, the IP defendants sometimes entered into confidentiality agreements with the owners of the intellectual property and then violated the terms of the confidentiality agreements by misappropriating the intellectual property for the IP defendants' own commercial use. On other occasions, the IP defendants used proxies such as professors working at research institutions or third-party companies, purporting not to be working on behalf of the IP defendants, to gain access to the victim company's non-public intellectual property. Those proxies then impermissibly provided the victim company's non-public proprietary information to the IP defendants. Perhaps the most egregious known case involves Nortel. In 2010, Brian Shields, the head of cybersecurity for Nortel, found that Chinese hackers had been inside Nortel computer systems since at least 2000. Moreover, when the Canadian Defense Department took over the Nortel building after it went bankrupt, they discovered that listening bugs had been planted. As one telecom industry veteran said, by 2004, it was clear to many that Huawei was copying Nortel's telecom hardware and even its instruction manuals. Shields stated that nobody would be interested in these kinds of documents other than a competitor. In my opinion, looking at what the hackers went after, it is likely these documents made it to Huawei. This would explain why Huawei's R&D spending was significantly less than Nokia's and Ericsson's, and why, despite persistently lower R&D spending as a ratio to gross profit prior to 2012, it maintained a higher rate of patenting. As Chin notes, Huawei had over 3.7 times the number of patent families as Nokia from 2003 to 2012, 28,726 patent families compared to Nokia's 7,675. And it had 3 times as many as Ericsson from 2011 to 2014, 18,177 patent families compared to Ericsson's 6,107. She suggests that one explanation for this is that Huawei was able to obtain IP without having to conduct the R&D to develop it, as Nokia and Ericsson did. So why did Western governments let Huawei and ZTE take over the global market through unfair practices? There are 3 main reasons. First, few Western analysts and leaders believe China posed a competitive threat. A 1998 ITC report stated, foreign companies are well positioned in the Chinese market as the leading suppliers of telecommunications products such as switches, transmission equipment, cellular equipment, and satellite equipment. A few years later, one expert wrote that, under the terms of China's accession to the WTO, the Chinese IT industry will find the competition with large global corporations, especially those based in the USA, extremely severe. At the 2004 China-US Telecommunications Summit, Secretary of Commerce Donald Evans stated, "As I survey the IT landscape, I see an amazing opportunity for the Chinese and American people." What Evans should have said is, "As I survey the IT landscape, I see an amazing opportunity for Chinese firms." 5 years later, at a hearing of a Congressional Commission on U.S.-China Trade, Daniel Blumenthal stated, "The idea that Huawei is going to very soon catch up to our leading telecom in terms of the value they create is, I think, far-fetched." Second, most economists and policymakers simply didn't care whether America lost industries because they did not consider any industry, including telecom equipment, to be strategic. As James Lewis writes, "What is amazing is that the United States has seen this problem coming for 15 years. In 2002, the Department of Defense began asking how we would deal with a global supply chain in telecom and the risks this creates. There is a still classified 2003 National Security Agency telecommunications study that asked how the United States would manage the risk from globalization. Turns out that the approach we chose was to ignore it. Third, even when policymakers were concerned and wanted to take action, they usually balked for fear of Chinese government retaliation. In 2011, Karel de Gucht, the EU's trade commissioner, announced that the EU was planning to bring a WTO case against China for subsidies to telecom equipment companies and product dumping. But the Commission withdrew the case purportedly because of complaints from national governments representing Siemens and Ericsson, who in turn feared retaliation by the Chinese government. 160 Indeed, a key reason why China lets these companies keep some market share in China is precisely to have leverage over them, so they will push back against any EU trade actions. The loss of the North American telecom equipment industry was not inevitable. While management errors did not help, those errors were made in the context of an American capitalist system that made long-term investing more difficult. Even more important were government policy decisions. Overly aggressive antitrust actions, top-down restructuring of markets, a lack of a domestic industrial strategy, and an utter failure, at least until recently, to challenge Chinese technological mercantilism. Absent massive subsidies, it is probably too late to resurrect an American equipment industry. It is possible that so-called software-defined networks will be transformative and shift innovation from hardware, where China leads, to software, where the US is competitive. But it is too early to tell. In any case, if the United States does not want to rely on Huawei in 10 years, it will have to work to ensure that producers in allied nations, especially Ericsson and Nokia, survive and even thrive. But it is not too late to save existing advanced technology leaders still in the United States, including in the aerospace, automobile, internet services, life sciences, semiconductor, and related sectors. The long history of the fall of the North American telecom equipment industry provides at least 5 lessons for policymakers today. Lesson 1. focus more on competitiveness in antitrust regulation. For almost a century, U.S. antitrust regulators gave virtually no consideration to competitiveness. In part, this was due to the dominance of the consumer welfare standard rather than the total economic welfare standard, which includes considerations of firm competitiveness. Antitrust authorities in the United States and Europe need to reorient antitrust regulation to include considerations of innovation, industrial policy, and trade. One way to do this is to ensure that the Defense and Commerce departments are integrally involved in decision-making. But antitrust officials also need to stop reflexively looking at any company that has become strong as a problem and to understand that this strength may be critical for U.S. competitiveness and to U.S. consumers in their role as workers and taxpayers. Something hopefully they will take into account when considering what to do about so-called big tech. Lesson 2. Resist government-orchestrated structural change. The telecom bubble, which played such a key role in the fall of Lucent, was caused by policymakers who thought they knew the best way to restructure an industry through regulation. After several $100 billion worth of destruction, it became clear that they did not. Rather than use regulation to drive competition, policymakers ought to let technological innovation drive Schumpeterian, creative destruction. Cellular, cable, and internet technology all emerged to provide competition to local and long-distance telephony and would have done so without the 1996 Telecommunications Act. Lesson 3. Push against quarterly capitalism. The U.S. system does well in enabling the growth of disruptive entrants. It does less well at enabling long-term competitiveness once these firms become more mature, particularly if they are in capital-intensive industries. As such, policymakers need to find ways to combine the best of American capitalism, getting rid of old assets and supporting new innovators, with the best of the European model, longer-term support of capital-intensive industries. One place to start would be to ensure that the tax code better rewards investment in capital equipment and R&D, while taxing dividends as normal income and also reducing incentives for stock buybacks. In addition, it is necessary to change the definition of socially conscious investing to go beyond issues of race, gender, and environment, and include U.S. national competitiveness. Wealthy investors should be as proud of investing in critical U.S. firms for the long term as they are of donating money to charity. Lesson 4. Adopt an advanced industrial strategy for the United States. The days when America was so strong economically and technologically that it could afford to lose advanced technology industries are long gone. America is in desperate need of a sophisticated, advanced industrial strategy that recognizes that some industries are too critical to fail. In particular, Congress should act in four substantive areas: support for R&D targeted to key technologies, tax incentives for key building blocks of advanced production, financing for domestic scale-up, and the addition of a competitiveness screen for regulation. Lesson 5. Join with our allies to fight against Chinese innovation mercantilism. For all of its economic and foreign policy failings, the Trump administration did wake the elite up to Chinese innovation mercantilism. It is necessary to build on this initiative and to stop thinking about Chinese companies as normal competitors. Rather, they represent a form of mercantilist competition in which the state and the private sector are systematically joined to accomplish the state's goals. While the Trump administration is the first to push back against Chinese mercantilism, its unilateral approach has failed. Only a coherent push with our allies, akin to how the Allies resisted the expansion of the Soviet Union, will have any chance of succeeding. The United States invented the telecommunications equipment industry. Not all that long ago it dominated the industry. Today, all that is left is a massive trade deficit and key vulnerabilities in a critical technology. But the history of America's loss of its telecom dominance can provide not only a wake-up call but a roadmap for action. Going forward, America cannot afford to make this mistake again. Operation Warp Speed, OWS, was launched on May 15, 2020, a partnership between the Departments of Health and Human Services, HHS, and Defense, DoD, other agencies, and the private sector. Its goal was to accelerate the testing, supply, development, and distribution of safe and effective vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics to counter COVID-19. As a result of OWS, millions of lives were saved from the pandemic. Operation Warp Speed was a triumph of public health policy, but it was also a triumph and validation of industrial policy. OWS shows what the U.S. government can still accomplish when it comes to tackling a seemingly unsolvable technological challenge. It demonstrates the strength of the U.S. developmental state, despite 40 years of ideological assault. OWS offers insights into what is required to rebuild American production of key medical products and other industrial capabilities more generally. Investing in only basic scientific research, the traditional strategy of the United States, is not sufficient. Instead, reindustrialization requires sustained demand, as provided by Warp Speed's guaranteed contracts. To avoid stagnation, it should involve competition among firms as well, which in OWS took the form of a race for FDA approval of vaccines. But OWS can also be understood as a specifically American operational success story, a government structure that can be used to implement industrial strategy more broadly. OWS is a working model of how different government agencies and the private sector can cooperate to quickly solve a technological challenge. It illustrates best practices in program design as well as in government contracting. Though OWS was created to accelerate the development, manufacturing, and distribution of vaccines, this same institutional model could be used for other technological and manufacturing challenges facing the United States. Conventional fiscal or monetary policy is no longer working effectively to foster domestic productivity growth or to prevent deindustrialization. OWS-type interventions offer an entirely new set of economic policies that could be a blueprint for industrial strategy going forward. OWS shows how the United States can reimagine and leapfrog existing manufacturing paradigms to dominate the technologies of the future. The model offers new ways to bolster economic security and ultimately national security as well. The pandemic preparedness community realized fairly early in 2020 that the novel coronavirus posed a severe threat. News about the virus kept going from bad to worse. It was originally hoped that it would be like H1N1 swine flu, which was highly contagious but not lethal. Instead, as was becoming clear, the novel coronavirus was highly contagious and often lethal too. It wasn't comparable to just a bad case of the flu. These discussions among public health experts can be found in the so-called Red Dawn emails. The name Red Dawn comes from the 1984 movie about Americans fighting Soviet invaders. The chatter is that WHO and CDC are behind the curve. Any way you cut it, this is going to be bad, Dr. Carter Mesher, a senior medical advisor at Veterans Affairs, wrote on January 28, 2020. On February 20th, he warned in another email that the outbreak of COVID-19 on cruise ships was a preview of what will happen when this virus makes its way to the U.S. healthcare system, not to mention institutionalized high-risk populations in the U.S. like nursing homes. I'm not sure that folks understand what is just over the horizon. When COVID-19 did hit the United States, it would be hard to argue that the pandemic was well managed. The country recorded the largest number of COVID-19 deaths in the world. Using the more relevant deaths per million metric, the U.S. death rate was closer to that of a mid-range EU country, but even on this basis, New Jersey, New York, and New York City were global outliers. Something akin to a Manhattan Project for vaccines was going to be required in response. The idea for OWS itself came from Dr. Robert Kadlec, Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response, ASPR, at HHS, who had read the Red Dawn emails and created a coronavirus task force. Also deserving credit is Dr. Peter Marks, Director of the Center at the FDA that regulates biological products, who similarly saw the need for an accelerated vaccine development program. Marks gave Warp Speed its name. He is a Star Trek fan. In April 2020, Kadlec and Marks wrote a proposal for HHS Secretary Alex Azar, who in turn took it to Jared Kushner and others in the White House who were enthusiastic. President Trump supported it and signed off on it. Azar brought in the DoD as well. The bureaucratic history of OWS, like everything to do with it, is complex and contested. Azar, Kushner, and others then made two hiring decisions that were crucial to Warp Speed's success, recruiting Monsef Slaoui, a pharma executive, and Gustav F. Perna, a general, as its leaders. Slaoui, OWS's chief advisor, had been chairman of global vaccines at GlaxoSmithKline, GSK, and brought pharma knowledge. General Perna, OWS's chief operating officer, had overseen the global supply chains for the U.S. Army and brought logistical expertise. Organizationally, OWS resembled a pharma company, with Slaoui and Perna reporting to a board, here composed of the Secretaries of Defense and HHS, and officials from the White House Coronavirus Task Force. The idea of a cross-agency structure to fight infectious disease had already been pioneered by the Zika Leadership Group led by the NIH and ASPR. But unlike a pharma company, OWS didn't have to focus on share price or short-term financial objectives. its funding came from the COVID-related CARES Act. Instead, its central goal was to develop safe, effective vaccines as quickly as possible. Though OWS involved the private sector, operationally it had almost nothing in common with the public-private partnership models popular during the Clinton-Bush era. These were largely maneuvers to take projects off of government balance sheets, often only to have them return once things went wrong. Typically, they were organized by third-party consultants such as McKinsey. In contrast, OWS was organized and led by the U.S. government. Dr. Matthew Hepburn, Colonel Ret., joined Warp Speed on day one as the DoD lead for vaccine development. He had previously served as the Director of Medical Preparedness on the White House National Security Staff in the Obama administration and had also been a DARPA program manager. Hepburn, who was part of the Red Dawn email chain, remembers, "Many people I trusted were freaking out about COVID-19, so I was fired up to join. The beauty of Warp Speed was the focus on speed. I wanted to accomplish the impossible, but even I thought the vaccine goals were outrageous." Typically, the process to bring a new vaccine to market takes 10 years or more, if it can be accomplished at all. With OWS, the goal was to do that in just a few months. To reach this goal, the efforts by Warp Speed were extensive, including prioritizing vaccine technologies for development, supporting clinical trials, building manufacturing capacity, mapping supply chains, sharing technology, implementing the Defense Production Act, project management, logistics, guaranteed demand, and of course, funding. The private sector played a key role in OWS, but to claim OWS's success was simply the product of the market is as absurd as arguing that the Manhattan Project was fundamentally a free market exercise, though it too involved private companies. It is also ridiculous to think that the handful of horizontal industrial policies which the U.S. economics establishment deems acceptable, better infrastructure, more education, the right tax incentives, clusters, broadband for all, could on their own have achieved what Warp Speed did, and in just a few months. The specific economic problem plaguing America that a Warp Speed-style program solves for, aside from a pandemic of course, is the scale-up problem. This refers to America's inability to develop and manufacture at scale the technologies that are invented in the United States. Outside of software, technologies don't scale here. Instead, they are typically manufactured abroad. In fact, there is a long list of advanced technologies created in the United States that America no longer manufactures or even has the capability to manufacture. The problem is acute for hardware startups. There are few financial mechanisms in the United States to domestically scale up advanced manufacturing startups, in contrast to the direct subsidies and infant industry protection policies used by East Asian countries. Vaccine technology is a case in point. Underlying the seemingly overnight success of OWS was the fact that the United States had already made huge advances in vaccines. Much of the technology had been pushed forward by DARPA, the renowned DoD research agency. As is typically the case in the United States, however, these breakthroughs were languishing when it came to widespread manufacturing and market implementation at scale. OWS changed that. Dr. Hepburn says, "There were a lot of fundamental principle and tactical approaches that our government incorporated into Warp Speed. Warp Speed was inspired by DARPA but with a focus on scaling and implementation. OWS was DARPA at scale. Hence, to fully understand OWS, it is important to start with DARPA. The Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, or DARPA, was established in response to the Soviets' 1957 launch of Sputnik with a mission to make pivotal investments in breakthrough technologies for national security. It functions as the central research and development agency of the Department of Defense. While it is connected to the Army and Navy, it is not part of them. The transformative technologies that have come out of DARPA include ARPANET, the precursor to the Internet, drones, the F-1 engine that powered the Saturn V rockets used in the Apollo missions, portable GPS, voice technology recognition software, flat panel displays, and self-driving cars. DARPA essentially functions as a catalyst for revolutionary technological innovation by funding projects that connect basic science with engineering applications to reach a tangible goal. Bill Bonvillian, writing in the anthology The DARPA Model for Transformative Technologies, describes DARPA's approach as undertaking connected science, rather than simply fundamental research. Its model focuses on revolutionary technology development, encouraging and promoting its concepts with partners who move it into service procurement and/or the civilian sector for initial production, enabling full innovation, not simply invention. DARPA's philosophy is captured in the questions used to evaluate any potential project, which are known as the Heilmeyer Catechism, after the legendary DARPA director George Heilmeyer, Who led the agency from 1975 to 1977? These questions have spread beyond DARPA to the VC world. Even if the name Heilmeyer is no longer always associated with them, even at DARPA. 1. What are you trying to do? Articulate your objectives using absolutely no jargon. 2. How is it done today and what are the limits of current practice? 3. What is new in your approach and why do you think it will be successful? 4. Who cares? If you are successful, what difference will it make? 5. What are the risks? 6. How much will it cost? 7. How long will it take? 8. What are the midterm and final exams to check for success? Despite its outsized impact, DARPA is a tiny organization with a flat structure consisting of a director, a handful of office directors, and about 100 constantly rotating program managers. The program managers have enormous latitude in their quest to use transformative technology to overcome challenges. Bonvillian writes, DARPA typically builds strong teams and networks of collaborators, bringing in a range of technical expertise and applicable disciplines, and involving university researchers and technology firms that are often new and small and not significant defense contractors. The operative word in the name, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, that best describes DARPA's character is not just defense, but also projects. Program managers stay only for 4 to 5 years. These comparatively short stints mean that DARPA is able to recruit the best people from across industry who otherwise would not want a lifetime government career. It also ensures that DARPA's people are focused on collaborating, not competing with each other. Program managers' badges convey the date they will be leaving. Finally, combining different areas of expertise within projects leads to cross-fertilization. A positive but perhaps unintended side effect of this project focus is that there is no time for empire building and no space for people to stay on indefinitely as deadwood. It eliminates the problem of entrenched bureaucracies resistant to change. One structural explanation of why legacy sectors in the U.S. economy, such as manufacturing, are often closed to radical innovation. Further, DARPA typically takes a portfolio approach to a challenge, pursuing several different technological approaches in parallel when trying to reach a goal quickly. This is a way to hedge risk, even if it appears to waste resources. Taking bets on many different horses increases the possibility of overall success. DARPA and OWS are fundamentally different organizations. DARPA sits in the Department of Defense and has a defense mission. OWS is an interagency partnership with a health mission. The time periods of focus are also distinct. DARPA is concerned with largely unseen threats over the horizon, 10 to 15 years out, whereas OWS is concerned with an immediate crisis. DARPA's budget is around $3.4 billion annually, whereas OWS's is many times that. DARPA's innovations are upstream, culminating in prototypes that can transition to the DoD and the industrial base. OWS's innovations are downstream. It is attempting vaccine development and manufacturing at scale. At the same time, there are obvious similarities between the two, principally in program design. DARPA and OWS are high-risk, high-payoff development programs trying to solve a challenge quickly. Both use a portfolio approach to hedge risks, running competing approaches in parallel, using multiple vendors and technologies. Both are flat organizations and project-oriented. OWS is very DARPA-like in that the people involved are only there for a short period of time and not trying to build a bureaucratic empire. Both use the same approach to contracting for acquisitions using OTs, other transaction agreements discussed below, which are flexible and fast compared to traditional DoD procurement contracts. OWS is staffed with many ex-DARPA people. But there is an even more direct, albeit less well-known, link between DARPA and OWS. Though DARPA is famous for its gee-whiz engineering breakthroughs such as self-driving cars, it also has a biological technologies office. This office seeds biodefense projects. The office's founding director, Dr. Jeffrey Ling, Colonel Rhett, who today is the CEO of an advanced pharma manufacturing company, explains, soldiers go everywhere. One of the biggest threats they face is infectious disease. The solution to this threat was to figure out how to develop vaccines much more quickly than by using conventional methods, and using mRNA to make vaccines. A core technology in OWS's efforts was DARPA's solution. The commercial vaccine world was a sleepy one until very recently. By 2010, the U.S. vaccine industry had consolidated into 4 major pharma companies, compared to 30 or so manufacturers in the 1970s. The drivers were partially economic. Preventing infectious disease is not a good business. Vaccines don't require daily usage, but the causes were also regulatory. Careful FDA monitoring of production made it too burdensome for mom-and-pop vaccine manufacturers to operate. The resulting consolidated industry intentionally avoided new manufacturing processes. These required huge capital investments and brought with them immense regulatory risks. Vaccines themselves are still largely based on the age-old method of growing a pathogen and then putting either the live or dead bug, or a protein fragment derived from it, into the human body to train the immune system. The manufacturing process, which typically still involves using chicken eggs in bioreactors to grow the virus, is difficult to control, subject to variability, not easily scalable, and takes a long time. As early as 1950, however, it was understood that another approach to vaccines was possible, at least theoretically, using DNA. DNA makes RNA, which makes proteins. Given that viruses are made of proteins, it might be possible to use this method to have the body create a protein that would trigger an antibody response, rather than injecting someone with a virus. Then, in 2005, the scientists Catalin Carrico and Drew Weissman, working at the University of Pennsylvania, discovered a way of altering messenger RNA, mRNA, to increase its therapeutic potential. Their research breakthroughs and parallel work on using lipid nanoparticles as a delivery mechanism created the foundation for mRNA vaccine technology. Dr. Dan Wattendorf arrived at DARPA's Biological Technologies Office in April 2010 from the National Institutes of Health, NIH, where he had worked on the Human Genome Project. He is a geneticist who is also interested in industrial innovation and new genetic approaches to vaccine manufacturing. There was already promising data showing that mRNA had worked in vaccines for animals, and the technology offered the potential for rapid responses to pandemics. Wattendorf felt investments in lipid-based mRNA delivery systems could lead to effective vaccines for humans, though manufacturing such vaccines had not been widely attempted, nor were there any clinical human trials. What made the new approach appealing to DARPA is that it could produce vaccines very quickly, critical to DARPA's defense mission of reducing the risks of exposure to new pathogens and bioterrorism faced by military personnel. The old biological manufacturing process using chicken eggs to grow the pathogen would simply take too long to effectively respond to these threats. Moreover, vaccine production using mRNA technology could be conducted with tighter process controls compared to the laborious traditional methods. Wattendorf went to DARPA's director for funding to investigate further. A fundamental part of the initial pitch was the speed and the rapidity of the scale-up in using mRNA for vaccines, he says. In the summer of 2010, he started his mRNA vaccine work. He was able to found the program ADEPT, Protect, Autonomous Diagnostics to enable prevention and therapeutics, prophylactic options to environmental and contagious threats. The program's goal was to develop platform technologies that can be deployed safely and rapidly to provide the U.S. population with near-immediate protection against emerging infectious diseases and engineered biological weapons, even in cases when the pathogen or infectious agent is unknown. ADEPT was an applied science project. It was goal-directed. We fund both academic researchers and industry, according to Wattendorf. He organized a consortium of big pharma companies, newer biotech companies, and scientific researchers to solve the technological problem of how to use mRNA to make vaccines. DARPA funded preliminary research by this consortium, and the clinical data showed the mRNA approach could work. The new manufacturing methods were fast and scalable, allowing for a rapid response to engineered biothreats or pandemics. DARPA was prepared to make catalytic investments to further the new technology. But traditional pharma companies weren't interested in pursuing the mRNA approach to vaccines, at least at that time, even though it offered rapid and scalable manufacturing. Wattendorf explains, the funding of research and development and clinical trials to develop a new manufacturing process takes billions of dollars. They were not prepared to commit the influx of capital required, which would only disrupt their existing vaccine business. They also faced huge regulatory risks associated with attempting to bring a new manufacturing process into human trials. Wattendorf turned to newer biotech companies instead. Even though mRNA technology could open up enormous opportunities for biomedicine, the same financial incentives that make vaccines a bad business apply across the board. One German company he spoke to was interested in mRNA technology, but only in using it for the more lucrative field of cancer therapies rather than infectious disease. In 2013, DARPA made a $25 million grant to the recently founded biotech firm Moderna Therapeutics to advance promising antibody-producing drug candidates into preclinical testing and human clinical trials. The company would make vaccines using mRNA technology. Notice the last three letters in Moderna's name. In 2019, Moderna announced positive results for a phase 1 trial using mRNA to create a vaccine against the chikungunya virus. The trial demonstrated that mRNA technology could in fact be used for vaccines, and the exact same process could be replicated for other infectious diseases besides chikungunya. Wattendorf says, it required an infusion of capital and a goal-directed approach to take on the technical challenge of making a vaccine using mRNA. As a result of DARPA's support for mRNA vaccine technology, as well as other mRNA vaccine research conducted independently across the world, Operation Warp Speed had a proven vaccine platform to turn to when it needed to push a rapid response to the COVID-19 pandemic. This technology allowed for rapid development of both vaccines and manufacturing at scale, and the leapfrogging of conventional, sluggish ways of making vaccines. Despite the eventual success of mRNA for vaccines, Wattendorf, who today is a director at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, has a more measured, even contrarian take, namely that it took a warp speed and COVID-19 to lead to widespread deployment of the technology. Until the pandemic took place, the United States failed to develop a commercial mRNA vaccine industry, even though the technology was proven and could have been used earlier to counter many infectious diseases. DARPA's early investments de-risked the technical problem, but they didn't solve the fundamental capital shift we needed, Wattendorf says. Though mRNA for vaccines was clearly a transformative technology, there was no capital or industrial policy vision for scaling it up. It required the slap in the face provided by COVID-19 and the intervention of the U.S. government. Wattendorf adds, maybe a more positive way to say this is the U.S. government flexed its muscles and capital rushed into the system. That capital was critical for the scale-up in manufacturing and distribution and partnerships for clinical trials. But as much as OWS was a success, reactive emergency funding is not a predictive way to plan. Slawi and Hepburn published an article in the New England Journal of Medicine in October 2020, in which they explained OWS's strategy for vaccine development. We sought to build a diverse project portfolio that includes 2 vaccine candidates based on each of the 4 platform technologies. Core to OWS's acceleration strategy was to run vaccine development processes in parallel rather than sequentially. Almost from the outset, OWS took on the unprecedented financial risk of funding and scaling up manufacturing efforts while the vaccine candidates were still in clinical trials. To choose from over 100 vaccine candidates, OWS used down select, according to Hepburn, meaning whittling down the list using objective criteria. The goal was never to try to pick one type of vaccine technology, let alone one company, but instead to keep the portfolio diverse. This was very deliberate given the many unknowns, he says. Vaccine candidates had to use one of the 3 platform technologies deemed most promising. They were further selected on the basis of clinical trial data and other formalized criteria, including their potential for scalability in manufacturing. In the end, 3 vaccine platforms, and 2 companies per platform, were targeted. 1, mRNA, Moderna, Pfizer/BioNTech. 2, replication-defective live vector platform, AstraZeneca, Janssen. 3, recombinant subunit adjuvant protein, Novavax, Sanofi/GSK. These platform technologies are very different. mRNA relies upon cells in the body to create the spike protein of COVID, but not the virus itself, which induces antibodies in response. Replication-defective live vector is a form of adenovirus that has been engineered to give the signal for an antigen, but which removes some of the genes for replication so that it doesn't infect cells. Hepburn notes that the Oxford teams and Johnson & Johnson's work in this area was a triumph of genetic engineering. Recombinant subunit adjuvant protein is more of a traditional vaccine format. An adjuvant is an added ingredient of a vaccine that helps promote a better immune response. At the time that Slawi and Hepburn's NEJM article was published, OWS was still considering a 4th vaccine technology, the attenuated replicating live vector platform. This is a weakened live virus technology and hence a traditional format. OWS did not ultimately invest heavily in this technology. Merck, which took this approach for its vaccines, abandoned its development efforts in January 2021. OWS heavily invested in R&D for these vaccine candidates. Pfizer was an outlier in that OWS did not fund development or manufacturing, but it did place roughly a $2 billion order for 100 million doses, contingent upon FDA approval or authorization of the vaccine. Pfizer's CEO said the reason for this structuring was to liberate the company from government bureaucracy. Another unstated but possible motive was to immunize Pfizer's intellectual property from public claims related to federally funded research. Notably, moreover, Pfizer's partner BioNTech received $445 million in funding for development and scale-up manufacturing from the German government. Moderna designed its vaccine in just 2 days, demonstrating the power of mRNA technology. It produced an actual vaccine that could be tested on humans in 63 days. Nevertheless, Moderna, unlike Pfizer, lacked deep expertise at running clinical trials and faced the problem of too few minority volunteers. Here, the NIH stepped in to help. OWS pursued a strategy of running clinical trials concurrently rather than sequentially, saving significant time. OWS's acceleration and compression of the vaccine pipeline paid off. The process typically takes 10 years or more. 2 COVID-19 vaccines, Pfizer-BioNTech's, followed by Moderna's, received emergency use authorization from the FDA in December 2020. Dr. Michael Callahan, an infectious disease specialist at Massachusetts General Hospital and Harvard Medical School, explains just how radical these results were, including the novel technology and development efforts that led to them. mRNA-based protein expression is the most recent interesting American invention, Callahan says. Warp speed could not have happened if the technology had not been developed to move this quickly. We got very lucky with mRNA. With mRNA, scientists only need to know the sequence of the virus to design a vaccine. Sequence data was provided by the Chinese in the first week of January 2020. China's capabilities in this area are comparable to or better than America's. Callahan's academic bio doesn't convey the depth of his expertise. Callahan previously oversaw DARPA's Biodefense Therapeutics portfolio, the Accelerated Manufacture of Pharmaceuticals, AMP, program, whose goal was to radically accelerate the manufacturing of protein vaccines, and sister programs Day Biodefense and Prophecy to predict virus evolution. Callahan culled the world's largest international medical evacuation from a hot zone, the repatriation of nearly 400 Americans from the COVID-19-plagued Diamond Princess cruise ship, and emergency care of infected passengers on the Grand Princess cruise. He was then recruited as special advisor on COVID-19 to the Assistant Secretary of Preparedness and Response, ASPR, Robert Kadlec. Callahan emphasizes that the industrial policy efforts of OWS were key to its success. OWS completely took away R&D risk and regulatory risk, he says. The government offered guaranteed demand and financing, regardless of final regulatory outcome, with Pfizer as an exception. Nevertheless, the government is usually a horrible customer. The cost of dealing with a U.S. government contract is terrible, Callahan says. He points to multiple promising biotech companies which have gone bankrupt while attempting to sign a contract with U.S. federal agencies. These contracts involve almost insurmountable reporting challenges. Indeed, the stock prices of biotech companies have often gone down once they signed a contract with BARDA. For OWS, in contrast, he notes that the contracting was easy and narrowly focused, overcoming a key hindrance to innovation facing the U.S. biodefense industrial base. Warp speed has transformed the investment and R&D cycle for public health using biotechnology, Callahan says. No one is going back to the 11-year development cycle. One reason we did well is we had control of the contracts. We had people in place to make sure Big Pharma conformed, and we had obligation enforcement mechanisms, says Hepburn. Dr. Hepburn worked closely with BARDA and the NIH on the contracts governing vaccine development. He contrasts OWS's approach to the contracts of 1990s-style public-private partnerships organized by external management consultants. These couldn't provide enforcement mechanisms comparable to those of the federal government. The specific types of contractual mechanisms Warp Speed used were crucial to its rapid progress. These need to be understood in the context of the regulatory regime under which federal entities typically operate. Procurement contracts that would normally take 6 months could be signed in 3 weeks under OWS, but they also involved potential trade-offs. Autre agreements. Other transaction agreements, sometimes referred to as Other Transaction Authority, offer one such contractual approach. In contrast to the standard federal procurement laws and regulations, OTs enable speed and flexibility in structuring agreements. They are particularly useful in government consortiums and were commonly used by Warp Speed. Hepburn observes, DARPA has been using them for a very long time. HHS could use them, but the DoD has been the best at using them. A Government Accountability Office, GAO, study explains their appeal. To attract innovative companies that may not traditionally do business with DoD, the department can use flexible agreements known as other transactions. Other transactions are not subject to certain federal contract laws and requirements. But there are potential risks, even controversies, related to OTs. They bring reduced transparency and some exemptions from regulatory tie-ins designed to protect taxpayers. Specifically, the concern around OWS is that OTs might have allowed pharma companies to circumvent the Bayh-Dole Act, which provides the public with rights in intellectual property arising out of federally funded research, including ing Marchand rights. EUA. Emergency Use Authorization, EUA, is a mechanism to allow use of medical products without full FDA approval during a health emergency, such as a pandemic. Traditional FDA approval for a vaccine can take years, whereas an EUA is much quicker, though it still involves rigorous evaluation by the FDA. As the FDA notes, efforts to speed vaccine development to address the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic have not sacrificed scientific standards, integrity of the vaccine review process, or safety. The GAO, however, was slightly critical in its report assessing the use of EUAs during the pandemic. Its study in no way argued that the authorized medicines weren't safe, but rather that the FDA does not uniformly disclose its scientific review of safety and effectiveness data for EUAs, as it does for traditional approvals.
Deutsche Presseagentur.
The Defense Production Act, DPA, expedites the supply of services and materials needed for national defense. Hepburn says, the Defense Production Act is great for an emergency and prioritizing the vaccines in a portfolio, but not great because it is encroaching upon traditional vaccine manufacturing. We used the Defense Production Act in warp speed and it was a good thing, but it had potential costs. OWS had to make sure its use of the Defense Production Act did not impinge upon flu vaccine production, which is where the issue of supply chain management comes in. A benchmark for using these types of expedited contracts, or rather not using them, is the experience of the European Commission. The Commission, which had no particular expertise in emergency vaccine procurements, haggled for months in contract negotiations with pharma companies. As a result, the EU was able to obtain slightly cheaper vaccines, but this achievement was only notional because it also resulted in almost no supply. The Commission's solution was to use what it termed a vaccine export transparency mechanism to block exports to the UK and to keep vaccines for itself. This was for the global common good, said Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. Scaling up manufacturing and mapping supply chains. Before OWS began scaling up vaccine manufacturing, in fact before OWS was officially formed, the urgent problem facing the United States was the need to provide more COVID-19 tests. Whereas South Korea could test 10,000 people per day early in the pandemic, the United States had only tested 1,583 people in total by March 2020. The source of the bottleneck was the CDC, which insisted on design ing and manufacturing its own tests. Admiral Brett P. Girar, MD, Assistant Secretary of HHS, took on the role of coordinating COVID-19 diagnostic testing in March 2020. He explains some of the challenges facing the United States. We didn't have a stockpile of tests or basic materials, and very little domestic manufacturing capacity. We had to scramble to import basic materials like swabs and pipette tips while we jump-started domestic production. There were no rapid tests, only PCR tests that required sophisticated laboratories. Admiral Girar began flying in 1747 a week filled just with swabs and similar basic materials from Europe. A greater limitation, though, was the CDC's mission and culture. He says, the CDC was insular and academic. It was not built for a rapidly emerging, potentially catastrophic health threat. It was used to creating tests in the thousands, such as for detecting anthrax, not in the millions. He further argues that the CDC had almost no history of partnering with the commercial sector and completely missed the importance of engaging with it. It was not built for scaling. Admiral Girar, who earlier had directed the Defense Sciences Office at DARPA, implemented private-public partnerships to scale the manufacturing of tests. The government invested billions of dollars to build domestic test manufacturing capacity. By June 2020, the United States was testing 500,000 people daily. In terms of vaccine production, OWS had been working with companies to scale up manufacturing almost from inception, when vaccine candidates were still only in preclinical trials. Slawi and Hepburn, in their NEJM article, described some of the ways OWS offered technical support for the rapid scaling of manufacturing. To ensure that industrial processes are set, running, and validated for FDA inspection when Phase 3 trials end, OWS is supporting facility building or refurbishing, equipment fitting, staff hiring and training, raw material sourcing, technology transfer and validation, bulk product processing into vials, and acquisition of ample vials, syringes, and needles for each vaccine candidate. One reason vaccine candidates were selected in the first place was because of their inherent manufacturing scalability. And mRNA had unmatchable advantages here that made older technologies seem archaic. We do not need to build billion-dollar factories, which takes 3 to 4 years. The factory is in your arm, says Michael Callahan. That is, as directed by mRNA, your own cells produce the vaccine consisting of spike proteins. Someone still had to make hundreds of millions of doses of mRNA, however, and very few companies had this expertise. Moderna already operated an existing advanced biotech manufacturing facility, but more production capacity was required. Moderna partnered with the contract manufacturer Lonza in May 2020, long before its vaccine received an EUA. With funding provided by OWS through BARDA, the companies established mRNA manufacturing lines at Lonza's factories in the United States and Switzerland. But Warp Speed provided much more than just financing for manufacturing, as the NEJM article made clear. Hepburn says, "We told the smaller biotech companies we will help you grow. We will put people in your manufacturing plant. We will help you with project management. We can assist with your regulatory strategy." According to the GAO, even the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers was brought in to oversee construction projects to expand capacity at vaccine manufacturing facilities. These interventions by OWS extended deep into the U.S. medical supply chain. The CEO of Pfizer complained in December 2020 that, "We are running at critical supply limitations." He suggested that OWS should use the Defense Production Act to prioritize supply to the company. But it wasn't that simple from the perspective of optimizing vaccine production nationally. Sanofi knows their supply chain and so does Pfizer, but they don't know the total supply chain. The Defense Production Act could lead to smaller biotech companies getting crowded out. The better solution is to create the capacity to make enough vaccine for everyone, Hepburn says. To this end, OWS did extensive supply chain mapping over the summer of 2020, identifying vulnerabilities. This involved vaccine manufacturing forecasting and investing to close any supply chain gaps before they arose. "We were obsessed with the supply chain mapping. DoD people do this as part of operation planning. This is what logistics does," Hepburn adds. Supply chain mapping is something U.S. regional economic development agencies do too, but the U.S. record is far from excellent. For instance, when Apple tried to assemble the Mac Pro in Texas, it found it could not source a needed screw and so gave up and moved production offshore. Better supply chain mapping would have avoided this problem. In China, provinces constantly map supply chains, actively plugging any gaps so the province can supply whatever is needed by a manufacturer. OWS shows that the United States does have the capacity to perform successful mapping and also to fix the supply chain, but these capabilities seem limited to the DoD. This is yet another area where Warp Speed holds lessons for industrial development in the United States. SiO2 Materials Science is a manufacturer of technologically advanced packaging for pharmaceuticals. OWS contracted with the company to produce vials made of a revolutionary glass-plastic hybrid that could handle the ultra-cold supply chain required for mRNA storage. SiO2 is both a case study of how manufacturing for OWS worked in practice as well as the power of OWS-type industrial policy to enable the leapfrogging of traditional technologies. The pharma packaging space in which SiO2 operates is in many ways a typical U.S. industry. It is dominated by 3 companies known as Big Glass. It exhibits minimal innovation and extensive offshoring. 90% of glass vials are produced abroad. In contrast, as SiO2 President Lawrence Ganti explains, "We spent 10 years developing a disruptive, breakthrough packaging technology for pharma glass. We created a hybrid container well suited to the next generation of drugs. Incumbents don't like change, and as Ganti acknowledges, VCs typically don't invest in manufacturing startups, particularly if there is no track record. But SiO2 is not a startup. It had a 6-decade track record. The market was ready for the new approach to packaging as opposed to the 100-year-old technology deployed by Big Glass. Nonetheless, it took a pandemic and funding from OWS to help catalyze the adoption of the new invention. SIO2 received a $143 million contract from BARDA in June 2020 to produce its new vials made of hybrid materials. Our contract has priorities. We needed to have the capacity to produce in the U.S., Ganti says. SIO2 was easily able to scale up production once the contract was signed. The company also had frequent site visits from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and others, and had to file cybersecurity reports. Before Warp Speed, I thought the government would only slow things down, Ganti says. I am shocked at speed of government. They are facilitating things. Perhaps this is because, as he points out, OWS is a small government operation within big government. Warp Speed effectively brought the production of medical-grade pharmaceutical packaging back to the United States. These are good jobs, too, paying $80,000 a year in rural Alabama. The risk of future offshoring and foreign competition still exists. But Ganti says, the difference is we have a new advanced technology. We are not commoditized basic glass. And our technology is patented. Warp Speed divided the world into two, pre-UA and post-UA. Once a vaccine received an emergency use authorization, the primary focus moved to distribution, which was overseen by General Perna, coupled with continued scaling of manufacturing. The participation of the DoD in OWS brought enormous logistics and contracting support given the DoD's expertise in operational planning for fighting wars. General Perna applied operational planning to OWS's needs. When it came time for the rollout of the new vaccines, however, the United States stumbled slightly. It was not the most successful country in the world at vaccinating its population on a percentage basis, though it was still among the top performers and the leader on an absolute basis. The rollout had two components. 1. Distribution, and 2. Administering shots in the arm. OWS, broadly defined, oversaw distribution, here consisting of McKesson's contract with the CDC and Pfizer's own distribution network. Distribution consisted of getting the vaccine to a location on time and providing ancillary supplies like needles. The logistics involved were complex, given that mRNA vaccines require an ultra-cold distribution chain and a 2-dose regimen. Nonetheless, 99% of the vaccine showed up on time and at the right temperature. In contrast, the states ran the administration side, meaning delivering shots in the arm. States would decide who got the vaccine first. They in turn received guidance from the CDC. The CDC's recommendations initially prioritized allocations on the basis of equity and social justice considerations rather than lives saved. After a journalistic outcry about the deaths which would result, the CDC adjusted its guidance somewhat, but it remained complex. Initially, OWS considered having the Department of Defense rather than the states handle vaccination administration. In June 2020, however, a coalition of leaders of state and local immunization programs wrote a letter to General Perna and Dr. Slawi raising concerns about this potential arrangement. We particularly wish to offer feedback on the importance of building on existing vaccine delivery infrastructure to clarify the expected role of the military. The announcement of OWS implied a possible role for the military in vaccine administration. It will be important to consider together if uniformed military vaccinators will improve or undermine confidence in a COVID-19 vaccine, particularly in certain minority and underserved communities where trust in the medical and political systems are already strained. These concerns about the militarization of vaccine administration were apparently heard. In the end, the states, with the CDC's endorsement, would administer the vaccines as they requested. They, not Warp Speed or the DoD, would control the shots in the arms. This is standard public health policy in the United States, but the states were not able to execute on time. They blamed poor communications and coordination from the federal government, but never themselves. The speed differential between distribution and administration in the vaccine rollout can be seen in the CDC statistics. As of January 15, 2021, 31,161,075 doses had been distributed, but only 12,279,180 doses had been administered. The distinction between vaccine distribution and administration is not widely known, though it was never hidden, and the problems with the vaccine rollout remain a highly charged topic. OWS was not faultless. In December, General Perna apologized for miscommunication about the number of doses that were ready to be delivered. But the rollout rapidly improved with time, particularly in certain states. Connecticut, for example, was a national leader. According to the state's COO Josh Jabal, I think it's increasingly evident that that has a lot to do with prioritizing vaccine for older people first. The state ignored the CDC's recommendations, which prioritized 2/3 of the entire population. We went back to first principles. How do we save the most lives? Jabal stated, the older you are, the more at risk you are of severe illness and death. Once the policy was implemented, Connecticut experienced one of the fastest declines in COVID-19 deaths of any state, unlike New York, which pursued a very different approach to prioritization. Nationally, administration more closely tracked distribution as the rollout continued. Authorization of a third vaccine, Janssen, Johnson & Johnson, further increased supply. The rollout success can be seen in the fact that by late February 2021, 93% of skilled nursing homes reported no new COVID-19 cases. The Biden administration made accelerating rollout a priority. The administration opened mass vaccination sites managed by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, deployed 4,000 active duty troops to support vaccination, doubled the number of pharmacies participating in the federal pharmacy program, and delivered vaccine aid to community health centers to reach underserved communities, all with the goal of putting the nation on a path to get closer to normal by July 4th. These efforts should hasten a return to life as we knew it. But Hepburn warns, we should not go back to business as usual after the pandemic. We should take the lessons and disruptive innovations learned from warp speed and put them into medical advances. Business as usual pre-pandemic, taken literally, meant resistance by market incumbents to next-generation vaccines, antiquated vaccine manufacturing technology, offshored PPE production, offshored PCR test production, offshored glass production, and a decrepit domestic supply chain supporting what industrial activities still remained in the United States. OWS, by contrast, pursued a Made in the USA agenda. This was controversial. Defenders of the globalized, or really China-centric, production system mounted a vigorous counteroffensive throughout the pandemic, supported by ideologically laden platitudes such as, a virus knows no borders, and a global pandemic demands a global response. All very true. But now the United States is in a position to export vaccines and vaccine technology for global use and help other countries manage their pandemics more effectively. And this is a potential indication of what might come next, a sort of global warp speed, one that doesn't just take care of the United States but also takes care of the world. Hepburn says, imagine if we could make billions of doses as a global team to serve billions of people. The first step would be a stretch goal, like we did with OWS. The United States has an innovation system, but it is opaque and fragmented. It consists of federally funded academic research, the national labs, FFRDCS, federally funded research and development centers, which are government-owned, contractor-operated entities, NIH, NSF, NIST, the manufacturing institutes, federal agencies, DARPA, manufacturing extension partnerships, and more. The United States historically also had a corporate innovation system, with its central research labs such as Bell Labs, but this has withered under market pressures for short-term financial results. The U.S. system, which tilts toward basic science R&D, has many strengths. It is still capable of breakthrough innovations, as seen in the ICT revolution. But it has weaknesses and holes. It neglects process innovation in manufacturing, unlike Germany or Japan. This became visible in the malaise of the 1970s, when Japan's auto industry raced ahead of Detroit. And unless U.S. innovations scale at close to zero marginal cost, as is true of software, venture capital tends not to support them. Hence, they don't scale up here and are manufactured elsewhere. As Callahan says of DARPA, all we do is demonstrate. We show if it flies, but we have a problem at handoff. Somebody needs to land the thing. Currently, or at least before warp speed, there is no American institution specifically designed to do that. London School of Economics political economist Robert Wade describes these vulnerabilities in the U.S. system. The government simply assumed that the market would transform the results of military-related R&D more or less automatically into commercial innovations in civilian industry. The 1980s saw a growing realization that military-related technologies were being carried into commercial applications only slowly and patchily. Wade offers a case study. The U.S. federal government played a vital role in making U.S.-based networks of public and private actors the world's leading source of PV, photovoltaic, inventions and innovations, starting in the 1970s. But it mounted no corresponding federal program to accelerate deployment of the innovations in public use. and state programs have been bitty and widely varying from state to state. Germany, Japan, and Spain all have raced ahead in installed capacity per capita. Many other American innovations have followed this trajectory. Breakthrough technologies, including those developed by DARPA, such as flat panel displays or drones, quickly migrated to mercantilist Asian countries for their actual production. Future product development, innovation, and employment has taken place there, not in the United States. U.S. economists have offered little tangible advice to policymakers about how to respond to these issues and questioned if there should be a response at all. Part of this is because of academic economists' ideological attachment to free trade and hostility to industrial policy. Paul Krugman wrote in 1997, "If economists ruled the world, there would be no need for a World Trade Organization." The economist's case for free trade is essentially a unilateral case. A country serves its own interests by pursuing free trade regardless of what other countries may do. Here, free trade, even with a mercantilist counterpart, is an unqualified good. More recently, trade models have been updated to acknowledge that free trade brings with it both domestic winners and losers, but is still a net positive for society as long as the former compensated the latter. This remains the reigning wisdom today. But transfer payments, even if accompanied by an opioid prescription, are not adequate compensation for a jobless future. And economists obviously didn't consider how an economy that has offshored so much of its productive capacity would perform in a pandemic. Underlying some of these policy blind spots is confusion around innovation. Mainstream economic policy debates rarely acknowledge that different countries have different innovation systems. In contrast, China's most recent 5-year plan explicitly makes calls to bolster and refine the national innovation system. Mainstream trade models have in no way considered that the loss of production could impact the ability to innovate going forward. Nor has economics contemplated whether America still has the industrial base necessary to capitalize on technologies created here. These holes in the U.S. innovation system in areas of deployment and scale-up, coupled with China's accession to the WTO in 2001, have not only had consequences in terms of technological or industrial strength, but also contributed to America's rapidly rising inequality. If the United States started the new millennium as a global hegemon, by 2020 it faced a peer competitor in China well-positioned to displace it. In the process, its working and middle classes had become necrotic. Mainstream economics is now well aware of the increased inequality in the United States, and is even obsessed with it. But because its models don't fully capture the developments that have driven it, particularly the problems in the American innovation system, its solutions are at best partial and primarily redistributive. U.S. policymakers have therefore been left with an extremely narrow and largely worn-out set of economic policy ideas, whether Keynesian or monetarist. There is little focus on the growth possibilities offered by innovation and how to get there beyond funding more basic science research. The current economic system is taken as given and relies on wealth transfer as the primary mechanism of repair. OWS-type interventions add a whole new repertoire of policies. OWS is a case study of how to tie together America's fragmented innovation system and scale up technological breakthroughs that would otherwise languish, as mRNA vaccine technologies were before the pandemic. It shows how the United States can bring to market disruptive, radical technologies that leapfrog existing manufacturing processes. OWS takes away R&D and regulatory risk and adds in financing, government assistance in tech transfer for manufacturing, support for a robust domestic supply chain, and guaranteed demand. The latter, in particular, offers a marked contrast with most regional development and applied innovation efforts in the United States, such as the manufacturing institutes, in which the demand side is lacking. OWS demonstrates that American deindustrialization is a reparable lapse, with the OWS model offering one recuperation mechanism. Along with new warp speeds, the United States needs to establish new DARPAs more broadly across government agencies, such as a DARPA for commerce, a DARPA for transportation, with ARPA-E in energy as an example. The Biden administration has made promising moves to consider establishing a health ARPA. And though the United States already has lots of institutions to create new technologies, it has no real institution to commercialize or scale them, except for the VC industry, which has narrow interests. An OWS structure can take care of scale-up and possible interagency coordination, and even help catalyze private sector investment. Slawi and Hepburn write that warp speed, and the partnership between the DoD, HHS, and the private sector grew out of an acknowledged need to fundamentally restructure the way the U.S. government typically supports product development and vaccine distribution. The initiative was premised on setting a stretch goal. The U.S. government needs to fundamentally restructure the way it supports development in many other industries besides vaccines, using OWS as the model. This is a new stretch goal for U.S. economic policy, but it shouldn't be impossible to implement. For one, it is obvious that OWS was a huge success. OWS has established a template for how different government agencies and the private sector can work together and create a new institutional settlement to galvanize an otherwise inert federal bureaucracy. There is no need to transplant a new institution from another country or create a new federal agency. Which technological challenges should the United States prioritize for an OWS-style intervention? The possibilities are almost endless, though the model works best in areas where the government is a large purchaser. In terms of OWS programs for defense, developing the next generation of computer chips, batteries, or a competitor to Huawei is obvious. But the United States also faces extreme vulnerabilities outside of emerging technologies. Naval construction and the consolidation of Navy shipyards is an example. China now has the world's largest Navy, supported by the world's largest commercial shipbuilding industry. Chinese shipyards are dual-purpose with blended military and commercial production. The United States has no merchant shipbuilding industry to speak of. Navy shipyards are on their own with no economies of scale. A warp speed could solve that problem by creating blended shipyards in the United States, only with technology flowing from naval construction to commercial ship construction. Supported by the Jones Act, coupled with a restoration of U.S. subsidies from zero to the standard levels found in East Asia, this intervention could help bring to life the extinct U.S. commercial shipbuilding industry and the jobs that go with it. Or take high-speed rail. California was unable to build a high-speed rail line. Nearly the entire project was overseen by external consultants in a 1990s-style private-public partnership arrangement, including a consultant who oversaw the other consultants. American passenger rail is decades behind the rest of the world. Morocco launched a bullet train connecting Tangier with Casablanca in 2018. Given the dysfunction of the passenger rail industry in America, which also has some of the highest construction costs in the world, a leapfrog strategy is needed. But rather than investing all hope in Elon Musk's Hyperloop, a DARPA-like portfolio approach is called for. This could fund different technologies from different vendors, with an OWS-style apparatus scaling up any successful breakthroughs of new transport technologies. How to pay for these novel ideas? They pay for themselves, certainly compared to throwing even more money at failed infrastructure projects, or failing to commercialize new naval technologies that could bring down shipbuilding costs through efficiencies of scale. Regardless of whether further OWS-type structures emerge, OWS should be celebrated for its own success. In terms of future health breakthroughs, OWS has unlocked, and will likely unleash, a biotech revolution through the development and regulatory approval of new vaccine technologies. These technologies can be applied to more than just infectious disease. The mRNA technology directs cells to make protein, insulin, human growth hormone, and thyroid hormones are all proteins. Through the efficient factory of your own body, mRNA technology could someday produce long-lasting insulin or better growth hormones. It is new foundational technology with many possibilities. The adenovirus-based vaccines, as they become increasingly precise, can be used to target cancer using an immune response. The new vaccine technologies will transform how we treat infectious disease. There are already trials underway for a malaria vaccine. The next disruptive medical technology is mRNA that can make express antibodies, bypassing the need for the vaccination step and offering immediate protection. Yet, these technologies will still require supply-side and demand-side interventions in biomanufacturing and scale-up. As OWS showed, we can't assume the market will just solve this problem on its own. Though there remains a risk that a variant of COVID-19 could breach current vaccines, which all target the spike protein, there are alternatives. Looking ahead, Dr. Hepburn says, I hope that infectious diseases will be much better controlled in the future. With new technologies, we should be able to aspire to take pandemics off the table. OWS was a triumph of American industrial and innovation policy. It saved countless lives. It demonstrated American competence, and it should give Americans confidence. The recent media flurry over Bidenomics is the latest attempt to distill a complex but far from complete rupture with neoliberalism. Premised in part on lifting the wages and employment rate of historically low-income groups, Bidenomics is really about two things: strengthening the relationship between climate policy and national security, and prodding capital to commit to more useful, more productive investment in the domestic economy. Industrial policy is its core feature, the main means of inducing, steering, and even compelling capital to serve societal and national goals short of explicit economic planning. Like a heresy without a new church, industrial policy has been the watchword of the last 2 years despite having no organized base in the American electorate. As for Bidenomics in general, according to an Associated Press poll released in June, just 34% of the public approves of Biden's overall handling of the economy. More ambitious than anything attempted by a Democratic administration since the mid-1960s, Bidenomics nevertheless marks another uncertain chapter for the party in the 21st century. While some analysts, pointing to bipartisan agreement over the imperative to strategically decouple from China, have been quick to declare a new economic consensus in Washington, debates over industrial policy and Bidenomics more generally are stimulating new divisions within the liberal left. For those who hail it as the start of a new progressive era, Bidenomics is both the apotheosis and transmutation of the legislative potential glimpsed in Barack Obama's electoral coalition. It demonstrates that today's Democrats have finally embraced activist government to achieve inclusive growth, enhance the welfare state, pursue social justice, and meet ambitious climate targets. Economic progressives of a more populist, New Deal bent are likewise sympathetic, if more cautious. Developmental states, they argue, require time to build up their capacities. Altering the composition of a country's industrial mix does not occur overnight. This is no less true of the West's ultrapolarized hegemon, pockmarked as it is by staggering social and regional inequalities. By contrast, a motley crew of global governance Keynesians, Marxists, degrowthers, and neoliberals have despaired over this particular strategy to decarbonize the U.S. economy and revive growth, branding it sheer mercantilism. For leftist detractors, Bidenomics is a PR exercise for a revival of state capitalism that will concede little to labor, let alone change the fundamental polarization of society or prevent ecological breakdown. These debates show that the broad American left is still grappling with the errors of political economy committed under the Clinton and Obama administrations, when free trade was axiomatic and public-private partnerships served to reinforce the power of U.S. multinationals and the financial sector. At first glance, the fractious response is unsurprising, particularly in light of the influence of Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia on the Inflation Reduction Act and the administration's hawkish tenor on China. Still, given the limitations of the two-party system and the historical weakness of the labor movement, Bidenomics contains several features that more or less align with the goals of an electoral left that is committed to reestablishing a popular basis for social democracy primarily through the Democratic Party. At least since the heyday of Bill Clinton, realist progressives have pressed for industrial reinvestment, infrastructure, and innovation to build climate resilience as well as regulations to constrain monopoly power. Executed properly, it was thought these goals would mesh part of the old New Deal coalition with the new social movements that took root in the 1970s and 1980s, and thus capture a decisive political majority. The apparent indifference of the broader public, however, reveals that there is an underlying disjuncture between the policy mechanisms and the moment in history in which they would have maximum political impact. Bidenomics' primary weakness stems from the fact it is a very belated treatment for a host of social and economic problems. Despite the administration's lofty ambitions, current trends do not suggest that the combination of green subsidies, trade controls, and neo-Keynesian demand management will engender a political transformation. Industrial policy at this late hour can only repair so much damage, whether the issue is climate change or the fortunes of the Democratic Party in the Rust and Farm Belts. The enduring power of the neo-sectionalist axis in U.S. politics forms, perhaps, the starkest challenge. Changes in the national economy and the party system since the 1990s have solidified into distinctly regional partisan blocs that neither party is keen to disturb. Electoral competition in most red states and blue states has declined to such a degree that certain subsectors of the economy are now freighted with barely concealed ideological assumptions. As an overture to workers and economic concerns in conservative-leaning regions, Bidenomics reflects an older, more Fordist understanding of political economy that, despite scattered efforts to placate democratic interest groups, appears out of sync with the impulses of neo-progressivism. The limited potential of Bidenomics to surmount the country's sectional dynamics is undercut not only by the GOP's general intransigence on issues like climate policy, but by the Democrats' conflicted understanding of what is necessary to propel political and economic development forward. Indeed, even the most generous interpretation does not allow for much confidence about the constituency Bidenomics might build. Whatever its policy merits, no amount of boosterism can hide the geographic, structural, class-based, and ideological problems facing national Democrats. The crux of the issue is that while Bidenomics has renewed an older tradition of American developmentalism, it lacks a politics that can 1. Demonstrably overcome sectional stress, and 2. Prevent further working-class defections that undermine democratic strength and lead to disequilibrium in the party system. For all its claims to diversity, the Democratic Party is still too much of a regionally and socioculturally constricted coalition to exploit discontent with a still deleterious and polarizing economic order, one in which the party's role has proved no less duplicitous than that of the Republicans. Aside from the drift of certain minorities, industrial workers, and middle-class suburban women, who together may flip a Midwestern or Sunbelt state to either party, it would seem the basic coalitions that emerged in the 2000 election are largely fixed. An epical realignment like the New Deal or Reagan Revolution eludes both the left and the right. And yet, Bidenomics and, by extension, the shotgun marriage of progressive neoliberalism and neo-mercantilism, faces no credible substitute. Even under a Republican administration in 2025, geopolitical concerns and the force of path dependency, among other considerations, will limit the chance of a total policy reversal. It is thus worth asking, what can Bidenomics achieve politically given the state of polarization? More fundamentally, how did we get here? The last time a major political realignment beckoned was when Barack Obama won an impressive 365 electoral college votes in 2008. On top of the Northeastern and Pacific states, the key blocks of past presidential nominees Al Gore and John Kerry, Obama scored several upset victories, including in Indiana, Ohio, and Iowa, states that Democrats have since ceded to Republicans. Amid massive bank bailouts and an emergency stimulus that failed to hasten recovery from the Great Recession, many journalists, academicians, and think tanks eagerly announced a new progressive era. They intermittently stoked this narrative even after Obama pivoted to austerity following the Tea Party wave in the 2010 midterms. But aside from the Affordable Care Act and a handful of modest regulations and executive orders, all of which failed to stimulate fixed investment, the prospect of a new progressive era was deferred. Not all disappointments from the Obama era can be blamed on obstructionist Republicans like Mitch McConnell, Eric Cantor, Paul Ryan, and Tea Party zealots. Nor can blame be simply deflected toward Clintonian Democrats such as Lawrence Summers, then director of the National Economic Council, and Treasury Secretary Timothy Geithner. Some analysts, such as historian John B. Judas, warned early on that Obama's view of American capitalism was more akin to Herbert Hoover's than FDR's. His caution was ingrained, not merely tactical. In hindsight, Obama misunderstood the well-tested interventionist traditions of American political economy, the mix of developmental and redistributive mechanisms that can be harmonized to advance social democracy. Instead, he favored the global cities paradigm that primarily benefited the top 10%, to the serious detriment of his party and millions of debt-laden, underemployed Americans. If, in the twilight of the Reaganite era, the broader electorate was ambivalent about more government, working people still intuited that economic growth ought to be broadly shared. The Democratic National Committee and its surrogates, however, were increasingly in the business of lowering expectations, particularly for those outside the hubs of the knowledge and advanced services economy. The choice was perplexing given that the third way, at heart no less boosterish than Reaganism, had been sold on the basis of trade and tech-driven growth. Until Biden took office, however, the party line was that Obama was a committed reformer foiled by a racist backlash and other events beyond his control. When Bernie Sanders ran for president in 2016, his volleys against the Democratic establishment targeted Clintonism while avoiding direct criticism of Obama. Sanders, of course, was courting disaffected Obama supporters who were nevertheless reluctant to confront the failures of his presidency. This was yet another awkward dance between the populist left and the liberal elite, in which intellectual honesty had to be subordinated to more pressing strategic and partisan considerations. Even as Sanders extended his hand to forgotten workers in regions hit hard by liberalized trade and foreclosure, his movement could not entirely resist the Manichaean logic of red and blue America ascendant in the liberal establishment. The stakes of these competing visions for the country, admonished palace historians, were too high. As the menace of Trumpism metastasized, Obama's very rejection of this pernicious red versus blue lens in his famous 2004 convention speech was all but erased from memory. Throughout the Trump years, liberal magazines such as the New Republic published sectional apologia, e.g., Bluxit, while Democratic politicians, liberal economists like Paul Krugman, and activist media all maligned red moocher states that receive more in fiscal transfers than they contribute to federal revenue. Hillary Clinton, for her part, reminded audiences that she had won the places that were dynamic and moving forward. Each thread served to mystify why the recovery from the Great Recession was so protracted and uneven, diverting attention from the Democrats' failure to improve their prospects in multiple regions. At times, the willingness to pathologize working-class whites who voted for Trump was just a few degrees less explicit than that of Kevin D. Williamson of the National Review, who offered in 2016 this prescription. Take an honest look at the welfare dependency, the drug and alcohol addiction, the family anarchy, which is to say, the whelping of human children with all the respect and wisdom of a stray dog. You will come to an awful realization. The economic changes of the past few decades do very little to explain the dysfunction and negligence, and the incomprehensible malice of poor white America. The truth about these dysfunctional, downscale communities is that they deserve to die, emphasis added. One wonders what the consequences of this narrative might have been had the pandemic not intervened and made the mission of ending Trump's chaotic presidency much more urgent for a broad swath of the electorate. Instead of building on the strategies of Sanders or the 2008 Obama campaign, Renascent progressivism focused overwhelmingly on taking on corporate Democrats and their coastal urban machines. Democratic socialists, who initially understood the salience of overcoming regional divides, fell under the gravitational pull of hypervigilant anti-Trumpism. Promoting place-based economics, whether in a populist vernacular or in the language of the Brookings Institution, was of marginal interest. A partial metamorphosis of the country's political coalitions subsequently accelerated. While the GOP still projected the exclusivity of country clubs and proffered the discredited recommendations of free market think tanks, it continued to absorb what may be called neo-Jacksonian Democrats, whites hostile to nation-building abroad and partial to government policies that aid working and middle-class wealth creation. While socially conservative in key respects, these voters are not synonymous with the Gingerkites, moral majority evangelicals, and citizens' councils who had defined right sectarianism in previous decades, especially given that many of them descend from the white ethnics that underpin the New Deal coalition. At the same time, the Democrats continued to win over more and more people who would have fit within the Republicans' long-buried liberal wing. Upscale educated professionals who countenance the basic welfare state but favor technocracy, a large role for philanthropy, globalization, and generally limited intervention in markets. The Eastern establishment, alongside its West Coast counterpart, became more democratic and more avowedly liberal on cultural and social issues while discounting the populist gestures that had kept Democrats afloat in flyover states, exacerbating the challenge facing Bidenomics. According to the office of Marcy Kaptur, a Democratic representative from Ohio, Democrats in the 118th Congress represent 9 of the 10 congressional districts with the highest median income in 2021, while Republicans represent a majority of those in the bottom half. Each party's base is in a state of flux and recomposition, perhaps more so than any time since Ross Perot's third-party candidacy in 1992. The pivotal constituencies are by now evident. Downwardly mobile white industrial workers are critical to the GOP, whereas struggling degree holders, white and non-white, comprise the Democrats' base. Fluidity in the electorate, then, is arising from discontent among those less affluent voters whose democratic leanings are taken for granted. While many people socialized in neo-affinity groups and professional networks believe their economic advance is inextricably linked with the Democrats, their less connected and less credentialed counterparts, from minorities inclined toward religion and traditional family structures to those simply at a remove from progressive causes, appear willing to disregard MAGA extremism as they weigh which party offers the least complicated path toward greater opportunity and economic independence. Both parties have therefore evolved to contain much more pronounced class antagonisms. Although political and cultural elites have deftly prevented the combustion of such intra-party contradictions, right-wing media is especially adept at innovating new cultural grievances. Most analysis has scrutinized the GOP's faux populism while either overlooking or minimizing the Democrats' own class divide. There are obvious reasons for this. White solidarity, in the ancient Democratic tradition, undeniably became an overt feature of the Republican coalition, pushing the party further right in symbolism and rhetoric as well as specific policies, such as country-based immigration controls. In a macro-historical sense, however, the party base has simultaneously retreated from an all-encompassing traditional conservatism. A case can be made that more Republican voters than in the recent past are keen on preserving major welfare programs, are tolerant of racial pluralism as evidenced by the increasing diversity of Republican candidate slates, and, at least on some issues such as gay marriage and partial abortion rights, are basically at peace with a dialed-down social liberalism. The base, after all, includes men and women who partook in the cycles of cultural and sexual liberation that have been going on since the 1960s. Still, right-leaning cultural mores, encapsulated by the party's cross-class desire to preserve the dominance of the heterosexual, property-owning nuclear family, drive Republican politics. Right-leaning voters, accordingly, are served up warmed-over lessons in personal responsibility instead of a program for shared prosperity. As magnified by the Supreme Court's Dobbs decision that ended a federal right to abortion, the right-wing elite are uninterested in policies that actually reflect the attitudinal complexity and non-doctrinaire, i.e., complicated and immoral personal lives of many blue-collar Republicans. With the Democrats, the picture is more complicated. The party is at perpetual risk of overextending itself through its commitments to a wide range of interest groups, even if many of those commitments are primarily symbolic. As most social and labor rights have slowed in their advance since the 1970s, and even regressed significantly in some cases, the party has amplified group rights discourse, leading to sometimes novel or quixotic demands by activist constituents under the umbrella of social and historical justice. It is highly questionable whether this dynamic represents a viable path for the future of positive rights. What is often overlooked is that it is impossible to divorce a continually expanding politics of recognition from highly group-specific material concerns, the consideration of which can never be perfectly equal. Inevitably, this leads the party to prioritize identitarian claims over common goals. Intentionally or not, advocacy for measures like universal health care, which advance equality through non-discriminatory forms of social citizenship, has waned in recent years. In an attempt to stave off coalitional strain, the Democrats combine the emancipatory cultural stances of the new left with a creeping paternalism. The nature of this conciliatory arrangement with the party's lower-income supporters is arguably more deceptive than many on the left are willing to admit. As a few analysts have remarked of the party's upstairs-downstairs coalition, the multiracial base of downwardly mobile professionals and heavily exploited food service, delivery, warehouse, and care workers has become habituated to rich elected officials enacting piecemeal reforms while promising a robust defense of liberal values. Frequently, reforms at the state and city level have entailed subsidized, targeted services, particularly in healthcare, that might marginally strengthen the purchasing power of certain demographics, alongside other hodgepodge attempts to promote equity, from education to criminal justice to small business. Such gestures to progressive governance leave larger developmental questions off the table. States and municipalities do have some capacity to pursue their own industrial policies, which can spur housing construction, infrastructural upgrades, and other fiscal multipliers. Welfarist reforms centered on services of one kind or another, however, have substituted for large public projects. High wages and other avenues that foster economic independence, such as truly affordable housing, Sanders, in fact, advocated for more home ownership or European-style paid vacations and family leave, remain a low priority. Oftentimes, it seems that the more democratic progressivism promises self-actualization, the more economic self-determination becomes a mirage. Thus, despite collectively producing a majority share of GDP, blue counties contain significant subpopulations above the poverty threshold who are competing over relatively scarce opportunities to achieve a decent standard of living. While Bidenomics is an attempt to address the breakdown of economic opportunity during the last 2 decades, which has depressed family formation, disintegrated associational bonds, and fueled a life expectancy crisis now spreading to young people, in the near term it seems more likely to stoke investment in regions less beholden to the forces that have captured and in some ways fettered development in blue counties. In most respects, however, cultural and identitarian issues, exacerbated by regional polarization and vice versa, continue to suppress the class antagonisms in both parties. In fact, both parties have managed to yoke the material interests of lower-income workers to those of vanguard activists and other prominent constituencies. In addition to the rarefied spheres of finance, real estate, and tech, economic opportunity in blue enclaves has been increasingly routed through the NGO nonprofit sector, the revenue of which derives significantly from a donor network encompassing democratic power brokers, and, more recently, the burgeoning arena of ESG consultancies. To a great extent in both the for-profit and non-profit sectors, progressive neoliberalism has been encoded in the salaried employment of the professional managerial class, whose purchasing power has helped allocate a surplus of disadvantaged urban workers to the food service, hospitality, and personal care sectors. In opaque ways, the economies of the deepest blue areas are arguably shaped by those who wield disproportionate influence over the priorities and discourse of progressive politics. The repercussions for the composition of the labor market are nevertheless discernible. Services that cater to a privileged strata of knowledge workers have mushroomed to an unsustainable degree, absorbing degree-bearing castaways from media, academia, and entertainment while exacerbating shortages of skilled tradespeople and engineers as well as teachers and nurses. Although these problems are national in scope, the pre-pandemic economic weight of blue regions had molded the career expectations of the last two generations at the expense of other socially necessary fields. A comparable, if less intricate dynamic can be observed in Republican-dominated regions. While it is typically assumed that the GOP sans Trump does not play to the material interests of its own working-class base, it does offer a mishmash of vague promises to safeguard the jobs of extractive and heavy industry workers, spur better growth, and keep the cost of living down, usually under the banner of energy independence. At the state level, Republican governors' appeals to growthism are quite forceful, for which undoubtedly attracts moderates who don't see specific social and cultural positions as affecting them. As indicated by the post-pandemic surge in migration to the South, the rights culture war has not been a deterrent for middle and working-class Americans seeking new opportunities, including more affordable housing. Resignation or indifference to the cycle of right and left moral panics may also be a factor. Aware of liberalism's cultural hegemony, working-class Republicans who do not personally align with the old Christian right of Pat Robertson and Jerry Falwell, and who do not weigh how a conservative judiciary or state legislature might affect their own lives, have with some reason determined the public influence of hardline cultural and religious conservatism is in terminal decline. Yet even when accounting for recent demographic shifts, the sectional pull of party politics over other alternatives is likely to continue. As in previous eras of sectional stress and competition, the material stakes are often expressed through the opposition of newer and traditional industries rather than in terms of class conflict and social inequality. In several Republican-dominated counties, industrial workers wary of disinvestment have effectively aligned with their employers against the perceived dangers of climate regulation and import competition. Meanwhile, in a number of subsectors important to solid blue counties, but especially nonprofit and mission-based advocacy work, professionals are likewise allied with their employers, often intrinsically so on the basis of shared values. There are two main effects that result from these alignments. First, while workers' welfare is always tied up with the success of the firm or organization that employs them, loyalties forged in the face of perceived political threats or structural obstacles in the national economy inhibit workers from exerting pressure on the wage bargain, particularly if they are at the lower boundary of the pay scale or their employer is chasing revenue. Second, ideological tensions between the sectional poles of the party system are intensified due to the growing divergence between their respective regional economies, different interpretations of the country's economic direction, and, in some cases, incompatible ideas about what yields sustainable growth and national wealth. In short, cultural and political attitudes cannot in all instances be divorced from economic considerations. When the latter have a strong sectional character, the possibility of cross-regional alliances between workers declines. None of this is to suggest that the parties have moved in equally extreme directions when it comes to elected office. On several counts, the Republican Party has welcomed the American far right with open arms. The Pew Research Center has coded congressional Democrats as becoming somewhat more liberal since the 1970s, whereas their Republican counterparts, especially Southerners, have more dramatically swung toward the right-wing fringe. Not unlike the Southern-led Democratic Party of the Progressive era, however, the GOP simultaneously attracts voters in search of an alternative to the dominant party who are manifestly not neo-Confederates, crypto-fascists, or anything similar. Correspondingly, at every juncture in which the modern Democratic coalition has had the potential to become more like a traditional Labor or Social Democratic Party, it loses voters that would validate said classification. The consequence is that a class-first populism in U.S. party politics stays muzzled. Silos and schisms. The primary hazard of these suppressed class antagonisms and class-based defections, in the view of left populists, is that the central fight over economic power and inequality that Bidenomics theoretically represents could lose force. Despite the lifeline thrown to many unemployed workers and families through the CARES Act and the American Rescue Plan, the pandemic amplified the trend of economic inequality. Not only has the top 10%'s share of wealth continued to widen, it has become more regionally concentrated. There are also growing concerns that green jobs won't match or exceed the wages and benefits of traditional manufacturing employment. Even if long-term wage growth outpaces inflation and green investment unleashes Keynesian multipliers in less developed regional economies, it is doubtful that today's hot labor market will spark a serious income compression that recalls the upward mobility of the post-war era. For the time being, however, fatigue and defeatism have quelled the discontent that sparked last decade's populist explosion. Once trenchant warnings about the rise of oligarchy, incessantly repeated by left-leaning political scientists and public figures like Robert Reich, have lost impact. Other developments illustrate the separateness of Bidenomics from the matrix of progressive institutions. The professionalization of social justice work and its extension into the influencer industry have supplanted the groundswell eruptions of the last dozen years. Occupy Wall Street, Black Lives Matter, the resistance to the Trump administration, grassroots climate activism. These flashpoints neither matched the power of labor in the 1930s or the civil rights activists of the 1960s, nor did they offer a programmatic vision that could coalesce multiple constituencies in search of a new political settlement. Of course, these moments were formative experiences for many people who have since devoted themselves to trade unionism and other fora to organize new activists. Still, the outcome reflects a retreat into various silos, as well as a desire to opt out of the reality of national governance. The same can be said of the economic left and its predictable split over industrial policy. Bidenomics has been repeatedly branded a concession to the left, but no one is claiming victory. In view of these silos, one can imagine the relief of the Democrats' donor class and the party leadership. As long as a nexus of elected officials and celebrity cadres can mollify the activists who may be counted as reliable Democrats first and self-styled radicals second, and therefore redirect their energies into the world of NGOs and electioneering, the fragmentation of recent social movements will cool expectations for change without leading to serious defections at the voting booth. In the short term, this makes Biden's job a little easier but also more illusory. He can focus on long-term economic resilience, targeting the vast middle of swing voters from his youth that no longer exists, and leave the business of social justice and the welfare state, its future universality, or its evolution into a plethora of means-tested and equity-determined services and subsidies, to his successors. The disconnect between the administration's paradigm shift on political economy and the left's understanding of governance and development was not inevitable. Bidenomics, it hardly needs to be said, is not New Dealism, but its architects do grasp that mitigating polarization is downstream from political economy. Touted investments in several red and purple states, for instance, are a key component of the administration's promise to deliver inclusive growth. Historically minded progressives would presumably recall that the New Deal became the U.S. developmental project par excellence because it was deepened under pressure from organized labor, radical and populist politicians on the make, and reformist currents in civil society that stretched back decades. Why, then, is the left ambivalent on Bidenomics and its potential to forge the cross-regional constituencies which Democrats need to prevail in federal elections? As the left is relegated once again to becoming the Democratic Party's conscience, it is increasingly evident that there is an ineluctable weakness to neoprogressivism, which is hindering Bidenomics and vice versa. In particular, the left's failure to serve either as a shrewd coalition partner or a credible, independent political force has limited activity to wrest the most from Bidenomics. Ultimately, the left seems unwilling to accept the fact that the path to social democracy was always going to entail compromises in domestic politics that tested globalization and did not reward, in every instance, the most vocal Democratic interest groups. The left's crisis over its role in the Democratic Party points to its declining relevance. Efforts to realign the party and court working-class voters beyond conventional liberal strongholds have hit a wall at the same time that the left-wing tilt of millennials and Gen Z appears to be weakening. The recent spate of liberal legislation under Democratic trifectas in Minnesota and Michigan, alongside calibrated appeals to economic nationalism, such as those that aided John Fetterman's victory in Pennsylvania's Senate race last year, point to how Democrats might rebuild their regional power. But these developments are not the fruits of left-wing insurgency. If anything, the victories stem from a concerted center-left drive to repel fringe MAGA candidates. Leftist neoprogressivism, by and large, remains a frustrated coastal phenomenon. The contortions on the left have made way for some mainstream commentators to argue that Bidenomics needs to focus more on a liberalism that builds. Many of these voices are former Obama acolytes who dismissed Sanders' economic critique but now concede that markets left to their own devices have led to a profound scarcity of essential social and infrastructural goods. As the American Prospect's David Dayen has observed, these voices are unenthusiastic about the populist ingredients, that is, the actual politics that would make Bidenomics politically successful. One cannot help but conclude that intermittent declarations of a new progressive era stem from a deep intellectual hunger but little actual desire to chart a post-neoliberal path. Moored to partisan feeling, neoprogressivism in both its left and establishmentarian versions is not the same thing as an appetite for competing visions of reform and renewal that disrupt and even overhaul the party system. The difference with the transpartisan progressivism of the early 20th century is crucial. Then, key reformers from civil society operated without an explicit partisan lens or affiliation. Not a few of their political allies, moreover, were willing to buck their respective party machines and run as independents of one variety or another. Socialists, meanwhile, were competitive in what are now some of the reddest states. Both radical and reformist currents converged on the importance of disrupting the centers of power in each section of the country. Rooseveltian progressivism, Wilsonian progressivism, LaFolletian progressivism, Debsian socialism, and municipal socialism, along with their respective hybrids and certain vestiges of late 19th century populism. All these tendencies challenged the ossification of unthinking partisan loyalties and sectionally determined agendas. Such risk-taking and political entrepreneurship is virtually impossible to conceive of now, especially as the DSA becomes the de facto left wing of the Democratic Party. Contra Bidenomics developmentalist thrust, Democratic power brokers and their sycophants essentially crave a pseudo-populism that cements the activist left's peace with the Brahmin left and gentry liberals. This model invariably creates a buffer against class-first populism as promulgated by Jacobin as well as the soft economic nationalism typical of Midwestern Democrats. As with the activist left, the faintest dissent from social libertarianism is scorned. By the same token, state-level third-party politics for economic progressives and other practical reformers in red regions is all but prescribed, preempting its mere feasibility. The paucity of political imagination is lost on the very organs championing change. In most cases, it is considered misguided or foolish to think that either one or both parties could crack up in the next decade, prompting a substantial realignment, or to venture that Democrats should aggressively court voters in red states, many of which have substantial numbers of African Americans and other minorities that form the party's alleged backbone. Whatever the grassroots ferment, the overarching approach to modern progressivism makes it even more elite-mediated than its early 20th century antecedent. This explains the nearly automatic resignation of most progressive reformers to the holding pattern of blue states and red states. If certain places are simply incorrigible, then elite progressives and their benefactors can absolve themselves of failure in perpetuity. Still, after years of endless prelude in which the Democratic Party has only grown closer to Wall Street and Silicon Valley, progressive cadres insist upon the viability of their project to restore the Democratic Party's ostensible roots. As Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez said in 2019, the goal of new, young progressives is to bring the Democratic Party home. That, however, would demand winning in places that few in the National Party have any serious intention of courting after Biden's tenure. Such remoteness from vast sections of the country only saps the vitality, and yes, diversity of the party leadership. Regardless of scattered state and city reforms and the assent of a handful of left-wing politicians, the Democrats' overall weak bench looms. The task of infusing Bidenomics with heterodox ideas has mainly been the purview of think tanks and related advocacy groups populated by experts drawn from elite universities, not aspiring masters of congressional power. Accordingly, a neo-Brandesian ethic has animated parts of the administrative state. But while the National Labor Relations Board and Federal Trade Commission have issued some important rules and memoranda in favor of basic economic democracy, the instantiation of hipster antitrust signals technocratic ingenuity at a remove from the actual zeitgeist. Another gambit to make regulatory moves reverberate from political institutions into a democratic politics emptied of traditional mass-member organizations. Like green developmentalism as the antidote to offshoring and hyperfinancialization, modern antitrust cannot suddenly undo the consequences of deregulation in the 1980s and 1990s. After 3 decades of benumbing corporate domination facilitated by the lure of everyday bargains, most Americans lack a frame of reference for how regional economies were once able to keep more wealth local and more equitably circulated between smaller firms, workers, farmers, and consumers. Vows to diversify supply chains, reduce costs, and simultaneously raise wages have yet to assuage the anxieties of Americans on fixed incomes and those at the periphery of the tight labor market. At every turn, then, Biden's improbable knack for experimentation struggles to find a natural constituency. Despite refurbishing many older, credible ideas about how to construct a well-regulated democratic capitalism, his approach to political economy is no longer the primary basis of democratic identity. Meanwhile, the adoption of Trumpian ideas, however sotto voce, may simply generate cognitive dissonance for Team Blue and its consultant class. Targeted attempts to rein in corporate power have been accompanied by the maintenance of Trump-era tariffs and Buy America procurement rules, hardly rallying points for democratic interest groups disinclined to cheer on economic patriotism. These protectionist commitments demonstrate an extraordinarily belated recognition of the concerns first sounded by Rust Belt Democrats and their trade union allies a half-century ago. In the case of such overtures, Biden may ultimately be chasing New Deal ghosts rather than real constituents. While his industrial strategy may coax infrastructure-hungry industrial capital and green tech startups to support the Democratic column in congressional and presidential elections, perhaps helpfully diluting the influence of Wall Street over the party's funds and platform, the Democrats are over-relying on their upper-middle-class supporters to kickstart the energy transition. Tax credits for goods like electric vehicles and heat pumps are a preliminary inducement, but as a class this group is keen to preserve its standard of living as much as its Trumpian counterpart. Namely, the perks of a consumption model predicated on low-wage, on-demand services and Amazon parcels of cheap goods manufactured in China. As asset-holding winners of the knowledge economy, they benefited in a variety of ways from offshoring. At best, Made in America is a forced fit. Paradoxically, strides toward greater fixed investment and development have also been undercut politically by decisions that constrained the Democratic Party's more natural welfarist impulses. Pandemic-based experiments with an expanded safety net have proved to be just that, experiments. Between the expiration of the enhanced child tax credit and emergency Medicaid coverage, the party has once again taken its working-class supporters for granted. It seems you can either get market-friendly welfarism, e.g. Obamacare, or industrial policy from a modern Democratic administration, but you can't reasonably expect both. Eventually, though, Democrats will have to decide what kind of welfare state they want, given the pace of climate change and the future of tech. With concerns gradually mounting that the current jobs boom could implode with the advance of AI, it may become more palatable to promise a basic income in lieu of a just transition for all workers. The conditions which force that hand, however, are unlikely to produce the political winner for the Democrats that has so far eluded Bidenomics. In our post-pandemic malaise, it is tempting to conclude that Bidenomics is a false dawn rather than the road to redemption. Attempts to popularize it cannot escape the fact that party strategy is now the opposite of Obama's in 2008. There is little talk of expanding the Democrats' electoral map in 2024 or later, yet the formidable obstacles that lie beyond the coasts mask a deeper truth. Most progressive elites do not actually want to govern the red states, regardless of their diversity, just as most Republicans have no desire to vie for power in the blue ones. The purportedly egalitarian ends of the National Democratic Party are belied by a fundamentally conservative instinct. Progressives blame the backwardness of the deepest red regions for the state of the country, much as Reaganite conservatives once blamed the supposed pathologies of the urban core. But the reality is that epochal turning points in the United States hinge on geographically and ideologically diverse developmental coalitions. That many progressives question the value of state-steered investment in red states, with only perfunctory reference to their right-to-work laws, suggests the left may fatally misunderstand what it will take to build and invigorate a post-neoliberal order. Bidenomics may end up a top-down reconfiguration of capitalism, not by design, but because nearly all factions of the left are unequipped to mobilize where it counts. In light of these contradictions, is an exit from our zero-sum mode of politics at all possible? Severe restrictions on abortion and gender-affirming care in GOP-dominated states are seen by most on the left as a harbinger of the draconian things to come under future Republican presidents. At the same time, a counter-movement against progressive orthodoxy appears to be gathering pace. Republican strength is not in every instance a product of gerrymandered districts and anti-majoritarian forces. There are voters and communities completely separate from a right-sectarian nativist milieu who are convinced that aspects of neo-progressivism undermine the terms of their own social reproduction, and the long-presumed economic trade-off, i.e., to vote Democratic is to vote their material interests, is not, in fact, true for every sector or community in which working-class people are predominant. Here, then, is the enduring puzzle of the modern Democratic Party and its left flank. With so much on the line, it struggles to embrace the tripartite task of any developmental coalition oriented to the economic welfare of the majority. To pump investment into stagnant and underdeveloped regions. Purposefully induce skilled migration to new centers of growth, which may relieve unproductive competition in and upward redistribution toward high-rent locales, and simultaneously renegotiate the terms of opportunity in places where capital is concentrated but failing to serve acute social needs. These are vexing challenges replete with ideological and sociological tensions, heightened all the more because they entail mobilizing a critical mass of irregular voters, the de-aligned, and a small yet persuadable portion of Trump Democrats. But unless these challenges are met, an older progressive spirit, guided by the belief that the plane on which the parties compete must itself be transformed to salvage and strengthen the development of the country, will be lost to history. If progressives are to be believed, the world is facing a climate emergency that requires the rapid elimination of fossil fuels and massive, never-ending taxpayer subsidies for wind, solar, and related infrastructure. But despite being ceaselessly propagandized by alarmist climate change messaging, a majority of Americans do not believe that global warming will pose serious threats in their own lifetimes, by a ratio of 54 to 45. If progressive energy policies remain so unpopular with most voters, why do Democrats persist in promoting them? The answer is that they provide material benefits for both Democratic donors and progressive nonprofits. It's an alliance of green and greed. None of the analysis that follows is grounded in what is often attacked as climate change denial. Let it be stipulated that greenhouse gas emissions by modern industrial civilization are indeed causing the atmosphere to grow warmer, with some regions suffering and others benefiting as a result. Let it be stipulated that reducing the effects of those changes as quickly as possible should be a priority of U.S. energy policy. A rational case can therefore be made for a combination of mitigation, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and adaptation, taking measures to deal with the consequences, including hotter average temperatures and slightly higher sea levels caused by melting ice. A rational strategy to mitigate global warming, the honest term, not climate change, would be something like the energy expert Robert Bryce's N2N strategy, natural gas to nuclear. In the long run, there would be a global build-out of zero-carbon nuclear power plants, with government subsidies provided as necessary. In the short run, high-emission coal in electricity generation would be phased out worldwide in favor of natural gas, which emits less carbon dioxide. It is true that methane can be a potent greenhouse gas if it leaks into the atmosphere. But according to Tim Gould and Christophe Maglade, chief energy economist and head of the Energy Supply Unit of the International Energy Agency, IEA, respectively, writing in the environmental case for natural gas, even when adverse effects of methane are taken into account, the case for replacing coal with natural gas remains clear. Despite these issues, taking into account our estimates of methane emissions from both gas and coal, on average, gas generates far fewer greenhouse gas emissions than coal when generating heat or electricity, regardless of the time frame considered. Natural gas and nuclear energy, then, would be central to a rational energy policy aimed at mitigating global warming without inflicting energy poverty on developed and developing nations alike. Fracking can cause minor earthquakes and strain water supplies, and nuclear waste disposal is a genuine issue. But if action really is needed to head off disastrous climate change now, the collateral costs of natural gas and nuclear would seem to be minor when compared to the benefits. And yet, the progressive wing of the Democratic Party and the global green social movement seek to ban natural gas and shut down all nuclear energy plants. The Greens insist that energy for a global population of 8 billion people and rising must come entirely from renewable energy sources like solar, wind, hydropower, and biomass, not millennia from now, not centuries from now, but within the space of a mere few decades, if that. But the math doesn't work. In 2023, renewable energy sources amounted to only 14.6% of primary energy from all sources. Thanks to massive government subsidies, renewable energy made up a larger but still minority share of global electricity generation at 30%. But about half of this comes from hydropower dams, and this kind of renewable energy is unlikely to increase much in the future. Meanwhile, the fossil fuel share of global primary energy consumption in 2023 was 81.5%. What is the chance that renewable energy will go from being less than a fifth of global primary energy to 100% in the lifetime of anyone reading these words, if ever? Answer: net zero. And yet even mainstream Democrats have bought into the fantasy that greenhouse gas emissions can be eliminated by 2030 or 2050 or 2100, even while banning nuclear energy and all fossil fuels, including lower carbon natural gas. When I say fantasy, I don't mean that these goals are overly ambitious or would require greater sacrifices than we might be comfortable with. I mean that they have zero connection to any version of physical reality. Even optimistic projections by the U.S. Energy Information Administration, EIA, under the lime-green Biden administration have renewable energy accounting for no more than 44% of U.S. electricity generation in 2050, with natural gas generating 34% of electricity within that time frame. And this is electricity alone, not all primary energy, of which renewables of all kinds make up a smaller share. What explains the disconnect between democratic energy policies and reality? That question has a two-word answer: Al Gore. Al Gore never became president, having lost the Electoral College vote count to George W. Bush in 2000, despite winning a plurality of 48.4% of the popular vote, a plurality, not a majority. Most Americans voted for a candidate other than Gore. But no recent Democratic president, not even Barack Obama or Bill Clinton, has had more influence on the Democratic Party's energy policy and on its larger cosmology and connection to reality. It was Gore who made fighting anthropogenic, human-induced climate change central to 21st century progressivism. And it was Gore who wrecked any chance of rational debate and bipartisan collaboration by imparting his personal mix of apocalyptic climate alarmism and strident moralism to the Democratic Party at large. And it was Gore who, by his example, taught American investors that they could profit from his lectures by adopting policies whose ostensible purpose is to save the planet from global warming but would nevertheless prove remarkably profitable for devout adherents to the gospel. In addition to winning an Oscar and a Nobel Peace Prize for his crusade against fossil fuels, Gore co-founded a Wall Street investment firm, Generation Investment, with his friend David Blood, who just happened to be the former head of asset management at Goldman Sachs. It was Gore's freshly minted blood money that caught the attention of the party's donor class. In 2017, the late Charlie Munger, the longtime business partner of billionaire Warren Buffett, shared with a group of investors his understanding of how Gore had become fabulously rich in only a few years. Al Gore has come into you fellas business. He has made $3 or $400 million in your business. And he's not very smart. He had one obsessive idea that global warming was a terrible thing. So he found some partner to go into investment counseling with and says we're not going to have any carbon dioxide. But this partner is a value investor and a good one. So what they did is Gore hired staff to find people who didn't put CO2 in the air. Of course, that put him into services. Microsoft and all these service companies were just ideally located. And this value investor picked the best service companies. So all of a sudden the clients are making hundreds of millions of dollars and they are paying part of it to Al Gore. Al Gore has hundreds of millions sick dollars in your profession. And he's an idiot. It's an interesting story, and a true one. In the past several decades, many rich investors have learned that green can be gold. Investing in a new nuclear plant is risky, given regulatory obstacles, upfront costs, and well-organized left-wing opposition. And it is hard for investors who hope to get rich quick to break into the oil and gas business, dominated as it is by existing firms. In contrast, if you are wealthy enough, it is easy to set yourself up as a green investor. All you have to do is use campaign finance contributions to bribe state legislators into adopting renewable portfolio standards, requiring that electric utilities purchase a certain amount of renewable energy at otherwise non-competitive prices from solar, wind, hydro, and biomass providers, which you happen to own. Many public electric utilities used to own their own power plants, but a combination of investor interests, libertarian ideologues, and radical environmentalists have successfully pressured many state or city governments to require that their electric utilities give up their own energy production and purchase electricity in arm's-length transactions from private electricity vendors. Yay, free market. Yay, consumer choice. So now the stage is set. Having bribed the state legislature into forcing public utilities to buy fixed percentages of electricity from private renewable electricity vendors, you and your fellow investors can now slap together your own solar or wind or biomass plant and use the laws you wrote as a rule book to start printing money. It's like owning your own mint to manufacture money. Not only have you arranged to have guaranteed purchases of the renewable electricity your outfit generates, thanks to the renewable portfolio mandate, but you and your fellow capitalists can benefit from the vast amount of subsidies that governments at all levels shower on designated renewable energy sources and technologies. And while raking in money from citizens paying their electric bills and from taxpayers, you and your fellow green capitalists can feel good about yourselves because you are saving the planet, practicing the kind of effective altruism made famous by the billionaire Democratic donor and convicted criminal Sam Friedman. But wait, Democrats, it gets better. Not only Democratic donors but also Democratic nonprofits can pan for green gold in the streams of government money. Under Biden, the Inflation Reduction Act, IRA, for the first time allowed tax-exempt nonprofits to benefit from tax credits and rebates for investments in renewable energy. So much money was dispensed to nonprofits via the IRA in the guise of combating climate change that Penn Environment, part of the Public Interest Network, provided a guide to what nonprofits needed to do to cash in. With elective pay, These organizations are able to receive a payment for building or investing in qualifying clean energy projects. There are 12 clean energy tax credits that are available to nonprofits, including for the production of electricity from renewable sources like putting solar on their roofs and for purchasing commercial clean vehicles. There are a couple steps to follow in the process of receiving these direct payments. 1. Design and implement your qualifying clean energy project. You will need to know what credit you are applying for. 2. Determine your tax year if you don't already know, either based upon a calendar or fiscal year. 3. Complete pre-filing registration with the IRS. 1. Create a clean energy business account for your organization at www.irs.gov/EPT-register. This website also includes a comprehensive user guide and video tutorial. 2. Select your registrant type, i.e., nonprofit organization or local government. This is where you will provide information about your organization. 3. Select the credits your organization intends to claim. You will provide supporting documentation for the projects or investments. 4. Review and submit your requests for registration numbers. Don't worry, you can save your work in progress. 5. After you submit your registration, you can monitor its status online. If everything checks out, you will receive a registration number. 4. File your tax return and pick the corresponding direct pay election. This is when you will provide your registration number. 5. Receive your direct payment after the tax return is processed. In addition to subsidizing nonprofits from one direction, by exempting them from taxation in general, thanks to the Biden administration and the Democratic Congress, American taxpayers can now be dunned by the IRS for the money needed to send checks to an NGO that lobbies for transgender surgeries or defunding the police, as long as the NGO buys a Tesla to be driven to drag queen story time or slaps a solar panel atop its headquarters. A small price for American taxpayers to pay to save the planet. The mystery, then, is solved. Reducing greenhouse gas emissions while securing affordable and reliable energy by relying on natural gas in the short run and nuclear energy in the long run may make sense, but it doesn't make sense in dollars for Democratic donors and Democratic nonprofits. In contrast, a net zero policy justifies both investor enriching for-profit scams like renewable portfolio standards and direct as well as indirect government subsidies to progressive nonprofits of all kinds. Net zero in the US and elsewhere makes no sense as a rational strategy to mitigate global greenhouse gas emissions, but it is fit for purpose as what it is, a massive patronage system of pork barrel payoffs to political clients and donors. Just ask Al Gore, whose net worth is an estimated $300 million, for movies, books, prizes, and shares of tech company stock as well as green investments. Asking Al Gore will cost you a pretty penny, though. According to Gotham Artists, which represents him, a speech by Gore will cost you $200,000, $300,000. If that's beyond your budget, you might consider Greta Thunberg, the Swedish climate activist and former child. She charges only $150,000 to $200,000 for a talk. Americans today increasingly recognize the need for a more intentional approach to industrial policy. Whether in the context of competition with China, the middle-class job market, or general economic growth, all but the most strident libertarians have acknowledged the harms caused by the decline in American manufacturing, productivity growth, innovation, and competitiveness over the last few decades. More generally, this recognition is what fundamentally informs the appeal of the slogan, "Make America Great Again." But while many on the left now understand the rhetorical appeal of pro-industry and pro-worker populism, proposals like the Clean Energy Marshall Plan, a top Harris advisor's proposal to impose the Paris Climate Agreement through American investment and trade policy, demonstrate a continued desire to place climate ideology before the needs of the working class, both domestically and abroad. Over the last 4 years of the Biden-Harris administration, the rhetorical focus on rebuilding industry and the working class has been clear. For example, after passing their signature legislation, the Inflation Reduction Act, in 2022, President Biden stated, "We're going to build the future, here in United States of America with American workers, with American companies, with American-made products." But despite the name, rebuilding American industry and reducing inflation were not the primary focuses of that legislation. As Biden himself admitted last week, "I'm proud to announce that, through my investments, the most significant climate change law ever. And by the way, it is a $369 billion bill. It's called the, we should have named it what it was." In other words, while Biden and Harris clearly recognized that Americans' primary concern at the time was inflation, they pursued left-wing environmental priorities while cloaking the effort in dishonest language. Worse, the bill likely increased inflation by injecting enormous subsidies into less efficient and reliable energy sources, subsidies which are now projected to cost more than double the originally estimated $369 billion. Energy is the lifeblood of any industrial economy. How cheaply and efficiently a good can be produced is significantly affected by the energy costs of running equipment, lighting and weatherizing worksites, and transporting merchandise. These factors also largely determine the quality of life for working-class families. Just swap appliances for equipment, homes for worksites, and children for merchandise in the equation. Industrial policy centered on working-class families, therefore, entails a distinct focus on lowering energy prices. This is doubly true in America, where our energy resources in oil and natural gas give us a natural comparative advantage over countries like China. The expansion of fracking and natural gas development has also allowed the U.S. to lower its emissions more than any other nation over the past 15 years, while providing nearly 120,000 quality jobs. China, meanwhile, continues to expand coal production and now emits more than twice as much CO2 as the United States. Voters are now wondering if Harris will continue these policies if elected president. While Harris's campaign attempts to rebrand her as a moderate and as she continues to avoid questions about her plans and record, her advisors are signaling to those paying attention that she has no intention of abandoning the green agenda. On the contrary, she intends to take it worldwide. Recently, Politico Pro, a subscription service marketed to government and business elites, ran a piece titled, "Harris' Real Global Economic Agenda, Investment." The piece includes quotes from Harris's advisors and showcases a foreign affairs essay, The Case for Clean Energy Marshall Plan, by Brian Dees, economic advisor to both Biden and now Harris. Dees served as the director of the National Economic Council for the first 2 years of the Biden-Harris administration, where he helped shepherd the Inflation Reduction Act through Congress. Previously, he was the global head of sustainable investing at BlackRock and deputy director of the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, in the Obama administration, where he led negotiations on the Paris Climate Agreement. The Politico article states, "Those close to Harris say the investment agenda Dees outlined is something she is personally engaged in. So what would this so-called Clean Energy Marshall Plan entail?" As summarized by Dees, the proposal does 3 things: finances foreign deployment of U.S. clean energy technology, secures more resilient supply chains, and creates a new, more balanced trade regime that encourages the development and implementation of clean energy technology. While this summary may sound innocuous, the details are not. By financing foreign deployment, Dees means setting up a new government entity to issue taxpayer-backed grants, debt, equity, export credits, insurance, and loan guarantees for risky green energy projects. By securing more resilient supply chains, a worthy goal, Dees means assuming developing countries would rather partner with the U.S. to secure clean energy than with China to secure infrastructure of actual value to their people and economies. By a more balanced trade regime that encourages clean energy, Dees means global enforcement of the Paris Climate Agreement, which the Trump administration withdrew from and the Senate never authorized, through a universal carbon tariff. These policies, the third piece in particular, are apparently meant to trump existing trade paradigms. Dees explains, policymakers will have to reimagine existing trade rules and be willing to lead the World Trade Organization and other international institutions in thinking about how trade can accelerate the clean energy transition. The WTO's objective was never just to promote free trade for free trade's sake. Its founding document includes a vision for sustainable development. The WTO must reform if it is to deliver on that vision, but in the meantime, the United States shouldn't cling to old trade conventions when more targeted and effective approaches exist. The policy is also envisioned as an alternative to our current trade policy with China. Dees argues, this approach would allow the United States to transition from its current indiscriminate, broad-based tariff regime to a more comprehensive carbon-based system that more accurately targets Chinese overcapacity and trade imbalance concerns. And the United States should leave the door open to cooperating with China in this context as well. Another former Biden-Harris administration official cited in the Politico story also stated, in addition to countering China, Harris sees U.S. investment policy as helping stabilize political situations in the developing world and stem the tide of migration over borders, So, of course, this policy will also address the root causes of illegal immigration. Dees further states his hope that this program would offer an attractive alternative to China's investments in developing countries under its $1 trillion Belt and Road Initiative. The difference is that China is offering huge investments for infrastructure projects like bridges and ports that actually benefit the economies of developing nations with little scrutiny of their politics. Why would the leaders of these countries instead opt for more expensive clean energy from the U.S. that currently represents less than 18% of world and U.S. energy consumption? The answer is that they wouldn't, which is why Dees calls for worldwide tariffs on emissions, the understated stick behind the investment carrot. To receive U.S. investments, Dees writes, governments and private sectors in these countries would themselves need to invest in clean energy. The promise of reliable U.S. support would prompt reform. As a priority for voters, the climate issue falls near the bottom and is even losing steam among younger voters. And that is here in the U.S., the richest nation in the world. Imagine living in India where many places lack basic infrastructure like plumbing, or a country in Africa where burning wood and dung is still the primary fuel, cutting millions of lives short every year. How would these populations feel about the U.S. pressuring their leaders to invest what limited resources their nations have in improving U.S. clean energy when they lack basic living standards? Aside from the obvious strong-arming of developing nations through emissions tariffs, the plan would also prey on their economic independence through U.S. investments and organs like the World Bank. As Dees puts it, authority could be expanded such that U.S. capital is allocated to these banks based on which ones improve their lending practices for clean energy projects. In other words, the plan would extend globally the logic of environmental, social, and governance, ESG, requirements forced on investors and corporations in the United States by enormous financial entities like BlackRock. This type of investment also represents the kind of development economics that undermines the economies of developing nations. As economist Richard Werner has argued, the Washington type of development consists in persuading developing countries, under the guise of comparative advantage, to focus on low value-added commodities exports, but because their prices decline over long time periods relative to high value-added finished manufacturing goods, these developing countries will experience balance of payments deficits, feel the need for borrowing foreign money and their currencies weaken, causing debt traps, while making their resources ever cheaper for the rich countries to acquire. He continues, that is when the foreign vultures move in and demand debt for equity swaps, handing over valuable domestic assets, land, mines, mineral resources, or mining rights, from poor countries to the rich foreign bankers, who had in any case simply created the money out of nothing. The developing country debt is in fact a form of predatory lending. The actual Marshall Plan this proposal appropriates was passed to boost demand after Europe's economy was decimated in World War II while helping the U.S. smoothly transition from its massively expanded wartime industrial capacity to a sustainable peacetime equilibrium. The difference between that policy and Harris's clean energy version is that there was an obvious demand for the goods and technology necessary to rebuild civilization after the most devastating war in human history. There is no obvious demand in the developing world, or even in the U.S. outside of elite circles, for inefficient and unreliable clean energy, especially when the U.S. already has an abundance of affordable, reliable, and lower-emission fuels like natural gas. Nor does the U.S. have the current capacity to produce most clean energy without significant inputs from China. Dees claims the plan would meet other countries' development needs while advancing U.S. interests, but it remains unclear who has decided these countries need clean energy to develop or that clean energy production advances U.S. interests, rather than the interests of green investors. He also states that the most credible way to accelerate the adoption of zero-carbon technologies is to make that technology cheap and widely available. But built into that logic is the assumption that zero-carbon technologies should be mandatory and made affordable by government means, regardless of their natural cost, availability, and reliability. That assumption is reflected in the second paragraph of the article, which states that the clean energy transition remains the most important planetary challenge, not American decline, not global poverty, not countering China, not even defeating Russia. This understanding leads him to conclude, in this moment of domestic economic strength, the United States can do something generous for people across the globe in a way that benefits Americans. It should take that leap, not just because it is the morally right thing to do, but also because it is the strategically necessary thing to do. One is left asking, in what world is the American economy not just strong, but so strong that we can afford to make risky energy investments for foreign nations? In what world is it generous, or moral to force developing countries to purchase less efficient energy from the richest nation in the world and use predatory loans to extract their resources and destabilize their economies? In what world is it strategically necessary to set clean energy investment as the guiding principle of U.S. global economic policy rather than our broader industrial competition with China? Not in the world of today. No American should be fooled by the glossy title of the Clean Energy Marshall Plan or by other green policies that co-opt the promise of industrial policy for ancillary goals. Such policies will not advantage America over China in the race for the 21st century, nor will they support workers and industries that rely on cheap, abundant, and reliable energy to thrive, both here in America and in the developing world. A new consensus is emerging, or maybe an old consensus is re-emerging within the Democratic Party. Namely that it's the economy, stupid. The party can no longer win on defending democracy, protecting rights to abortion and same-sex marriage, and modest defense of pre-existing welfare and entitlement programs. The neoliberals who once trafficked in cultural policing have returned to insisting that, when Democrats open their mouths, it should be to say something about the economy. But what should they say? For these newly politically conscious Democrats, this is the difficult part. The Biden administration's ambitious industrial policy failed to register on voters' radars. And, amid rumblings of capital flight from the Democratic Party, its leadership appears desperate to avoid offending the donor class it is attempting to win back. This is the backdrop of the furious abundance debate, consuming left-liberal circles since the debut of Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson's much-talked-about book, Abundance. It is also the terrain of Mark J. Dunkelman's Why Nothing Works, Who Killed Progress, and How to Bring It Back, an inquiry into America's institutional dysfunction that is, in many ways, Abundance's more wonkish scholarly twin. Klein and Thompson, true to form, adopt a cheerful Vox-esque tone. Why Nothing Works is a bit more somber in its recounting of the degeneration of the American developmental state. Both books respond, in part, to a belated realization among left-liberal policy hands that the moderation of the Obama years and the ensuing sluggish recovery from the 2008 recession did more profound political damage than anticipated. Eager to diffuse populist challenges to their faction's continued rule, they have set about imagining an antidote to secular stagnation. In 2016, the rise of Bernie Sanders on the left and the rise of Donald Trump on the right revealed how many Americans had stopped believing that the life they had been promised was achievable. Right, Klein and Thompson. What both the socialist left and the populist authoritarian right understood was that the story that had been told by the establishments of both parties had come to its end. Abundance and Why Nothing Works ought to be understood as reflecting a renewed liberal interest in market-making and the state-led loosening of bottlenecks, and as an effort that expounds upon the works of the political economist Mariana Mazzucato, the historian Gary Gerstle, and the calls for a renewed national industrial policy issued by many within the Biden administration. They should not be understood as classically neoliberal. Klein, Thompson, and Dunkelman each look fondly upon the New Deal, calling for a renaissance of American infrastructure development, the strengthening of America's capacity to construct public housing, and, in Abundance's case, for a dramatically expanded industrial research complex. They are frustrated, rightly, with American liberalism's inability to engage in long-term thinking. Yet Abundance is also an attempt to decouple developmentalist politics from the problem of inequality. It cannot content itself with simply being a series of good, potentially bipartisan ideas which may assist in restoring Americans' faith in government. In attempting to answer the call of "It's the economy, stupid," Abundance provides a totalizing story about the character of American politics. Namely that the story of America in the 21st century is the story of chosen scarcities. Klein and Thompson begin their book with a utopian vision of a fully decarbonized society, wherein AI has done away with most labor and drones deliver weight loss drugs from mechanized factories in Earth's orbit. This sparkling tomorrow cannot be, they write, because, for years, we constrained our ability to solve the most important problems. Inequality is not among these constraints. Of redistributive programs like Social Security, the Affordable Care Act, Pell Grants, and the Child Tax Credit, Klein and Thompson write, these are important policies and we support them. But while Democrats focused on giving consumers money to buy what they needed, they paid less attention to the supply of the goods and services they wanted everyone to have. Where the bottlenecks, fettering housing and infrastructure development do not slot neatly into the abundance framework, they go unmentioned. Why Nothing Works, for its part, is a narrower critique directed at the progressive left. As Dunkelman argues, two conflicting impulses have long animated American progressives: The first, to centralize power upward for exercise by an interventionist market-making state, and the second, to guard against abuse of centralized power by the state and the entities in the market whom it favors. Since the 60s, a Jeffersonian overcorrection against the Hamiltonian overreach of the New Deal era has dominated American politics largely in the form of burdensome environmental regulations. If progressivism is to deliver the kinds of public goods which progressives claim to value, then they must bring their Hamiltonian and Jeffersonian impulses into balance. It is an analytically neat framework and a persuasive one. It undergirds an impressive tract that is at once a political clarion call and a dense policy study. Yet Dunkelman's critique of the left is, at times, overzealous, and it causes him to lose sight of how the cases used to illustrate his argument offer less than complete answers. Why Nothing Works writes off the problem of political will entirely, dismissing it as a red herring and a hallucination of the young college graduates who typically staff Democratic congressional offices that is induced by doom-filled social media feeds. Had the authors of Abundance and Why Nothing Works limited themselves to advancing a pragmatic, broadly agreeable set of reforms, they would have been more persuasive. It is plainly absurd, for example, that the New York Power Authority must wade through environmental litigation just to change its energy rates. It's not far-fetched to imagine bipartisan momentum behind reforming environmental protection laws. Klein, Thompson, and Dunn-Kellman could have taken refuge in the maxim that politics is the art of the possible. Instead, Abundance frames itself as something closer to a techno-utopian manifesto akin to the left-wing commentator Aaron Bastani's Fully Automated Luxury Communism, 2018. Dunkelman's posture is, to his credit, more cautious. This book was written not to prescribe the specific changes that should be made in every realm of public policy, he writes. Yet even he sets out to offer a roadmap for what he calls an Articles of Confederation moment for American liberalism. The first of the goods that Abundance seeks to deliver in abundant sums is housing. But here the book immediately runs aground on what may be its most fundamental contradiction. It purports to be a reform project for the National Democratic Party while remaining, by the author's own admission, a book primarily concerned with the politics of coastal superstar cities. The concerns of this narrow geography, San Francisco, Brooklyn, Los Angeles, are forced to stand in for the broader American condition. Why might urban housing policy be relevant to the rest of the country? Cities play two roles, Wright, Klein, and Thompson. They are engines of innovation and engines of mobility. The key to upward mobility and economic renewal, they argue, is freeing Americans to migrate to places like the Bay Area or Park Slope. The problem is housing prices. Solve that, internal migration resumes and prosperity returns. Any familiarity with American history, though, ought to instill deep skepticism about the redemptive power of migration. Internal migration has long been less an engine of opportunity than an index of failure. The Dust Bowl, for example, marked a collapse in local capacity rather than a new golden age of geographic mobility. Unless one believes, against all evidence, that the desire to move to San Francisco is universal, and that the Democratic Party's national prospects hinge on enabling it, there's no reason to treat urban housing shortages as a stand-in for the national condition. Dunkelman's segments on housing initially appear to be antidotes to Abundance's metropolitan myopia. The scope of his undertaking extends to Connecticut mill towns, the inner-ring suburbs of Ohio, and regional hubs like Minneapolis and San Antonio, tracing how the residents of such places weaponized zoning codes to protect rising property values. Dunn-Kellman gives the rise of Not in My Backyard, NIMBY, politics a rigorous, and even empathetic treatment, narrating how legitimate concerns over environmental quality and the well-being of endangered species devolved into an impossibly complex legalistic regime capable of blocking any and all new housing development. Yet Dunkelman's lens remains strictly focused upon the law. Prune the appeals calendar, rationalize the hearing process, and abundant, affordable housing will rise. But what never enters Dunkelman's calculus is the simple arithmetic of yield. In much of rural America, the expected internal rate of return on workforce housing is below zero. Housing affordability, after all, is not a crisis unique to cities. 30% of rural households, and nearly half of rural renters, struggle with housing costs. Perhaps both books neglect the politics of land use in rural America because they do not map neatly onto their market-first frameworks, which suppose that overregulation is the primary cause of housing unaffordability in the United States. Even if rural towns wanted to upzone, many lack the basic infrastructure, sewers, water, roads, broadband to support new construction. Profit margins for developers, moreover, are slim to non-existent. Capital is scarce, and where rural housing has been successfully delivered, it has only been because the state guaranteed it, through USDA's Section 502 and 515 programs, for instance. That funding has been gutted. Section 502 direct loans alone were slashed by nearly a third between fiscal years 2023 and 2024. These are, put simply, not problems deregulation alone can solve. They are problems of insufficient public capacity. If they are to be resolved, it will require something closer to the old developmental liberalism of the post-war era. Housing cooperatives, rural electrification boards, public water agencies, and the USDA-backed credit ecosystem that once made building at scale outside metropolitan cores possible in the first place. Abundance is more persuasive when addressing the regulatory sclerosis of urban centers. American cities are dramatically underbuilt. Progressive advocacy groups have, in some cases, burdened public development with overlapping sustainability mandates and prevailing wage requirements that drive up per-unit costs. Klein and Thompson are equally persuasive in arguing that zoning reform, streamlined permits, and Houston-style flexibility would encourage the building of homes of many different sizes and kinds. Indeed, the authors highlight a genuine collective action problem on the left. When every interest group adds a requirement to the building process, public development becomes structurally impossible. This critique is useful, and the left would do well to engage with it seriously. Relaxing those local veto points is a necessary precondition for abundance, but it is only a precondition. On this point, the best counterexample is, ironically, Austin, which abundance touts as a quintessential upzoning success. Upzoning and regulatory streamlining were followed by a post-pandemic construction boom, yet that boom has since stalled. Since its post-pandemic peak of nearly 95 multifamily starts per 10,000 people in Greater Austin, construction has fallen to 64.5 units per 10,000. As ever, capital fears overproduction more than it fears scarcity. Dunkelman's toolkit cannot explain that bust either. Discussion of credit conditions and how they might constrain housing development is absent from Why Nothing Works. And both books ignore the ways financialized capital and the structure of housing ownership and development have reshaped American housing markets in ways deregulation alone cannot reverse. Real estate investment trusts, private equity landlords, and algorithmic rent-setting platforms now dominate many metros where housing is most unaffordable. Mergers in the home-building sector since the 1990s have produced financial middlemen who hoard undeveloped land until prices have climbed. New supply, when it does appear, is often captured by ownership structures designed to preserve high rents and rapid returns. Loosening restrictive zoning removes the brake upon development, but it does not guarantee that a coherent, large-scale building regime will roar to life in its absence. The next step should be in the province of industrial policy. The state acting not merely as referee but as market maker and backstop. The intellectual seed for such a post-neoliberal housing policy, ironically, is already in abundance. When the authors hail Operation Warp Speed's promise to buy a certain number of early products to accelerate their invention, they are describing, albeit unintentionally, a blueprint for a national housing strategy. American developers have, for the most part, failed to scale innovations in the realm of housing construction, largely owing to creditors' unwillingness to support investment in new technologies. Off-site construction demands heavy initial investment, making it a tough sell to American lenders used to the incremental financing model of on-site development. In Europe, where modular construction is rapidly scaling, public procurement has allowed modular housing developers to scale up while capital remains skittish. Likewise, vacancy taxes, taxes on undeveloped land, taxes on unoccupied foreign-owned homes, and taxes upon institutional investors' properties would render markets, especially those in major urban centers, responsive to local price signals rather than to international finance capital. These are, no less than upzoning preconditions to true abundance. Above all, any serious strategy to reduce housing costs must be attentive to financing. The state, whether on the municipal or national level, can accept a vastly lower rate of return on investments in housing than private financial investors who otherwise demand exorbitant rates of return. By acting as a lender, it can render development attractive even in a climate of slow rent growth. Without a fiscal apparatus that provides countercyclical housing finance, or a state willing to act as market maker, the supply-side liberalism of Klein, Thompson, and Dunkelman is little more than deregulation. Thus, it is fair to say, there is no liberalism that builds without a liberalism that spends. Neither abundance nor Why Nothing Works are willing to say how much or from whom the money must be raised. Klein, Thompson, and Dunkelman, then, are essentially wedded to a vision of developmentalism which accepts, barring certain means-tested edge cases, that finance capital can deliver abundance for all, and that we should pay little mind to the fact that its fear of overcapacity frequently undercuts its responsiveness to demand. A similar blind spot pervades their account of the stalling American energy transition. Klein and Thompson, for their part, are adamant that the energy transition is chiefly throttled by paperwork. The problem, they write, is an accumulation of well-meaning laws to protect nature in the 20th century that now block the clean energy projects needed in the 21st. Dunkelman adopts the same frame. After walking the reader through a litany of stalled lines and canceled wind farms, he concludes that the succession of hurdles a proposal has to clear, and the absence of any centralized authority capable of pushing past entrenched resistance made it practically impossible to pursue major renewables. In a system full of vetoes, no one has sufficient power to push through a worthwhile endeavor. The cure, for all three authors, is to slash environmental regulations and allow finance capital to do the rest. Yet, as economic geographer Brett Christophers has demonstrated in his study of the economics of climate transition, the price is wrong, 2024. Environmental law is only one piece of the puzzle. The decisive choke point is profitability. Whenever a project's expected returns sink below the hurdle rate investors demand, developers and lenders alike pull capital, whatever the state of the environmental paperwork. This was the case in 2022, when Avangard's Massachusetts offshore wind contract became so unbankable after turbine price and interest rate spikes that the company chose to pay nearly $50 million in penalties rather than build at a loss. In spring 2024, regular negative price episodes in ERCOT, roughly one in every 12 settlement intervals, prompted 3 West Texas solar sponsors to cancel tax equity closings they had already booked. Ørsted's abandonment of its New Jersey Ocean Wind offshore project followed the same script. Once its locked-in purchasing price agreement, PPA, price could no longer cover debt service, the firm simply canceled and wrote off the $4 billion project. In each of these cases, and many more, profit expectations and fear of having to supply electricity at low or even negative cost hamstrung the deployment of clean energy. Finance dreads overcapacity because true abundance hammers the very margins its models depend on. These are not uniquely American problems, and other countries have not shied away from using state intervention to solve them. In Denmark, the state-owned grid operator Energinet finances new transmission at bond market rates and accepts 3 to 4% returns. In the United Kingdom, a contract for difference system guarantees revenue floors and allows developers to borrow at favorable rates. Whether structured as public-private interplay or as a state-owned enterprise, in both cases, public instruments enable investment even as wholesale prices fall. What the United States lacks is not, first and foremost, a more efficient permitting regime, but an institution, whether public or private, capable of absorbing low returns at scale. A development bank, capitalized by the Treasury, equipped to take equity stakes, able to refinance projects at fixed long-term coupons, and, when necessary, hold assets outright, could make overcapacity financially tolerable. Barring such an institution, though, energy abundance will threaten the same agents tasked with delivering it. Once again, abundance and why nothing works neglect constraints that are fiscal in nature and find themselves with little recourse against the misallocation of resources in financial markets. Nowhere is this attitude more evident than in the author's treatment of the ongoing failure of California High-Speed Rail, CASR. The authors explain the project's beginnings as such. In 2009, then, this was the status of high-speed rail in California. It was a signature project of the President of the United States. A signature project of the most powerful governor California had in decades. Voters in California had set aside billions to make it real, and the federal government was adding billions more. It is hard to imagine a more favorable climate for the project. If the political will and the corresponding funding to complete the Los Angeles-San Francisco high-speed railway were always there, as Klein and Thompson assume, then the obstacles that have stalled its completion for 17 years must be regulatory in nature. Dunkelman, equally enamored of the CASR case, considers it evidence that the level of political support a project enjoys is an almost wholly irrelevant factor. For all that progressives tend, still today, to ascribe their frustration to a lack of political will, he writes, the bulk of culpability clearly rests elsewhere. And with one fell swoop, Klein, Thompson, and Dunkelman dodge serious discussion of California's budgetary politics. For Dunkelman, It is a case in point of how proliferating veto points make stick-to-itiveness almost inconsequential. Nowhere in the book's otherwise rigorous treatment of the project, however, do the authors grapple with its missing dollars. For all three, this is a serious omission. From having guaranteed funding as early as 2009, the project has sputtered through a political climate of perpetual fiscal uncertainty and austerity. As mechanical engineer Rob Davidoff writes, the story of Kaiser is not about a state trying and failing to overcome its own bureaucracy and broken political process. It's about a state that barely tried. California voters approved an issuance of $9.95 billion in state bonds in 2008. Typically, as is the case with highway projects, federal funds match or exceed state appropriations, an assumption which the California High-Speed Rail Authority, CSRA, reasonably made. That federal cash, however, did not arrive until 2012, when CSRA received just $3.5 billion under the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act. By June 2013, CSRA had, at long last, appropriated enough money to issue its first major construction contract. It would take another year to secure its only ongoing funding source, 15% of the revenue from the state's cap and trade carbon auctions. With funding finally in place, CSRA issued its next three contracts across 2015 and 2016. The delay in appropriating funding and contract issuance, however, persistently interrupted construction and forced CSRA to constantly revise its plans while delaying work accordingly. Given the fluctuating nature of carbon auctions, moreover, CSRA's ongoing funding fluctuated significantly by year, and as such could be neither planned for nor borrowed against. As Davidoff notes, Bright Line West, the in-progress high-speed rail linkage between Los Angeles and Las Vegas, credibly expects to spend $12 billion between 2024 and 2028, the 4 years needed for its construction. It has taken nearly 4 times as many years for CSRA to have $12 billion on hand. It is standard practice in much of the world and, indeed, in much of the United States, to line up funding for the construction of high-speed rail before the project begins. CSRA did not. The trickle of funding delayed the project, empowering critics to deny it funding, further delaying progress. Governor Gavin Newsom, elected in 2018, was among these critics, publicly dismissing the project's viability and slashing funding for geological surveys. If CSRA has an original sin, it has been the state and federal government's refusal to properly fund the project. It has certainly faced great regulatory barriers. But these challenges, however significant, are also faced by projects for new bridges and highway projects, which do manage to routinely overcome them. More than a state that gets out of its own way, as Klein and Thompson demand, America needs a state comfortable spending on things beyond highways and bridges. This is a persistent blind spot in abundance and why nothing works alike. Why did the Obama administration fail to provide timely and adequate funding for the project? The precise politics of the decision to underfund the CSRA under the 2009 American Recovery and Reinvestment Act are not, and may never be, known. But given that the Biden administration seemed determined to avoid the same fate in generously funding Bright Line West, we are left to surmise that the project's anemic funding was a result of the broader insufficiency of the Obama administration's stimulus package. Here lies another irony of abundance. Despite the fact that the Biden administration's fiscal policy generated the most assured funding environment for long-term infrastructure projects in recent American history, Klein and Thompson do not vigorously defend the American Rescue Plan against charges of overspending. Indeed, they imply the opposite, writing that solving the crisis of the pandemic economy created a new crisis for the post-pandemic economy. Too much demand. The lack of capacity to engage in competent, state-led planning precludes any ability to construct the large-scale, long-term projects Klein and Thompson demand. Nowhere does this fact appear in abundance, perhaps because it has no formula for surmounting what is probably the greatest bottleneck of all, Americans' reluctance to spend. Dunkelman's proceduralism fares no better. And, indeed, there are many examples of nation-states powering through nettles of onerous regulation and accomplishing the large society-wide transformations Klein, Thompson, and Dunkelman and I would like to see. Few do so with the kind of iterative, slow reformism Klein and Thompson propose. Overcoming these regulatory barriers, alongside the funding challenges which lurk behind them, would require a model more akin to the New Deal-era Reconstruction Finance Corporation, RFC, than abundance a la Klein and Thompson. Unlike Kaiser, which has been repeatedly stalled not just by environmental reviews and jurisdictional fragmentation but, Above all, by chronic underfunding, the RFC had its own capital base. Initially capitalized at $500 million and later expanded through treasury borrowings, it could issue loans, buy bonds, or directly invest in infrastructure without waiting for annual appropriations. In this way, the RFC functioned less like a passive lender and more like a national development bank with broad authority to mobilize resources, precisely what the XRA lacked as it sputtered through a piecemeal, uncertain funding environment. The RFC was not just a technical or administrative tool. It was the product of a political project that valued decisive national planning and centralized funding. KASR exists in the opposite political world. It is, yes, one of hyperlocalism, fragmented governance, legal veto points, but it is also one of excessive fiscal caution. Until liberalism relearns how to tax, borrow, and spend at scale, the dream of California high-speed rail will not materialize. Klein and Thompson dedicate nearly a third of Abundance to critiquing America's innovation system, which they see as bogged down in paperwork, risk-averse, and unwilling to engage at scale in the bold public-private partnership models that characterize the 20th century. Here, Klein and Thompson demonstrate welcome skepticism of free market's ability to deliver innovation. In a passage on Bell Labs, they note that its success depended upon AT&T's status as a state-sanctioned monopoly, enabling the firm to act without concern for short-term profits, which gave its scientists and engineers the freedom to pursue ambitious projects over decades. Yet the other half of the Klein-Thompson invention agenda largely amounts to infinite, no-strings-attached subsidies for the private sector. They chalk China's success in industrial innovation up to its lavishing subsidies, loans, and free land to upstart solar panel makers. The success of the Chinese subsidy model, however, is not just a product of its scale but also of the Chinese political economy's unmatched capacities for capital intensity and strategic investment in industrial innovation. Where Abundance falters is in failing to grapple with the ways shareholder primacy and financialized governance constrain such capacities in the U.S. case. The differences between American and Chinese financing practices come across most starkly in sectors that are capital-intensive and supply-sensitive, such as electric vehicles. Consider, for instance, that China simply does not have a growth model based on the continual appreciation of equities. Whatever abundance China managed to achieve has, as Bloomberg's Joe Weisenthal notes, hardly trickled up to Chinese shareholders. The Shanghai Composite Stock Index reliably oscillates around where it sat in October 2009. Equities in China are dead money. If any episode in recent American history most strongly embodies Klein and Thompson's invention agenda, beyond that of Operation Warp Speed, it is that of the Obama administration's electric vehicle subsidies, mainly designed with the intent of transforming Tesla into an American national champion. Their failure is instructive. As the sociologist Paulo Gerbato explains, the immense success of Chinese auto manufacturer BYD is owed not only to the generous character of the Chinese subsidy regime, which, indeed, is greatly overstated by American observers, but also to BYD's ability to engage in managerial behavior which American shareholder activists have made a chronic habit of fiercely opposing. Tesla, while not a typical dividend-issuing or buyback-driven firm, still operates within the logic of equity market discipline. Its valuation depends on maintaining investor confidence through its capital-light scalability. It outsources around 90% of its battery supply while avoiding the vertically integrated, labor-intensive model that defines its Chinese rival. By contrast, BYD has brought nearly the entire EV production process in-house. It builds its own batteries, semiconductors, drivetrains, and even operates its own fleet of ships to export finished vehicles. It controls upstream lithium mines and downstream service networks. This extreme vertical integration has given it an overwhelming cost advantage over its American and European competitors, and, moreover, a far greater degree of insulation from global supply shocks. Put simply, the Chinese innovation ecosystem is characterized by a willingness to tolerate short-term inefficiencies to build long-term capacity. Shareholder primacy, even in its less overt forms, makes that kind of ambition difficult, if not impossible, in the U.S. context. Even firms like Tesla, nominally free from dividend obligations, must still navigate a market that punishes capital-intensive, slow-return investments. Abundance largely sidesteps this major structural issue, but any serious supply-side agenda, liberal or otherwise, must confront the simple fact that the American financial system is not configured to support firms that innovate like their Chinese counterparts. Klein and Thompson end in a position much like the one they disavow. The abundance state, as they have envisioned it, is seriously hobbled by its inability or unwillingness to balance trade-offs or make decisive choices about the direction of national development. It has no recourse against the financialized corporation's fundamental aversion to long-term fixed investment. In attempting to offer a totalizing theory of politics that recasts the problems of the American economy as entirely solvable through win-win solutions, Klein, Thompson, and Dunkelman have severely misjudged the moment we find ourselves in. Both books, though, have offered useful starts for imagining a liberal developmentalism for the 21st century. Taken as wish lists of necessary reforms toward that end, both are successful texts. Neither Klein and Thompson nor Dunkelman, though, have written texts as definitive or far-reaching as they would have liked. Abundance is not the once-in-a-lifetime paradigm-shifting call its press copy claims it to be. Quite the contrary. Its solutions, at best, are half-measures. Many necessary, though none comprehensive. There is a meaningful political opening for abundance. It is an attempt, though a deeply flawed one, to speak something approximating the language of national development and industrial policy, which has largely been missing in the United States since the late 20th century. Its suppression in the long heyday of globalization, and its banishment from the bounds of respectable expert discourse, is precisely what has led to the instability and unevenness of present efforts at redevelopment, particularly the second Trump administration's exceedingly crude project of mounting a crash course in reindustrialization through aggressive, simultaneous tariffs against the rest of the world and neoliberal tax cuts and deregulation at home. In the face of this bastardized McKinleyism, which is not only likely to fail but to supercharge social inequality and reinforce the financialized distortion of the U.S. economy, progressives better have a suitable and ready alternative. The stakes are high. The trouble is that development, as the sociologist Holly Jean Buck explains, makes many in the American and global left squirm. The term's intellectual roots lie squarely in European colonialism, with its belief that advanced nations should shepherd less developed societies along a single, linear path from underdeveloped to developing to developed. Attempts to humanize this model, like the 1980 Brandt Report on North-South relations, never really stuck. By the 1990s, scholars had largely turned their attention to post-development, looking instead to grassroots movements and bottom-up localism. But if progressive forces wish to meet this moment, they must, like Klein, Thompson, and Dunkelman, reclaim national development as a program and an ideal. Yet because these ideas are only now being dusted off and brought back into the intellectual spotlight, agreement on what a revived developmental politics should look like is still, unsurprisingly, quite far off. Critics on the left, for instance, frequently charge the advocates of abundance with replicating the politics of Elizabeth Warren. Too invested in incremental reform, unwilling to force confrontations with the powerful, and allergic to the barn-burning populism of Bernie Sanders. Abundance would turn out a crowd at the Aspen Ideas Festival, writes the political commentator Ross Barkan, but not one like Sanders attracted in Denver. Abundance, though, is hardly even that vigorous antitrust enforcement, after all, was the linchpin of the Warren agenda. In attempting to offer universally palatable remedies to questions of national development, it resembles something closer to the governing philosophy of Barack Obama, with its timid refusal to face the difficult but necessary questions arising from divergent economic interests and politically costly trade-offs. Abundance liberalism is guilty of the everything bagel ethos it claims to transcend. It was Klein himself who wrote, on the day of Donald Trump's first inauguration, that Obamaism had pursued the theory that bitter partisanship was a childish thing that could be put aside to solve America's toughest problems. Klein concluded, Obamaism was wrong, and now Obamaism is over. Abundance appears bound for the same fate. There is a welcome and growing consensus around the need to build faster. In the House of Representatives, Republicans and Democrats are taking serious efforts to streamline environmental procedure and permitting. In an abrupt pivot, Democratic Governor of California Gavin Newsom has worked with bipartisan members of his legislature to reform the infamous California Environmental Quality Act. Much of this movement has been championed under the abundance mantle, especially since the publication of Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson's book by the same name. In Abundance, Klein and Thompson stake out their thesis. To have the future we want, we have to build and invent more of what we need. They argue for supply-side liberalism, emphasizing the need to streamline regulation, foster innovation, and boost state capacity to produce the things that matter. But to the authors, abundance isn't omnidirectional. Rather, abundance serves to create more of the particular goods that will enable their ideal vision of the future. Klein and Thompson open the book by describing theirs: cool bed sheets in an air-conditioned home powered by cheap wind and solar, miracle drugs manufactured in space with doorstep drone delivery, and powerful AI that has reduced the need for human work. Klein and Thompson self-consciously orient their vision for the future around the values of modern liberalism. They are concerned with an abundance that increases median wages, mitigates climate change, and ultimately creates a fairer, gentler, more sustainable world. The authors are correct to emphasize that abundance policy should serve a particular idea of the future. But their vision, guided by the moral gestures of utilitarianism and choice maximization, is incomplete. What abundance misses is a concern for the permanent things. Absent from Klein and Thompson's view of the future is a robust orientation around human flourishing and the institutions that serve it. Faith, family, and tradition. An approach to abundance that is morally agnostic toward these transcendent goods could easily lead to a dystopian version of the author's utopian vision through the unconsidered proliferation of technologies and commodities that erode human goods. Even if they live in affordable apartments cooled by cheap clean energy, a sterile, chatbot-dependent, and space drug-addicted people would be far from the flourishing future a pro-human abundance could deliver. Conservatives must outline an alternative framework to animate our abundance politics. One that builds to serve public virtue, national dynamism, and the faith and family institutions that provide structure and purpose for society. While marriage and childbirth rates fall, teenage depression increases, childhood participation in sports decreases, and technological breakthroughs remain largely relegated to the world of bits. The abundance agenda can and should address these challenges head-on. That will involve much more clean energy, housing, AI infrastructure, and more. The mechanisms of abundance should integrate conservative principles. Abundance advocates from the right-of-center tradition should embrace federalism and learn from the success of primarily red states like Florida and Texas. Federal action will be necessary, but abundance policy at this level should primarily work to empower the states and private industry with deregulatory steps and targeted investment, not crowd them out. And rather than imposing a sweeping, rationalist top-down vision, abundance should serve a constrained vision to serve human flourishing, being especially attentive to the needs of families and children. Here, I will focus specifically on what and how we must build, and what we must avoid, to cultivate advancement in three critical spheres: the family, public virtue, and the spirit of adventure and stewardship. My ambition isn't to detail a comprehensive manifesto. Conservatives will need further discussion to develop an idea of abundance that isn't blindly reliant on imported labor, boosts American manufacturing, and encourages automation to support rather than diminish human work, among other priorities. Rather, I seek to demonstrate how an abundance of material goods can serve an abundance of human goods. America's falling rates of marriage and childbirth might be one of the largest challenges facing the country today. Since 1970, marriage has declined by 65%, and even states that have led in fertility like Utah are seeing large drops in birth rates. Abundance can help address this challenge if Americans are allowed to build the things that support family life. But creating an abundance of those goods might include different points of emphasis from the liberal vision of abundance. Housing, the poster child of the abundance movement, might be the best example of this phenomenon. As Brad Wilcox at the Institute for Family Studies has identified, housing costs are as influential on young Americans' decision to give up on starting a family as infertility and undesired singleness. But according to the same study, young Americans overwhelmingly prefer a specific kind of housing for family formation: single-family units in safe, walkable neighborhoods. This is not an outcome typically championed by the abundance left, which tends to emphasize other forms of housing, like rental apartments and townhomes. To be sure, municipalities should make it easier to build all kinds of housing, and increasing the supply of housing generally will help keep costs low for families. But a conservative abundance politics concerned with family formation would also focus on making it easier to build the particular housing and neighborhoods many young Americans want. As Wilcox identifies, state and local governments can begin by focusing on reducing minimum lot requirements, reducing parking mandates, and encouraging sidewalks to build more family-oriented housing. This will allow communities to increase housing of all kinds, while also making it easier to build more single-family units on less land. While cities take broader steps to relax zoning requirements, governments must be sure that they aren't reducing the supply of single-family units through demand-side policies, such as tax benefits for rental apartments. Instead, expanding child tax credits and making funding for daycares available for kin caregivers. As Vice President J.D. Vance, Senator Jim Banks, RIN, and Congressman Riley Moore, Republican West Virginia, have proposed will empower families to spend more of their money on the things they need. A pro-family housing agenda will result in more reasonably priced houses for American families, more power for families in the housing market, and conserved open space. A pro-family abundance agenda would also prioritize public order. Largely absent from the liberal abundance discourse is a concern for public safety, which, according to Wilcox's study, is the most important neighborhood trait for young Americans. And as it turns out, policing has a supply problem that can be addressed with abundance approaches. Across the country, major cities are facing police staffing shortages. This year, the Los Angeles Police Department is set to hit a 30-year low, and in Washington, D.C., the police force is at a 50-year low, largely due to low recruitment and high retirement. While both departments have increasingly leveraged technology in the face of shortages, officials in both cities cite low staff rates as a driver of staff overextension, compromising the ability of officers to deter crime. Streamlining the recruitment process to increase the supply of officers could help address this challenge. One study on the Los Angeles Police Department suggests that simply having applicants complete more than one assessment per day increases the quantity and quality of police recruits. Implementing policies like these could help address the police shortage, increase jobs available for the American working class, and improve safety in communities. But doing so will require an abundance movement concerned with public safety. Correctly done, a conservative abundance agenda can help create an abundance of families with children, supported by the goods children and families need. But equally important will be ensuring those children grow up in an America where they have an abundance of tools to cultivate virtue. The advent of artificial intelligence offers an opportunity to produce more goods and solve more problems that advance human flourishing. From unlocking energy abundance to advancing climate solutions to developing breakthrough medicines, AI can help address major challenges. The abundance discourse of the left and much of the tech right correctly identifies the importance of AI for these purposes. But AI, especially through the misapplication of chatbots, also contains the potential to significantly erode public virtue. With its focus on maximizing choices for individuals, modern liberalism lacks the robust vision of the good life needed to design an abundance that ensures AI elevates rather than endangers public virtue. Conservatism has long been concerned with cultivating virtue in the citizenry. John Adams saw citizen virtue as foundational to the American project, writing that public virtue cannot exist in a nation without private, and public virtue is the only foundation of republics. Freedom aligns with human goods when those who wield it are formed with a robust vision of the good life. And families, communities, and governments have a responsibility to ensure children are equipped to use their liberty for the benefit of themselves and their neighbors. Unfortunately, we have already seen how a morally agnostic approach to powerful technology can erode that ability. Look no further than the effects of smartphones on America's children. In Jonathan Haidt's The Anxious Generation, 2024, he argues that the distraction of smartphones and social media has rewired young people, driving mental health declines, particularly for girls, and academic underperformance, particularly for boys. Children are underparented in the digital world and overparented in the physical world, encouraging them to eschew their physical environments. The result has been an increasingly atomized and inwardly focused generation. Americans from the ages of 8 to 18 spend over 7 hours on screens each day. They are spending less time than ever with friends, and they are forgoing serious romantic relationships. For many young people, hiking with friends has been replaced with TikTok, and dating has been replaced with online pornography. If there are any lessons from the era of abundant smartphones for the era of abundant AI, it is that an amoral approach to technology that mimics social interaction, especially for children, can reap poor outcomes. Already, tech companies are beginning to design companion chatbots to be as engaging as possible, including loosening guardrails around explicit content. Journalists have recorded social media chatbots engaging in sexual role-playing with accounts registered for 13-year-olds. ChatGPT has encouraged ritualistic bloodletting in response to apparently innocuous informational prompts on pagan gods. A recent study from Northeastern University found that the safety guardrails of the largest chatbots are easily bypassed, with all offering detailed instructions on suicide and self-harm when asked. American teenagers are already developing relationships with AI chatbots, with over 70% reporting social conversations with models designed to serve as digital friends. Reports of AI psychosis and romantic relationships with AI chatbots illustrate where this trend might lead. The personalized nature of a chatbot, often encouraging action and continued engagement, makes the information it shares substantively different from an online search engine. One can easily imagine a future where AI-powered virtual friendships, pornography, and entertainment further erode the desire to engage in human relationships. Blind social integration with AI chatbots isn't the recipe for cultivating public virtue, but the solution isn't anti-AI Ludditism either. In his recent article for this journal, Beyond Safetyism, Brad Littlejohn proposes requiring parental consent for children to use chatbots as a first step toward directing AI for the common good. He outlines how the sycophantic and always available nature of AI chatbots especially threatens children and teenagers who aren't disciplined or formed to use them wisely. Implementing this policy would only extend the age-gating principle behind long-standing laws that prevent children from driving cars, drinking alcohol, and buying guns. And it would build on recent state-level policies already on the books to protect children from digital technologies like age verification for social media and online pornography. Similarly, age gates for AI should learn from state experiments with other digital age gates and adopt a federalist approach. Common sense steps like these would put the burden on chatbots to demonstrate their utility for serving human goods. AI tools to help children learn academic subjects could very well be leveraged for education, for instance. But preventing children from freely accessing foundation model chatbots would help conserve public virtue. It would also help prevent us from relying on the attention of children to finance the development of AI. Instead, policymakers should take steps to encourage rapid development of pro-human AI. These policies will be critical to support tools that serve human flourishing and compete in the AI arms race. Incentives for AI should focus on applications that affect the world of atoms, primarily focused on basic research and strategic industrial policy. States can support AI build-out by streamlining regulations and incentivizing AI applications for local projects like cloud seeding, reindustrialization, or genuine educational purposes. With its broad research operations, the federal government has a role to play too. The Department of Agriculture could finance loans or R&D for AI applications to increase crop yields and manage forests. Investments from the Department of the Interior could encourage the use of AI tools to assess the vast energy and ecosystem resources on public lands. The Department of Energy could expand the Loan Program Office and its research arms to finance AI applications for streamlined permitting or energy manufacturing, whether for domestic solar or small modular reactors. Advancing pro-human AI applications can educate our children, help provide for their needs, and spare them from moral malformation and isolation. AI tools can also help them cultivate and enjoy the physical world, another end that the abundance agenda can serve in its own right. The first chapter of Abundance suggests that the idea of the American frontier and its importance for the future of the country is a largely antiquated myth. Instead, Klein and Thompson suggest that cities are the source of innovation, economic output, and social mobility. Abundance, they argue, should increase the supply of goods needed to make cities accessible to strivers. As noted above, cities are indeed indispensable sources of innovation, and abundance principles can and should improve them. But dismissing the frontier misses the opportunity for abundance to cultivate adventure and dominion by stewarding nature. The frontier is foundational to America. From the first people who made a home on this continent during the last ice age to the Old World arrivals in recent centuries, Americans have built our culture and civilization by confronting new and dangerous terrain. Leaders like Theodore Roosevelt have long recognized that strenuous activity in the natural world is critical for the vitality of the citizen, and by extension, the nation. Conserving that sense of frontier will be critical to the future of the country. Rather than lull our people into complacency with the mere elimination of scarcity or manufacturing of distraction, abundance can support the human goods of adventure and national dynamism. It can do this by adopting ambitious projects to steward and conserve nature. Human stewardship over nature can strengthen our ecosystems and recreational access, but to do so, policymakers must reject the precautionary emphasis on process and litigation in the status quo. Federal forest management, for instance, is often mired in years of delay that inadvertently damage natural places. Of all projects facing litigation over National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA, compliance, forest management represents the most severely burdened. The resulting delays lead to years of fuel accumulation. And when wildfires spark in a forest awaiting treatment, they rage more intensely. Look no further than the August Complex fire, which burned over 1 million acres and likely impaired northern spotted owl habitat after a project that would have mitigated the fire faced over 6 years of delay. When procedure and litigation prevent management, forests lose biodiversity, and people lose recreation opportunities. Likewise, frivolous procedure and litigation in the name of the environment impede critical energy projects. For projects that require the NEPA environmental impact statement, the most rigorous form of review, assessments take over 3 years to complete on average. But even after NEPA review is done, projects are often exposed to litigation risk. A recent analysis of NEPA appellate cases from the Breakthrough Institute shows that energy projects are the second most litigated kind of NEPA case. This includes fossil exploration and clean energy projects, delaying project implementation by almost 4 additional years, on average. Despite this, courts side with the federal agency and energy projects in over 70% of cases. The result is millions of wasted dollars, scarcer energy, and minimal, if any, environmental benefits. Instead of wasting money on frivolous lawsuits and regulations, fast decisions on energy and forest management projects would make more resources available for conservation. Policymakers can begin by financing conservation with fair use fees charged to fast-track AI and energy projects on federal land and water. The Land and Wildlife Conservation Fund, LWCF, can serve as a model to collect and fund these conservation efforts. Since the passage of the Great American Outdoors Act in President Trump's first term, the $900 million LWCF has been financed by energy royalties in the Gulf Coast. This program, the largest general conservation funding mechanism in the United States, supports projects at the federal and state levels focused on public access and ecosystem management, and nature is more abundant for it. Implementing similar financing programs while fast-tracking permitting will let America build faster while conserving nature. Streamlining permitting for AI data centers and energy development, especially those built on public land, could be accompanied by fair royalties or fees to finance conservation. This would create a win-win for energy, AI, and nature. Developers would spend less resources on litigation and conservation would benefit from build-out. The result: rapid deployment of critical infrastructure with additional financing for conservation would create more opportunities for people to enjoy the natural world and advance the tools we need for national strength and prosperity. Innovating and applying new environmental technologies would also support national dynamism by restoring the landscapes and natural resources that have supported people on this continent for generations. State-led cloud seeding with advanced drone technology could help refill the Great Salt Lake. Local experiments in ocean restoration with tools like iron enrichment could help revive salmon fisheries in the Pacific Northwest. And using technology to reintroduce megafauna like mammoths and bison could restore historic landscapes and reinstate long-standing cultural connections to those ecosystems. Whether running cloud seeding drones, predicting algal blooms, tracking natural disasters like hurricanes, or mapping wildlife genomes, AI applications will be critical to realizing each of these real-world projects of natural abundance. Together, projects of dominion like these would make more nature for Americans to explore and use while creating an abundance of water, biodiversity, and wild food. They would also support the traditions of America, stewarding and restoring the landscapes, wildlife, and plants that have sustained people on this continent for hundreds and thousands of years. Realizing that vision will require a substantial departure from the precautionary and anti-human impulses of the mainstream environmental movement. Thankfully, we're seeing a return to the classical framework around nature that centers human stewardship and enjoyment. President Trump's Make America Beautiful Again executive order directs federal land agencies to improve public access and recover fish and wildlife by promoting active management and innovative tools. The order, signed to protect our nation's outdoor heritage for the enjoyment of the American people, also echoes Theodore Roosevelt's view that conserving American landscapes serves the nation. By making local, proactive management easier and encouraging technological innovation, abundance can enable both more conservation and more dynamism, if it's oriented around these goals. While the left becomes increasingly comfortable with supply-side economics and the right becomes increasingly comfortable with state capacity, there are new opportunities to align coalitions behind building more quickly. But what we should build more of is far from settled. A robust understanding of human flourishing must inform our answer to that question. Human goods are more than the choice maximization championed by modern liberalism. They include family formation, public virtue, and the spirit of adventure and stewardship. If abundance builds more housing suitable for families, energy and AI tools that support public virtue, as well as healthy natural landscapes that inspire adventure, that will be a success. But if it accelerates decadence by eroding responsibility and creating addictive technologies, that will be a failure. Fortunately, both Republican and Democratic leaders are gesturing toward a pro-human vision of abundance. Spencer Cox, the Republican governor of Utah, signed on to a future for the family, an open letter published in First Things that outlines a moral framework for technological innovation. He has also advanced policy to double Utah's energy production, has supported a family-focused housing approach in his state, and has introduced age verification laws for social media and online pornography. Likewise, Congressman Jake Auchincloss, Democrat Massachusetts, has supported the abundance agenda in the House while also raising concerns about the social dangers of AI, saying, "We can't let AI be social media 2.0. Channeling these impulses toward policy solutions will require coordinated efforts at all levels of government. With appropriate support at the federal and local levels, states are well positioned to lead. States have already implemented pro-family housing abundance policy and have trailblazed in digital safety laws that AI age gates could be modeled after. Of course, a federal effort that streamlines regulations and encourages innovation to empower states and industry is critical too. The federal government will need to reduce red tape that holds back forest management projects on public land. It's also well positioned to make strategic investments in AI development to support national security priorities and locally led innovation projects geared toward natural stewardship. As noted, the various federal agencies, from DOE to DOI to USDA, will have important roles to play in achieving these national objectives. To realize an abundance that serves human flourishing, conservatives across the country must imagine the future we want. One that centers the family, public virtue, stewardship, and national dynamism. The growing energy on the left around abundance offers an opportunity to develop durable and bipartisan solutions, but to create the abundance of the right things, conservatives must orient our vision around a robust sense of the good life. The future we want is not simply an abundance of goods for the sake of maximizing individual choice, but rather one where the people and nation are fully free to pursue their unique purposes. It's time to build that future.